In the year 1003 of the sacred calendar, during the month of northern winds, ice and snow had arrived in Blackmount province. The river valley plains of Blackwater Valley were covered in silver-white snow, with wisps of cooking smoke rising from scattered small wooden houses. On the mountain slopes, a ruined castle was built against the mountainside, with collapsed towers and crumbling battlements everywhere revealing the decline of its master. In the snowy field, a snow rabbit had just been foraging when it was pierced through by an arrow from a young man 70 meters away. Wearing a white fur coat, wool hat, and snow boots, Li Wei concealed himself behind a crooked tree, moving with practiced efficiency and an expression cold as ice, his archery skills supremely refined arrows cutting through air, hitting their mark every time. With a thought, a proficiency panel appeared in his mind. The 5 arts of riding, archery, dancing, combat, and swordsmanship, all at maximum level. In just 2.5 years, he had mastered all the skills required of a page, making him unrivaled among his peers. All of this was because Li Wei was not a native, but a transmigrator who had been reborn 3 years ago. His golden finger, the proficiency panel, allowed all his skills to be quantified and break through limits. But this world was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. The original owner's death stemmed from fishing and hooking an evil spirit called a water nymph, witnessing supernatural horror firsthand. Legends of evil spirits had existed since ancient times, with wizards, demons, natural disasters, and chaotic times coexisting. Li Wei knew deeply that only by mastering breathing techniques could he become a true knight and gain the power to protect himself. Otherwise, he would be a lamb awaiting slaughter. He now possessed a strong physique, standing 5 feet 9 inches tall with broad shoulders and a powerful build, far surpassing most adult men. But in this era of cold weapons and turbulent times, without power, his family's legacy could be destroyed at any moment. Down the slope, the silver-haired middle-aged knight Frayed stood with a smile. This man was the most trusted knight of the late Baron, known as the Serpent Eagle Knight. Li Wei felt more affection for him than blood relatives. Li Wei put away the snow rabbit and said solemnly, "Sir Frayed flatters me. I still have far to go. Now Blackwater Valley is our last homeland. I am the sole bloodline of the family. I must grow stronger and protect everything. Glory to the Black Serpent." The young man clenched his fists tightly, filled with unwillingness and yearning. The Black Serpent family had once been a renowned noble house in the north. His father, Baron Sod Snake, was one of the 7 Northern Cavalry, Lord of Tulip Territory and Stormwind Territory, commanding 5,000 troops and 500 heavy cavalry at the height of their power. But 3 years ago, the Millennial Holy War erupted. The Baron answered the call and never returned, and when the terrible news arrived, the family's great edifice collapsed. According to kingdom law, titles were hereditary, and all 3 territories belonged to the only son Li Wei, but nominal ownership and actual control were worlds apart. On the surface, Li Wei was certified as the new Baron by the king's special envoy, but in reality, he could only retreat to the remote and barren Blackwater Valley. The remaining territories had long been divided up by the Bloody Earl, Silver Gauze Earl, and Duke of Blackmount, while the kingdom turned a blind eye to this. Li Wei understood clearly that forcibly seizing fertile lands would only invite disaster. Without his father's great knight deterrence and heavy cavalry suppression, he couldn't hold any valuable territory. Voluntarily abandoning Tulip Territory and Stormwind Territory and presenting them to the Duke of Blackmount actually bought him temporary peace. An innocent man suffers for his wealth. Li Wei was convinced that for now he could only focus on self-preservation, relying on the proficiency panel to train diligently and become a formal knight, great knight, or even legendary knight, before having the qualifications to pursue higher goals, the path of wizardry. In this world, wizards were the true beings who transcended everything. Having personally encountered evil spirits, Li Wei was even more convinced that wizards were not fictional. Immortality, or fearlessness in the face of supernatural horrors, could only possibly be achieved by wizards. But for now, keeping his feet on the ground was the right path. Breathing techniques were the watershed for knights, and cultivation required a strong physique. Otherwise, at best it would harm the body, at worst lead to cultivation deviation. Li Wei had already trained the 5 arts to their limits. He was just one step away from the threshold. On the surface, he played the role of the family's only son, vowing to restore glory to perfection, but inwardly, he only wanted to focus on cultivation and accumulate resources. Knight training itself required wealth to sustain. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts, this world was the same. Once his strength was established, he would then consider territorial management and wealth accumulation, and after his wings were full, he would have the energy to travel the 7 kingdoms and seek traces of wizards. Frayed quietly listened to Li Wei's determination, and a gratified smile appeared on his weathered face. "Baron Li Wei, my master, you are indeed ready now. Please follow me." In the basement of the ancient castle, a secret chamber that Li Wei had never entered lay hidden behind thick stone walls. The stone door groaned shut, and the air was thick with the musty scent of ancient dust. With the clicking of mechanisms, a stone table slowly rose from the floor, shaking off the dust from its surface to reveal a worn and weathered parchment scroll. The scroll unfurled gently, revealing crude crimson figures drawn in a circle, some hunched over, others twisting at the waist, some with arms outstretched, strange poses arranged in perfect formation. Beyond these figures, a massive black-scaled serpent coiled across nearly the entire scroll. Its body was as thick as a wall, with ink-black scales that reflected an ominous chill in the dim light, its forked tongue seeming to hiss silently. The serpent's lower jaw supported an ancient candle, its flickering flame dispelling the shadows and illuminating the chamber walls. This is the foundation of the snake family, the black serpent breathing technique. Knight Fred's voice was deep and solemn. Your bloodline is the only key to unlock it. Its value far exceeds that of the entire Blackwater Valley. Li Wei's heart pounded like a drum. The true path of knighthood finally lay before him. From what he knew, breathing techniques were classified into 4 tiers based on their sophistication and growth potential: crude, excellent, perfect, and legendary. 90% of the world's breathing techniques were merely crude, leaving practitioners trapped as knight squires for life, unable even to reach the threshold of true knighthood. Those fortunate enough to condense a life seed and step into true knighthood were blessed by heaven itself. As for great knights, that was utterly beyond reach. Fred's own serpent eagle breathing technique was precisely such a limited example. Excellent grade breathing techniques were merely the key to knock on the door of great knighthood. To truly cross that threshold required 90% talent, 9% opportunity, and that insignificant 1% of effort. Perfect grade breathing techniques were almost exclusively held by ducal families, with only a handful existing in the entire kingdom. As for legendary grade, like legendary knights themselves, they existed mostly in tales. Breathing techniques of excellent quality and above shared one common trait: they were intimately connected to family bloodlines. Hence they were also called bloodline breathing techniques or secret cultivation methods. The black serpent breathing technique was one such art, belonging exclusively to the snake family. Throughout history, many knights had attempted to steal other families' secret techniques, only to achieve mediocrity or suffer chi deviation, dying from burst blood vessels. People whispered that these were curses from noble ancestors' spirits upon those who dared defile their legacy. Li Wei had no such concerns. Pure snake bloodline flowed through his veins. He was a true descendant of the black serpent. The scroll was too precious to remove from the chamber. Under Knight Fred's supervision, Li Wei began his cultivation on the spot. Day and night alternated, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, Fred remained by his side, using his vast knowledge to clear obstacles for Li Wei's initiation. On this day, Li Wei slowly straightened from a bizarre, contorted posture. Though there appeared to be no vigorous movement, he was drenched in sweat, veins bulging, face flushed red, breathing labored. He felt his blood boiling throughout his body, circulating and metabolizing at an extraordinary pace as the energy stored within him burned wildly. Along with this came a tearing hunger so intense that he even felt the urge to devour an entire snow rabbit alive. Hungry, Li Wei growled out the single word in a low, hoarse voice, like a beast roaring. Knight Fred had come prepared and quickly brought over a heavy tray. A full plate of roasted meat, crispy on the outside and tender within, a large bowl of warm goat's milk, a bread roll as large as an adult's palm, slathered thick with jam, and boiled cabbage on the side. Carbohydrates, protein, vitamins, nothing was missing. Such a combination of vegetables was uncommon at noble tables, as most aristocrats considered crops from the ground to be food for the poor. But Li Wei understood the importance of balanced nutrition, so whenever he instructed the servants to prepare meals, he always ensured both meat and vegetables were included. He bent down and began eating. Grease from the hot meat dripped down his fingertips, bread rolls were torn apart and stuffed into his mouth. Goat's milk was gulped down one mouthful after another, and the cabbage crunched loudly. He devoured the entire meal with the speed of a whirlwind. The portion was nearly twice what an ordinary adult man would eat, yet he only felt about 80% full, barely managing to calm that wild hunger. As satiation set in, a new line of information appeared on the proficiency panel in his mind. Li Wei's snake black serpent breathing technique. First tier 11,000. Based on past experience, once a skill name appeared on the panel, it meant he had officially mastered the basics. From now on, all he needed to do was practice day after day to improve his proficiency. Initially mastering the breathing technique also marked his entry into the ranks of knight squires. There were 3 tiers of squires. First, shield-bearing squire. While studying the breathing technique, one learns basic shield skills. Whether frequently used in the future or not, shield combat is a mandatory course for knights. Second, sword-bearing squire begins contact with true swordsmanship, not merely the basic sword techniques of the introductory stage. Third, knight candidate achieves minor mastery of the breathing technique and subsequently condenses a life seed. If successful, One has the potential to become an unmatched official knight on the battlefield. If failed, attempting to condense again becomes as difficult as ascending to heaven. The breathing technique was equivalent to internal cultivation in martial arts, while advanced weapon skills like swordsmanship were external cultivation. Both were indispensable. Knight Fred observed Li Wei's condition and nodded, saying, "It appears the young master has initially grasped the black serpent breathing technique. Though not quite matching your father's 3-day mastery record, it's still considered excellent within the black serpent family's history. You felt it too, haven't you?" After truly learning the breathing technique, daily practice consumes enormous amounts of food. From now on, always prepare sufficient meals before training. Otherwise, that exaggerated hunger will devour your reason like a gluttonous demon, driving you to madness. He added with a heavy tone, "Those mad knights publicly burned at the stake by the church were mostly of common birth. They wanted to grow stronger to feed their families, never expecting the breathing technique would drive them insane with hunger. Some devoured their elderly fathers. Others consumed their wives and children. Countless tragedies." Fred's eyes held complex compassion and reflection. He himself was a knight of common origin who understood that feeling, which made him deeply grateful to Li Wei's father for saving him at the crucial moment. Knight madness. Li Wei had heard this term before. It referred to knights whose cultivation had gone astray, driving them insane. Now, with scorching, violent blood surging through his chest, he experienced firsthand that primal urge to transform into a savage beast, to consume raw flesh and blood, to indulge in gluttony. The sudden loss of emotional control chilled him to the bone, and he even wavered. Was the path of knighthood truly correct? By the standards of martial arts novels from his previous life, these breathing techniques were clearly demonic art. Should he stop here? But when he recalled the evil spirits wandering in the night, the greed and malice in his noble colleague's eyes, and the endless wars raging between kingdoms, his hesitation was instantly shattered by a thunderous resolve. Among all worldly matters, life and death mattered most. As long as he lived, anything was possible. Among the paths currently visible to him, knighthood was the only protective sword he could grasp. "I'll be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Sir Fred." After steadying his breathing, Li Wei bowed solemnly to the old knight before him. Yet his mind was already calculating. Blackwater Valley was too barren to support 2 knights. If he and Fred fell into chaotic blood circulation and became true knight madmen, they would only be eliminated as threats by the church's radiant knight. She had to make money. Fred saw his determination and nodded with satisfaction, then shifted the conversation. "From now on, you must be fully armed every day, wearing armor, carrying a shield, training underweight. Only when armor becomes your second skin can the power of breathing techniques be fully unleashed in actual combat without being hindered by heavy steel. Also, remember the Black Serpent elixir formula from the inheritance scroll." Li Wei nodded again. For high-quality breathing techniques, elixirs were almost essential catalysts. The Black Serpent elixir's ingredients weren't complex. 50 grams of snake blood, 1 snake gallbladder, 10 grams of green turtle shell powder, 10 grams of plant ash, 3 mandragora petals, 1 drop of dragon ambergris, 1 drop of liquid amber, and 100 milliliters of pure water. Except for dragon ambergris, these materials were both common and cheap. As for snake blood and gallbladder, any snake species would do, though different types yielded slightly different effects. The real challenge was that single drop of dragon ambergris. This wasn't the rare crystalline substance from sperm whale intestines in his previous life, but a glandular secretion from deep within the mouths of terrestrial giants, earth dragons. Bards called earth dragons one of the most dangerous creatures in the wilderness. Immensely strong with iron-like hide, they were terrifying landmarks in countless knights' chronicles, practically real-life versions of the evil dragons from Hero Slay's dragon tales. Worse still, these beasts were naturally obsessed with anything shiny, devouring gold coins and gems alike. Hunting an adult earth dragon offered 2 paths. Either have a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus of a Grand Knight don the finest weapons for a frontal death match, or gather 5 or more formal knights to set traps, use poison, and deploy heavy siege weapons like armor-piercing crossbows for any chance of success. Before the legendary knight, Lionheart, Ryan rose to fame. He had single-handedly slain an adult male earth dragon that had terrorized the kingdom's north. 3 Grand Knights had already fallen to its fangs, including 1 young Grand Knight, who perished in the wilderness. Ultimately, Lionheart succeeded, and inside that earth dragon's belly, he discovered a full 8,000 gold coins along with priceless jewels. In the age of cold weapons, hunting earth dragons was no easy feat, which kept the price of ambergris consistently high. A small vial of ambergris, no thicker than a thumb and half a palm in height, could fetch a full 100 gold coins. At market rates, those 100 gold coins could buy 5 sets of exquisitely crafted, gleaming full knight's armor, or 20 strong, healthy 20-year-old serfs, or 100 plump blackback dairy cows. Given Li Wei's current status as a down-and-out minor lord with nothing but barren fields and unpaid taxes in his territory, Even if he melted down every copper pot and iron pan in his household and scraped together every last grain from his serf's rations, he still couldn't raise such a sum. Fortunately, he was just starting out and didn't need expensive secret medicines yet, so the matter of ambergris could be postponed. In the days that followed, he devoted all his time to grinding experience, mechanical, high-intensity training. He repeated the movements over and over, sweat soaking through his practice clothes. Yet Li Wei felt no boredom whatsoever. During breaks, Knight Fred demonstrated standard techniques while explaining the theory, giving Li Wei his first systematic understanding of the Knight's breathing method. The so-called Knight's breathing method involved using specific breathing rhythms combined with different body postures to awaken dormant bloodline potential in the blood, thereby strengthening muscles, bones, and organs, comprehensively improving constitution, strength, endurance, and speed. This enhancement far exceeded ordinary fitness training. So after each practice session, Li Wei had to cling to the kitchen cauldron and devour meat and black bread to replenish all the lost calories. After all, this world had no spiritual energy to make things easier. There were many types of breathing methods, each with different focuses, and the black serpent breathing method that Li Wei practiced specialized in defense. Once this breathing method reached minor mastery, one could attempt to condense a life seed within the body and officially enter the night realm. At that point, physical attributes would skyrocket several times over, and resistance to damage would far exceed ordinary people. The more visible change would be a faint black fluid membrane appearing on the surface of both arms, clinging to the skin like rubber, making the arms so tough that wooden sticks could only leave white marks when striking them. This membrane was called black energy by military folk, while the Holy Radiance Church arrogantly termed it sacred remnant force, claiming the power came from blessings of the Heavenly Father. In this age of divine right of kings, every major kingdom had the church backing it, but Li Wei could only scoff at such claims if it truly was divine grace. Why were the church's great halls guarded by knights like them rather than miracle-working priests? It should be noted that black energy wasn't unique to the black serpent breathing method. If one practiced a breathing method focused on speed, the black energy might cover the legs, allowing knights to burst forth with sprint power and mobility far exceeding professional sprinters from his previous life. The black energy produced by different breathing methods varied in quality, quantity, and function. When black energy appeared, a knight truly stepped onto the path of the extraordinary. If one continued to arduously cultivate the black serpent breathing method to the Grand Knight level, the black energy would spread from the arms to the entire body and further harden. Except for a few areas like the eyes, Grand Knights became nearly invulnerable to blades and bullets for short periods, with damage resistance comparable to Earth Dragons themselves. When additionally armored and mounted on warhorses, Grand Knights could often achieve 1 against 1,000 through exquisite combat skills and keen battlefield instincts, swaying the outcome of small-scale battles. For this very reason, Li Wei never believed the official conclusion that father died in battle. His father had approached the ceiling of human combat capability, and Li Wei didn't believe a single word about him dying on the front lines. Even facing thousands of troops, his old father could have escaped with ease. Even fellow Grand Knights would find it difficult to detain him. As for having a legendary knight take action, the possibility couldn't be ruled out entirely, but legendary knights were elusive as dragons, difficult for even kingdoms and the church to mobilize. The tall tree catches the wind. His father was most likely assassinated through a joint conspiracy between the church and the kingdom. With this cautionary tale before him, Li Wei established the most practical survival principle for himself. Until he possessed absolute power to crush everything, he would honestly turtle up in this barren territory of Blackwater Valley. Accumulate grain broadly, build walls high, slowly claim kingship. He adopted wholesale the 9-character strategy the founding emperor used to pacify the realm, except he had no intention of claiming kingship and only wanted to be a wealthy minor lord. The game of power was a dragon-slaying arena for high nobility. Ordinary people who interfered would only be torn apart. Regarding his own political intelligence, Li Wei was quite self-aware. Black Snake Breathing Technique Proficiency 3, Black Snake Breathing Technique Proficiency 2, Black Snake Breathing Technique, First Stage 233-1000. With the positive feedback from the status panel right before his eyes, Li Wei devoted almost all his waking hours to cultivation. Apart from eating and sleeping, he was either in a secluded training room, contorting his body to refine his breathing rhythm, or donning heavy iron armor, raising his shield to meet the torrential attacks of the Vulture Knights. The castle servants rarely caught sight of him anymore. Occasionally passing by, they could only glimpse that sweat-drenched figure still maintaining his movements. If such a young lord is pushing himself this hard, how can we afford to slack off? The militiaman muttered through gritted teeth. When the boss worked harder than his employees, anyone caught slacking would surely be packing their bags sooner or later. Thus, the torches in the training grounds burned brighter at night than in previous years. The lord is still training? Then I can't sleep, either maybe I'll get an extra piece of bread tomorrow morning. No matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't keep up with that seemingly tireless machine. Eventually, everyone simply accepted reality, treating Li Wei as a role model rather than a competitor. Li Wei immersed himself in cultivation, leaving all territorial affairs to Fred and the steward. Fred was happy to shoulder these burdens as long as his lord's training wasn't disturbed. Everything was negotiable. However, territorial disputes still required Li Wei's personal judgment. The lord's authority could not be compromised. Fortunately, his past life as a lawyer made this the only relevant work after his transmigration, resulting in remarkably efficient case resolutions. The month of North Wind flew by in busyness, and the month of deep winter December quietly arrived. For Blackwater Valley in the north, the cold waves were harsher and the snowstorms more fierce. The long-neglected wooden shacks collapsed one after another in the howling winds, and with heavy snow blocking the mountains, reconstruction was simply impossible. Li Wei's soft heart led him to order Fred to temporarily house the homeless serfs in the castle, assigning each person tasks. Young women and girls became maids, tending to his and Fred's daily needs. Able-bodied men joined the militia ranks, bringing his forces to a record number, 50 men. Elderly and children handled light work, such as fetching water and tending livestock. This 50-man militia was commanded by Fred. During training breaks, they repaired the castle, cleared farmland, and tended herds. Blackwater Valley couldn't support full-time soldiers, so they had to combine military and agricultural duties. Each person received daily rations based on their work. One piece of gray bread plus a bowl of red bean soup. Gray bread was somewhat better than black bread, though not as fragrant and soft as white bread. In truth, Blackwater Valley's production capacity could barely provide enough fine white bread for Li Wei and Knight Fred, as the Knight's powerful physiques inevitably demanded enormous caloric consumption. Li Wei's needs were the most extreme. He consumed 5 to 8 times the amount of food a normal person would eat daily. Most of this energy was rapidly converted into muscle and strength through the black serpent breathing technique. Yet even the remaining waste forced him to visit the privy 3 times a day. In comparison, Knight Fred, who had already passed the rapid growth phase of his breathing technique, only needed 3 times the normal food intake to maintain his daily consumption as a formal knight. Under this young lord's generous distribution, the serfs of Blackwater Valley could occasionally taste the precious white bread, and they were endlessly grateful to Li Wei. The young, kind, and handsome lord had become a living savior in their eyes. However, Li Wei had no time to enjoy this chorus of praise, as most of his time was immersed in breathing technique cultivation, watching his proficiency climb grid by grid with growing satisfaction. To guard against wandering knights and bandits who might appear in the wilderness at any time, Li Wei remained vigilant. For those homeless warriors, this small barony was an excellent target for plunder. Fortunately, the reputation of the Serpent Eagle Knight Fred still carried weight, and as long as this trusted lieutenant stood guard, ordinary enemies dared not set foot in the territory. During his leisure time, Li Wei would observe the militia training at the practice grounds. From their initial ragtag appearance to now being able to form battle formations against enemies, these farmers had grown rapidly under the knight's personal instruction in combat techniques. They would become the first shield protecting the territory in the future. However, Blackwater Valley's population was already sparse, and its productivity ranked near the bottom among all baronies. Li Wei had returned home almost empty-handed, with pitifully thin resources, so everything now had to be accumulated slowly. Time passed like a white horse galloping by, and the coldest month of deep winter finally came to an end. In the year 1004 of the sacred calendar, on the first day of the primordial month January, the birthday of the Heavenly Father, the new year of the Emerald Kingdom, and also Li Wei's 13th birthday, the wind and snow had not yet ceased. At the window on the second floor of the castle, Li Wei finished a set of bizarre and twisted breathing movements and stretched his body, striking a standard JoJo pose. His 6-foot frame cast a sharp silhouette in the candlelight. The sunny youth's face now carried a serpentine coldness, his full muscles resembling marble sculpture with hard and well-proportioned lines. Any observer would involuntarily exclaim, "Is this really a 13-year-old?" The New Year atmosphere brought rare liveliness to the cold castle. In corridors decorated with ribbons and pine branches, young freckled maids hurried back and forth carrying trays, their faces red from cold, but still giggling as they busily prepared the Lord's New Year and birthday banquet. By the training grounds, soldiers gathered around bonfires drinking strong liquor, raising toasts with Fred, thanking the past year's blessings in unison, and loudly offering birthday wishes to their lord. Serf representatives carried ham, cheese, dried fruits, and fruit wine on their shoulders, delivering everything to the castle without missing a single item. Compared to other territories, Li Wei's treatment of people was incredibly gentle in his eyes. These crops and firewood were also human beings. He gave them basic respect and protection, ensuring that while they remained poor, they were not driven to despair. What made Li Wei particularly happy today was not just the lively new year or the farmer's gratitude. Most importantly, After nearly 2 months of crazy, day and night grinding for experience, his black serpent breathing technique had finally broken through to the second tier. Levi Sneck Black Serpent Breathing Technique, second tier 15,000, Shield Technique, first tier mastery. He managed to advance his breathing technique to the second tier within just a few months for two reasons. First, the solid foundation built through years of rigorous training in his youth, and second, the patient, tutorial-style guidance provided daily by Fred, a seasoned official knight. In Levi's hands, the black serpent breathing technique had become like a thoroughly dissected textbook, with every breathing rhythm and muscle contraction executed with perfect precision. As for shield techniques, Levi practiced them only casually, yet his proficiency skyrocketed to mastery compared to basic archery and swordsmanship that required tens of thousands of experience points. This level of difficulty was merely a leisurely pastime for the grind master Levi. Starting today, he officially entered the second stage of Knight Squire Hootsword-bearing Squire. He had taken another step closer to his goal of becoming a full knight. The next mountain to climb was the third tier of breathing technique, the threshold for knight candidates, requiring a full 5,000 proficiency points. Levi estimated it would take at least half a year to reach that level. He understood that intense training couldn't continue endlessly without breaks. He knew the importance of balance, for when both mind and body remained constantly tense, the line between progress and dangerous deviation became razor thin. After his breakthrough, his physical capabilities had reached twice that of an ordinary person. Unarmed and relying on brute strength alone, he could easily take down 5 grown men, and remember, he was only 13 years old. Fred had mentioned that even as a seasoned official knight, his own physical prowess was merely 5 times that of a common person, which demonstrated the extraordinary potential of the black serpent breathing technique. However, Levi lacked real combat experience, and advanced techniques. Raw power was just cold numbers. A sword-bearing squire must master swordsmanship or other weapon skills, because true knights rarely engaged in bare-knuckle brawling. No matter how powerful a fist might be, it couldn't match the gleaming steel of a longsword. For swordsmanship, he would need to seek instruction from Fred. Even his late father, who was praised as a genius, had acknowledged that Fred possessed superior talent in the way of the sword. During his travels throughout the kingdom in his youth, Fred had earned the title Dawn's Swordsman, his blade work as memorable as the breaking light of daybreak. With such exceptional instruction available, Levi felt no need to rush. Today was New Year's Day, and he decided to reward himself with a day off, indulging in the small luxuries befitting a young nobleman. At the feast, Levi sat in the place of honor, draped in a thick cloak with a crackling fire at his feet, while Fred took his steady seat nearby. No nobles from other territories attended. All guests were trusted confidants from within Blackwater Valley. The harsh winter snow had blocked the roads, and the remote valley was surrounded by walls of ice. Though it bordered 3 baronial territories, Ironrock, Frostwind, and Silvermount, distances between them were vast, making travel especially difficult in winter. Only during summer did trade routes briefly open, allowing sparse commerce that provided these impoverished lands with some mutual warmth. Those who held the title of Baron in these lands generally didn't live particularly well. This made his father's rise all the more legendary. Starting from the barren northern lands, he had distinguished himself with remarkable military achievements during the kingdom's continuous wars, earning recognition even among foreign nobles as the Black Serpent Knight, and ultimately becoming lord of 2 prosperous territories. However, Liwei didn't enjoy dealing with other lords either. It was best if everyone minded their own business, coexisted peacefully, and achieved mutual prosperity. Night fell over the great hall, and the high-hanging bone chandeliers bathed the entire space in golden light. At the center of the long table, grease dripped from roasted lamb legs while ale foam bubbled and frothed. Liwei reclined in his high-backed oak chair, enjoying the feast and the attentive service of his maids. He disliked small talk, and his guests were wise enough to understand this. Those closest to the center were stewards and retainers. Further out sat the freemen, rigid and proper in their seats, and at the outermost edge were the timid, bashful serfs. Today they had been granted the rare privilege of dining at their lord's table, yet they still ate in small, careful bites, terrified of breaching etiquette. To them, Liwei was their king, holding absolute power over life and death, and none dared act boldly in his presence. The guests marveled silently. This lord was only 13 years old, yet his shoulders were broader than many grown knights. When the maids refilled his wine, their fingertips brushed against his solid muscles, and their faces flushed red as ripe apples. They had once been lively farm girls, but near Liwei, all their liveliness was replaced by reverence, and they dared only whisper their acknowledgments. After several rounds of drinks, hurried footsteps shattered the festive atmosphere. A stocky young man rushed before Liwei and dropped to his knees with a thud, holding a long cloth bundle above his head. Liwei recognized him. Milan, son of the old blacksmith Toby. Milan, what is it? Liwei set down his cup. The youth unwrapped the bundle, revealing a knight's sword that gleamed coldly in the candlelight. The blade was straight with few impurities, showing both fine materials and meticulous craftsmanship in this era of low productivity. It was truly first-rate work, worth at least 1 or 2 gold coins. My lord, this is the finest sword I forged last year. I wish to present it to you. Milan kept his head bowed, his voice trembling. A fine sword indeed. Li Wei praised generously and accepted it without hesitation. Everything in the territory belonged to him anyway, and he received it with a clear conscience after all. In these turbulent times, he was the one shielding everyone from the storm. How is your father's health? He asked with genuine concern. Old Toby was the territory's most important blacksmith. The militia's weapons and the serfs' tools all depended on this family's craftsmanship. Li Wei couldn't afford to lose them. At this question, Milan's shoulders sagged dramatically. He kowtowed again, choking back tears. My lord, yesterday when my father and I went up the mountain to haul, we encountered men from the wild boar gang. I was fast enough to escape, but they captured my father. I can only beg you to save him. The wild boar gang. Li Wei's brow darkened as his worst fears materialized. He gripped his sword hilt, his expression turning ice cold. I understand. Go home and wait for news. This incident completely ruined his good mood. The feast ended abruptly. Night Wind extinguished several torches as Night Fred emerged from the shadows, his gaze sharp as a blade. My lord, the wild boar gang's capture of Old Toby was premeditated. They've been recruiting lately and desperately need weapons. A skilled blacksmith like Old Toby has been on Pig's radar for some time. The wild boar gang's leader, Wild Boar Knight. Pig had once been a blacksmith himself, and Old Toby's junior apprentice at that. Somehow he had acquired a breathing technique and luckily broke through to become a formal knight. Fred snorted coldly. He's probably no match for me. Should I take a squad out tomorrow and bring Old Toby back? Li Wei shook his head. There's no rush for now. With heavy snow blocking the roads, we can't be sure if this isn't a trap set by the wild boar gang. Old Toby is a valued asset to the wild boar knight, but he's not exactly the loyal type. To save his own skin, he'll definitely comply with the wild boar knight and do his bidding. His tone remained calm, yet concealed deep contemplation. So for the time being, his life should be safe. First, send someone to comfort young Toby. During this period, have our people gather detailed intelligence on the wild boar gang. Then we'll decide our next move. At this point, Li Wei let out a cold snort. Ever since my father's death, every Tom, Dick, and Harry thinks they can trample on the Black Serpent family. What a headache. The candlelight flickered, casting the young man's features in increasingly somber shadows. He raised his hand to support his forehead while across from him, Knight Fred listened quietly. Sir Fred, you may retire and rest now. Tomorrow, teach me proper swordsmanship. I'd also like to test that fine blade newly forged by Milan the blacksmith. In the dim yellow light, Li Wei's eyes were profound, his presence overwhelming like a tide. That authority wasn't the mere arrogance of an ordinary lord, but more like a legendary beast from ancient times gazing down upon all living things. Fred felt a tightness in his chest, as if he were being stalked by a predator. Instinctively, he shifted his gaze to behind the young man in the oil painting, a black serpent coiled around a castle, holding a candle upright, shadows and flames intertwining in fierce intimidation. It seems the young master has made significant breakthroughs in his breathing techniques, Fred thought to himself. The Black Serpent Baron had mastered breathing techniques and been promoted to sword-bearing squire within 3 months, reached Quasic Knight status in 1 year, became a knight in 2 years, and entered the ranks of great knights in 8 years. In comparison, the young master had only been practicing for 2 months, barely grasping the basics in the first half-month, yet had already caught up. His progress was astounding. Reflecting on these past 2 months, Li Wei studied until late every night and was the first to appear at the training grounds each morning. Witnessing this, Fred could only marvel. Talent might be limited, but such dedication was rarely matched in this world. He gathered his thoughts and offered a reminder. Young master, cultivation requires balance between effort and rest. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. With that, he retreated step by step from the hall, melting into the corridor's darkness. Only Li Wei and the silent longsword remained in the chamber. The young man caressed the sword's hilt, his gaze falling upon the proficiency panel in his mind as he sighed softly. I only want to be a self-sufficient minor lord, living peacefully and quietly. But without strength, everything is just wishful thinking. The second day of the new year, 4 o'clock in the morning. The long night had not yet ended, and Blackwater Valley remained shrouded in cold and dreams. The training ground was covered in pristine snow, charcoal crackling in the fire braziers, illuminating Li Wei in full heavy armor. At his waist hung his new sword, had named it Frostmourne, to commemorate that world he could never return to. Iron boots crunched through snow, armor plates clanging with muffled sounds. Footsteps approached from the distance as Knight Fred appeared, wrapped in a gray-blue cloak. Young master. He bowed, then drew his own long sword Daybreak, its cold gleam cutting through the darkness. Fred stood firm, sword tip pointing to the ground, chin slightly raised. The swordsmanship I'll teach you today is something I acquired by chance during my travels throughout the kingdom in my younger years. This technique has no name, so I call it the golden cross slash. The golden cross slash is essentially a technique that employs an extremely profound and intricate method of force generation, delivering cross-shaped strikes with power beyond imagination. It's not limited to swords, whether wielding a heavy hammer, blade, spear, or even a pitchfork. As long as one's mastery is sufficient, the same devastating force can be channeled through any weapon. Knight Fred stood with sword raised, his tone solemn as he continued instructing Li Wei. The golden cross slash has three realms: vibration cross slash, ripple cross slash, and spiral cross slash. Each successive level becomes increasingly difficult to comprehend. These correspond to three force techniques: the most basic vibration force, the advanced ripple force, and the supreme spiral force. He stretched his shoulders slightly, as if reminiscing about long years of training. I've been practicing this sword technique for over 20 years, and even now I've only fully mastered the ripple force. Yet this stage alone rivals the finest exquisite grade sword techniques in power. This shows that the technique's quality depends entirely on the practitioner's level of understanding. If one's talent is ordinary and they can only reach the vibration cross slash, it remains merely a fairly good basic level technique. But if one can touch upon the spiral cross slash, it becomes perfect, possibly even ascending to legendary status. Li Wei smiled bitterly upon hearing this. If even you've only reached the ripple stage, then aside from the creator, has anyone truly mastered the supreme spiral realm? Fred chuckled softly, patting the young man's shoulder. Don't lose heart, young master. Mastering the second stage's ripple cross slash is already sufficient. Your father also stopped at the ripple force level, yet he remained among the elite of great knights. Li Wei nodded. Of course, he wouldn't be discouraged with his status panel in hand. Once he grasped the basics, he could eventually grind this sword technique to maximum level. With that, Fred gripped Daybreak in his right hand. A fierce aura arose from within him, and barely perceptible tremors traveled along his arm into the sword. Hum, hum, hum. The blade resonated. The sword light suddenly split into two paths, crossing to form a golden cross that carried violent vibrations. Crack! The bull-thick black dragonwood post before him, hard as stone, was instantly split into four pieces. The sword's momentum subsided as Daybreak returned to its sheath in one fluid motion. Li Wei was inwardly shaken. Though black dragonwood wasn't as hard as steel, it certainly couldn't be broken by ordinary people. Yet Fred, using only vibration force, made his sword cut through the post like a scythe through melon. This is the power of knights. This is the power of sword techniques. The youth secretly clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fervent longing. Fred looked somewhat pleased, adding in a low voice, I only used 30% of my strength. At full power, combined with ripple force, I could even cleave through knight's plate armor. But that would damage the sword too much. It's unnecessary. Seeing Li Wei still looked confused, he drew his sword again for another demonstration. The key to the force technique lies in vibration. You might not have seen clearly. Let me do it once more. For the remainder of their time, Li Wei continuously watched demonstrations once, 10 times, dozens of times. Whenever his movements deviated slightly, the vibration force would fail to form. Fred patiently corrected him, never tiring of the repetition. To make the skill appear on his proficiency panel, Li Wei temporarily suspended his breathing technique practice and devoted himself entirely to sword training. He knew clearly that his mediocre talent for breathing techniques would require diligent practice to compensate. On the third morning, the sword-swinging motions had become muscle memory. Suddenly, he felt a weak but rhythmic tremor from Frostmourne in his hand, like human breathing. Li Wei's spirits surged. That was vibration force. Though still faint, it was genuine. At that very instant, a new skill materialized on his proficiency panel. Levi Snake Black Serpent Breathing Technique. Second tier, 55,000. Golden Cross Slash. First tier, 11,000. Special effect. Basic vibration. After 3 full days, he finally pushed the Golden Cross Slash to the entry level. His gaze swept across the panel, particularly drawn to the newly added special effect column. Special effects? Levi had never encountered such a prompt before. Clearly, basic vibration was precisely the vibration force that Knight Fred had mentioned, the essence of this sword technique. Through an extremely ingenious force application method, it made the knight's sword blade vibrate at high speed, enabling it to cut through iron like mud. This discovery also confirmed the high-end nature of the Golden Cross Slash. It came with special effects at just the first tier, while the second tier Black Serpent Breathing Technique remained empty-handed. Levi marveled inwardly, secretly speculating that whoever created this sword technique was at least a Grand Knight, or possibly even the legendary knight. With the skill in hand, he couldn't suppress his excitement, wishing he could immediately grind the proficiency to its limit. He struck while the iron was hot, swinging his sword to practice again. After some attempts, he could only make the blade produce extremely weak vibrations, and it required a long charging time. In actual combat, before the vibration could fully form, he might already be struck down by his opponent. Obviously, diligent practice remained the only path forward. Golden Cross / Proficiency 3. Golden Cross / Proficiency 2. The initial learning stage offered enormous room for improvement, with each sword swing bringing at least 2 proficiency points. Only when his stomach was completely empty did he have to stop. After a brief rest and filling his belly, he encountered Knight Fred in the corridor, who had just returned from training the militia. Has the young master grasped the vibration force? Fred, seeing his radiant expression, got straight to the point. Levi nodded. Mastering it initially in 3 days wasn't difficult, but it couldn't be considered fast either. He knew in his heart that the gap between initial mastery and perfection was enormous. He had merely crossed the threshold. Fortunately, his swordsmanship foundation was solid, had already maxed out his basic sword techniques. Vibration force was merely the lowest tier force application technique of the Golden Cross / As long as he was willing to put in the effort, he could always learn it. What was truly difficult were the higher level ripple force and spiral force. Fred smiled approvingly. Excellent sword talent. Your father also took 2 days to master it. Father took 2 days, he took 3. Levi felt a faint sense of defeat rising in his heart. Sir Fred, how long did it take you? The old knight held up 2 fingers. 2 days. Not woe attempts. Levi was speechless. Nearly 100 attempts over 3 days to barely reach entry level. While Fred needed only 2 attempts, this was genius. Yet even so, Fred had remained stuck at the ripple stage for a full 20 years, still unable to reach the spiral level. What hope did ordinary people have? Fortunately, he possessed the proficiency panel. As long as he lived, as long as he was willing to practice, someday he too could stand at the peak of spiral force. Levi calmed his emotions. By the way, the people I sent to investigate the wild boar gang have returned. Guess what they found? Knight Fred squinted his eyes, gazing toward the distant snow line, his voice low and direct. The wild boar gang has joined the Wilderness Brotherhood. The Wilderness Brotherhood? Li Wei sneered upon hearing this. No wonder that Boar Knight has been so arrogant lately. Turns out he's found himself a powerful backer. The Wilderness Brotherhood had quite a reputation in the northern regions of the kingdom, worshipping the Lord of the Wilderness as their core belief. Its members were mostly wandering knights, bandits, and outlaws who preached, return to the wild, freedom for all things, and firmly believed that all things originate from chaos and shall return to chaos. In their view, only by overthrowing the rule of the church and the kingdom, abolishing all power structures and the feudal system, could all beings evolve through the cruel doctrine of survival of the fittest, with everyone having the potential to become a god. To the church and the kingdom, this was undoubtedly naked heresy, making the Wilderness Brotherhood a constant target for suppression. The Millennial Holy War 3 years ago had disrupted the Northern Order, leaving the church and kingdom unable to spare sufficient forces for a thorough purge. Because of this, the long-dormant organization had managed to resurface once again. What do you plan to do about it? Fred withdrew his gaze and asked the young lord. For now, let them keep old blacksmith Toby for us. Li Wei replied without hesitation after some thought. Young blacksmith Milan's skills are improving daily. In a few days, I'll send some people to apprentice under him. We can't stop producing weapons and equipment for the militia. Good. Fred nodded, his mouth set in a tight line. This chaotic world is becoming even more turbulent. Li Wei was well aware of the gap between himself and the Wilderness Brotherhood. That group had been entrenched for years, and the number of knights under their command probably rivaled even that of a Grand Earl. If they already had a Grand Knight secretly stationed among them, his current strength was nowhere near enough to shake them. If only I had my father's power, I could charge straight into the Wild Boar gang, and the Wilderness Brotherhood wouldn't dare say a word. He smiled self-mockingly, then threw himself into his daily training routine. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1004, month of sprouting February. This should have been the season when all things awakened, but Blackwater Valley in the north remained sealed by heavy snow. Li Wei was forced to live in isolation, with only the practice of black serpent breathing technique and golden cross / filling all his time. His schedule was clear, the breathing technique twice each morning, noon, and evening, with the rest of his time devoted to sword practice. The breathing technique was fundamental but extremely draining on both energy and food supplies. The black bread stored before winter was nearly depleted, and each additional practice session meant accelerating the emptying of the granary. At his current pace, he could steadily gain 15 proficiency points daily, allowing him to break through to the 3rd tier and advance to Quasic Knight status within about a year, a speed comparable to his genius father. As for the Golden Cross / Li Wei always practiced until his body reached its absolute limit before sheathing his sword. Sword techniques didn't carry the risk of cultivation deviation, so progress came naturally swift. He would give himself 1 day off each week to allow his muscles and meridians to recover. Without the breathing technique's transformation of his physique, an ordinary person could never withstand such intense training. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1004, month of Vitality March. Ice and snow melted, and grass grew while birds sang outside Blackwater Valley. Li Wei's golden cross slash successfully broke through to the second tier, and he immediately opened his status panel. Levi Sinek Black Serpent Breathing Technique, second tier 1002-5000, golden cross slash, second tier 35,000, special effect, intermediate vibration. The special effect had advanced, evolving into intermediate vibration. Levi drew his long sword, Frostmourne, his arm and shoulder muscles rapidly trembling as the power of intermediate vibration instantly flowed into the blade. The metallic hum cut through the air, followed by two crisp clangs that echoed across the training ground. As crossed flashes of cold light swept past, the bowl-thick ordinary wooden post was sliced into 4 pieces, the cuts so smooth they looked as if polished by a master craftsman. Golden cross slash proficiency 1. He then switched his target to a sturdy black dragonwood post. With the same force and technique, his longsword only penetrated an inch into the wood before stopping. Levi sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply. The enhancement from intermediate vibration power is quite apparent. Ordinary wooden posts break with a single strike, but black dragonwood posts remain tough to crack. It seems I'll need to reach the 3rd tier and master advanced vibration power to match Nightfred's level. As for ripple power, that probably won't come until the 4th tier. Advancing from 1st to 2nd tier required only 1,000 experience points, but progressing from 2nd to 3rd tier had become dramatically more difficult. Whether it was the black serpent breathing technique or the golden cross slash, both were now stuck at bottlenecks, and the next breakthrough would take at least half a year. He wasn't impatient while his abilities had grown. He lacked the tempering of real combat, making this the perfect time to fill that gap with actual battles. Unlike Nightfred's demonstration-style sparring, he wanted life-and-death confrontations. Levi immediately decided to venture to the mountains behind his territory to seek opponents, and soon identified the ideal target for real combat. The Black Mountain Province took its name from the Black Mountain Range that stretched for thousands of miles. The mountains were perpetually shrouded in dark, dense black forests, with seas of conifers and bands of snowfields that bred countless fierce beasts. Blackwater Valley lay at the foot of a branch range, in the outer regions where wild beasts were somewhat fewer compared to the depths. In the entire Black Mountain ecosystem, the most representative creatures were the mountain wolves. They roamed the northern wilderness of the kingdom, typically moving in groups of 3 to 5, making them perfect prey for real combat training. Levi had experience grinding basic archery skills. Proficiency, gained in actual combat, often progressed faster than mere practice, so he set his sights on the mountain wolves. These wolves were natural-born hunters, averaging over a meter in shoulder height, more robust than the North American gray wolves of his previous life, even surpassing the ancient dire wolves. With massive bones and fierce temperaments, they had to be this way to survive in the competitive Black Mountains. The mountains also harbored more terrifying creatures, northern giant bears with combat prowess comparable to knights, and even mountain sovereigns that could rival great knights, silver saber-toothed lions, and armored mammoths. As a knight squire, Levi dared not provoke those apex predators, nor would he charge into large wolf packs. His targets were small packs of around 3 wolves, or isolated mountain wolves that had fallen behind. Moreover, with Nightfred secretly watching over him, even if he encountered a northern giant bear by chance, he could retreat safely. As for the king-level beasts, they only appeared in the core regions, and since Li Wei was hunting on the periphery, he was unlikely to encounter them. Ahead, a plump snow deer was foraging, a common herbivore on Black Mountain that Li Wei would hunt every few days while training his basic archery. For a territory with low productivity, venison from hunting provided an excellent food source, and most importantly, snow deer meat was truly delicious. Nightfred was also an experienced hunter who kept watch for any surrounding dangers, while Li Wei nocked an arrow and easily drew the bowstring to full tension with his immense strength. This bow had an effective range of 120 meters, and Li Wei was currently about 80 meters from the snow deer, separated by some dense forest. The deer hadn't noticed Li Wei yet, and continued grazing with its head down. Whoosh! With master-level archery, Li Wei naturally couldn't miss. The arrowhead, propelled by tremendous force, buried itself deep into the snow deer's skull, piercing straight through. Soon, the deer collapsed. They would use it as bait. With the mountain wolf's keen sense of smell, they would surely catch the scent of blood soon enough. "Sir Fred, let's climb the trees," Li Wei said as he settled onto a branch to wait. Time passed minute by minute. Before long, wolf howls echoed from the distant mountain forest. A whoa. Then different wolf calls responded. 4 of them. "Do you need me to intervene?" Nightfred asked. Li Wei shook his head. "I'll handle it myself. You can step in if I can't manage. With armor on, there shouldn't be any problems." Soon, 4 mountain wolves, each as large as a calf, appeared in the forest clearing below, cautiously sniffing the air around them. Fortunately, both Fred and Li Wei were seasoned hunters, and Li Wei, with his master-level hunting skills, had already treated their scent specially. Eventually, all 4 wolves gathered around the snow deer's carcass. The strongest alpha wolf began tearing into the belly. Without the alpha's permission, the other wolves could only drool but dared not begin eating. At that moment, a rope descended from above. Li Wei slid down wearing his armor, landing heavily as the snow seemed to tremble beneath him. Thud! The snow's cushioning combined with Li Wei's robust physique allowed him to land steadily. The alert mountain wolves immediately sensed something was wrong, and after snarling for a while failed to frighten Li Wei away. They all charged at him under the alpha's lead. They moved extremely fast. Even experienced hunters would have no choice but to flee and climb trees when encountering them. Golden Cross Slash. The cross-shaped sword light stirred up ice and snow. One mountain wolf was caught by the blade's gleam and split into 4 pieces, its entrails spilling across the ground. A single fatal blow, brutally efficient. Golden Cross Slash Proficiency 5. This perfect cross slash brought Li Wei a 5-point proficiency increase, something that had never happened before. The alpha wolf stared at Li Wei in terror. Being quite intelligent, it immediately realized it was no match for this human and bolted. You ate my deer meat and think you can escape? Wolf meat tasted quite good too, and Li Wei naturally wouldn't let them go. The territory was too poor even as its lord. If he wanted to eat well, he had to hunt for himself. Li Wei didn't use his archery, but swiftly gave chase. Despite wearing armor, his agility and speed were nearly comparable to the mountain wolves in short bursts, and he quickly caught up to one of them. Golden Cross Slash. Another mountain wolf was dismembered, blood splattering across his armor. Golden Cross Slash Proficiency 4. After killing 2 wolves, Li Wei realized the alpha wolf had vanished. Before he could react, a brutal force struck from behind. The alpha wolf had taken advantage of his distraction, circling around to sneak up on him. Li Wei's feet slipped as he was violently knocked down. The moment those razor-sharp fangs lunged at him, his maxed-out basic combat instincts kicked in. He threw his elbow up to shield his head, forcefully blocking the wolf's jaws, then delivered a reverse elbow strike to the alpha's jaw. Using the momentum, he executed a carp-like flip to spring back to his feet, pressing against a thick tree trunk beside him as he caught his breath, cursing himself for underestimating these beasts' intelligence. The alpha wolf retreated several steps, its green eyes fixed on him, clearly recognizing that Li Wei was at his limit. It raised its head and howled, immediately receiving echoes from the forest as several gray shadows burst through the trees. Within moments, 5 mountain wolves formed a crescent formation, cutting off all of Li Wei's escape routes. Being surrounded by 5 mountain wolves could prove fatal even for a knight in training with the slightest mistake. High in the treetops, Knight Fred's expression shifted slightly, ready to intervene at any moment. He assessed silently. In just 2 months, the young master has become so skilled with the Golden Cross Slash's vibration force. His swordsmanship talent far exceeds my expectations. The battle below reignited. Clad in full plate armor, Li Wei kept his steps low and sliding, evading the wolves' encirclement. Though outnumbered, the wolves' teeth could only strike sparks against his armor plates. For a knight, armor was a second life. Li Wei had long adapted to this equipment through weighted training, and now wearing it, he could block wolf fangs without hindering his movements. When he eventually removed the armor, his agility would only improve further. The black serpent breathing technique operated like bellows, burning energy frantically within his body. The frequent use of the Golden Cross Slash's vibration force was tremendously draining, so Li Wei decided to end this quickly. The blade of Frostmourne and the gaps in his armor were already soaked with blood, and the earth beneath his feet had turned crimson. He abandoned defense, closing in aggressively. Amid flashing blades, the fearless mountain wolves fell one by one. Seeing the tide turning, the cunning alpha commanded its subordinates to desperately hold Li Wei while quietly retreating. A bowstring twanged, and an arrow shot through the air, exploding the alpha's head-on impact as it collapsed lifeless. Finally, silence returned, leaving only wolf corpses scattered about. Li Wei stood with sword in hand, quickly assessing his performance. Wearing armor and fighting Hedon, he could now handle 5 or more mountain wolves. Without armor, 3 would be his limit. In this world, the combined combat power of 3 mountain wolves was more ferocious than a Siberian tiger from his previous life. However, when facing a true knight, the armor advantage would disappear entirely, and the gap would remain obvious. He was satisfied with this battle. His Golden Cross Slash proficiency had jumped by 30 to 40 points, equivalent to 1 or 2 days of regular practice. In actual combat, swordsmanship and breathing techniques were pushed to their absolute limits, naturally making them far more efficient than daily training. However, safety always came first. Similar real combat must be based on controllable risks. Otherwise, slowly grinding proficiency was perfectly acceptable. With the proficiency panel available, Li Wei didn't need to seek breakthroughs through life and death situations. Having just expended considerable energy on breathing techniques and swordsmanship, intense hunger struck again. Li Wei, now well practiced in this routine, quickly pulled out his prepared rations to ease the gnawing sensation. Knight Fred stepped over the blood-soaked ground littered with severed limbs, his voice grave as he warned, "Pack up and head down the mountain. The smell of blood is too strong, it'll draw packs of mountain wolves or other predators." Li Wei nodded in understanding. Once wolf packs reached dozens or even hundreds in number, even Fred in his armor would face dire odds. Knight's armor was an Iron Man's suit, and vulnerabilities still existed. The spoils before them had to be put to full use. Mountain wolf pelts made excellent coat material, both warm and durable, while the meat provided rare protein. The two men immediately gutted the inedible organs and buried them in the snow. Li Wei then fashioned a makeshift sled from broken branches and hemp rope, securing the carcasses of both the snow deer and mountain wolves easily, over 1,000 pounds combined. He and Fred took positions side by side, gripping the ropes and beginning their descent through the crunching snow. No sooner had they departed than howls echoed through the wind. Mountain wolves with frost-white and ink-black markings burst from the forest, quickly filling the former battlefield. The massive pack of over 100 wolves would force even seasoned knights to flee. They formed a circle, whimpering softly. Moments later, a silver giant wolf slowly emerged, standing 4 feet at the shoulder with a build rivaling a polar bear, its mane lion-like and presence commanding. Clearly the alpha, possibly even a mutant variant. The giant wolf gazed down at the scattered organs with complex eyes, then opened its maw to devour the flesh of its fallen kin. In the harsh winter, no food could be wasted. After filling its belly, it leaped onto a boulder, sharp gaze following the sled tracks and blood spots that led toward the mountain's base. Intelligent beasts typically avoided confronting humans, but years of heavy snowfall had drastically reduced prey, making it increasingly difficult to feed over 100 wolves. The livestock in human enclosures presented an undeniably tempting target. Upon returning to his domain, servants and soldiers erupted in cheers, seeing Li Wei's successful hunt. Li Wei showed no joy, coldly instructing, "All sentries increase patrols. Wolf packs may seek revenge. Blacksmith, forge arrowheads at full capacity." The recent recovery period had seen all major castle defenses fully repaired, and he had trained 50 militiamen. Though armed only with farming tools like pitchforks and wooden shields, combined with the techniques Fred had taught them, they should hopefully manage against a single mountain wolf. Humans possessed natural endurance and tool-making abilities that made many predators less fearsome than imagined. This hunt had significantly increased the castle's meat reserves, finally allowing Li Wei to focus wholeheartedly on his breathing technique cultivation. The month of vitality passed, and the month of green grass April arrived. The cold gradually receded, snow in the lowland plains melted completely, and tender green shoots broke through the soil. Serfs in Blackwater Valley began sowing spring wheat, while militiamen joined the cultivation efforts during training breaks. With favorable weather, the month of wheat September would bring harvest. Spring's vigor filled the territory with life, snow-blocked roads reopened, and contact with the outside world resumed. On this particular day, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes from meditation within the castle. 3 days earlier, he had received an unexpected invitation. "Dear Baron Levi Snake, the month of flowers is approaching, and the silver frost flowers of Silver Moon territory are about to bloom. I cordially invite you to attend this year's noble ball that I am hosting. The letter is from Baron Fox of the neighboring Silver Moon territory. Shall we go?" Knight Fred held the letter, standing beside the desk. "No." Levi didn't even lift his head, refusing decisively. "Then I'll have someone write a letter to politely decline." Fred bowed slightly and turned to leave. Levi set down his sword, calculating in his mind. His strength was still too weak. If he attended the banquet alone and caught someone's attention, he would likely not escape. If he brought Knight Fred along, the territory would immediately become vulnerable. This world had no high-speed rail. The mountain roads were treacherous, and the round trip would take at least a day or two. The risks far outweighed the benefits. He had absolutely no interest in so-called noble balls. They were nothing but boring social gatherings where nobles showed off their status to each other. As a child, he had attended Duke Blackmountain's ball with his father and had already witnessed the hypocritical and pretentious faces of those people. "I'd rather spend this time practicing my skills." Levi shook his head mockingly and resumed his sword training meditation. Staying in his territory was both safe and comfortable. The month of flowers finally arrived. Beyond several towering gray limestone mountain ranges, about 200 miles south of Blackwater Valley, lay Silver Moon territory. Today was the day Baron Fox was hosting his noble ball. On the hillsides covered with silver frost flowers, petals danced in the wind like a layer of silvery white mist. The Baron had ordered magnificent canopies to be erected early, white tablecloths spread out, and tables laden with fragrant wine and glistening roasted meat. Colorfully dressed young men and women moved in pairs among the festivities, dancing to the cheerful melodies of harps and flutes, silver cups clinking, laughter rising and falling. "I heard that Duke Blackmountain's youngest daughter is engaged to the royal white knight Edward." A golden-haired girl lowered her voice, unable to hide her excitement. "Oh my, White Knight Edward!" Her companion clasped her hands together, cheeks flushed. Only 25 years old and already advanced to Grand Knight, the royal courts acknowledged most promising candidate to reach legendary status. Don't forget, he single-handedly slew 2 Grand Knights from the Storm Church during the Millennial Holy War. He's now the dream lover of every noble girl in the entire Emerald Kingdom. Another joined the conversation, voice full of admiration. I even dreamed last night that I was riding a unicorn with him. A nearby young man raised his eyebrows. Speaking of geniuses, Blackwater Valley once produced someone who rivaled the White Knight, but he fell too early. You mean the Black Snake Knight? The girl pursed her lips. He was too rigid, devoted his entire life to his deceased wife, and didn't leave many branch bloodlines for the Snake family. Only that Levi. And what happened? That weakling Levi personally handed over his father's legacy to others, completely useless. One of Baron Fox's daughters interjected indignantly. Umph. My father specifically invited him to the ball, but he couldn't even be bothered to send a courtesy reply. How rude. Everyone echoed this sentiment. As the wine flowed, some laughed heartily, and quite a few young men and women grabbed wine jugs and staggered away, slipping toward the dense forest behind the hillside under the moonlight. In the tree shadows, giggles mixed with soft gasps. Some leaned against tree trunks, exchanging passionate kisses. Others quietly loosened their collars, gowns and cloaks dampened by grass and leaves, but no one cared. Heat mingled with wine's fragrance rose in the dim forest as these noble offspring took advantage of the night and floral scents to engage in blush-inducing activities, pursuing deeper exchanges and connections. Despite the church's constraints, the nobility of this world always found ways to transform ordinary social balls into depraved gatherings. In the council chamber of Silvermoon Castle, candles flickered and the air was thick with wine. 3 barons clad in full armor sat around a circular oak table, their silver goblets clinking together from time to time. At the head sat the lord of Silvermoon Territory, Baron Fox, a middle-aged nobleman with a gaunt face and lean frame, known as the Silver Fox Knight. To his left sat Baron Bill of Rockstone Territory, the Rock Bear Knight, a giant of a man standing 7.5 feet tall with broad shoulders. Years of practicing the giant bear breathing technique had made his muscles bulge like stone. On the right was Baron Wolf of Frostwind Territory, the Frost Wolf Knight, wearing a fur mantle with a faint smile playing between his brows. These 3 were Levi's neighboring lords, and all were genuine formal knights. Thank you both for gracing my ball with your presence. The Silver Fox Knight raised his cup, his tone gentle. Cut the crap, old fox. The Rock Bear Knight replied bluntly in his gruff voice. Everyone knows the Silver Fox family is full of schemes. We Rock Bears don't like beating around the bush. His warhammer leaned casually against his chair, its iron handle gleaming with an oily sheen. The Frost Wolf Knight chuckled, glancing around. Big guy, you're still the Sammy no tact whatsoever. Speaking of which, where are the black snakes? The Silver Fox Knight cleared his throat softly. Little Black Snake declined my gracious invitation. I'd bet that was the Snake Vulture Knight's idea. No matter without Sawada, the Black Snake family is merely clinging to life. A Snake Vulture Knight past his prime won't last much longer. He set down his wine cup, his tone leisurely. I've invited you both here today to discuss the future plans of our 3 great families. For this purpose, I've brought in a heavyweight. With that, he clapped his hands. The heavy doors of the council chamber creaked open slowly. A knight in black plate armor strode in with heavy footsteps, a meteor hammer hanging at his waist, its metal chains jingling. His helmet concealed his face, revealing only cold eyes. The Rock Bear Knight raised an eyebrow, while the Frost Wolf Knight's smile vanished abruptly, both turning to look at the Silver Fox Knight. Don't be alarmed. The Silver Fox spread his hands. This is the Wild Boar Knight, from the Wilderness Brotherhood. He's not here to fight us, we have business to discuss. The Rock Bear Knight snorted coldly, patting his warhammer. I hear you practice the mountain boar breathing technique and possess tremendous strength. Some even say your brute force surpasses our Rock Bear family. Huh. His words dripped with disdain. The Wild Boar Knight merely shrugged his armored shoulders slightly and glanced at him with indifference, saying nothing. The Frost Wolf Knight's expression darkened. Silver Fox, you actually brought someone from the Wilderness Brotherhood into your territory? If the kingdom and the church find out, you know the consequences. Only we few know about this. The Silver Fox narrowed his eyes meaningfully. As long as you don't speak, the church will never know. Before he finished speaking, both the Rock Bear and Frost Wolf Baron's faces darkened simultaneously. The Wild Boar Knight stepped back, blocking the council chamber doors, his iron boots striking the ground with thunder-like sounds. The Silver Fox Knight smiled apologetically. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but for the Silver Fox family, I have no choice. You really think you can keep us here? The Frost Wolf Knight drew his knight's sword, its silver blade gleaming coldly in the firelight. The Rock Bear Knight gripped his 100-pound warhammer, muscles bulging like a beast ready to strike. The Wild Boar Knight, who had remained silent, pulled out an ancient black snuff bottle from his cloak. The bottle was covered in cracks, yet emanated an eerie luster. He began chanting in low tones, the syllables like ancient incantations echoing off the stone walls. Lamp spirit, quickly appear. The lid of the black snuff bottle opened by itself, releasing an eerie black smoke that quickly rose and condensed into a twisted humanoid figure, resembling the scream from an abstract painting. The Rock Bear Knight's scalp instantly tingled with dread as he swung his heavy hammer down. Bang! The hammer passed straight through the figure, only smashing a deep crack in the floor. The Wild Boar Knight stood nearby with arms crossed, watching with gleaming satisfaction in his eyes. The Frost Wolf Knight immediately drew his sword and slashed horizontally, but the cold blade light passed through the black mist without any resistance. He stumbled back several steps, his face pale as death, shouting a warning. Big guy, it's an evil spirit. Our attacks are useless. Run. We must report this. Before he could finish, two thinner wisps of black smoke shot from the twisted figure's chest, slithering like venomous snakes into the nostrils of both the Frost Wolf Knight and Rock Bear Knight. Both men froze instantly, their pupils trembling. The Rock Bear Knight gritted his teeth and activated the dark energy in his arm. Black patterns spread rapidly as a piercing shriek erupted from within his body, as if two forces were tearing at his soul. However, this dark energy could only offer brief resistance before being completely suppressed in the blink of an eye. His face turned ashen as the black energy on his arm dissipated. The Frost Wolf Knight suffered the same fate, struggling briefly before succumbing. Thud, thud, both armored figures collapsed almost simultaneously. Their eyes were wide open, faces contorted as if they had witnessed unspeakably horrific visions before death. Then, wisps of pale essence seeped from their bodies, all absorbed by the snuff bottle spirit, making its outline increasingly solid. In an instant, the two knights appeared no different from living men, yet they had no breath of life left. Burp, the spirit let out a satisfied belch before retreating back into the black snuff bottle, leaving only its sinister voice echoing through the empty council chamber. This transaction pleases me greatly. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, as a gift, I shall act once on behalf of your wilderness brotherhood. For the next transaction, you must offer 3 knights. The spirit had actually spoken. The Wild Boar Knight quickly bowed his head, responding respectfully. Yes, Lord Lamp Spirit. Everything fell silent, leaving only 2 freshly cold corpses in armor on the floor. The Wild Boar Knight surveyed his companions, his voice ice cold. According to our original plan, you 3 encountered the legendary evil spirit while en route to the noble ball. The Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight perished unfortunately, while you survived purely by luck thanks to your devout wearing of the radiant chapter of the Heavenly Father. The Silver Fox Knight pursed his lips, clearly uncertain. But will the kingdom and church believe us? Murdering other nobles is a grave crime. Don't worry, the Wild Boar Knight said with conviction. Whether they believe it or not, no one will investigate. The church will gladly use this opportunity to proclaim a miracle, portraying their Lord as omnipotent. Besides, the 1,000-year holy war has left both kingdom and church exhausted, and the feudal lords have long harbored treasonous thoughts. I suspect the king will secretly breathe a sigh of relief at these 2 barons' deaths. The Wild Boar Knight sneered coldly. Furthermore, the fact that both men were attacked by evil spirits is indisputable, and you weren't lying about that point. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain how these 2 men died suddenly while their bodies remained completely intact and showed no signs of poisoning. But who would have thought that this evil spirit was actually under human control? The Boar Knight lowered his voice, sounding both smug and sinister. Throughout the entire kingdom, only we of the Wilderness Brotherhood can command such legendary terrors. A pleasure doing business with you. And everything has concluded perfectly, though it's a pity the Serpent Eagle Knight didn't show up. Here are 1,000 gold coins. I hope our future cooperation will be even smoother. Chaos will eventually come, and may the Lord of the Wilderness protect you. As his words ended, he slammed a bulging burlap sack onto the ground, the dull clatter of metal collision echoing through the room. With that, he turned and left, his heavy cloak stirring up dust, leaving only the Silver Fox Knight standing there alone. The Silver Fox's expression shifted unpredictably before he finally let out a long sigh, bent down, and gathered the bag of gold coins into his arms. For a small territory like the Silver Moon Domain, 1,000 gold coins was equivalent to nearly 10 years of total fiscal revenue. Gold coins held tremendous purchasing power in this era. This bag of gleaming wealth represented dozens of sets of fine knight armor, and the only opportunity to expand military equipment. The Silver Fox Knight understood that even at the enormous risk of the church discovering the truth, he had to grit his teeth and accept this blood money. Recalling the horrific scene of the Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight's deaths still filled him with lingering fear. 2 formal knights had been utterly powerless against the evil spirit. The dark energy seemed capable of restraining evil spirits, but it was pitifully weaker rather. The dark energy within both knights was far insufficient in both quality and quantity. That eerie invisible attack, that ability to phase in and out at will, made the evil spirit nearly invincible. If the Wilderness Brotherhood fully mastered this power, the kingdom and the church would be the ones with headaches next. True winter was approaching, and no one could remain unaffected. All the Silver Fox Knight could do was become as strong as possible before winter's arrival. Several days later, Li Wei, Lord of Blackwater Valley, learned from traveling merchants that the Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight had encountered an evil spirit at a banquet and died suddenly. His heart tightened, and he secretly wiped away cold sweat. Fortunately, he had refused to attend that day. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or false, the Silver Fox Knight's invitation clearly had ulterior motives. Li Wei had personally encountered evil spirits before and knew they were far from mere legends. But this time, the evil spirit had only killed Rock Bear and Frost Wolf while sparing the host. The Silver Fox Knight. This was truly suspicious. However, this was beyond his ability to worry about. What exactly were these monsters that even knights couldn't handle? To fight against them would probably require relying on wizards and magic. Finding clues about wizards had to be prioritized. Magic could only be broken by magic. Spring gave way to summer, and the heat waves of the flowing fire month swept across the land. After more than a month of investigation, the Holy Radiance Church announced its conclusion. The Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight had died from an evil spirit attack. The news spread throughout the nation, causing widespread panic. For years, people had considered evil spirits nothing more than old stories adults used to frighten naughty children. But now they had been officially confirmed by the most authoritative church. The Pope immediately issued a friendly reminder to nobles and commoners alike. Wearing the badge of Holy Radiance could ward off evil, and the Silver Fox Knight had been spared precisely because he wore such a badge. The emblems, which had previously only been sold during the church's millennial commemoration for 1 gold coin each, were suddenly being scalped for 100 gold coins and were still in short supply. Princes, dukes, wealthy merchants, and magnates dared not venture out without wearing a badge of Holy Radiance, or they couldn't sleep or eat in peace. No one wanted to follow in the footsteps of the two formal knights. After all, even the lofty knights had proven as fragile as paper before evil spirits. Of course, none of this had anything to do with the peaceful and tranquil Blackwater Valley. Within the territory of Blackwater Valley lay a lush forest valley. The Blackwater River flowed through the valley floor like a dark silk ribbon, silently witnessing the changing seasons of the domain. This spring, melting snow from the high mountains provided sweet snowmelt that flowed through newly constructed irrigation channels into the terraced fields. Combined with abundant summer sunshine, this year's crops grew exceptionally robust, the only regret being that the climate limited them to a single harvest per year, though at least drought would not visit them. The territory operated smoothly, but Li Wei had been purely a liberal arts student in his previous life, completely ignorant of engineering and scientific knowledge, and unclear about how to create those inventions that could boost productivity. If he possessed the skills to climb the technology tree, perhaps he truly could have sparked a steam revolution across this backward continent like certain other transmigrators. However, the reality was that he excelled neither at management nor farming, only at grinding proficiency levels, so he entrusted all matters large and small to Knight Fred and various specialists. For Li Wei, the proficiency panel had only one purpose from beginning to end: pursuing immortality in this other world. His identity and status as a lord were merely tools on his path of cultivation. As for wealth, power, love, and worldly troubles, he regarded them all as fleeting clouds. In the year 1004 of the sacred calendar, the furnace month August arrived. While the south sweltered in unbearable heat, Blackwater Valley in the kingdom's northern frontier enjoyed pleasant temperatures due to its higher elevation. Knight Fred led the militia in constructing irrigation channels, directing water from the Blackwater River into the fields, ensuring this year's good harvest. During the agricultural off-season, Li Wei encouraged the serfs to fish in the Blackwater River, providing additional income for the territory. Li Wei himself dared not approach the riverbank fearing those clinging evil spirits, yet his greatest dream in his previous life had been laid-back fishing. A pack of cigarettes, a bench, and a fishing rod could occupy an entire day. Now that his strength had improved, his need for meat had greatly increased. He could consume over 10 pounds of meat daily, and with limited cattle and sheep in Blackwater Valley, he naturally turned his attention to the river. The Blackwater River teemed with cold-water bass and salmon, tender and nutritious, and though bony, this posed no difficulty for him. Fish bones presented no threat to his throat. Li Wei taught the territory's cooks all the Chinese methods for preparing river fish from his previous life: steaming, braising, charcoal grilling. The flavors still couldn't match those of Earth, since the Emerald Kingdom resembled medieval Europe before the age of exploration, with common spices scarce and precious spices monopolized by royalty and great nobles, making them difficult to obtain even with Li Wei's wealth. However, these improved cooking methods still far surpassed the crude, dark cuisine of the past, and combined with the excellent water quality of the Blackwater River, the fish had almost no muddy taste, both improving the flavor and completely solving the meat shortage for Li Wei and the garrison. Knight Fred also began eating river fish with his lord. Since becoming a knight, he had rarely touched such ingredients that nobles considered food for commoners. Now seeing Li Wei voluntarily embracing frugality to save the territory's expenses, he couldn't help but feel moved. Young Master Li Wei was destined for great things. In peaceful tranquility, days passed one by one until the wheat moon arrived. The wheat in the territory had turned golden yellow, and the joy of harvest was written all over Lord Li Wei's face. Farming was truly a wonderful endeavor. On this particular day, which was the weekly rest day, Li Wei sipped wine while watching the serfs below harvest wheat in the valley. This year had brought favorable weather, and Li Wei was confident that the wheat yield would be significantly higher than last year's. However, when the harvest moon of October arrived, Li Wei was dumbfounded. Compared to the previous year, the yield had increased by less than 1%. He summoned Knight Fred and the estate steward. After reviewing data from previous years, he discovered an intriguing pattern. Regardless of the weather conditions in any given year, the territory's wheat production remained essentially unchanged. After some investigation, Li Wei realized there was a fundamental problem with the territory's policies. According to the customs of this world, the serfs belonged to the lord as private property, and the land was also private property granted to the lord by the king. Whatever the serfs produced, whether wheat or other agricultural products, they could only keep a small fixed portion for themselves while surrendering the rest to their minor lord. The minor lord would then convert the grain to money and pass a portion up to their direct superior lord, with this tribute eventually reaching the highest lord, the royal family of the Emerald Kingdom, in what they called assistance funds. Over time, many serfs had become lazy. Whether it was sowing or fertilizing, they did everything half-heartedly. After all, since everything would ultimately go to the lord, what was the point of working hard when increased harvests wouldn't benefit them? As long as the tribute wasn't too low, the lord wouldn't be too harsh on the serfs, especially since everyone's yields were similarly poor. Li Wei felt it was necessary to change the territory's policies. He called Knight Fred and shared his ideas. Knight Fred was somewhat shocked. Since ancient times, no one had ever done such a thing. As a lord, if he felt the serfs were being lazy, he need only set hard quotas each year and severely punish those who failed to meet them. There was no need to show such generosity, was simply too kind-hearted. Li Wei shook his head. The best way to motivate these people wasn't through punishment, but by letting them eat their fill. Knight Fred pondered this thoughtfully. Very well, they could try it. And if it didn't work, they could always return to the old ways without any real loss. Thus, after the harvest moon passed, a new policy began to be implemented throughout the territory. The steward went from house to house, bringing the serfs tremendous news. The lord had declared that starting next year, each household would only need to surrender 60% of their wheat harvest to the lord, while the remainder would belong to the serfs themselves. The serfs in their wooden huts showed expressions of disbelief. Was this real? By the merciful Heavenly Father above, surely the Lord wasn't deceiving them? Are you questioning the Lord's authority? No, we're not. Finally, to dispel the serfs' doubts, Li Wei had to personally give a speech announcing the implementation of the new policy. Upon hearing it was true, the serfs were overjoyed. For the first time, they felt that life held promise and their future looked bright. Li Wei wasn't sure if this strategy would work, but he felt it was time to make some changes. Autumn in Blackwater Valley was always too brief, and soon the north wind moon arrived. On the training ground below the castle, Li Wei's body and arms moved in a blur, wielding Frostmourne to execute a beautiful cross slash. The hard black dragonwood post in front of him, covered with various strike marks, finally split into 4 pieces. The sound was crisp, the cuts clean. Golden cross slash proficiency 1, came the system notification. Li Wei exhaled and then jumped up with delighted surprise, happy like a teenager should be. He had broken through. Li Wei Black Serpent Breathing Technique. Second tier, 4502500. Golden Cross slash. Third tier, 110000. Special effect. Advanced Vibration. Advanced Vibration Power. Ha. This is Advanced Vibration. Li Wei swung his long sword, the blade cutting through the air with a deep hum comparable to heavy drums. His Golden Cross slash's first stage, the Vibrating Cross slash, had finally reached mastery, and the surging power from the blade's trembling made him laugh triumphantly toward the sky. This rush of growing stronger is intoxicating. He sheathed his sword, eyes burning with intensity. With his current strength, he could face a knight apprentice in battle. Unfortunately, this technique would inevitably draw blood once used, so there was no way to test it for now. It had been exactly 1 year since he began practicing the Black Serpent Breathing Technique, and now he was only 1 step away from the 3rd tier. By his calculations, he would achieve it by year's end. Then he would be a true knight apprentice, needing only to condense his life seed to enter the ranks of official knights. That would mean he truly possessed the power to protect himself in this world and join the ranks of upper-tier warriors. Li Wei compared silently. The breathing technique was clearly more difficult to cultivate than the first stage of the Golden Cross slash, perhaps because his natural talent for swordsmanship was superior. Next, he planned to focus entirely on breaking through to the third tier of the black serpent breathing technique. With his goal set, he entered intense training mode once again. Life as a lord was monotonous and repetitive, but whenever the proficiency numbers jumped and the one notification appeared, it was like strong liquor, reigniting his fighting spirit. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1004, Month of Winter's Grip. 3 years had passed since the thousand-year holy war between the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire ended. While the major battles had ceased on the surface, small-scale conflicts never stopped. Everyone understood that behind the warfare lay the struggle between churches: the Sacred Light Church, which worshipped the Heavenly Father, and the Storm Church, which revered the Storm Emperor, constantly fighting for territory to expand their influence and spread their respective divine names across the continent. Achieving this goal was extremely difficult. The current world had 7 great kingdoms and empires, each with citizens and nobles who worshipped orthodox gods. All sides engaged in open and covert struggles, and trying to destroy the other 6 nations and churches to unify the world was nearly impossible. However, since the day the 7 great churches were born, their purpose had been to spread faith, so it was predictable that civilization's progress would be accompanied by religious conflict. Setting aside the disputes between nations, deep in the mountains where Blackwater Valley lay, another bloody battle was unfolding. In the dense forest, over 100 mountain wolves spread out in a fan formation, surrounding a silver-white giant beast in the center. It was a northern giant bear that had just awakened from hibernation, standing 6 feet tall at the shoulder and over 13 feet long, its fur gleaming in the dappled forest shadows. Northern giant bears were among the most renowned wild beasts of the north. Adults possessed knight-level strength, and the exceptional ones could match high-tier knights, easily capable of slaying giant elephants. This somewhat smaller female bear was still roaring, hind legs planted firmly, muscles tensed. If it were an adult male bear, it would typically possess combat power comparable to a peak knight. Facing it were wolves covering the mountainside, and the mountain wolf king leading them. Individual mountain wolves were far inferior to northern giant bears, but they excelled in teamwork and overwhelming numbers. However, even wolf packs numbering in the hundreds rarely take the initiative to hunt northern giant bears. But this year, with too many mouths to feed and scarce prey, the alpha wolf of this snowy forest had no choice but to take the risk. In spring, that northern mother bear had intruded uninvited into its territory, competing for the already scarce food and occasionally killing the mountain wolves under its command. Today, with the mother bear in hibernation, the alpha wolf had deliberated long and decided to eliminate her once and for all, while giving its pack a hearty meal. Yet the mother bear was extraordinarily alert, seeming to catch the scent of the mountain wolf pack from afar and immediately fleeing. However, in terms of speed and endurance, she was no match for these mountain wolves who could match human hunters in stamina, and was eventually cornered in a valley. Surrounded on all sides, the mother bear stopped running. Further flight would only waste energy, and she needed a quick, decisive battle. She roared skyward, her voice shaking the forest, rising on her hind legs with her front paws off the ground, her massive frame towering 2 stories high like a demon god. Several ordinary mountain wolves retreated in fear. The alpha wolf immediately howled to rally its pack. It was a rare mutant alpha, whose individual strength, though inferior to the northern giant bear, rivaled that of a shield-bearing knight. More importantly, it never fought alone. The battle erupted immediately. The pack of mountain wolves fearlessly lunged at the mother bear. With one swipe of her paw, the mother bear crushed any wolf that failed to dodge into pulp. Not even armored wolves, let alone chain-mailed knights, could withstand such a blow. Only heavy plate armor might deflect the direct impact. Yet that terrifying force could shatter the organs and bones of most knights not trained in defensive breathing techniques. Both sides fought desperately for survival. There was no good or evil, only the will to live. Time passed slowly, and the mother bear was covered with mountain wolves, her thick fur torn and bloodied, crimson staining the snow beneath her feet. Exhausted beyond measure, she still fought without retreat. Only after the mountain wolves had lost a full third of their number did the mother bear finally begin to weaken. The cautious alpha wolf then struck, its sharp fangs sinking deep into her carotid artery, while other mountain wolves simultaneously tore open her belly. The northern giant bear's agonized roar echoed through the mountains, scattering birds and beasts. The former ruler of the forest had fallen. From now on, this territory would have only one king, the mountain wolf alpha. Soon, the giant bear ceased all struggle, and the battle ended. The alpha wolf led the feast on their spoils. This massive carcass, along with their fallen comrades, would sustain the pack for a month. For the dead mountain wolves, it felt no pity as long as food was abundant. Fresh blood would soon replenish their ranks. However, the alpha wolf did not know that in a cave more than 10 miles away, 3 bear cubs the size of calves were staring toward the direction of their mother's death, whimpering briefly before frantically rushing out of the den. Born just this past spring, northern giant bears required 7 years to mature. These seemingly robust cubs, not yet a year old, hadn't even learned to hunt. Instinct told the little ones that only by venturing deep into the borderlands between the mountains and human settlements might they find scraps and avoid the deadly wolf packs. Under cover of night, they could sneak into village garbage heaps to forage for food. The three chubby cubs stumbled along together, one grayish in color, one pure white most resembling their mother, and the last seemingly a genetic mutation, black and white, plump but lacking their mother's majesty. Following one another, they wobbled toward the valley where Blackwater Valley lay, facing an unknown new life. Unable to hunt and not yet physically strong, they might very well not survive the night. But this world had always been cruel. Living itself was difficult, wasn't it? In the year 1005 of the Sacred Light calendar, on New Year's Day, reports of evil spirits causing havoc began pouring in from all directions following the attacks on the Rock Bear Knights and Frost Wolf Knights, though their authenticity remained questionable. The Sacred Light Church promptly made a high-profile announcement. One of their bishops had developed an exceptionally effective holy water against evil spirits called Sacred Light No. 1. The usage was simple: one bottle every 7 days for a month would grant complete protection against all evil. Priced at 10 gold coins per bottle, the initial batch of 3,000 sold out within just 1 week, remarkably, without a single negative review. Li Wei stood aside and scoffed. The nobles of this world were truly gullible. Though upon reflection, it made sense coming from the modern era. He naturally couldn't understand these people's fanatical devotion to the church. Especially after that incident, with evil spirits appearing more frequently, he grew increasingly desperate to find the legendary wizards, yet remained without any leads. To gather possible clues, Li Wei spent his time in his father's study, poring through scroll after scroll of parchment books. This world had neither papermaking nor printing technology, so even noble houses possessed only a handful of books. After an entire morning of searching, he still came up empty-handed. Just then, Knight Frederick burst into the study with barely contained excitement. "Young master, I've prepared a birthday gift you'll never expect." Li Wei's curiosity was piqued by his expression as the knight gestured for his subordinates to wheel in an iron cage covered with a thick cloth. When the cloth was pulled away, 3 furry creatures huddled together in a ball. Bears. Li Wei's expression turned peculiar. Inside the cage were 3 bear cubs, each about the size of a small calf. Knight Frederick had actually given him 3 bears as a gift? Frederick grinned proudly. "Young master, these aren't ordinary bears, 3 northern giant bear cubs." "What? Northern giant bears?" Li Wei was startled. He'd heard of them before when fully grown. Their strength rivaled that of formal knights, making them fearsome beasts of the northern lands. Frederick explained. "Last night, a farm woman discovered something sneaking into her yard to steal chickens. It was these little ones. The militia heard the commotion and came running, barely managing to capture them. Don't let their youth fool you. They're quite strong." As he spoke, he lifted a black and white cub by the scruff of its neck, holding it steady despite the cub's flailing limbs. Chicken feathers still clung to the little bear's mouth, making it hard to imagine it would one day become a terrifying northern giant bear. The other 2 cubs whimpered softly, watching their companion with nervous eyes. All 3 little ones in the cage were skin and bones, clearly having been hungry for a long time. If Frederick hadn't discovered them, they would have starved to death within days. Li Wei frowned. "Where's their mother? Won't she track them down by scent?" He knew he was no match for an adult northern giant bear. Frederick waved dismissively. "Don't worry, by the looks of it, their mother is probably long dead or abandoned them. This is typically hibernation season for bears. The fact that they're not in a den means something happened to their mother." These northern giant bear cubs would fetch over 100 gold coins each on the black market. Many nobles and aristocrats want to raise these fierce beasts from infancy, so that when they mature, they'll essentially own a knight-level companion. "But I suggest we keep them ourselves," Knight Fred said proudly, stroking the cub's thick fur. "Northern giant bears are incredibly rare, though feeding them will be quite expensive." He was in excellent spirits today and kept urging Li Wei to keep all 3 cubs. "All right, let's raise them." Li Wei nodded. "We'll keep them in the castle first, and have some people take turns caring for them." He crouched down in front of the 3 little bears and studied them carefully. "This gray one will be called Little Gray, that white one Little White, and this chubby mixed-colored one Little Fatty." After instructing the servants to settle the cubs, Li Wei calculated privately that these creatures would need at least 7 years before they'd be useful, and being wild specimens, their survival was uncertain. His true strength would always have to come from himself. After sending away the squealing bear cubs, Li Wei turned to Fred. "Sir Fred, how's the search for books about wizards coming along?" "You're really passionate about wizards," Fred chuckled. "I've sent people to search everywhere. Most of what we've found are Ranger Chronicles or unofficial histories with questionable accuracy. However, I do have an old book I traded from a wandering merchant that contains a wizard legend you might find interesting." With that, he handed over a worn parchment volume with 3 faded words on the cover: Green's Travels. The author called himself Green, obviously a pseudonym, with his true identity unknown to anyone. Li Wei returned to his bedroom and carefully read through the travelogue. The book was thin, mainly recording strange tales Green had heard during his journeys. One chapter was specifically about wizards. In the year 847 of the Sacred Light Calendar, on the Great Sea east of Stormwind City in the Emerald Kingdom, the merchant ship Green was traveling on sank in a violent storm. Clutching a wooden plank and praying to the Heavenly Father, he miraculously survived and was swept by the waves to an unnamed island. Starving and parched, he searched for food on the island but witnessed scenes that defied all common sense. Three-legged toads with beautiful women's faces growing from their backs. Six-winged swans, pure white and dazzling, like 12-winged angels from the Heavenly Father's court. Red mushrooms that could run and speak human language, even tearing pieces of flesh from themselves to offer him as food. After eating the mushroom flesh, Green fell into a deep sleep. In his hazy state, he remembered a beautiful lady sitting beside him. When he awoke, he was lying on a fishing boat's deck. The fishermen said they had found him and the wooden plank floating on the sea and rescued him. Green was convinced he had encountered a legendary wizard. Only wizards could cultivate such bizarre creatures. Even more miraculous, his chronic ailments were completely cured, and he looked younger and stronger. This was undoubtedly a magical blessing, that which had saved him. Later, Green made a fortune in business and returned to the sea many times trying to find that island and the witch, but the island seemed to have vanished from the world. He made 7 voyages, all fruitless, until his hair began to gray. To fund another voyage, he sold everything he owned and became penniless. His friends and family all said he was mad, but he firmly believed he had truly encountered a wizard. Green decided to make an 8th voyage, and before departing, he paid to print 100 copies of this travelogue, hoping that if he returned empty-handed again, future generations might continue the search for him. Oh yes, I vaguely remember that in the conversation between that red mushroom and the beautiful witch, the mushroom addressed the witch as Lady Rolling. Stormwind City, isn't that the city of my father's Stormwind territory? Li Wei murmured to himself. What Green had described perfectly matched Li Wei's imagination of wizards, eerie, powerful, and mysteriously unfathomable. If only we had the internet, he said, looking at the ashen pages and shaking his head in self-mockery. He threw himself back into cultivation. He was just one step away from the 3rd tier of the black serpent breathing technique, and at this pace, he would become a knight apprentice before the month's end. During breaks from training, he visited the bear enclosure daily to check on the 3 northern giant bear cubs. As long as they all survived, he would possess 3 knight-level mounts. In the future, northern giant bears were absolutely unique throughout the entire kingdom. Li Wei often fantasized about charging into battle atop a heavily armored giant bear, scenes reminiscent of the fantasy film The Golden Compass from his previous life, making his blood boil with excitement. To ensure the little ones grew up healthy, he assigned 3 robust militiamen to care for them in rotating shifts around the clock. Fish, wolf meat, venison, goat milk, and cow milk were fed in rotation, occasionally supplemented with fruits and vegetables to prevent any nutritional deficiencies. After each feeding, he would personally enter the bear enclosure, touching noses with the cubs and stroking their fur to familiarize them with his scent. As long as you raise them from a young age, even the fiercest beasts can be tamed into companions, he believed firmly. To this end, he specifically purchased Circus Clown's Guide to Beast Taming and several scholarly works on northern giant bears by kingdom researchers, reading a few pages every night before bed. Then, something unexpected happened. Black Serpent Breathing Technique, 2nd Tier, 4899500. Golden Cross / 3rd Tier, 5610000. Special Effect, Advanced Vibration. Beast Taming 1st Tier 661000. A new Beast Taming entry had appeared on his proficiency panel. Li Wei stood frozen in place. Had never understood the panel's criteria for recording skills. Breathing techniques and combat arts were always recorded, while other life skills seemed entirely dependent on the panel's mood. Now, activating a completely new skill with just an introductory book was undoubtedly a godsend for his current situation. To verify his hypothesis, he immediately had Knight Fred search far and wide for beast taming books at high prices: the Kren Tribe's Beast Taming Manual, Royal Circus Beast Taming Notes, Highland Tribe's Eagle Training Methods. In this era, when books were expensive, he was willing to pay several times the normal price for each one, seeking to acquire every possible piece of knowledge that could improve his beast taming proficiency. However, to grind for experience, Li Wei had no choice but to dip into his savings. Knight Fred watched the young man, counting his money with a puzzled expression. "Young master, are you planning to become a beast tamer again?" "No, Sir Fred." Li Wei shook his head with a serious expression. "I just want to use the proper methods to tame those 3 bear cubs. These little ones are too wild. Every time I approach them, they snarl at me." Fred couldn't help but laugh, spreading his hands. "All right, but we only have 68 gold coins left in our accounts. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Li Wei pocketed the money with confidence. Collecting beast taming manuals would take time, so during this period, he continued using his primitive method, food temptation. Fragrant roasted venison glazed with honey sizzled over the campfire, filling the air with savory aromas. The three bear cubs growled under their breath, yet shamelessly snatched the meat chunks, devouring them with gusto. Watching them act fierce while eating so righteously, Li Wei couldn't help but feel like he was playing Pokemon. 7 days later, his efforts finally yielded a breakthrough. His breathing technique advanced to the third tier. When circulating it, his breathing rate surged dramatically. Massive amounts of cold air rushed into his lungs, and his blood oxygen levels skyrocketed instantly. His limbs felt ignited by flames, wisps of white vapor rising faintly from his skin's surface, while three thick streams of white breath poured from his nose and mouth. His muscles and bones resonated like a cat stretching its spine, producing deep, rhythmic humming sounds. After more than a year of cultivation, he had finally reached the standard of a knight apprentice. The proficiency panel materialized before him. Li Wei's snake black serpent breathing technique, third tier 110000. Finally, third tier. He exhaled deeply, his heart surging with excitement. Next, he only needed to continuously refine his physique, and when the third tier reached perfection, he could condense his life seed and step into true knighthood. However, he also understood this was the watershed. 9 out of 10 people stopped here, with only a precious few truly crossing over. Li Wei stretched his joints, feeling the surging power within. Now, even without armor, he could slay 5 mountain wolves with swordsmanship alone. In terms of pure physical attributes, he already possessed more than 3 times the capabilities of an ordinary adult male, especially in skin and muscle toughness. He lifted his shirt, revealing bronze-colored 8-pack abs that gleamed with rugged luster in the firelight. He raised his fist and struck his own abdomen with 30% of his strength. Thump. Though it hurt somewhat, it was completely within his tolerance range. After all, his strength already far exceeded that of ordinary people. In regular combat, as long as vital points weren't struck, ordinary punches and kicks could hardly leave marks on his body. This was precisely the formidable aspect of the black serpent breathing technique. And this was merely a knight apprentice. If he became a true knight, he estimated he could possess 5 times the comprehensive attributes of ordinary people right upon entry, matching Knight Fred, who had been at that level for quite some time. The advantages of an excellent grade breathing technique were thus apparent. And if he could reach the level of Grand Knight, like his father, that would be the embodiment of 10 times ordinary human physical capabilities, practically a monster. In the year 1005 of the sacred calendar, during the month of sprouting, some time had passed since Levi's black serpent breathing technique advanced to the third tier. Recently, he had locked himself away in the crude yet quiet study at the top floor of the Lord's castle, burying his nose in the miscellaneous books that Knight Fred had collected from various places, scattered rumors about wizards, as well as beast-taming manuals compiled by different circuses and tribes. Within just a few days, he made a delightful discovery. Simply by reading, his beast-taming proficiency would automatically increase. This level up by reading experience was completely new to him. In less than half a month, the cold text on his status panel flickered. Beast taming, tier 2, 15,000. Yet he had only read through 1/10 of all the available books. The Emerald Kingdom was filled with circuses, each with their own beast-taming secrets, while the barbarian tribes living in the mountains and grasslands possessed profound techniques that tapped directly into primal instincts. With every page Levi turned, new inspiration bloomed in his mind. He could almost foresee that through reading alone, he could max out his beast-taming level. Beyond theory, he applied the details mentioned in the books, reward training, and scent guidance, to the 3 bear cubs in the castle's backyard. As the cubs' soft noses sniffed and paused near honey baits, his proficiency points steadily climbed. In contrast, his black serpent breathing technique had only gained a few hundred points in the same month. To accumulate the 10,000 points needed to break through to knighthood would take a full 2 years at normal speed. Thus, the black serpent secret potion had to be moved up on his agenda. However, the financial reality was even more troublesome. 1. The total liquid funds across his entire territory amounted to only a few dozen gold coins. 2. The 30-plus cattle and 100-plus sheep on the estate, worth less than 100 gold coins combined, were the serf's lifeline and Levi's daily source of cheese and dried meat. They couldn't be sold. 3. If not for the good price he'd gotten from selling the mountain wolf pelts from his recent hunt, his dining table would already be bare. Getting rich, Levi sighed, leaning against his desk. Can my proficiency panel somehow conjure up money? Before he could finish speaking, the door was pushed open, and Knight Fred in his half-plate armor entered with a worried expression. Young Master Levi, little blacksmith Milan is here again asking about his father. His father is doing well with the Wild Boar gang now. I heard he's already become their head blacksmith. Levi rubbed his temples. I promised to rescue him, but right now. A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly looked up. Wait. Moments later, the territory's only 2 war horses galloped out. Levi wore a black cloak over his knight's armor, with Fred riding alongside him. Their hooves splashed mud as they headed straight for the blacksmith district. In front of Milan's small wooden hut, the young man crouched on the threshold, arms wrapped around his knees, his expression gloomy. His father had been captured by the wild boar gang over a year ago, and though the Lord had verbally promised to rescue him, no action had been taken. Hope had withered like dying grass. Heavy hoofbeats approached. Levi reined in his horse and spoke in a low but gentle voice. Little Milan, are you still worried about your father? Yes, yes, my lord. The young man dropped to his knees. Levi dismounted and helped him to his feet. I understand how you feel. Your father is safe with the wild boar gang right now, while our territory is going through difficult times. We can't engage them in direct warfare just yet. He paused here, his voice steady and his gaze determined. If I had 50 sets of knight's armor, I would immediately lead Fred to their doorstep and bring your father home. Little Milan kept his head down, his voice trembling. 50 sets. For this world, 50 suits of armor were beyond reach, not just for a small baronial territory like Liwei's, but even some minor earldoms might struggle to produce such a quantity. 50 sets. In Blackwater Valley, this was practically an astronomical number. Armor required not only massive manpower, materials, and funds, but also a certified blacksmith to complete, and the valley's only certified blacksmith was Liwei's father, Old Toby, who could forge only 2 sets per year. With Xiao Milan's current skills, she didn't even dare attempt the crucial quenching process independently. Don't worry, I'll help you with everything I can. Liwei spoke beside the anvil. Starting tomorrow, move the forge to the castle. I'm going to learn blacksmithing. What? My lord, how could such dirty work trouble you? Xiao Milan's eyes widened in shock. It's decided. After Liwei made his final call, he carefully examined the entire process, took the only copy of Introduction to Forging from the corner, and left alongside Knight Fred. Do you really plan to learn it yourself? Fred asked with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Yes. Liwei's answer was straightforward. With constant warfare, low productivity, and Blackwater Valley's unsuitability for agriculture, if he could start with simple tools like hoes and plowshares and eventually progress to weapons and armor, the territory would have a path to survival, and his own cultivation wouldn't be constrained by money. His greatest advantage was the proficiency panel that only he could see. With a thought, the panel appeared. Forging, Tier 1 11,000. His noble upbringing had conditioned him to instinctively delegate manual labor to servants, never considering that he too could advance through grinding skills. Now, lacking money, people, and resources, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. The raw strength built through breathing techniques had nowhere else to go, might as well channel it all into the hammer. Just from that brief observation, the forging skill had appeared on his panel, and he was certain that with continuous practice, the progress bar would advance rapidly. Over the following days, Liwei had the entire smithy relocated to the outer area of the castle, where they built a makeshift blast furnace. Xiao Milan was overwhelmed with gratitude, never expecting the Lord himself to serve as her apprentice. Liwei had more and more skills to grind, but he always prioritized breathing techniques first, golden cross / second, and forging and beast taming third. In just 1 month, his forging had reached Tier 2. Life skills accumulated proficiency much more easily than combat skills. The 1,000-hour rule from his previous life was accelerated and validated through his panel. Time plus practice was the most reliable shortcut, and the panel's instant feedback served as the perfect stimulant. 3 months later, a gleaming silver masterwork knight's sword steamed in the cooling trough, its blade patterns clear and distinct, with weight and balance reaching the limits of current craftsmanship, no inferior to the one Xiao Milan had originally given him. Admittedly, with the backward smelting technology, what passed for masterwork here would be considered crude in his previous life, and he couldn't improve the furnace formula for now. But the perfect finished product still rewarded him with a satisfying 100 proficiency points. This made Xiao Milan, who had spent 4 years as a blacksmith's apprentice before successfully forging her first masterwork knight's sword, experience the world's inequalities for the first time. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon shuttle by like a weaver's thread. Liwei's life flew by in a fixed routine, practicing the black serpent breathing technique, sword training, blacksmithing, wrestling with 3 northern giant bear cubs, and casually flipping through a few pages of leisure reading. In the blink of an eye, spring turned to autumn, and winter was approaching. The North Wind month of the Sacred Light calendar year 1005 arrived as promised, bringing bone-chilling winds. The training ground was covered with a thin layer of frost and snow, and the air was filled with the metallic scent of iron and wood shavings. Liwei wielded his sword with swift movements, gravel flying beneath his feet, yet he was still forced to retreat continuously under Knight Fred's storm-like offensive using only one hand. The 2 long swords clashed, sparks flying, and the ringing sound echoed across the empty field. After just 5 minutes, Liwei's sword was knocked away and embedded heavily into a practice post. Not bad. Knight Fred sheathed his sword and stood steady, his smile encouraging. This time last year, you could only last 1 minute. This year, 5 minutes. Liwei exhaled a puff of white mist, and threw back his head in hearty laughter. Exhilarating. He knew full well that this genius knight hadn't even used a third of his true strength, and even when suppressing his level to knight apprentice, he was still far from being a match. Knight Fred turned to instruct the militia nearby. Li Wei sat cross-legged at the edge of the field, breathing steadily, and focused his attention on the proficiency panel in his mind. Black Serpent Breathing Technique. Third Tier 3666100000. Golden Cross / Third Tier 4399100000 Special Effect. Advanced Vibration. Beast Taming. Third Tier Maximum Special Effect. Heart of the Wild. Forging. Third Tier 1314100000 Special Effect. Guaranteed Quality. After a year of grinding these 4 major skills, he had made considerable progress in all of them. The slowest and most difficult was the Black Serpent Breathing Technique. Without expensive secret medicines, he had only accumulated just over 3,000 proficiency points in a year. To reach the 4th tier would take at least 2 more years of speed, already considered remarkable, yet he remained unsatisfied. This world was fraught with danger, and insufficient strength meant having to keep a low profile. Just like how the arrogant Wild Boar gang, backed by the Wasteland Brotherhood, dared to openly rob his people while he could do nothing about it. On the contrary, the Golden Cross / was progressing rapidly. At this rate, he would master the legendary Ripple Force within another year. By then, even while still a knight apprentice, he could stand toe-to-toe with official knights using the Ripple Force. His beast taming skill had reached its limit. Li Wei had practically read through every available book on the market and accumulated countless practical experiences using the 3 northern giant bear cubs as long-term subjects. He was confident in his beast taming abilities in this field. He had earned the title of Beast Taming Master. What truly surprised him was that when his beast taming skill reached its limit, it generated the special effect, Heart of the Wild. By observing animal movements and listening to their calls, he could capture the emotions and intentions of most wild beasts. Through body language and special vocalizations, he could communicate seamlessly with the animals he had tamed. The most obvious change was that the 3 bear cubs no longer bristled and roared when they saw him, but instead wagged their heads and tails as they rushed to his legs, nuzzling his palms with their heads. Li Wei could also clearly sense the cubs' subtle thoughts of wanting to eat, wanting to play, and even wanting to sleep. It was a wonderful feeling. With such divine skills at his disposal, Li Wei took excellent care of all 3 bear cubs, and their size underwent dramatic changes over the course of a year. They now measured nearly 2 meters in length and weighed over 500 pounds, though compared to their mother, who weighed several tons, they were still little ones. An unarmed adult man would struggle to subdue any one of them, and if all 3 little ones attacked together, even Li Wei, a knight in training, would need to stay extremely alert. A solid blow from them could likely shatter the protective force of his 3rd-tier Black Serpent Breathing Technique. In his previous life, Li Wei had seen videos of the Siberian tiger, Wandishan No. 1, shattering car windows with a single swipe, and that footage taught him never to underestimate even the most adorable young beasts. Moreover, they weren't even 2 years old yet, making their future potential unimaginable. Maxing out his beast taming skills was just one result of Li Wei's year of hard work. Another achievement he valued even more was reaching 3rd-tier forging. While 3rd tier wasn't the endpoint, it came with a special effect, guaranteed fine quality. Anything crafted by his hands would definitely reach fine quality, though a fine quality longsword made from ordinary iron still couldn't match an inferior mithril sword from a common blacksmith's hands. The description was simple, but it formed the foundation for his next step toward wealth. While becoming rich enough to rival nations wasn't realistic, was just one person with limited timite was more than sufficient to support himself and fund his training. Over the past year, during breaks from his training, he had forged over 100 knights' swords in total, with 50 selected to equip the militia. Before reaching 3rd tier, he could only occasionally hammer out a fine quality piece. After reaching 3rd tier, his fine quality rate maxed out completely. In terms of efficiency and success rate, even the official blacksmith Old Toby would have to admit defeat a knight in training's stamina and precise hammer control far exceeded what ordinary people could achieve. However, to become a true official blacksmith on this continent, simply forging longswords was far from enough. The symbol of both skill and status was the intricate and incredibly valuable knight armor. For Li Wei, now a 3rd-tier forger, longswords barely provided any experience points, each one only gave a tiny amount, making it like drops in the ocean compared to his goal of over 10,000 points. So he turned his attention to knight armor. A problem immediately arose: he was running out of iron. His high efficiency had quickly depleted the territory stockpile. Blackwater Valley had previously relied on trade to import iron ore, but with recent political turmoil, the lords controlling the mines had all blocked exports. Charcoal wasn't a concern though, as the endless Black Mountains provided more timber than they could ever burn. Li Wei decided to first sell a batch of surplus knight swords, as he had no plans to expand his forces at the moment. 50 elite soldiers were sufficient to defend the territory. Come spring, he also planned to personally venture into the Black Mountains to search for iron ore, hoping the articles about how to identify iron sand outcrops he'd read in his previous life might prove useful. But with heavy snow currently blocking the mountains, both selling swords and prospecting would have to wait until next year. So he temporarily stopped forging and devoted all his energy to breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Holy Radiance Calendar Year 1005, month of deep winter. In the castle training room, breathing sounds echoed heavy as drums. Suddenly, faint wolf howls came from behind the mountain, and Li Wei's eyes snapped open. The sound was close. Just as he was about to inquire, Knight Fred burst through the door, his armor incomplete and his face anxious. Young Master Li Wei, the territory is under attack by a wolf pack estimated over 100. Many farmers' cattle and sheep have been killed, and some people have even been dragged away. Please remain in the castle while I lead a team to eliminate them. What? I'm coming too. Li Wei's expression darkened. Blackwater Valley lived off the mountains, so occasional wolf troubles didn't surprise him, but a pack over 100 strong was a first. Seeing the young master's insistence, Fred could only nod. Then please stay close to me at all times. The two donned their armor and mounted their horses, secured the castle gates, and galloped through the snow toward the scene. Li Wei was now a knight in training who had mastered advanced vibration force. His militia were each equipped with fine-quality longswords, and with Knight Fred, an official knight, commanding them, he refused to believe they couldn't subdue these beasts. Wolves! Wolves! Run for your lives! The wolves are coming! Help us! Screams echoed throughout Blackwater Valley. In the fields and livestock pens behind houses, gaunt but ferocious mountain wolves rampaged wildly. Terrified cattle and sheep scattered in panic, only to be quickly torn apart by razor-sharp fangs. Damn it! Die, you beasts! The militiamen roared as they charged forward. Clad in crude armor woven from vines, wooden shields raised on their left arms and longswords gripped tightly in their right hands, they engaged the wolf pack in close combat. Even so, facing these bloodthirsty predators, some men's legs turned to jelly. Sam, a young man who had just joined the militia this year, was one of them. Sam trembled as he held his knight's sword, his limbs shaking uncontrollably. His basic combat skills were excellent, ranking among the best of his peers, but when a real mountain wolf lunged at him, the overwhelming pressure and stench of blood instantly shattered his will. Sam, what are you doing? Fight! The militia captain bellowed from a distance. Captain, my legs won't obey me. Sam's voice cracked with tears, his pants already soaked through. The cold wind immediately froze. The wetness had literally been scared into wetting himself. Like certain birds that become paralyzed from shock after narrowly escaping a predator's talons, humans can also experience momentary mental shutdown when faced with sudden terror. At this moment, Sam was trapped in this primitive state of biological freeze. A mountain wolf with glowing green eyes growled low and pounced towards Sam through the snow. It hadn't tasted meat for a full month, and hunger had shattered its fear of human steel and fire, leaving only a craving for flesh, whether livestock or human. Mother, I'm about to join the Heavenly Father's embrace. Sam closed his eyes, awaiting death. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound cut through the air as an arrow struck the wolf's head like lightning. The mountain wolf whimpered and rolled, blood staining the white snow, before dying within moments. Sam stood frozen, unsure whether he was alive or dead. The next moment, a broad, powerful hand slammed down on his shoulder. The Heavenly Father doesn't welcome cowards who give up without a fight. The voice was steady and commanding. Stand up, grip your sword, and fight alongside your lord. The speaker was Lord Li Wei. Looking at the terrified youth, he sighed inwardly. How could such soldiers take the battlefield? They truly lacked real combat experience. Before his words had fully faded, Li Wei lunged forward to meet another mountain wolf charging toward them. With a flick of his arm, sword light danced like crossing phantoms. Golden cross slash. Advanced vibration force. Crack. The wolf's head was instantly severed, blood spurting in a crimson fountain that splashed across Li Wei's face. Golden cross slash proficiency 3. He casually licked the blood from the corner of his lips, then drew his bow and knocked an arrow. 50 meters away, a starving wolf that had been disemboweling a cow fell dead. Sam, don't be afraid. Knight Fred rushed over and patted Sam's shoulder. No matter how sharp wolf fangs are, they can't match the longsword in your hand. Keep fighting. Sam hastily wiped away his tears and looked toward the young lord who had beheaded the wolf with a single strike. That boy was only 14 years old, 5 years younger than himself, still completely a child. However, the young lord's fearless courage made Sam feel utterly worthless. Gritting his teeth, Sam roared inwardly, Sam, what kind of man are you? What kind of man? Though his legs trembled uncontrollably, he still gripped his spear and charged towards several dire wolves that were surrounding his comrades. On the other side, Knight Fred noticed that Li Wei had entered a killing frenzy and immediately followed suit. A wolf pack of this scale must have an alpha leading it, and any wolf king capable of commanding such a force would be no weakling. Though the creature remained unseen for now, Fred was certain it lurked somewhere in the shadows, watching. Sure enough, a long, mournful howl pierced through the bitter wind from halfway up the mountain. A frost-white dire wolf king, as massive as a full-grown male polar bear, gazed down at the blood-soaked battlefield below, its cold eyes locking onto Li Wei and Fred. Through primal instinct, it sensed these two humans were extremely dangerous, especially the middle-aged knight. If they weren't eliminated quickly, the pack's losses would exceed even their disastrous battle against the northern giant bears. After all, human intelligence and weaponry far surpassed anything bears could offer. What made the Wolf King even more wary was the scent of northern giant bears it detected on Li Wei, the same smell it had encountered on its slaughtered pack members. The cunning mutated Wolf King hesitated no longer, resolving to eliminate these two humans at any cost. Its form descended the slope like a white specter, its explosive speed rivaling even that of a cheetah. In many ways, this mutated Wolf King had transcended the limits of ordinary beasts, breaking through racial constraints just as knights did. At the foot of the mountain, wolf corpses piled high around Li Wei's feet. The dire wolves regarded him as a nightmare, yet still threw themselves at him fearlessly, hoping to tear his flesh apart through sheer numbers. Fred stayed close by Li Wei's side. Protecting him as a retainer of the Black Snake family, his duty was to guard his lord. Facing the wolf tide, he unleashed his full strength before Li Wei for the first time. His longsword moved like an impenetrable steel wall, cleaving every attacking dire wolf in two without exception. Li Wei could see clearly that Fred was employing breathing techniques, his heavy exhalations forming billowing white mist in the winter air, his normally gentle eyes now sharp as blades. Young master, a great enemy approaches. I will fight with everything I have. You must protect yourself, Fred said coldly, summoning 5 militiamen to form a protective circle around Li Wei. Li Wei nodded slightly, but suddenly caught sight of a swift white streak in the distance. The frost-white giant wolf burst into the battlefield like lightning. 3 militiamen blocking its path were easily sent flying, one of them crushed by massive claws in a gruesome death. The Wolf King, Li Wei called out coldly in warning. Taking cover behind the militiamen, he drew his longbow to full draw, his master-level archery skills locking onto the target. Though he never missed moving prey, his arrow struck the Wolf King's chest only to be casually deflected by its claws. What kind of speed is that? Li Wei's heart raced. Sir Fred, be careful. This Wolf King is no ordinary foe, he urgently warned. This Wolf King's strength absolutely surpassed that of ordinary knight-level warriors. To Li Wei, it was more terrifying than 100 ordinary dire wolves. Knight Fred's expression grew grave as he stood in his armor, gripping his sword with both hands and assuming an attack stance. The heavy iron plates gleamed coldly in the dim light, his tense forearms showing bulging veins, his entire form like a war machine drawn taut as a bowstring. On the other side, the mountain Wolf King suddenly kicked off from the rocks, leaping directly across a distance of over 10 meters, its silhouette cutting a dark arc through the air. Wolf claws the size of tiger talons swept down toward Knight Fred's head with fierce wind. Fred instinctively ducked and rolled, sending debris flying as his longsword immediately thrust back toward the Wolf King's belly. But the massive wolf twisted its waist and pulled in its abdomen midair, moving with the agility of a great cat and easily avoiding the cold steel. Damn, is this really a mountain wolf? Fred's heart chilled. Having traveled far and wide for many years, he had never seen such a powerful mountain wolf with such skilled killing techniques. By human standards, this was completely knight-level combat prowess unless it had undergone extremely rare mutation. A mountain wolf could never possibly reach this level. Clang. Steel met beast claw with a deafening crash. The violent shock traveled through the sword blade into the wolf's claw, causing the Wolf King pain as its claw tips trembled slightly. It immediately understood that the enemy before it was not to be trifled with, abandoning direct confrontation in favor of using speed and agile footwork to circle around Fred constantly, wearing down his stamina. Fred saw through the Wolf King's intent and stopped his fierce assault, standing firm as he faced the wolf from a distance. He could read the unyielding killing intent and flickering gleam of intelligence in those beast eyes. In the next instant, he roared, "Kill!" His war boots stomped hard, his armor rang out, and he charged forward. A proud knight would never believe he could lose to a mere beast. Meanwhile, Li Wei in the distance knew that with his current strength, he could hardly interfere in the battle between the Wolf King and Fred. To minimize casualties and losses in his territory, he decided to first eliminate the ordinary mountain wolves wreaking havoc everywhere. Once that was done, he could concentrate his forces to surround the Wolf King, greatly increasing their chances of victory. With several militiamen guarding his flanks, Li Wei's maxed-out archery skills were unleashed to their fullest. He had originally wanted to use the wolf pack to hone his swordsmanship, but this was clearly not the time for practice. Bowstrings sang continuously as arrows pierced the air. Those shafts were like death's calling cards, taking the lives of mountain wolves one by one. Li Wei shot all the iron arrows he had brought, Excluding the arrow he had previously fired at the Wolf King, the remaining 36 arrows hit their marks every time, killing 25 mountain wolves on the spot. Such performance left the militiamen stunned, with Li Wei acting as a human aimbot. The militiamen who had been pinned down by the wolf pack finally caught their breath. With arrows spent and bowstring empty, Li Wei could only draw his sword for close combat, like the other militiamen. His fine iron armor protected his vital points, and as long as he wasn't surrounded by too many wolves, he would be hard to fatally wound. However, the ordinary militiamen weren't so fortunate. The rattan armor they wore couldn't withstand the terrifying bite force of mountain wolves at all. Li Wei witnessed many militiamen getting injured, some even torn apart by the wolf pack, blood flowing freely as some wolves immediately began devouring their comrades' corpses. Crimson fury instantly filled Li Wei's eyes as he activated his breathing technique, his blood boiling as he charged wildly into the wolf pack. Each lightning-fast slash was accompanied by system notifications. Golden Cross / Proficiency 3. Golden Cross / Proficiency 2. Golden Cross / Proficiency 4. He no longer had time to count how many mountain wolves he had slain, knowing only that wolf corpses piled up beneath his feet, the air thick with the heavy scent of blood, his battle intent blazing toward the heavens. His entire suit of armor was now soaked with wolf blood. Although these soldiers were serfs under his command, mere commodities in this era, barely worth mentioning, and even tradable in Li Wei's eyes, they were sons and fathers of families, living, breathing human beings. Now, with dozens of lives lost to the wolf's jaws, he truly understood for the first time since his transmigration how cheap human life was on this land. War, evil spirits, even a pack of beasts could easily end everything was still far from strong enough. Intense hunger clawed at his stomach like steel hooks. Li Wei growled and briefly stopped circulating his breathing technique. At his current level, forcing the technique without sufficient energy could easily lead to chi deviation. Do any of you have food? His bloodshot eyes gleamed menacingly in the darkness, making him look like a starving wolf, cornered and desperate. The summoned militiaman trembled with fear, stammering, "No, my lord, I'll go get, no need." Li Wei tore off the hind leg of the mountain wolf beneath his feet and began devouring it on the spot, fur and blood included. Parasites? Bacteria? His breathing technique could suppress most threats. More importantly, he had to fill his stomach immediately, or the danger of chi deviation could erupt at any moment. After consuming half the wolf leg, warmth surged through his limbs, and the hunger and restlessness finally subsided. He thought with self-mockery. In the martial arts novels of his previous life, he would probably be one of those demonic cultivators who consumed raw flesh and blood in pursuit of power. The slaughter continued. Li Wei led the militia in fierce battle until dawn broke. A rough count revealed they had killed over 60 mountain wolves. The remaining dozens, seeing the tide turn against them, abandoned their wolf king and fled ignominiously into the deep mountains. However, his own forces had lost 7 militiamen and 12 serfs, along with 20 cattle and 30 sheep that had become the wolf's prey. For the already impoverished Blackwater Valley, this was adding insult to injury. The entire territory had only just over 300 households with fewer than 1,000 people. Once I advance tonight, I must thoroughly clear out all the wild beasts in the surrounding area. Li Wei gazed toward the dim horizon, making a silent vow. If he had guns, he would have already maxed out marksmanship on his proficiency panel. Not just 60 wolves, even 600 mountain wolves would fall before gunfire, and the Wolf King would be taken down with a single shot. Unfortunately, this was the age of cold weapons. On the other side of the slope, Knight Fred was locked in fierce combat with the Wolf King. The beast was extremely cunning, and seeing more than half its pack dead or wounded, it began to retreat. It suddenly burst out of the encirclement, but was still struck in the hind leg by a long sword. Though blood flowed freely, it used the terrain to limp away into the forest at a speed that left Fred far behind. The beast got away. Fred frowned with a heavy voice. The Wolf King was exceptionally clever. Having learned this lesson, it would be much harder to hunt down next time. Li Wei raised his hand, signaling not to pursue. No matter. As long as we have the Wolf King's blood, leave it to Fatty and the others. The northern giant bear's noses will help us root it out. He was quite confident in the northern giant bear's sense of smell. The territory was a scene of utter devastation. Blood flowed like rivers, with the corpses of livestock, humans, and countless wolves scattered everywhere. Li Wei sheathed Frostmourne, his expression grim as he issued terse orders. Bury the dead and send the wounded to Dr. George. Transport all the unfinished beef, mutton, and wolf meat back to the castle. Strip the wolf pelts and sell them to the fur merchants. After that, I want every threat lurking around our territory completely eliminated. Yes, my lord. The old steward Alfred responded mechanically. He hadn't yet recovered from the brutal scene. He'd just witnessed waves of wolves charging forward, while this teenage lord moved through the chaos like he was strolling through a garden, weaving between man and beast as he hunted them down. It reminded him of that cold, stern black snake knight, Baron Soder. He's becoming more like the old master. Alfred muttered to himself as he hurried off to carry out the orders. Li Wei and Knight Fred mounted their horses and returned to the castle. Upon reaching the courtyard, Li Wei gestured. Fred, let them smell the Wolf King's blood on your sword. In the yard, 3 northern giant bear cubs the size of Siberian tigers were tumbling and playing. Little white, little gray, little chubby, come here. The bear cubs bounded over at his call, standing and swaying. Fred held his blood-stained knight's sword to each of their noses in turn. Over the past year, Li Wei had trained these 3 brothers with the help of his wild heart ability, while bearing the skyrocketing costs of feeding the mover 10 kilograms of meat daily, with nearly 100 kilograms needed once they reached adulthood. He understood clearly that these 3 gluttons weren't luxury pets, but future military assets. As the bloody scent filled their nostrils, savage fire immediately blazed in the 3 brothers' eyes, their emotions surging. Li Wei caught their thoughts. Was it the one that killed your mother? All 3 cubs nodded in unison, clawing at the ground, their battle spirit boiling. With their current size, ordinary mountain wolves were no match for them. Good. Lead me to it. Today we'll avenge your mother, and my people and soldiers as well. Li Wei's voice was low and menacing. That Wolf King's hind leg was injured by my ripple power. Its movement is limited, so it can't have gone far, Fred added. While it's weakened is the perfect time to strike a dog when it's down. Once it recovers, hunting it will be much harder. Then I'll trouble you, Sir Fred. Bring 10 of our strongest soldiers going into the mountains to hunt wolves. After settling the aftermath of the wolf disaster, Li Wei and his group followed the 3 brothers up the mountain. Deep in the forest, snow remained unmelted, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The Wolf King's hind leg had been pierced by a sword, and its dripping blood traced winding red lines across the white snow, providing the clearest trail for the 3 brothers to follow. Li Wei's party tracked the scent, but were repeatedly forced toward cliffs and precipices by the Wolf King's deliberately deceptive backtracking routes. Had it not been for Li Wei's master-level hunting skills in distinguishing real from false tracks, combined with the 3 bear cubs' monster-like sense of smell, they would have been forced to abandon the pursuit long ago. Finally, they found the wolf den deep in the Black Mountains, a massive boulder jutting from a cliff face, its edges sharpened by the bitter wind. At that moment, an enormous wolf king crouched atop the boulder, frantically tearing at the carcass of a mountain wolf. Crimson flesh scattered as the sound of bones being crushed by sharp teeth sent chills down their spines. Hearing footsteps, it suddenly raised its head and let out a piercing howl. In response, dozens of mountain wolves burst from all directions, dragging their wounded bodies as they desperately formed a fan shape in the snow, surrounding Li Wei and his companions. The Wolf King's eyes blazed red as it fixed its gaze on the 3 bear cubs, seeming to confirm its judgment at once. The humans were sheltering its enemies. What beautiful creatures, pity you must die. Li Wei drew his bowstring taut with a soft sigh. The iron arrow shot through the air, piercing straight through the skull of a charging mountain wolf, which collapsed with a dull thud. As the blood mist cleared, the Wolf King's icy gaze remained locked on Li Wei, resembling a human filled with towering hatred. The next moment, it growled low in its throat, and the remaining pack charged again. Knight Fred, you take on the Wolf King, I'll handle the others. Before the words had finished, Fred was already charging through the snow, his ripple sword humming as it carved silver-white arcs through the air. The Wolf King struggled to stand, its hind legs stumbling and nearly collapsing. The ripple force from the previous sword strike had shattered its leg bone from the inside out. The battle of revenge unfolded with exceptional smoothness. Li Wei carried ample iron arrows, and as long as his teammates maintained formation, he could continuously shoot and harvest targets. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, at the cost of only 4 soldiers sustaining minor injuries, he had shot and killed every mountain wolf. The 2-year-old 3 brothers truly displayed the ferocity of northern giant bears for the first time, literally biting several adult mountain wolves to death. Meanwhile, Fred's battle with the wounded Wolf King reached its conclusion. Li Wei waited for the right moment, occasionally launching surprise attacks with cold arrows that nearly pierced the Wolf King's throat several times. Finally, Fred's arms bulged with veins as he raised his sword high, bringing down a ripple cross slash with thunderous force, causing even the air to ripple visibly. Blood sprayed as the Wolf King's massive head rolled across the snow, its cold gaze fixed on Li Wei even in death, sending chills through all who saw it. What are you looking at? Li Wei stepped on the severed head, looking down as he said, this fine wolf pelt alone is worth 5 gold coins. The soldiers worked efficiently, quickly skinning the wolves and binding the carcasses to sleds. Excellent. These beasts killed so many of our comrades. Finally, we've had our revenge. Don't waste anything, Li Wei ordered. Wolf pelts, wolf meat, haul it all down the mountain. Every bit helps offset our losses. Amid the bustle, little Fatty from the 3 brothers ran over, nuzzling Li Wei's leg with his head and letting out a low growl. Li Wei understood. Little Fatty had just discovered a cave while exploring the Wolf King's lair, and inside was a strange human skeleton. Li Wei didn't pay much attention to it. assuming these were just the remains of hunters who had ventured into the mountains and fallen prey to the Wolf King. Following the damp, sticky cave walls, he entered the shallow cavern, occasionally stepping on bone fragments underfoot, those belonging to ordinary people, including quite a few children. No wonder people from the territory would disappear without a trace every few years after entering the mountains. This beast had clearly turned the forest into its personal buffet. Deeper in the cave, the three brothers were pointing and gesturing around a set of remains that stood out from the rest. Li Wei approached and was immediately struck by the skeleton's size. Even sitting, its head was barely a foot from the stone ceiling, and he estimated it would stand over 3 meters tall. Even more eerie was that, unlike the other scattered, broken remains, this skeleton was almost completely intact, sitting upright against the wall with both arms positioned, as if still gripping a sword across its chest, as though it continued to guard something even in death. The hollow skull hung low, yet emanated an aura of natural authority, like a slumbering king. How tall must this person have been? Li Wei marveled silently. Then again, it made sense. Breathing techniques could defy fate itself, and people here were generally built on an impressive scale. He himself was already 6 feet tall at just 14, and would easily reach 6'3" when fully grown. This figure was likely an accomplished Grand Knight, whose death appeared not to be from wolf attacks, but from natural causes. Moreover, the wolf pack seemed to fear his remains, leaving the surrounding bones gnawed to pieces while his stayed perfectly preserved, touched only by the dust of ages. Li Wei's gaze fell on the figure's right pinky finger, an ancient iron ring embedded there, its surface covered in rust, but still bearing faintly visible text from the Emerald Kingdom. Melon. The young man remained cautious, worried the corpse might suddenly transform into a vengeful spirit, while secretly hoping to find something valuable, like a treasure map. Unfortunately, after searching thoroughly, he found nothing except that iron ring inscribed with melon. Sigh. Li Wei pocketed the ring with mixed feelings. Knight Fred arrived shortly after and, after examining the scene, offered his assessment. These are the remains of a Grand Knight. To maintain such presence even in death, he must have been exceptionally powerful among Grand Knights. Someone probably came here long ago and stripped away the armor and Knight's sword. Li Wei blurted out. Speaking of which, are Grand Knight remains worth anything? He'd been short on funds lately and saw potential profit in everything. Knight Fred looked both amused and exasperated. You wouldn't dare sell something like this. Who knows what factions it might involve, or what dangerous history lies behind it? Li Wei had only asked casually. Suddenly, Fred seemed to remember something. Actually, in the Emerald Kingdom's historical records, the Black Snake Knight mentioned a melon family known as the Giant Family, with the Frost Giant as their crest, practicing a superior giant breathing technique. But that family was wiped out 800 years ago by the Church's Radiant Knight Order for the crime of blasphemy. Could this Grand Knight be from the Melon family? Knight Fred suddenly said. Most likely another Grand Knight. And there's a ring bearing the melon crested, can't be wrong. 800 years ago, this place wasn't even our family's fief. Our family only became lords of Blackwater Valley 200 years ago. Levi murmured quietly, his face showing sudden understanding. Knight Fred speculated that this Grand Knight might have miraculously escaped the holy swords of the Radiant Order back then, fled into the deep mountains, suffered severe injuries, never dared to show himself again, and ultimately died here as a stranger. Well, I'd better see if he left any treasure behind. Levi shook the dust off his cloak and began searching around the skeleton. After confirming the bones likely belonged to a Grand Knight from the Melon family with no further discoveries, Levi lost interest and planned to return to study historical records. Unexpectedly, Little Fatty's nostrils twitched as he sniffed around the skeleton. Influenced by him, Little White and Little Gray also began digging. Seeing this, Fred shook his head with a smile and retreated to guard the cave entrance. Levi, however, was intrigued by the three brothers and stopped to watch. Soon, the three northern giant bears dug a large pit beside the cave, moving as nimbly as 3 giant groundhogs. Clankclaws struck hard metal, and a dull sound echoed from the bottom of the pit. Levi's eye sharpened as he saw a square iron chest about 3 feet wide lying in the earth, while Little Fatty held his head high, waiting for praise. Interesting. Levi rubbed the three brothers' heads, tossed them some dried meat as reward, then summoned several soldiers. To guard against hidden traps, he retreated with Fred and the 3 bears to a safe distance, signaling the soldiers to pry open the chest. What's inside? My lord, it looks like a suit of armor. Wow. There are gold coins under the armor, we rich. Levi's heart leaped with joy, 99% certain. This was the relic of that Melon Grand Knight who had fled with his family's treasure. Just as he was about to enter the cave to count the gold coins, he suddenly heard screams. Ah, damn it, this armor's Alevites attacking me. Several soldiers rushed out of the cave entrance holding their heads, while behind them, an empty suit of armor wielding a soldier's knight sword chased everyone away with flowing swordsmanship. Fred had no time to think, drew his sword and engaged, man against armor clashing with ringing steel and flying sparks. Levi immediately thought of evil spirits. She had fought them before and knew this was the only explanation for self-moving armor. But when he saw the frost giant relief on the armor's chest and the word melon, a flash of insight struck him. While Fred kept it busy, he rushed into the cave, crouched beside the Grand Knight's skeleton, and noticed the ring on the right pinky finger bore the exact same pattern as the relief on the armor's chest. He carefully removed the ring, turned it to the inner surface, and saw tiny text inscribed there. Custom enchanted armor frost giant crafted by Witch Gulvig. The moment Li Wei pulled the ring from the skeletal finger, the animated knight's armor outside suddenly collapsed into a pile of scattered pieces on the ground. Knight Fred had been locked in fierce combat with the living armor, and seeing it crumble to pieces, he let out a long breath of relief. For a formal knight to be driven to such a sorry state by an empty shell was simply unthinkable. The surrounding soldiers immediately erupted in commotion. Evil spirit. It must have been possessed by an evil spirit. Knight Fred drove it away. Truly powerful. Merciful Father above, quickly destroy this wicked spirit. The crowd attributed the armor's defeat to supernatural forces, their voices rising in animated discussion. Fred remained silent. The Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight had died instantly at the creature's hands, and he knew well that if it were truly an evil spirit, it wouldn't have retreated so easily. Yet he couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation, so he said nothing. In stark contrast to the crowd's fear, Li Wei stared at the armor fragments at his feet, his heart pounding wildly. Wizards, clues, right before his eyes. The ornate inscription on this ring instantly confirmed his years of speculation. Wizards had existed in this world, at least at some point. Previously, he had searched everywhere for clues while constantly doubting whether wizards were merely legend. Now, ironclad proof lay at his fingertips. Unfortunately, the ring bore no contact information, and after 800 years, the witch named Gulweg had likely long since returned to dust. Another clue flashed through Li Wei's mind. Lady Rowling mentioned in Grimm's Travels was also a witch. Two independent sources both pointed to women. Could it be that all wizards in this world were female? If he ever found a way to become a wizard, would it require castration, like practicing the Sunflower Manual? At this thought, he shuddered and could only shake his head in self-mockery. Between finding past existence and truly crossing the threshold lay a vast chasm. His gaze returned to the broken armor on the ground, and he deduced. This suit of armor was most likely crafted by the witch Gulweg specifically for some great knight of House Melon. Perhaps the punishment House Melon suffered 800 years ago for blasphemy was closely related to this matter. Thinking of blasphemy, Li Wei recalled a story about the Church of the Heavenly Father he had read recently from the Genesis Codex, compiled by the third pope of the Holy Light Church. According to legend, the Heavenly Father generously distributed the remains of a mortal saint among his 7 most loyal followers. 1. The Leg-Eater gained divine speed. 2. The Rib-Eater gained divine endurance. 3. The Blood-Eater gained divine spirit. 4. The Heart-Eater gained divine mentality. 5. The Arm-Eater gained divine strength. 6. The Bone-Eater gained divine defense. 7. The Brain-Eater gained divine wisdom. Thus they became known as the 7 Knights of Heaven, each wielding divine authority over speed, endurance, spirit, mentality, strength, defense, and wisdom respectively. The dark energy born within knights essentially originated from the sacred power of those saints' remains, and should rightfully be called sacred relic force. God loves humanity more than himself, and humanity should love God as they would their parents. God nourishes knights with the blood and flesh of saints, and knights must lead by example, remaining loyal to God, carrying out his will, and spreading the glory of the Heavenly Father. This passage comes from the Genesis Codex, which not only explains the origin of knights, but also reveals why the authorities call that swirling black energy sacred remnant power. Whether it's true or false, no one can prove. However, a folk religious scholar added in his miscellaneous notes a strange tale not mentioned in the Genesis Codex. The Codex states that among the 7 Knights of Heaven, there was one knight who alone received God's wisdom. He harbored endless ambition in an age when the Heavenly Father and angels dwelt high in the celestial realm, and saints had vanished from the mortal world. He sought to steal the authority of the gods with his mortal flesh, condense divine essence, ignite divine fire, and ascend to godhood himself. Such transgression instantly enraged the heavens. Angels who had been silent for years returned to the mortal realm, intending to suppress this human rebellion with supreme divine might. However, they underestimated their opponent. During the years of divine absence, the knight and his descendants, using that extraordinary wisdom, developed forbidden spells capable of destroying heaven and earth, mastering earth, fire, wind, and water, light, darkness, thunder, and lightning, even life, death, and reincarnation powers that should have belonged only to the gods. A great war erupted across the entire continent, with flames of battle spreading throughout what is now the territory of the 7 kingdoms. Angels fell as well, but ultimately the celestial realm emerged victorious. that first knight who received God's wisdom and all his bloodline were completely annihilated. People called these defiers of heaven wizards, and that first knight was the ancestor of all wizards. I learned this legend from a retired old priest, and it always carried an air of uncertain authenticity. But Li Wei had recently collected numerous travelogues and unofficial histories about wizards, and after careful reading, he vaguely pieced together another picture from the fragments. Initially, he treated it as mere mythology. But when the Maluan family archives intertwined with the witch Guerwitch behind that frost giant's magical armor, he had to admit, perhaps gods truly existed in this world. If God and the church truly opposed wizards as legend claimed, then these remarkably gifted heretics were destined to lurk in the shadows. Perhaps this was also why wizards were so rarely seen in the world. Li Wei's heart tightened. Should he continue pursuing the path of wizardry? He questioned himself inwardly, and could only sigh softly, leaving the answer to time. After completing the cave search, he ordered soldiers to box up the giant armor and transport it away. The connection between the armor and the ring, and the specific methods of use, remained completely unknown to him. Could only return and study them slowly. At the same time, he instructed everyone to completely seal the cave entrance. In the cold, dark cave, only that tall skeleton remained, silently witnessing 800 years of changing seasons and shifting fortunes. History had turned over and over, yet only the colossal entity of the Sacred Radiance Church stood unshaken. Not a single word about today's encounter with evil spirits must leak out, or I'll show no mercy in killing you. Li Wei warned coldly. Now that he knew the church's stance toward wizards, he had to proceed with even greater caution. Even the giant clans had been destroyed by the Radiant Knights, so for the church to eliminate him would be as easy as turning over their hand. Upon returning to his territory, Li Wei took stock of the spoils from their mountain expedition to eliminate the Wolf King, and the haul was indeed substantial. He first had his attendants systematically arrange the 108 mountain wolf carcasses by category in the training grounds. By rough estimate, these pelts could yield an equal number of intact hides. Northern nobles had always prized mountain wolf pelts, with each hide fetching 10 silver coins at market price. At the exchange rate of 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins, this batch of furs could be traded for a full 10 gold coins, equivalent to 1 or 2 months of the territory's fiscal income. The wolf meat was also processed in an orderly fashion. Li Wei selected the freshest portions to make soup and cut into portions, sending them to comfort the families of fallen soldiers, while storing the remainder in the castle's rear courtyard cellar. The bitter cold winds of Blackwater Valley in winter made it naturally function like a massive icebox, eliminating concerns about spoilage. If any remained uneaten by spring's arrival, he planned to smoke it into preserved meat. Feeding 3 northern giant bears was already a money-burning endeavor, and this batch of wolf meat perfectly solved an urgent problem after all. In the wild, an adult giant bear's territory could easily span tens of thousands of square kilometers. However, no amount of mountain wolves could compare in value to the iron chest discovered in that cave. When the lid was opened, an entire layer of gold coins gleaming with an ancient bronze luster dazzled everyone present. After Li Wei's count, there were 327 coins. Since they were minted 800 years ago, their purity was superior. If melted down and recast into current standard gold coins, they would yield at least 500 pieces, equivalent to 7 or 8 years of territorial income. In this era, many great lords possessed minting rights, but for trade convenience, the kingdom and nobles had agreed upon unified gold coin standards. Therefore, regardless of origin, the weight differences among circulating gold coins were minimal. Of course, compared to the deep-rooted wealth of the Maelong family, this fortune was merely a drop in the ocean. Li Wei understood clearly that what he had obtained was likely just the tip of the iceberg of the family treasury. He wasn't greedy either. 500 gold coins would be enough for him to purchase 5 bottles of precious ambergris at once, and with this aid to his breathing techniques, he had hope of breaking through to Night Realm in one leap. Though this windfall came swiftly, Li Wei had no intention of abandoning his plan to continue earning substantial money through forging. Cultivation was a long journey requiring stable and controllable income. He had no desire to depend daily on windfalls from heaven. Compared to the gold coins, what he valued most was the armor in the iron chest known as magic armor. Legend had it that this piece was crafted by the witch Gullwake, custom equipment enhanced through magical means. Over the past several days, he had removed armor plates one by one for study, discovering intricate and unfamiliar patterns on the inner walls, very likely magical arrays created by wizards. Additionally, he found usage instructions that Gullwake had specifically inscribed for the armor's owner, that Maelong family Grand Knight. Fortunately, the script used by the witch was consistent with today's common language, probably for ease of reading. Through this, Li Wei finally understood the activation method for this magic armor. Please note, Frost Giant is custom armor produced by Lady Gullwake, requiring activation by either Maelong family bloodline or users who have mastered giant breathing techniques. The Frost Giant armor is entirely forged from mithril, and has the following spells permanently enchanted upon it. 1. Zero Circle Cantrip Auto-Assembly. Upon the Master's command, the armor can automatically assemble itself around the Master's body and adjust to fit their size. This cantrip requires no ether stones, but must be charged by ambient ether in the environment, with a charging time of 1 day. 2. Zero Circle Cantrip Mirror Master. When the Master issues a command and demonstrates a complete combat sequence, the armor records these movements exactly into its internal memory array. In future situations where the Master's limbs are restrained or they are distracted, the armor can access this data to protect its Master autonomously. However, this is merely crude imitation, and its combat effectiveness cannot match the original, with a charging cycle of 7 days. 3. First Circle Spell Frost Giant Sigh. This is a signature technique specially crafted by Lady Gulvig from Master Meilong, which can only be activated by those with Meilong family bloodline or practitioners who have mastered the Frost Giant breathing technique. When activated, it can instantly lower the temperature within a 10-meter radius, freezing attacking enemies. Normal charging requires 30 days. If ether stones are consumed, it is not limited by the charging cycle, but can only be cast once per day. The red gilded text on the final page read decisively: Custom magical armor, no returns or exchanges once sold. Gulvig's creation, guaranteed excellence. Li Wei closed the manual, his breathing unconsciously becoming lighter. The faint cool fragrance emanating from the pages formed a stark contrast to the complex emotions churning in his chest. On one hand, these few short pages had given him a glimpse into a real and wondrous world of wizards. On the other hand, such heaven-defying magical armor was beyond his reach. The ring was merely an activation switch, while the true key was the Meilong family bloodline. Clearly, that deceased great knight had once paid some price to have the witch Gulvig forge this unparalleled armor for his family. Before his death, he had buried the armor deep underground, hoping his descendants could use it to rise again. Those without the family bloodline could only treat it as scrap metal, even if they obtained it. Unwillingness surged in his heart. Li Wei attempted several times, inputting commands from different angles, all ending in failure. The witch's conditions had no loopholes. As for the Frost Giant breathing technique, it was ultimately a bloodline-based breathing method, similar to his Black Snake family's Black Snake breathing technique. Branch family members and outsiders simply could not cultivate it. Moreover, the Meilong family had long been exterminated, making it impossible for him to obtain their bloodline through other means. Damn it, having a divine artifact I can't use. Li Wei cursed under his breath. Even so, he had not completely despaired. The proficiency panel gave him a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could break through the bloodline limitation. If it were truly possible, he would spare no effort to find clues about the giant breathing technique. That would not only unlock the armor, but could also become an important trump card when pursuing wizard traces in the future. Thus, he added the history of the Meilong family to his investigation list. Perhaps I can still find something useful in the dusty historical records. He recovered the armor with thick cloth and carefully stored it away. This mountain wolf invasion, though seemingly a disaster, had ultimately allowed him to recover all his losses and discover new wizard leads. It could be considered a blessing in disguise and further strengthened his resolve to embark on the path of seeking wizards. Of course, the most urgent matter at present was still cultivating the Black Snake breathing technique. Breathing techniques were the foundation of all power. Thinking of this, he quietly calculated. It was time to purchase ambergris to prepare for concocting the Black Snake's secret medicine. Li Wei made up his mind that after some preparation, he should venture beyond his territory to gather materials for brewing the Black Snake's secret medicine. In the year 1006 of the sacred light calendar, during the month of vitality, it was once again the season when grass grew tall, orioles sang, and all things awakened. Since the wolf disaster that struck Blackwater Valley several months ago, the villagers' lives had returned to normal. Li Wei had led his men to eliminate the entire pack of dire wolves commanded by the Mountain Wolf King, leaving the mountain forests nearly free of wolf traces. He judged that within the Black Mountains surrounding his territory, only this one den of mountain wolves should have remained. As for the ecological changes brought about by cutting the grass and pulling up the roots, he couldn't worry about that for now. Even if snow deer and wild rabbits multiplied in the future, with his maxed-out archery skills, they would be nothing more than easy prey. This morning, he wore a close-fitting chainmail vest beneath a simple hemp robe. In all of Blackwater Valley territory, only he and Knight Fred possessed such intricately crafted, expensive armor they couldn't yet afford to equip the entire army. Young Master Li Wei, you must be extremely careful, Knight Fred frowned, his tone like a mother sending her son on a distant journey. The northern frontier is known for its fierce customs, and with the kingdom at war again, there are more and more bandits and landless wandering knights. Though you're already a knight in training, remember to avoid contact with strangers when possible. Run when you can. Money and possessions are just external things. You carry the last hope of the Black Snake family. Li Wei smiled and patted the man's armor. Don't worry, Sir Fred. I'm 15 years old now. I can take care of myself. While I'm away, I'll have to trouble you to look after the territory. Fred nodded. After nightfall, Li Wei shouldered his heavy pack, avoided the sentries, and quietly set out on his journey in the silent glow of dying campfires. The later stages of cultivation required ever more resources. This trip aimed to resolve for urgent matters. First, to acquire ambergris, the rare material needed for refining the black snake's secret medicine. Second, to sell the weapons and armor he had crafted, preferably finding long-term, reliable buyers. Third, to collect as many new breathing techniques as possible, especially bloodline breathing methods. If he could practice multiple techniques and find the legendary giant's breathing method, he would be able to don that set of frost giant demon armor, bringing about a qualitative leap in his strength. Fourth, to try his luck searching for any traces of wizards. Once the first three matters were settled, he could focus entirely on cultivation. The fourth was a matter of fate. The path of knighthood was already long enough. His destination, Icewind City, located several hundred miles east of Blackwater Valley and under the jurisdiction of the Silver Mountain Earl. It was the largest city within 1,000 miles and one of the four major cities of the northern frontier. Only there would he have a chance to purchase ambergris. Besides, he didn't feel comfortable entrusting this to others. After much consideration, he decided to go himself. First, his own strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. He had been at the Quasic Knight level for some time now, and with his golden cross slash at the advanced vibration stage plus his maxed out archery skills, he could hold his own even against a full knight. So whatever unexpected situations arose, he should be able to handle them. This trip was purely for supplies. He packed dozens of pounds of dried food and cured meat, along with 50 feathered arrows. Iron arrows dealt more damage, but were too heavy for long-distance travel. His pack also contained several masterwork knight swords he had forged himself, planning to test the northern markets, the finest quality ones he had already given to his soldiers. Li Wei had no ambitions for conquest, only seeking to gather a few hundred fully armed elite troops in Blackwater Valley for protection against criminal organizations like the Wild Boar Gang. Cultivation was his main path, everything else was secondary. He traveled on foot. With his Quasic Knight physique, his running speed wasn't much different from a horse, and horses were too conspicuous in this barren land. Those who could afford horses were usually people of status. Following the muddy trail formed by half-melted snow, he traveled day and night. After a full day and night, the evil spirits he most feared never appeared, which made him secretly relieved. Those undead creatures immune to physical attacks had always been his greatest concern. On the second day, when he entered a mandatory pass in the frozen territory, trouble finally emerged. At the end of the narrow path, 13 bandits blocked his way, all gaunt and sallow, yet radiating vicious malice. Their leader was a burly man in cloth armor, gripping a large blade, his stance steady and firm. "Little guy," the man bellowed, "if you don't want to meet the Heavenly Father, drop your stuff, throw down your weapons, and put your hands behind your head." A bandit beside him cackled wickedly. "We wild grass gang kill without blinking. Ha ha ha." Li Wei surveyed his surroundings, precisely counting 13 men. Except for the leader who appeared somewhat robust, with faint white mist emanating from his body, clearly having practiced breathing techniques. With combat power approaching Quasic Knight level, the rest were ragged and malnourished. If it came to a fight, the outcome was virtually certain. He dropped his pack to the ground, but his movements were lightning fast as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Fwang! The feathered arrow shot through the air straight at the leader. The man anticipated it and dodged with a side roll. "Very good. Looks like you really want to die." The leader sneered coldly, casually putting on an iron helmet he had scavenged along the way, his only decent piece of knight equipment, used to protect his vitals. Fwang! Fwang! Li Wei didn't pause, his bowstring singing continuously as 2 arrows streaked like flowing light, precisely striking 2 ordinary bandits between the eyes. Blood sprayed as they collapsed dead before they could even scream. With his maxed out archery skills, such shots required no aiming. Divine marksmanship came naturally. Even if the kingdom's finest archer arrived, they could only admit defeat. "Damn it!" the leader roared, stomping through the snow and charging forward like a shadow, his large blade whistling through the air as it chopped down toward Li Wei's head. The remaining bandits also closed in from all directions, trying to get close before this divine archer could knock another arrow, or they would eventually be picked off one by one. Li Wei's lips curved slightly as he released his bow and drew his sword. Frostmourne flashed with cold light, wisps of white smoke rising from his body. Wisps of white vapor rose into the air as Li Wei stomped his foot, and his entire body suddenly exploded into action. He shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, his knight's sword slicing through the frigid air, leaving a sharp white trail of snow dust in the wake of his blade. Golden cross strike. Accompanied by tremendous force, the sword light intersected into a dazzling cross, crashing thunderously against the burly man's cleaver. Crack! The man's grip was instantly torn open, his 5 fingers trembling violently, nearly losing hold of his weapon. He stared in disbelief. This was a knight apprentice. "You're also a knight apprentice?" He quickly assessed the youth before him, a sturdy build that still carried traces of boyishness, with a somewhat innocent face that couldn't be more than 17 or 18 years old. A knight apprentice at such an age could only mean two things: either born into high nobility with abundant resources, or blessed with talent so extraordinary it was almost monstrous. Aren't you one too? Are you afraid now? Li Wei grinned, cold air escaping between his teeth along with white vapor. With a slight twist of his wrist, he delivered a backhand strike, and a crisp crack tore through the silence. The already rust-covered cleaver snapped in half, with one piece flying into the snow. Before the burly man could recover from his shock, the sword light had already pierced through his cloth armor, the icy blade stabbing into his chest before twisting violently. Blood mist mingled with snow as his pupils rapidly lost focus. In the next instant, Li Wei withdrew his sword and stood upright, his movements so clean it was as if that fatal strike had never occurred. The leader's fall happened in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, the 12 remaining bandits turned deathly pale. They had personally seen their leader carry out numerous robberies, and even when the targets were merely impoverished civilians, his ferocity had become deeply ingrained in their minds. Just days ago, their leader had proudly announced plans to establish the Wild Grass Gang and expand their territory in this remote region, yet now lying in the bloody snow was his motionless corpse. Fear shattered their organization as they scattered like startled crows. Li Wei raised his hand, and the bowstring sang softly whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows whistled through the dim sky with sharp screams. The fleeing figures fell one by one into the snow, their blood drawing vivid red lines across the white ground. The remaining few fell into complete despair, kneeling on the frozen ground with their foreheads pressed to the snow, trembling as they begged for mercy. "Sir Knight, please don't kill us. We were just trying to make a living. I truly meant you no harm. Just wanted to steal some food to fill our bellies. I swear by the Heavenly Father. I have a blind wife at home who needs my care, please." The will to survive brought tears to every pair of eyes as they regarded Li Wei as the grim reaper who would judge their fate. The young man looked down at them, his breath forming white mist in the cold wind. "Go," he said calmly. "Thank you. You're a good man. We'll never dare again." The survivors shakily rose to their feet, then immediately broke into desperate flight the moment they turned around. Li Wei's gaze turned ice cold as he drew his bowstring to full moon once more. In the snow, 13 corpses lay arranged side by side, their blood long since diluted by wind and snow. Li Wei gathered dry kindling, struck sparks with flint, and orange flames gradually grew stronger, consuming that pile of cold flesh. "May the flames warm your world after death," he murmured softly, his tone gentle and peaceful. Among these 13 bandits, the youngest was about his own age, just a child really. Li Wei was certain that most of what they said before dying was true. People under extreme fear rarely lie. However, what did that have to do with him? If he hadn't possessed the strength, the one whose body might have been destroyed without a trace would have been himself. These men had turned to banditry for various reasons, but most importantly, it was this chaotic and dark age that had shaped their fate. However, the real reason they now lay dead on the ground was simple: they had dared to harm Li Wei. After the battle ended, he wiped the blood from his sword blade, rummaged through these poor wretches' tattered clothing to find over a dozen silver coins, dropped them jingling into his purse, then picked up his pack and continued on his journey. Before long, a massive silver-white city came into view among the rolling mountains. The walls of Bingfeng's city gleamed with a cold luster in the setting sun, and at the city's center, a pure white sacred radiance cathedral with Gothic spires towered into the clouds. Li Wei squinted as he surveyed the sight, nodding inwardly with approval. Compared to the flower city of Tulip territory ruled by his father, the former was exquisite and magnificent while the latter was grand and imposing. Each had its own merits, yet both were equally breathtaking. The guards checking travel permits caused no trouble, and Li Wei entered the city smoothly. Compared to Heishui Valley with its population of less than 1,000 and perpetual quietude, Bingfeng City could almost be called bustling. Official statistics showed a permanent population of 100,000, and adding in unregistered residents, traveling merchants, and visitors, the real number was certainly higher. Though it couldn't compare to the modern cities of his previous life with their millions or even tens of millions of inhabitants, under production conditions similar to early medieval Europe, it was quite impressive. Moreover, the Emerald Kingdom was vast in territory, several times the size of Europe, so it was hardly surprising that the population concentrated in a few major cities. After briefly marveling at the sight, he headed straight for Bingfeng City's largest trading company, the Emerald Trading Company. The fact that it could bear the name Emerald itself indicated profound backing. The royal family and several Grand Duke's shadows lurked behind it, including the Duke of Black Mountain. To become a shareholder required at least an earl's rank. Showing this was a super trading company founded jointly by top-tier nobles that virtually monopolized all industries throughout the kingdom. The Bingfeng City branch was merely one link in a vast commercial network, with headquarters located in Emerald Royal City. Li Wei felt the heavy purse in his chest, the security provided by several hundred gold coins making his steps lighter. Entering the trading company's main hall, he got straight to the point. Hello, do you have any ambergris? He wasn't worried about being recognized, just an unremarkable minor lord from the Northern Territories. In this age without the internet, he hadn't yet accomplished anything earth-shattering that would make anyone bother to remember him. The staff member behind the counter immediately understood upon hearing this. Anyone bold enough to ask about ambergris was either nobility or a knight, definitely someone with money. I'm sorry, sir, we currently don't have ambergris in stock. If you... Before the words were finished, Li Wei had already turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the street. Good thing I was mentally prepared, he calculated inwardly. If even the Emerald Trading Company is out of stock, there's only one place left in the entire city that might have it. If they don't have it either, I'll just have to go home and slowly accumulate time. He casually bought a white wolf mask from a gift shop, tied the straps, and covered his features, then squeezed into the gradually darkening evening alleys. After winding through several turns, the melodious sound of harps, playful whistles, and men's hearty laughter blended together as the warm light of a small tavern came into view. Through the windows, one could see a roaring fire, and a wooden sign by the door read, Shining Tavern. Below it, marked in bright red paint, today's entry fee Lion King Spirits. A burly man with broad shoulders and a bear-like build stood at the entrance. Every customer entering had to produce a gold coin in exchange for a cup of the exorbitantly priced Lion King Spirits, which they had to drink on the spot to prove both their financial means and courage. After all, this shining tavern was merely a front. Its true identity was Bingfeng City's underground trading market, the black market. No one knows when the shimmering taverns first began appearing in the kingdom's major cities, and not just in the Emerald Kingdom either. Travelers have reported finding traces of these establishments across all 7 nations. This organization spreads like a spider's web across the entire continent, offering everything from underground dealings to bounty contracts. Yet ordinary folk see only that luxurious door barred by the 1 gold coin for drinks, entry fee. Inside are beautiful women from distant lands with bold attire and graceful figures, while outside there are only sighs and hesitation. The threshold completely divides these two worlds. Li Wei comes from a family of knights. His father is a renowned grand knight who knows the shimmering tavern's reputation all too well. If the Emerald Trading Company hadn't run out of stock, he would never have come here today. But with goods in short supply, he has no choice. 1 Lion King's fire, he says through gritted teeth, fishing a crown-sized gold coin from his purse and handing it to the burly doorman. The man's muscles bulge throughout his massive frame, and the energy radiating from within reveals knight-level prowess. Clearly no ordinary person. The fact that they need a knight just to guard the door shows the tavern's profound backing. The shimmering tavern seems to exist beyond the reach of nobility, royal authority, and even church power. A single gold coin could buy a strong bull in the outside world, or trade for a fine knight's sword, or even get those condescending priests at the Holy Light Church in Icewind City to perform a sacred blessing for you. But here, it's worth only 1 drink and serves as your entry ticket. The burly man slides over a cup of pale golden, faintly glowing liquor. Drink it, and you can enter. This is indeed Lion King's fire, brewed in honor of the legendary Lionheart Knight Rhine. The entire shimmering tavern serves only 7 types of alcohol, rotating 1 per day over 7 days. Lion King's fire, blood wine, 100 flowers brew, snowflake beer, black rum, golden fire, and nameless wine. Same price, same commemorative significance. Each honors one of 7 fallen legendary knights: Lionheart Rhine, Blood Knight Brad, 100 Flowers Yelena, Snowflake Fulier, Black Knight Blake, Golden Jalike, and the mysterious 1,000-faced Nameless One. This is why many believe the Shimmering Tavern's true mastermind must be a legendary knight. Otherwise, how could they operate across 7 nations and run a black market right under the noses of royalty and nobility? Li Wei isn't worried about poison in the drink. The Shimmering Tavern has an excellent reputation in the underground world. He tilts his head back and drains it in 1 gulp, the fire-like liquid burning down his throat to his stomach, then pushes open the heavy wooden door. A wave of heat, alcohol fumes, and hormone-charged clamor hits him immediately. Behind the bar, a heavily made-up proprietress pours herself 100 flowers brew, her gaze lazy yet sharp. Throughout the hall, masked figures are everywhere, though some boldly show their true faces. Rough men engage in drinking games and casually flirt with serving girls, only to fall silent when the proprietress barks a reprimand. Everyone knows that those who dare lay hands on Shimmering Tavern staff never leave unscathed. Li Wei weaves through the mingled scents of alcohol and sweat, passing face after face, both drunk and sober, finally pushing through the noisy crowd to reach a domed chamber behind the tavern that opens into an entirely different world. Here was the tavern's trading market, a makeshift street formed by wooden barrels and long tables arranged against the wall, with clusters of customers crowding around each stall. A large board covered in colorful chalk writing hung from the wooden beams above, densely packed with all sorts of personal commissions. The Radiant Tavern served merely as a platform, whether for transport, search, escort, or assassination. Someone would take any job. This gave birth to a profession that earned money by completing these commissions. Bounty hunters and many wandering knights simply adopted this guise to blend in here. Li Wei made a full circle through the bustling corridor when his eyes suddenly lit up, stopping at the stall of a knight completely encased in heavy armor. Only a small black bottle sat on the stall, its mouth tightly sealed, yet still emanating a warm, viscous, and intoxicating fragrance. He had smelled that scent countless times when his father prepared secret medicine ambergris. 200 gold coins per bottle, no bargaining. The armored knight's voice grated like steel on steel, his tone harsh. The man was clearly a formal knight with a blazing aura that, while not matching Knight Fred's, still shone like flame before Li Wei. Li Wei frowned. Ambergris has always been 100 gold coins per bottle. At 200, how could you possibly sell any? The knight sneered coldly, tapping the table. You still think you can buy ambergris for 100 gold coins? Go check the Emerald Guild and see if they have any stock left. The Royal White Horse Knight bought out all their ambergris to break through to legendary knight status. There's none left on the market. Buy it or don't, but stop blocking my business. No wonder the Emerald Guild was out of stock, Li Wei thought with amazement. He had certainly heard of the White Horse Knight, hailed as the strongest genius in the Emerald Kingdom's 1,000-year history, the foremost among all below legendary knight rank. He couldn't wait for ambergris prices to drop. That could take forever. How many bottles do you have? Li Wei asked. How many do you need? The knight's gaze swept over him appraisingly. 2 bottles. Li Wei had brought 500 gold coins on this trip, planning to spend it all on ambergris anyway. Even with doubled prices, he had to grit his teeth and buy 2 bottles would be enough to return and brew the Black Serpent secret medicine to break through to formal knight status. Deal. The armored knight weighed the bottle. Didn't expect someone with your mediocre strength to be so wealthy. Which northern noble's son are you? Li Wei couldn't be bothered to respond, answering with action instead. He took the 2 bottles of ambergris, carefully verified their authenticity, and after confirming they were genuine, slapped 400 gold coins across the table, equivalent to 5 years of his territory's fiscal income, making his heart bleed though he showed no emotion. Lucky for you. The knight hastily swept the coins into his embrace. I need money urgently for the Radiant auction the day after tomorrow. Otherwise I could have taken these 2 bottles to the auction and earned at least another 100 gold coins. If you want to buy ambergris again in the future, come find me at the Radiant Tavern. With those words, he grabbed his money pouch and disappeared into the crowd. Li Wei mused that this fellow clearly controlled an ambergris supply channel. With his most important objective achieved and over 100 gold coins remaining in his purse, he planned to buy a bloodline breathing technique to test whether the proficiency panel could break through bloodline restrictions and allow him to cultivate other families' methods. However, after searching the entire market, he never encountered a stall selling breathing techniques. He would have to wait for the Radiant auction the day after tomorrow. The small monthly auction held on the last day always featured some truly exceptional items. Li Wei had once accompanied his father to such an auction in Flower City as a child, where he witnessed an extremely rare, excellent quality, non-bloodline breathing technique sell for the astronomical price of 5,000 gold coins. With some time left before the Radiance auction, Li Wei found an empty spot and set up his stall. The stall fee was already included in the tavern's entrance ticket, that seemingly ordinary drink priced at 1 gold coin, so he didn't need to pay another copper. Standing before this black market tavern called Radiance, he was once again stunned by its financial power, truly wealthy enough to rival a nation. Li Wei arranged several freshly forged knight swords in the center of his cloth spread, their blades gleaming coldly under the lamplight. He couldn't help but feel envious compared to this tavern. Even the Emerald Guild seemed shabby. By rough calculation, this small tavern in Frozen City could easily earn over 100 gold coins daily from drinks alone, bringing in tens of thousands annually, with ease nearly matching the yearly tax revenue of a high-ranking earl's territory. His father had once tried to invest in this tavern, but even as a Grand Knight, he couldn't find the right connections. Radiance Tavern never accepted new shareholders, completely blocking that path. He looked down to inspect his goods. Premium longswords, 2 gold each, no haggling, custom orders and bulk purchases accepted. Design blueprints required for custom work. To save his voice, he carved these words directly onto a wooden sign and placed it in front of him. Hey there, how much for these swords? The voice came from behind a mask, a customer also wearing a white wolf mask. 2 gold. Li Wei replied, looking up with a deliberately lowered voice. Bit pricey. The person commented casually before turning away. Li Wei wasn't worried. Anyone entering Radiance Tavern was either an important figure or a genuine knight, believed someone would eventually recognize quality. Sure enough, before long, the heavy clanking of iron armor approached from the distance. The newcomer was powerfully built, with an iron helmet covering most of his face. A dark, heavy war hammer at his waist swayed gently with each step, emanating a subtle aura of intimidation. From his presence alone, Li Wei could tell this was a formal knight stronger than the previous dragon ambergris seller. with breathing techniques clearly focused on strength. Friend, I hear you accept custom orders for weapons and armor? Li Wei looked up, his expression sharpening behind the white wolf mask. That's right. Weapons, armor, even specialized military equipment as long as you provide the blueprints. I can forge it, he answered with utmost confidence. You seem to be quite the accomplished blacksmith, the knight said in a flat tone, though not without appreciation. I do all right, Li Wei replied modestly. The armored knight bent down and casually picked up 2 long swords, cold light flowing between his fingers. I'll take these 2 swords. Additionally, I'd like to establish a long-term exclusive partnership with you. From now on, your forged weapons and armor should be sold to me first, not to other lords. As for price, how about market rate plus 20%? As he finished speaking, he dropped 5 gold coins onto the cloth with a clink, immediately covering Li Wei's costs. No problem. We'll continue meeting at Radiance Tavern. Li Wei agreed without hesitation. Delivering goods outside would likely get him ambushed and killed given his current strength, but at Radiance, no one dared cause trouble. The black market had its own rules. Agreed. Pleasure doing business. What should I call you? White Wolf Gelote, Li Wei said, touching his mask as memories of a game from his previous life suddenly surfaced, the name slipping out naturally. Very well, Mr. Gelote, the knight nodded. Then let's meet every last day of the quarter, here at Radiance Tavern. I need large quantities of weapons, armor, and horse equipment. I hope you'll be punctual. He pulled out a thick roll of parchment from his pouch and handed it over. These were design blueprints. By the way, I wonder if Sir White Wolf might be interested in joining a great organization with unlimited prospects and a bright future. The knight had barely begun speaking when Li Wei cut him off decisively. No. Li Wei's refusal was immediate, his voice clear and firm. The knight fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly before forcing a smile. If you ever change your mind, let me know when we meet again. With that, he turned and left the shining tavern. His heavy iron boots echoed dully against the wooden floor as his figure quickly disappeared into the night. Li Wei watched the silhouette vanish, but his chest swelled with emotion. The sales problem was finally solved. His forged weapons had the guaranteed masterwork effect, so as long as he put his goods on display, he wouldn't worry about selling them. Seems like that guy must be a knight from some territory, trying to recruit me. Li Wei calculated in his mind. For someone to purchase so many weapons and armor at once, they were probably planning something big, possibly even a rebellion. But that had nothing to do with him. No one knew his true identity, and as long as he kept selling his goods, even if they stirred up earth-shaking trouble, it wouldn't implicate him. With that thought, he shook his hands and refocused his attention on the forge and orders. In a sparsely lit mansion on the north side of Icewind City, the heavily armored knight who had just completed the transaction with Li Wei pushed through the door and removed the iron helmet that covered his entire body. The heavy metal clanged as it hit the table, revealing a weathered face crisscrossed with scars. He knelt on one knee, fist pressed to his chest. Before him, a bare-chested man was practicing breathing exercises. With each breath, milky white mist appeared and disappeared in the night air, and in the candlelight, his muscle definition stood out like carved stone. Vice President, I found another excellent blacksmith and secured a partnership, the armored knight reported with lowered head. Excellent, Boar Knight. The man donned a beast-hide vest, his voice like low, rumbling thunder. Your recent performance has been very satisfactory. By the Lord of the Wilderness, he surely sees your loyalty and dedication. As he spoke, he stood and fastened wide black iron bracers to his forearms. At 8 feet tall, he resembled a small giant. Even the normally imposing Boar Knight appeared slight beside him. Once fully equipped, the vice president looked up. I've been away from Brotherhood headquarters for some time. What's our current equipment stockpile status? The Boar Knight immediately reported. As of today, the Brotherhood possesses 2,500 sets of armor and weapons, plus 1,000 Highland warhorses. Over the past few years, we've recruited or controlled dozens of blacksmiths across various regions, with new equipment entering our stores daily. Additionally, the Brotherhood continues searching nationwide through different channels for new blacksmiths and purchasing weapons and armor to accelerate our expansion. As someone originally responsible for weapons and armor operations and one of the rare blacksmith knights, he presented the data with clear organization. The vice president nodded but remained unsatisfied. The numbers are still far from sufficient. To overthrow those greedy, detestable nobles, we need to assemble at least 10,000 fully armed cavalry, plus over 100 formal knights for the charge. He clenched his fist, knuckles creating soft friction sounds within his gauntlets. And we need absolute leadership capable of matching the nobles' grand knights. Currently, I'm just one step away from becoming a grand knight myself. Once I break through, the Wilderness Brotherhood will possess 2 grand knight-level warriors, and we won't need to operate with such restraint. Congratulations, sir. The Boar Knight was genuinely excited, his eyes lighting up. The vice president suddenly remembered something. The last transaction with the lamp spirit went very smoothly. With the lamp spirit's assistance, I've already broken through from high knight to peak knight, and my breathing technique has advanced a level. I estimate that to truly step into the Grand Knight realm, I'll need the lamp spirit's help once more. I'll have to trouble you to make that trip. With that, the vice president pulled an ancient black snuff bottle from his chest. In the year 1006 of the sacred calendar, on the last day of the month of vitality, as night fell, the radiant tavern blazed with light, its crescent-shaped crystal chandelier illuminating the hall as bright as day. The monthly radiant auction was taking place as usual, presided over by the alluring and sensual proprietress. Dressed in a tight corset and ultra-short leather skirt, her bare shoulders gleamed under the lights as she stepped onto the circular platform in her stilettos. The burning gazes of the burly men surrounding her seemed ready to ignite the very air, and with that, the auction began. In the back row, Li Wei sat quietly wearing a white wolf mask. With only 100 gold coins in his pocket, he knew his limit. She could afford at most one treasure from the entire auction. Everyone who could afford to come to the Radiant Tavern was among the wealthiest in the Northern Territory. In these times when nobles were everywhere and titles were as common as dogs, his modest fortune was rather pitiful. According to tradition, 10 items would be featured tonight, most consigned by members. The threshold for becoming a Radiant member was a one-time payment of 100 gold coins for a 5-year membership. During this period, members not only received free admission but also waived bidding fees. Li Wei knew these privileges were mostly monopolized by the detestable upper nobility. For instance, his late father had been a Radiant member, but unfortunately, memberships were not inheritable. The first auction item was brought to the platform, a knight's sword. With his current, third-tier forging expertise, Li Wei could tell at a glance that this sword was far from ordinary. Its lines were elegant and ancient, its casting patterns delicate, clearly the work of a master craftsman. The proprietress gently tousled her curls and introduced it in a soft voice. This sword was once worn by a great knight of the Vijikid family a century ago, forged by the royal court's master craftsman Hammer of Flames Hejaman. It holds exceptional value both in combat and as a collectible. Starting bid is 10 gold coins, with minimum increments of 5 gold coins. Her voice was like fine wine, instantly igniting the entire venue. My God, the first item is already a master's authentic work, exclaimed a knowledgeable blacksmith in the crowd. Hammer of Flames. The most renowned craftsman in the Northern Territory a century ago, everything he forged was a legendary weapon. Another person marveled. Li Wei was equally surprised. Over the past year, while teaching himself forging and learning from Xiao Milan in various books, he had gained some knowledge of the kingdom's forging history and understood the extraordinary significance of Hammer of Flames. Although blacksmiths weren't ranked by levels like knights, they were artificially divided into 3 tiers based on reputation and craftsmanship quality. 1. Blacksmith apprentice. Li Wei was currently at this stage. His third-tier forging skills already qualified him as an advanced apprentice. He only needed to craft a suit of armor to officially graduate. 2. Certified forger. Xiao Milan's father, Old Toby, belonged to this category. The armor worn by Li Wei and Knight Folade was crafted by his hands. Unfortunately, Old Toby had been kidnapped by the Wild Boar gang, and Li Wei had sworn to rescue him. 3. Master Craftsman. This tier stood at the pinnacle, earning unanimous recognition from the kingdom's nobles and knights. Master craftsmen were overwhelmed with commissions daily, with countless dignitaries seeking them to forge legendary weapons. Their status was revered, and every faction treasured them like precious gems. The gap between a certified forger and a master craftsman was as vast as that between a knight and a great knight. In the end, this knight's sword crafted by a master smith was purchased by a wealthy nobleman for 100 gold coins. Given the forging standards of this era, even the finest knight's sword was hardly worth 100 gold pieces, which only demonstrated the absurd brand premium commanded by master smiths. Li Wei made a mental note. Once he grinded his forging skills to master level, financial freedom would be within reach. The second item was brought onto the platform, a suit of knight's plate armor. The armor was entirely forged from dark iron mined in the Rocky Mountains, and the smith had melted an entire thumb-thick mithril bar into the furnace. Dark iron's performance completely surpassed ordinary steel, though its extremely high melting point made it difficult to work with. As for mithril, that was a legendary metal occasionally discovered in meteor craters. The witch Gulweg had publicly acknowledged that mithril was the most cost-effective ethereal conducting material. This plate armor's final hammer price, 480 gold coins. Li Wei snorted inwardly. This trash armor couldn't even compare to the Frost Giant's magical armor in his collection. His own armor was forged entirely from mithril, far beyond the measure of mundane gold prices. The auctioneer counted his silver hammer and raised the next batch of wooden boxes high. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have the breathing technique segment. 2 techniques bundled together: a frost wolf breathing technique from the frost wolf family, and the giant bear breathing technique from the rock bear family. Starting bid is 100 gold coins, with minimum increments of 1 gold coin. Though these are only basic level bloodline breathing techniques, they do come from noble families and have considerable collectible value. Any collectors of breathing techniques should seize this opportunity. Hearing this, Li Wei's heart stirred. These were actually the inheritances left by his two neighbors. It seemed that after the deaths of the Frost Wolf Knight and Rock Bear Knight, their descendants had become so impoverished they had to sell their ancestral secret arts. However, these two techniques were typical bloodline breathing methods, useless to outsiders but priceless to bloodline descendants. Apart from himself, he estimated no one else would be willing to bid. As he predicted, only scattered bidding voices emerged from the venue. After the price climbed to 120 gold coins, there was no further response. Li Wei successfully acquired them for 120 gold coins. This price was quite fair. Equivalent non-bloodline breathing techniques of the same level would cost at least 300 to 400 gold coins. In these war-torn times, most nobles would rather spend their money on weapons, armor, and provisions than throw away fortunes on secret manuals they couldn't practice. The auction concluded. Li Wei collected the two breathing technique scrolls and immediately left the venue, changed into a clean cloak, then headed to the Emerald Trading Company to gather the secret medicinal materials from his formula. Except for the rare dragon's ambergris, all other herbs could be easily purchased. As for snake blood, he selected an entire basket of white crystal serpents from the northern frozen lands to slowly extract from later. Leaving the trading company, he wandered through Icewind City's library and several old bookshops, purchasing at high prices any tome related to wizards, regardless of age or condition. As night fell, he took the remote mountain path for an overnight return journey. Along the way, he only encountered a few hungry gray wolves and saw none of the rumored bandits. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1006, second day of the Green Grass Month, the travel-worn Li Wei arrived at Blackwater Valley. Knight Fred in the ancient castle finally relaxed his expression upon seeing Li Wei's return. "Young master, you finally returned." Knight Fred pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped forward to greet him. Sharp eyes beneath a gray cloak assessed the newcomer, his tone carrying the lightness of relief. "Has anything happened in the territory while I was away?" Li Wei asked casually while brushing dust from his cloak. "Everything in the territory is normal." Knight Fred bowed, then asked with concern, "Did your journey go smoothly?" "Well enough." Li Wei smiled and, after brief pleasantries, headed straight to his room. Along the way, flames danced in the corridor fireplaces, casting Li Wei's shadow long and short in turns. He mentally tallied his trip. Every last gold coin from the bottom of that iron chest had been spent, leaving him once again in a state of financial embarrassment overnight. Fortunately, the gains were substantial. 2 bottles of priceless ambergris, 2 rare bloodline breathing techniques, a reliable sales channel for weapons and armor, and several miscellaneous books. All the goals set before departure had been accomplished. Now only the preparation of secret medicine remained. The next morning, daylight filtered through gaps in the heavy curtains into the room as Li Wei stretched lazily. The preparation of Black Snake's secret medicine wasn't complex, completely different from the alchemy of his previous life, with its countless variations in heat control. Following the recipe proportions, he weighed the herbs, added ambergris, then pounded, kneaded, and rolled them into small, dark, lustrous pills. In less than a morning, he had successfully prepared a full 200 pills. The quantity couldn't be increased, furthermore would dilute the ambergris's potency, preventing maximum effectiveness. 2 bottles of ambergris corresponded perfectly to 200 pills of secret medicine, which at 1 pill per day would sustain his cultivation for the next 6 months. The pills lay in a wooden box, emanating a cool fragrance. Li Wei immediately swallowed one, placed pre-prepared bread and dried meat within reach, then sat cross-legged and eagerly began the Black Snake breathing technique. His breathing practice had been delayed during 2 days of travel. About an hour later, the breathing technique session concluded. Black Snake breathing technique, proficiency 10. Indeed, it's different. Li Wei opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Normally, one session would only increase his proficiency by 1 to 2 points, but with the secret medicine, it multiplied several times over. However, during the Quasic Night stage, only 1 pill could be taken per day, more would be counterproductive. The medicine's power transformed into a cold current flowing through his body. Combined with breathing exercises, his mind was pulled to an unprecedented height of focus, as if the entire world contained only the rhythm of his heartbeat and breathing. When finished, his pores opened slightly, first releasing wisps of white steam, then black impurities were expelled along with sweat, sticking to his skin. This Black Snake's secret medicine can actually expel bodily impurities. Li Wei was delighted. After washing away the grime, he felt light throughout his body. Taking advantage of his peak condition, he drew his sword and practiced the Golden Cross / once more. Golden Cross / proficiency 3. The heightened focus brought by the secret medicine was equally effective for swordsmanship, almost like a low-grade version of enlightenment. Even better, after the first dose, he vaguely sensed subtle improvements in his strength and speed, likely from the initial medicinal stimulation to his body. Subsequently, he repeatedly practiced the black snake breathing technique and golden cross slash until completing all his daily training goals, only then reluctantly sheathing his sword. Finally, he retrieved from his travel pack the frost wolf breathing technique and giant bear breathing technique purchased at the auction. Both breathing techniques were rudimentary level methods, and bloodline breathing techniques at that lowest value among all breathing techniques. Li Wei first took out the giant bear breathing technique scroll. As he unrolled the parchment, countless small human figures appeared densely across its surface, each posed in bold, sweeping stances as if practicing a powerful martial art. At the center, a massive rock bear the size of a small mountain roared skyward, emanating a primal, savage aura. This was the emblem of the rock bear family. Compared to his own family's mysterious and intricate black serpent breathing technique, the giant bear method clearly emphasized pure strength, perfectly complementing the defensive nature of the black serpent technique. Next, he unrolled the frost wolf breathing technique. The scroll's layout was similar to the giant bear method, various human figures surrounding a central beast emblem, except the emblem featured a silver-white giant wolf, the silver frost wolf of the frost wolf family. The wolf's appearance, expression, and fierce presence reminded Li Wei of the mountain wolf king he had personally slain and reduced to ashes. The frost wolf breathing technique focused on reaction speed and agility, combined with strength and defense. If he could master all three techniques, Li Wei was confident he could become a well-rounded, polygon warrior. The thought made him chuckle softly. Speed is what I lack most right now, he calculated silently. With my armor and black serpent breathing technique for protection and adequate strength, I'll start with the frost wolf breathing technique. He attempted to register the frost wolf breathing technique into his proficiency panel, that golden finger invisible to others. The panel could only display cold data, but it could break down the originally obscure and difficult cultivation process into grindable proficiency bars. Once the bars were full, even divine forbidden techniques could be forcibly mastered through sheer practice. Of course, truly mastering a breathing technique wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. It had taken him a full half-month just to grasp the basics of the black serpent breathing technique. Though the frost wolf technique was also at the rudimentary level, fully comprehending those movements and postures would likewise require time. Beyond cultivation, Li Wei remained energetic. Whenever he had free time, he would dive into the smithy, studying the armor blueprints Knight Fred had brought, preparing for the delivery 3 months away. The forge fire reflected on his focused face, sweat and iron filings intermingling as his days passed fulfillingly and steadily. In the castle courtyard, the three brothers cubs of the Black Serpent, Rock Giant Bear, and Silver Frost Wolf were also growing rapidly under the nourishment of abundant food. After just a few days, they would visibly bulk up, like inflating balloons. Emerald Calendar Year 1006, third day of the flower moon. Li Wei learned from Knight Fred that two neighbors, the heirs of Frostwind Territory and Rock Territory, had successively sold their ancestral lands and relocated their entire clans to Iceal City, becoming landless nobles. The purchaser of these territories was the Holy Radiance Church. The church planned to build a new cathedral in Silver Moon Territory, bringing the illumination of the Heavenly Father's holy light to this frozen land. Li Wei cursed silently. Damn church. He had a premonition that his peaceful life would be shattered by the church's arrival. However, now that the church had returned, Li Wei considered himself a law-abiding person. He believed that as long as he didn't provoke the church, they wouldn't bother looking for trouble with him. The only difference was that before, relying on the saying, "the mountains are high and the emperor is far away," he could occasionally skip paying tithes and various church taxes, but now he had to honestly pay everything back. After all, the church was the one making the rules regardless of whether the gods truly existed. The 7 Orthodox churches were undisputed giants, and in the Emerald Kingdom, the Holy Radiance Church was supreme. In the end, it all came down to being too weak. If he possessed the strength of a Grand Knight, he could completely withdraw from worldly affairs and protect himself anywhere. If he advanced to become a legendary knight, he could be like the rumored one stationed at the Shining Tavern, directly opening black markets in the cities and territories of nobles from various countries. Wanting to pay taxes? Dream on. In an age when miracles didn't manifest, legendary knights were gods among mortals. Therefore, Li Wei's goal was clear. Either become an existence like a wizard, or embark on the legendary path to become a true god among mortals. In the blink of an eye, the month of flowers passed. According to Knight Fred's intelligence, the church moved extremely quickly. They had just escorted away the lords of Rockstone Territory and Frostwind Territory, then immediately drove serfs to begin construction of a cathedral even more magnificent than Li Wei's castle. On the final day of the month of flowers, Li Wei practiced the frost wolf breathing technique step by step according to the guidance of the inheritance scroll, as usual. A whole month already, he muttered to himself. Back then, the black snake breathing technique took only half a month to master. Does the bloodline breathing technique really require bloodline? Logically speaking, rudimentary-level techniques could be picked up in just a few days, but this frost wolf breathing technique of the same level he had practiced hard for a month and still hadn't mastered it, which inevitably left him feeling frustrated. I'll persist for another month. If it still doesn't work, I'll switch to the giant bear breathing technique. If I can't learn giant bear either, then I'll give up and melt the magic armor into mithril to reforge it into ordinary armor, he murmured to himself, with some reluctance. Fortunately, this period wasn't without gains. Thanks to the black snake secret medicine, his black snake breathing technique proficiency had skyrocketed by 1,000 points in 1 month, more than double his usual training speed. At this rate, before the secret medicine ran out, he would most likely step into the ranks of official knights provided he successfully condensed his life seed. The golden cross slash had also improved by over 1,000 proficiency points. He had also made breakthroughs in forging. This entire month, he had been hammering armor plates much more intricate than forging knight swords. Since it was his first attempt and he was delayed by various matters, it took him a full month to complete the main components of the armor. On this day, he once again stood beside the castle's forge, hammer rising and falling, sparks flying everywhere. He employed cold forging methods, designing full-body armor similar to plate armor for that night. Compared to the complicated mail armor, this type was somewhat simpler to craft. More importantly, only this kind of plate armor could defend against crossbows and long swords on the battlefield, while mail armor could only defend against ordinary arrows, though it had the advantage of being lighter. Li Wei stood bare-chested, his muscular frame gleaming as he hammered the final piece of chest armor into shape. The red-hot iron sparked against the anvil, each strike ringing out as sharp, flowing lines gradually emerged. As the system's proficiency notification chimed, the full-plate armor set crafted specifically for that night was finally complete and Li Wei's status officially advanced to blacksmith, gaining 101 forging proficiency points. He propped the armor against the wall and surveyed his work with satisfaction. The rugged patterns, heavy contours, and faint metallic aroma all proclaimed its exceptional quality. Not bad at all. 25 gold coins per set, Li Wei mentally priced it. Similar plate armor on the market sold for only 20 gold coins, but with his guaranteed masterwork, talent enhancement, this armor's quality far exceeded ordinary blacksmith's work. An extra 5 gold coins was hardly expensive. Such a price equaled 20 oxen, affordable only to true nobles and formal knights. Squires or attendants would be grateful just to afford a single piece. Ultimately, this continent suffered from low productivity and scarce iron ore. Before his transmigration, Li Wei never realized how blessed his previous life had been. Even as a baron now, his living conditions remained far inferior to the past. The comfort and convenience that technology brought only became precious after being lost. This single armor set gave me several hundred proficiency points. What a massive project, Li Wei calculated. A few dozen more pieces and my forging could reach 4th tier. I wonder if the special effects will upgrade then. Status panel. Black Serpent Breathing Technique. 3rd tier 501110000. Golden Cross Slash. 3rd tier 542710000. Special Effect. Advanced Vibration. Beast Taming. 3rd tier Maximum Special Effect. Wild Heart. Forging. 3rd tier 200810000. Special Effect. Guaranteed Masterwork. Compared to several months ago, his tier remained unchanged, but the progress bars had advanced significantly. As Li Wei placed the armor on the storage rack, Knight Fred had already been waiting at the door for some time. "What is it, Sir Fred?" he asked, casually pulling on his shirt. "Young master, the church people have arrived," Fred replied with a shrug. "How many came?" "Just 2. 1 priest and 1 formal knight." "Good, let's go meet them." Li Wei changed into dark noble attire, but as a precaution, still wore chainmail underneath. Knowing this world's dangers, he slept in double-layered mail with an additional chest plate, stifling and uncomfortable, but most reassuring. Outside the castle, a priest in white holy robes waited quietly for the gates to open, guarded by a church knight in silver-white armor. The knight was tall and lean, his expression displeased. "Lord Abraham, this black serpent baron is far too discourteous, making us wait so long in this wretched place." The priest glanced sideways at the knight, his voice steady. "Glimmer Knight, do not be hasty. Haste leaves openings for enemies." The gates rumbled open as Li Wei and Fred rode out slowly. In the sunlight, he dismounted gracefully, performed a standard and elegant noble bow with a smile playing at his lips. "Dear Priest Abraham, I sincerely welcome you to Blackwater Valley." In the council chamber of Blackwater Valley's castle, weak morning light filtered through the towering arched windows, while the rough stone walls allowed the chill to seep inch by inch into everyone's boots. At the head of the long table sat Pastor Abraham in formal posture, his fingers clasped over the cover of a leather-bound prayer book. Beside him stood a knight in gleaming silver armor, motionless as a sentinel. At the other end of the table, Levi sat with his head bowed and shoulders slightly tense, while Knight Fred maintained a half-step distance behind his chair as a protector. The restraint in the young man's eyes and the fleeting panic that flashed across them were all caught by Pastor Abraham, who was skilled at reading people indeed, still just an immature youth. Before coming here, he had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of all the major nobles in the surrounding area. Blackwater Valley had once produced legendary warriors like the Black Serpent Knight, so this territory naturally warranted close examination. He had long heard rumors about this newly titled young baron's reputation for being timid and cowardly, and seeing it confirmed with his own eyes only strengthened his conviction. The chamber fell silent. Pastor Abraham cleared his throat, his voice gentle yet direct. Baron Levi, I've come here to purchase Blackwater Valley. With those words, he straightforwardly revealed his purpose. For the nobility of this era, the church was already a super landlord second only to the royal family, controlling vast territories through annexation and acquisition. The estates under various churches and monasteries were countless, and the most common method of expansion was to respectfully purchase lands from desperate nobles. The moment these words left his mouth, Knight Fred's brow twitched sharply as he instinctively looked toward Levi. However, the young man didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he lowered his head in silence, as if weighing the pros and cons. Pastor Abraham caught this detail, his lips curving slightly upward as he spoke again. 2,000 gold coins. This is twice what I offered the heirs of the Rock Bear and Frost Wolf families out of the church's respect for the Black Serpent Knight. He gestured dismissively. I'm also aware that Blackwater Valley's annual fiscal income has been less than 100 gold coins in recent years. This sum would be enough for Baron Levi and Knight Fred to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. His tone remained composed, as if reciting from a ledger. Blackwater Valley is remote and impoverished, constrained by its natural terrain and destined never to develop into prosperous land. Rather than waste away here, it would be better to sell to the church and let us take over its management. Having finished, the pastor smiled as he studied Levi, his manner elegant and confident. He believed that this notorious coward and wastrel before him had no reason to refuse. However, today's Levi was no longer the same person. 2,000 gold coins? With his current blacksmithing skills, he could earn that back eventually. Why sell the land? Selling land was easy, but redeeming it was difficult. In this world, unless one was as desperate as the heirs of the Frost Wolf and Rock Bear barons, nobles would never easily trade away their foundation. Moreover, 2,000 gold coins for Blackwater Valley was decidedly low. While it was true that the mountainous terrain was treacherous and difficult to cultivate, the territory was vast. For the church to try to swallow it whole with a mere 2,000 gold coins was far too generous. Most importantly, Levi had already established absolute authority. Here this intangible asset had been accumulated over time. Even if he used this money to seek opportunities elsewhere and purchase another territory, he would have to start building relationships from scratch, and the time cost would be staggering. These thoughts flashed through Levi's mind like lightning, yet he kept his head lowered, though his fingertips began lightly tapping the table in an almost inaudible rhythm. The pastor's smile remained unchanged, but that certainty seemed to be quietly developing cracks under the gentle yet resolute tapping. I apologize, Father Abraham, but the Black Serpent family has thrived here for 200 years. Every brick and stone in this place holds our family's devotion, and every citizen here regards us as their rightful lords. As their liege, how could I possibly abandon them? The moment Levi finished speaking, the somber reception hall felt as though an invisible veil had been torn away. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze resolute as it swept across the oil painting on the wall depicting his ancestors clearing the wilderness, then shook his head in refusal. Knight Fred, standing behind him, visibly relaxed upon hearing these words, his shoulders easing slightly as his metal armor plates clinked together with a barely audible chime. This was the backbone befitting a scion of the Black Serpent. The fall of Tulip territory and Stormwind territory had occurred because those fertile lands involved too many noble and merchant interests, far beyond the Black Serpent family's current capacity to navigate such high-stakes politics. But Blackwater Valley was different. This was their ancestral homeland, the family's last remaining territory, and it absolutely could not be lost. Moreover, Levi still nominally held title to Tulip territory and Stormwind territory. Once he grew strong enough, he could rightfully reclaim actual control. If he sold the deeds to the church today, transferring ownership completely, there would be only two ways to reclaim them later: buying them back from the church, or taking military action against it. Both options were virtually impossible. Oh, won't Baron Levi reconsider? Father Abraham maintained his elegant smile, though his tone carried an undeniable edge like a blade concealed in his sleeve. That a mere baron would dare refuse him to his face stirred irritation that he masked flawlessly. Levi took a deep breath, his expression tense but his voice growing ever more resolute. I apologize, but if the purpose of your visit is to seize our family's last territory, I cannot agree. Even if I were to consent, my people would not. He understood clearly that he remained weak, but that didn't mean he had to yield when core interests were at stake. The Wild Boar gang stealing Old Toby was merely the loss of a blacksmith. The territory could still function. But losing the territory would leave him without even the resources to practice breathing techniques. Food, clothing, shelter, night training, hiring soldiers, everything required expenses, and losing the territory meant cutting off all income entirely. 2,000 gold coins might seem generous, but wouldn't last long at all. Surely he wouldn't actually work as a hired blacksmith for others? Abraham narrowed his eyes, studying Levi for a moment before spreading his hands. Very well, we'll set that matter aside for now. I welcome Baron Levi to visit Silver Moon territory anytime to discuss this further. Now let's address the second matter, the overdue taxes from Blackwater Valley. His tone shifted, and the candle flames on the table seemed to flicker as if touched by a cold wind. Baron Levi should know that you hold title to 3 territories, all of which owe taxes to the church. After your father's death, the church showed the utmost consideration for the Black Serpent family by granting maximum tax relief for Tulip territory and Stormwind territory. As for the remote Blackwater Valley, the church has been turning a blind eye. Abraham slowly leaned forward, tapping the table like a judge delivering a verdict. According to regulations, any territory under the radiance of the Heavenly Father may be taxed by the church regardless of previous tax status, with no statute of limitations, and the church decides whether to apply retroactive collection. In other words, from the time your family took control of Blackwater Valley until now, 200 years of taxes the church has the right to collect, though it simply chose not to do so previously. Baron Levi, what do you intend to do about the outstanding taxes owed by Blackwater Valley? Priest Abraham sat by the fireplace, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The firelight cast shadows on his silver-gray clerical robes, creating an aura of solemn gravity. We'll pay what we owe, Levi replied curtly, his face respectful though inwardly he sneered. The tax exemptions the church had tailored for the Black Serpent family were completely beyond his reach. The income from those 2 territories didn't belong to him at all. After all, since his father, that legendary powerhouse, had fallen, countless factions large and small in this chaotic and greedy age had set their sights on the last remaining piece of the Black Serpent Knight's legacy. At least the church was willing to pay for land that was still civilized. During the handover of Tulip territory and Stormwind territory, Duke Black Mountain's lackeys had been far more vicious, their threats both open and veiled coming at him from all directions, making the situation much more perilous than now. The helplessness he'd felt then still made his teeth ache. Annoyed as he was, the taxes had to be paid. To refuse would mean openly defying the church. He wasn't afraid of Abraham as an individual priest, but he feared the vast network of the Holy Radiance Church that sprawled across the kingdom, the monasteries, churches, and clergy woven into a massive entity, not to mention their sharpest weapon, the Knights of Radiance. Hundreds of formal knights plus 7 grand knights, enough to crush any territory that dared defy the Holy Radiance. Though Levi had his proficiency panel as an advantage, and given enough time, advancing to Grand Knight, or even Legendary Knight was inevitable. Before he truly grew strong, many things still required patience. He understood that Abraham's shift from buying land to collecting taxes was already allowing him to save face. The priest closed his prayer book and looked up with a slight nod. Very well, thank you for your cooperation, Baron Levi. Here is our calculation of the total taxes owed by Blackwater Valley over the years. In recognition of the Black Serpent Knight's great contributions to the church's cause, all late fees are waived. We'll only collect the principal. Please arrange payment as soon as possible. He handed over a tax bill that had clearly been prepared in advance, first discussing land purchase, then immediately switching to debt collection when that failed. The process seamlessly executed. Levi took the thin paper, his gold thread gloves making a soft rustling sound. When he saw the figure at the bottom, his eye twitched sharply. 1,000 gold coins. The old bastard really did trace the debt back 100 years. A surge of rage burned in Li Wei's chest. When the Black Snake Knight was alive, they never came to collect taxes, but now with his body barely cold, they came demanding money, sanctimoniously claiming they were waiving late fees only out of respect for his father's contributions. Flames roiled in his chest, but reason ultimately prevailed. Whether laws were just or not didn't matter. They were born from rulers' need to protect their own interests. Weakness was the greatest sin in this world. This amount is too much. I can only pay in installments. Li Wei took a deep breath, his voice still carrying suppressed undertones. That's acceptable. Priest Abraham nodded, his voice as thin as ice after spring thaw. But we'll charge interest on the delay. Combined with Blackwater Valley's regular taxes for the next 10 years, starting this year, your territory will pay the church 150 gold coins annually. After 10 years of full payment, normal taxation will resume. This was nothing short of daylight robbery. Tithes and indulgences still couldn't fill the church's appetituary, had long been one of their open revenue sources. Li Wei agreed through gritted teeth. He was powerless to oppose the church at this moment. 1,500 gold coins over 10 years. He had no choice. Abraham had calculated everything clearly. This was aimed at the entire territory. But 10 years was a long time. Who could predict the future? The contract was signed, and the priest swaggered away with the Glimmer Knight. Li Wei half closed his eyes, murderous intent surging like a dark tide, yet once again sealed by reason. Knight Fred sighed deeply and suddenly whispered, "What if we find a chance to eliminate Abraham? Together, killing a Glimmer Knight wouldn't be difficult." "It's useless," Li Wei shook his head. "Kill one Abraham, and the church will send a new priest. Unless we can wipe out the entire order of Radiant Knights, it's meaningless. Money isn't the problem. 150 gold coins a year. We'll pay it." His clenched fists turned slightly white. "But someday, I'll collect this debt with interest." With that, he threw himself back into training. With weak strength, he could only indulge in empty words. Whether the church or the Wild Boar gang, they dared to bully him only because they saw him as young and unestablished. With Fred nearing 50 and declining in strength, Li Wei had only one solution: endure. An egg striking stone would only shatter. How could someone not even a formal knight contend with such a behemoth? He had his proficiency panel and a bright future ahead. He couldn't throw his life away over momentary impulse. His primary goal was to become a formal knight. After the church's debt collection, he trained even more ruthlessly. In both his past and present life, he had never pushed himself this hard. At dawn, the black snake breathing technique cycled endlessly, each breath making his chest feel bound by iron hoops. Deep into the night, the frost wolf breathing technique's cold circuits coursed through his body as he repeatedly refined every movement. Hammers struck anvils with sparks flying as he personally forged weapons. During the day, he still had to handle territorial affairs, allocate resources, and maintain public morale. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1006, Month of Warmth. The most comfortable season in Blackwater Valley, neither hot nor cold. The air was moist and refreshing, yet Li Wei had no time to appreciate it. 2 months had passed since Li Wei began practicing the frost wolf breathing technique. Just as Li Wei was about to give up on the frost wolf breathing technique, a long-lost familiar sensation surged through him as clear as when he first mastered the black snake breathing technique. He snapped his eyes open and, in wild joy, pulled up his proficiency panel. Li Wei, black snake breathing technique. 3rd tier 646710000. Frost wolf breathing technique. 1st tier 11,000. Golden Cross / 3rd tier 700 010000 special effect. Advanced vibration. Beast taming. 3rd tier maximum special effect. Heart of the Wild. Forging. 3rd tier 41231000 special effect. Guaranteed excellence. Finally mastered it. Li Wei leaped to his feet. Now that the panel had recorded it, the rest was just a matter of time. As long as he could grind with the panel, he'd eventually master any technique completely. He excitedly envisioned. Once his strength was sufficient, he'd collect all the world's most advanced night breathing techniques. Whether focused on strength, speed, endurance, or defense, he'd miss none. Even if he couldn't become a wizard, by accumulating breathing techniques, he'd stand at the world's peak, and even surpass legendary knights to become a god among men, a king of the ages. At this thought, the gloom from the church's robbery vanished completely, and he sneered coldly. "Heh, old dog Abraham, just you wait." With emotions running high, he immediately continued practicing the frost wolf breathing technique. Days passed. At the end of the month of Flowing Fire, he personally led a team to deliver the armor and weapons forged during this period to the Shining Tavern in Icewind City, completing the transaction with that mysterious knight under the identity of White Wolf Gerald. 6 sets of fine plate armor and nearly 100 knight swords totaled less than 300 gold coins. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any knights selling Dragon's Breath incense, and the Emerald Trading Company remained out of stock. Returning to his territory with 300 gold coins, he temporarily eased the financial strain, only to discover that the local iron mine was depleted. With no choice, he relied on his past life's meager geological knowledge to explore along the Blackwater Valley, finally finding a small exposed iron mine dozens of miles upstream, solving the ore crisis at last. To secure the iron supply, he pulled some militia from the training grounds to mine, log, make charcoal, and smelt iron, while expanding the blacksmith apprentice program. Li Wei planned to make forging the territory's pillar industry while maintaining agriculture as the foundation. Ordinary knight swords and shields would be handled by Little Milan and the apprentices, while he'd personally forge the crucial armor. Only when Little Milan officially graduated and he invited old blacksmith Toby back could he truly free himself. Thus, with clear division of labor from mining to finished forging, efficiency doubled. The best performing apprentices earned up to 1 gold coin annually, which seemed like vast wealth to them, instantly maximizing their motivation. During the month of the forge, the territory produced 4 sets of armor and 50 knight swords in 1 month. In the month of wheat fields, golden waves of grain covered the hillsides. After the harvest, Li Wei was delighted to discover that in the first year of implementing his new policies, wheat production had increased by a full 5%, an unprecedented improvement for this era, confirming his judgment. As long as farmers were well fed, they'd unleash amazing productivity. Meanwhile, the frost wolf breathing technique advanced by leaps and bounds. Compared to the complex and expensive black snake elixirs, the frost wolf elixir's main ingredient was simply wolf meat, and Li Wei's castle was stocked with mountains of it ate it with nearly every meal. In 4 months, he forcibly ground the frost wolf breathing technique from first tier to third tier. Double good news came when Li Wei's black snake breathing technique also made substantial progress. Li Wei gazed at his proficiency panel, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Black serpent breathing technique, third tier limit, breakthrough available. Frost wolf breathing technique, third tier, 234100000. Golden Cross slash third tier 952710000. Special effect, advanced vibration. Beast taming third tier limit, special effect, wild heart. Forging third tier 6666100000. Special effect, guaranteed masterwork. The cold morning light fell across the proficiency panel, each row of numbers seeming to dance like living creatures, reflecting his current mood. The progress of his black serpent breathing technique stood out most prominently. Thanks to his 1 pill per day regimen of black serpent elixir, he had pushed this bloodline breathing technique to its third tier limit in less than a third of the usual time. Next, he would have to cross an unavoidable threshold condensing his life seed. Once successful, he would officially enter the ranks of knights and soar to new heights. In comparison, the frost wolf breathing technique was of slightly lower quality, though its meditation and breathing exercises were largely similar to the black serpent method. Li Wei was already at the Quasic Knight realm, and with the breathing technique recorded on his panel providing clear feedback, he practiced with ease and familiarity, his progress bar steadily advancing. More importantly, this technique visibly enhanced his agility and flexibility at an impressive rate. To test his achievements, he had recently ventured alone deep into the Black Mountains, targeting a pack of over a dozen mountain wolves. Without armor, relying solely on his third-tier mastery of black serpent breathing, third-tier mastery of frost wolf breathing, and third-tier golden cross slash, he swiftly slew 10 of the mountain wolves. Such results far exceeded those of ordinary Quasic knights. Even formal knights without armor could barely handle a dozen mountain wolves. By this measure, his true combat power was certainly not inferior to that of ordinary formal knights, he simply lacked a real duel to prove it. Knight Fred occasionally sparred with him, but always held back at crucial moments, preventing Li Wei from fully testing his limits. The progress bar for Golden Cross Slash was also approaching its critical point. At the current pace, he could break through to the 4th tier within another North Wind month and master the ripple force he had long dreamed of. The thought alone made his blood flow faster with excitement. This morning, Li Wei stood atop the castle walls, watching Knight Fred lead his team's departure. The wagon wheels made dull sounds against the ice-hard stone road, carrying 12 sets of armor he had personally forged. 5 sets remained for the 5 strongest militiamen in the castle, while the other 7 accompanied the team to Icewind City for delivery to their long-term partner knight. "Don't forget to bring back the dragon's saliva incense for me," he said, patting the wagon with a serious tone before their departure. Usually he would make such trips himself, but this was the golden time for condensing his life seed, and he didn't want any distractions. He could only entrust this task to the ever-reliable Fred, confident that the man wouldn't disappoint him. He roughly calculated his finances. He still had over 300 gold coins on hand, and selling this batch of armor would bring in about 300 more. 600 gold coins would be enough to support his upcoming training and potion expenses. At this thought, he murmured to himself, "Stay steady, it's time for the final sprint." After watching Knight Fred's party disappear beyond the horizon, Li Wei turned back to the castle and closed the gates. Now came the crucial moment. After more than 2 years of practicing the black serpent breathing technique, Li Wei had arduously trained his way from knight's page to knight's squire, and finally, to knight apprentice. Now he stood at the final threshold of breakthrough. Once he successfully condensed his life seed, he would officially enter the ranks of knights and no longer need to defer cautiously to those full-fledged knights. While he couldn't claim to sweep across the world, it would be enough for self-protection and even counterattacking most enemies. In his bedroom, he had arranged food and fresh water neatly by his bedside and adjusted his condition to peak state. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the candle-bearing black serpent pattern on the wall, then began condensing his life seed according to the experience taught by Knight Fred. In his view, the life seed was extremely similar to the Danteon from martial arts novels in his previous life, except the location had shifted from the abdomen to near the heart. The black serpent breathing technique operated at high speed as Li Wei repeatedly performed the coiling serpent training postures, his muscles bulging with hidden surges of power. Heat emanated from his body with thick, white vapor swirling around him. He could clearly feel the rapid loss of moisture from within, yet couldn't spare time to replenish it. As the discomfort of dehydration spread, he still forced himself to maintain the breathing rhythm. His blood gradually thickened, and the suffocating pain in his chest approached its limit. Knew that giving up halfway would mean total failure. "I must succeed," he roared inwardly. I've painstakingly built this up point by point using the proficiency panel. Boom. The breathing technique reached its peak as tremendous energy gathered from his limbs and body, flowing through his bloodstream toward his heart. His left chest suddenly erupted in tearing agony, true heartache. After this step, there was no turning back. If he failed, the rampaging force would instantly shatter his heart, scattering his organs. Countless weak-willed practitioners had died at this stage, and crude breathing techniques had appalling failure rates. Fortunately, the black serpent breathing technique was of exceptional quality, and combined with Li Wei's solid foundation built step by step through the proficiency panel, the danger had been minimized. 5 minutes of torment felt like 5 years. Li Wei's face was pale, sweat streaming down his cheeks from his forehead, before he finally exhaled deeply. He raised his hand to wipe away the sweat, and threw back his head in laughter. From crossing over in the year 2000 to now, in 1006, a full 6 years. Knight's page, Knight's squire, Knight apprentice. Starting today, I, Li Wei, am an official knight. Without X-ray vision, he could still clearly sense it. On the surface of his heart, a faint, winding black serpentine energy hovered above. The snake's tail split into countless hair-thin branches that densely covered his heart, tightly connecting with every blood vessel. Black chi. The life seed was merely a term, not an actual seed. At this moment, the serpentine black mist coiling around Li Wei's heart was precisely the life seed condensed through the black snake breathing technique, also known as the black snake seed. Countless thread-like filaments extended from the tail end of the black mist, like capillaries penetrating deep into his heart muscle, connecting with his entire body through blood circulation. From now on, every morsel of food he consumed, every trace of energy he absorbed, would nourish the life seed through his bloodstream, while the black gas released by the seed would be guided by the breathing technique to flow throughout his limbs and body, completing a continuous circulation of dark energy. With a mere thought, the life seed responded like a newly formed, controllable organ within his body. A wisp of dim black gas flowed along his blood vessels, finally settling in a small area on both arms. Li Wei looked down to see a serpentine black shadow crawling across the back of his forearms, followed by muscles suddenly contracting and hardening. When he touched the area, it felt like a car tire, rough yet resilient. The black snake breathing technique focused primarily on defense, so the black gas first covered the vital areas of his forearms. Even barehanded, he could use these hardened regions to block cold weapons. Could he transfer it to his palms? After several attempts, he finally managed to move the black gas to his palm with difficulty, causing the gas on his forearm to dissipate. This discovery filled him with joy. However, when he tried to transfer it to his left chest, he failed repeatedly. At his current level, the black gas could only move between his forearms and palms. To make it cover more areas, he would need to continuously strengthen the life seed. If he could truly reach his father's level, the black gas could spread throughout his entire body, even covering his lower regions, truly becoming a great black spear, worthy of the name. After a simple meal to replenish his strength, he called up his proficiency panel. Li Wei Black Snake Breathing Technique, 4th Tier, 120000, Special Effect, Basic Defense. The 4th tier had finally produced a special effect. Basic Defense, by covering parts of the body with black gas, can resist blunt force attacks to a certain degree and reduce damage from sharp weapons. Li Wei stared at this description and resolved to conduct experiments immediately. Only by thoroughly understanding his limits could he fight with ease in actual combat. Taking advantage of Knight Fred's absence, he headed to the three brothers' bear enclosure. By the artificial hill, the three little ones were lazily lounging in a couch potato position, chewing on delicious fish meat with contented expressions. Xiaobai, come here. He beckoned to the most composed of the three, Xiaobai. Hearing the call, Xiaobai immediately ran over, wagging his tail excitedly, standing upright to give Li Wei an enthusiastic hug. The three brothers were now nearly 3 years old, standing 3 meters tall when upright, making Li Wei, at about 6 feet tall, look like a little person in comparison to Xiaobai. Xiaobai's weight had reached an astonishing 800 kilograms, which in his previous life would have been comparable to a large adult male brown bear. Any one of these three brothers could now match the level of a knight apprentice. If Li Wei hadn't just advanced to become a formal knight with greatly increased strength, that earlier embrace from Xiaobai, even with the bear holding back, would have been enough to knock him over. All right, stop licking me, or are you going to lick my skin off? Li Wei laughed heartily as he pushed Xiaobai away, then set him down. Come on, use your claws with half your strength and attack me. Xiaobai whimpered and looked completely bewildered, unable to understand why his master wanted him to strike. He shook his head like a rattle drum, reluctant to extend his claws. Li Wei patted the bear's head. It's fine, this is an order. Hearing the command, Xiao Wei and Xiaopeng also gathered around to watch the excitement, with Xiaopeng bouncing eagerly, ready to try. You stay back, Li Wei waved Xiaopeng away. You don't know how to hold back. Finally, Xiaobai took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and assumed a fighting stance. Li Wei stood bare-chested without even leather armor, preparing to fight bare-handed. Come on, he beckoned with his finger. The bare paw came slicing through the air. Li Wei immediately activated the black serpent breathing technique, and the life seed in his heart sent black energy surging into his palms. Bang! The human figure flew back several meters. Li Wei flipped several times in midair to dissipate the force and landed steadily. He shook his numb arms. The palms that had clashed with Xiaobai's paw were covered in a black membrane as elastic as rubber, but fine cracks had appeared. Though the black protective film was damaged, his flesh remained unharmed. Ha 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 again! Man and bear engaged in primitive combat once more. On the sidelines, Xiao Wei and Xiaopeng swayed their heads, cheering for Xiaobai. After intense fighting, Xiaobai was panting heavily and collapsed weakly, while Li Wei was also breathing hard but could still continue. He examined his palms. The cracks in the black membrane were rapidly healing under the nourishment of the black energy. As long as the life seed's black energy didn't run dry, it could repair itself indefinitely. Through actual combat testing, Li Wei confirmed that at full power, the black energy could last about 5 minutes. Though brief, battlefields changed in an instant, and 5 minutes was enough to determine victory or defeat. Moreover, with armor protection in daily life, he wouldn't need the black energy enhancement most of the time. With my current strength, plus the golden cross slash that's about to reach 4th tier, ordinary formal knights are no match for me. He muttered to himself as he dressed, bid farewell to the 3 brothers, and headed back to his bedroom. Breaking through to the 5th tier of the black serpent breathing technique still required a full 20,000 proficiency points. Though formal knights were strong, they were merely the starting point of the knight's path. The gap between formal knights and grand knights was even greater than that between knight squires and formal knights. In the entire Emerald Kingdom, there might be thousands of formal knights, but grand knights numbered no more than 100. The path of grinding experience was long and arduous. A formal knight holds immense importance to any noble faction throughout the kingdom. Even though Levi currently has no territory in his possession, he could easily rely on his strength to serve under a great noble as a vassal knight. However, he has long grown accustomed to controlling his own destiny, having endured enough humiliation as a corporate wage slave in his previous life. He vows never again to act according to anyone else's whims in this lifetime. Breaking through to become a formal knight certainly calls for celebration. Levi decides to declare today a rest day from training, planning to have the twin maids massage his muscles tonight. Recently, he has been like a tireless machine, frantically practicing breathing techniques, grinding away at forging, and running trade routes for profit, packing his life to the brim. But humans are not machines after all, and everyone needs to catch their breath. He decides to pause his breathing technique cultivation for the next few days, focusing only on sleep and casually practicing the golden cross / balancing work, and rest is the key to long-term success. Cultivation is merely a tool. The true goals are longevity and living freely without constraints. As night falls, Levi soaks in a wooden bathtub. The black toxins expelled during his breakthrough slowly spread across the water's surface as the twin maids apply herbal ointment on either side, kneading and massaging his solid muscles. Young master, your muscles are so hard and rough that my hands are getting sore, complains the younger sister, Ariel, pouting as her soft chest inadvertently reveals a glimpse of spring. When you're tired, let your sister take turns, Levi says with closed eyes, letting the warm steam rise around him, finally allowing himself this rare moment of relaxation. The night passes without incident. After his bath, he returns to his bedroom, still thinking about the absent knight Fred, not because of the few hundred gold coins worth of goods, but because Fred is his only family in this world, and he absolutely cannot bear to lose that elder. With this concern weighing on his mind, Levi falls into a deep sleep. Under the silent starry night, Blackwater Valley is shrouded in thick darkness. A figure wrapped in black night clothes moves like a ghost across the river valley, reaching the flank of Black Snake Castle. He looks up at this fortress built against the mountain and surrounded by steep cliffs, muttering to himself. The terrain is indeed easy to defend and hard to attack, but to me, it's nothing more than decoration. This assassin is none other than the Phantom Knight. For the past 7 days, he has been lurking at the valley entrance, waiting for the Serpent Eagle Knight to leave, and now the opportunity has finally arrived. Hee hee, Baron Levi, I'll be taking your head, he says, lightly adjusting his tight leather armor. His form is agile as a shadow. The Phantom Knight belongs to the assassin organization Song of the Deathbird, whose members are scattered throughout the kingdom. This organization operates like an assassin's guild, remotely controlled by 5 supreme leaders, taking contracts regardless of the target commoners, nobles, formal knights, even royal family members. As long as the payment is sufficient, someone will take the job. Recently, the Phantom Knight received a commission from a major client through a broker. Though this client holds a prestigious position, he neither knows nor cares about their true identity. When the money is right, that's all that matters. As long as the price is right, the Phantom Knight will find a way to eliminate even a formal knight. As a wandering knight without lands or family, he can simply disappear after completing a kill, fleeing thousands of miles away with no one able to pursue him. Since beginning his career, he has cleanly completed countless assassinations. A baron, 3 spoiled noble sons, a countess, and even 2 formal knights of his own rank have fallen to his blade. In comparison, Li Wei is merely a notorious coward and Wastrila reputation well known in circles familiar with the Black Serpent Knight. Thus, the Phantom Knight sees no particular challenge in tonight's target. Professional discipline, however, forbids complacency. Grappling hooks, daggers, poison-tipped needles, quicklime powder comes fully armed with every tool. The night wind carries the chill of the northern frontier as he emerges from the forest like a shadow, silently approaching the ancient castle of the Black Serpent family. Below the high walls, torches flicker dimly, and a soldier leans against the stone wall, dozing. The Phantom Knight circles the castle first, studying patrol routes, finally identifying the most weakly defended section, guarded only by this drowsy sentry. Scale the wall, infiltrate, find the bedroom, deliver the killing blow, claim the bounty with the severed head. The entire plan flows seamlessly through his mind. As he approaches, he whispers, "Shadow Lord above." He does not worship the heavenly Father of Light's praise, but rather venerates the fringe deity of murder, deception, and shadow patron of assassins and conspirators. The soldier, back turned to the firelight, remains oblivious. A cold gleam flashes, and the soldier's throat is slashed, collapsing without even a cry of alarm. In the near-freezing temperature, blood quickly congeals into dark brown. The Phantom Knight doesn't spare the corpse a glance, unfurling his grappling hook and deftly casting it over the high wall. With powerful arms, he leaps up like a black cat onto the parapet, then drops silently into the inner courtyard. Landing without sound, he's about to look up and orient himself when he discovers 3 massive shadows blocking his path. Xiao Bai, Xiao Hui, Xiao Pang, 3 northern giant bear cubs, Li Wei's personally raised guard dogs. Behind this supposedly weakest defensive wall lies their bear pen. The Phantom Knight freezes momentarily. Northern giant bears, even as juveniles, possess shoulder height reaching half a man's stature and terrifying strength. Worse still, they had caught his unfamiliar scent long before he approached the castle walls. Li Wei's first lesson in training these 3 brothers was memorizing the scent of every soldier and servant in the castle. Any stranger's presence would immediately alert them. His supposedly flawless infiltration stands completely exposed before these 3 noses. The cubs first shake their heads curiously, then in the next second, bare their fangs as low growls explode through the night. Even a battle-hardened formal knight cannot help but feel his heart tighten at this predicament. Damn it, this job better come with hazard pay. The 3 brothers charged at the stranger in unison. This was the sole creed Li Wei had repeatedly drilled into them: kill any stranger who doesn't enter through the front door. The Phantom Knight suddenly tensed every muscle in his body, cursing under his breath, "Damn beasts, how dare they attack a formal knight?" If these 3 giant bears were fully grown, he would never turn back to fight, but before him were merely 3 youngsters who hadn't yet matured. He quickly activated the siren's breathing technique. This crude yet efficient non-bloodline breathing method focused on speed and agility, and could mimic the astonishing flexibility of an 8-armed sea monster, compressing bones temporarily through bone contraction to make his frame smaller and more compact. As his bones cracked softly, the Phantom Knight's entire body seemed to be resculpted, gaining tremendous speed enhancement in an instant. The next second, he moved like an agile mole, weaving through the heavy claw shadows of the 3 brothers with fluid turns, dancing lightly with waltz-like steps. The bears' attacks thundered deafeningly, yet they could never catch that black shadow. "I told you, you're no match for me," he said, flashing beneath one giant bear's elbow with cold mockery. "If I weren't in a hurry, I'd love to bleed you to death with my ringtail sea serpent dagger." Taking advantage of a dodge, he planted one hand on the ground and gracefully vaulted over the bear enclosure fence, his black silhouette instantly swallowed by the night. The 3 brothers roared in fury, their massive bodies too clumsy to climb out. The commotion alerted the patrol soldiers. When they arrived, they found only 3 giant bears pacing back and forth in agitation, with no trace of any intruder. Assuming the bears were hungry, they quickly brought food to calm them, while dispatching additional guards to strengthen security. Meanwhile, having escaped the skirmish, the Phantom Knight straightened his wrinkled collar and pulled out a ravenbeak-shaped black mask from his chest, fastening it over his face. It was the standard Deathbird mask of the Song of the Deathbird, organization concealing identity while providing protection against poison and dust, ensuring assassins wouldn't be harmed when using quicklime or toxic gases. What did professionalism mean? This was professionalism. Song of the Deathbird, an absolutely professional assassination team. He had walked the knife's edge for over a decade, accumulating more than 1,000 gold coins through assassination, wealthier than many minor nobles, enough for him to live comfortably in retirement. Yet he never planned to quit. The thrill of blade and bloodshed intoxicated him more than money. Each perfect assassination was, to him, composing a beautiful death song. Humming a childhood lullaby from his homeland, he swayed slightly in the night breeze. Little white rabbit, oh cute little rabbit, I'm going to pluck your fur. Little white rabbit, oh obedient little rabbit, first I'll pluck your head. Little white rabbit, oh gentle little rabbit, then I'll pluck your tail. The melody was low yet tinged with sickly tenderness. He pulled out a slender tool, and with a few deft movements silently picked the lock of Li Wei's door. A truly qualified assassin must master stealth to the point of not disturbing a single speck of dust. He glided to Li Wei's bedside as lightly as a musical note. In bed, Baron Levi lay on his side beneath the covers, breathing steadily with a relaxed expression and soft snores, appearing to be sleeping soundly. Moonlight was blocked by the curtains, leaving only the faint glow of candlelight in the room. The black-clad phantom knight silently approached the bedside and drew a gleaming dagger. He carefully coated the blade with black serpentine venom, the deadly poison of a sea snake, potent enough to kill instantly. To die in your sleep is the mercy granted by the Shadow Lord. Farewell, Baron Levi, he whispered in his mind as the dagger sliced silently through the air toward Levi's heart. But in the next moment, an iron-black hand suddenly clamped down on his right arm with crushing force that nearly shattered bone, and the dagger was swiftly seized away. Before the phantom knight could react, he was lifted off the ground. Levi hadn't been sleeping at all, but had laid a trap. The phantom knight practiced only a rudimentary level of siren breathing technique. Though stronger than ordinary men, his power was nothing compared to Levi's excellent grade black serpent breathing method. Levi grabbed him by the collar and sprang up from the bed in one fluid motion. The bed frame creaked as Levi's towering 6-foot frame stood upon it, his chest protected by 2 layers of chain mail and a heart guard emblazoned with a black serpent totem that gleamed coldly in the candlelight. This was his years-long habit of sleeping equipped to ensure no sneak attack could succeed. You want to kill me? Levi growled. He had indeed slept for a while, but when the 3 brothers in the courtyard had shouted their training alert, someone's climbing the wall, he had immediately awakened and feigned sleep. Since the intruder could scale walls and head straight for the master bedroom, his intentions were crystal clear. With his right arm pinned, the phantom knight clawed at Levi's face with his left hand. Having mastered the frost wolf breathing technique, Levi possessed incredible speed. He slightly tilted his body to dodge the attack, while twisting his wrist with force. Crack. The right arm shattered. The phantom knight's face went deathly pale with pain, but before he could catch his breath, his left arm was also snapped. Levi leaped down from the bed and swung his arm, hurling his opponent like a broken sack onto the stone floor. A dull crash accompanied the cracking of the ground as the phantom knight's ribs shattered completely, blood frothing from his mouth and nose. His mind buzzed. This 15-year-old baron was clearly a formal knight-level fighter, and had been for some time. That imposing physique, those devil-like muscles, those steel-black hands completely overturned his understanding of what a youth should be. Before he could deploy any of his prepared contingencies, he was already half paralyzed. Worried that the assassin might still have hidden tricks, Levi decided to completely subdue him before interrogation. He clenched his fist and instinctively struck with full force. Crack! His fist connected with the phantom knight's skull, the sound of breaking bone sharp and piercing. The man's eyes instantly glazed over as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Levi stood frozen in place, his heart skipping a beat. Damn. Having just advanced to formal knight, he hadn't yet mastered controlling his strength. The assassin was just dead? Hell, am I really this strong? Although Li Wei had killed before, this was his first time committing murder in his own bedroom. The heavy wooden door hung slightly ajar, and night wind seeped through the window cracks, causing the blood on the floor to streak into dark crimson trails. The young man bent down and used his fingertips to grasp the black metal ravenbeak mask. Lifting it gently beneath the mask, shattered skull fragments and blurred brain matter had congealed into an indistinguishable mess, making it impossible to identify the deceased's features. What rotten luck, he frowned, kicking the corpse aside by half an inch. I'll have to find another room to sleep in tomorrow. Li Wei was certain he didn't know this assassin. At 16, he believed he had never provoked anyone, yet this person had managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded castle and reach his bedroom. This was clearly no ordinary grudge. He paced through the bloody stench, struggling to recall any possible enemies he might have made. His thoughts circled around and eventually settled on 2 parties. First, Pastor Abraham. He had recently refused to join the church and had openly confronted the man, giving that arrogant old dog every reason to order his death. Second, Duke Haishan, along with his allies Count Insha and Count Shueshing. Those 3 had seized all of the Black Snake family's territories. While they had ostensibly spared his life, who knew whether they harbored thoughts of eliminating all threats? If he ever grew to match the prowess of the Black Snake Knight, he would naturally reclaim those lands. It would make sense for them to strike preemptively and ensure the Black Snake bloodline ended completely. The logic was sound, but then why had they let him leave in the first place? Li Wei muttered to himself, his expression darkening. Beyond that, only the underground gang, Wild Boar Gang, remained. Those thugs had once robbed his cargo. Were they now simply after his life? But given the Wild Boar Gang's usual methods, they cared nothing for reputation, so why bother hiring an assassin? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, his steps carrying him back and forth through the blood and debris. I've been so low-key, so accommodating. Why do they still want me dead? His fists clenched tight, knuckles cracking audibly. No, I need to find out who's behind this. Once I know, if I can take them, I'll eliminate them directly. Otherwise, I'll never have peace. The castle was surrounded by high walls, watchtower braziers burned through the night, and patrol soldiers maintained constant shifts. Yet the assassin had managed to enter, clearly possessing not only considerable skill but expertise in stealth. Li Wei crouched down and drew his dagger, slicing open the corpse's chest cavity. The sound of cracking bones mixed with warm blood as the heart was exposed to the air. There, clinging to the heart, was a mass of ethereal black mist shaped like an octopus, its translucent tentacles embedded deep into the heart muscle like capillaries. A life seed. Li Wei's eyes flashed with recognition. A formal knight. To send a formal knight to take his life meant the mastermind behind this was no ordinary person. As the assassin's death became final, the octopus-shaped life seed gradually disintegrated into fine black dust and scattered into nothingness. The young man stared for a long moment. This was his first time dissecting a formal knight. Comparing it to his own, his life seed was serpentine in shape, while this one was octopus-like. Different types, but essentially the same. After confirming this, he began searching the body. He removed boots, turned out cuffs, stripped away linings, and only after completely undressing the assassin did he find a thin booklet hidden in the innermost secret pocket. The booklet contained only a few pages, its cover depicting a shadowy figure concealed in darkness, rendered in a dark and eerie artistic style. Hymn to the Shadows. Li Wei silently recited the title as he opened the small booklet. The pages were yellowed with age, their edges worn, and the entire volume extolled a deity known as the Lord of Shadows. The Lord of Shadows? He had never heard of such a being. Li Wei raised an eyebrow slightly. While the divine faiths of this continent weren't countless, they were certainly numerous. The Holy Radiance Church worshipped the Heavenly Father. The Earth Church believed in the Sacred Mother of the Land. The Winter Church revered the Ice and Snow Goddess. The Storm Church honored the Storm Emperor. The Eternal Church served the Everlasting Flame. The Dragon Church paid homage to the King of all dragons. And the Stellar Church prayed to the Lord of Stars. The people of the Seven Kingdoms centered their prayers around these seven deities. The term Orthodox gods was widely known simply because the churches behind them wielded immense power across the seven kingdoms and proclaimed themselves as the true faith. But beyond the seven Orthodox gods, Li Wei had also heard of many niche beliefs. The Lord of the Wilderness worshipped by the Wilderness Brotherhood, the Lady of Silence revered by the Silent Monastery, and a war god adored by a group of battle fanatics. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that he didn't recognize the Lord of Shadows. In fact, this hymn to the shadows belonged to an obscure organization called the Voice of the Deathbird, which had few followers and whose doctrine had yet to truly spread. In the past, Li Wei had always been indifferent to such divine information. But after witnessing wizards firsthand and confirming the existence of supernatural powers, he suddenly realized, if wizards existed, why couldn't there be even more powerful deities? Toward the gods, Li Wei maintained reverence, but not blind obedience provided they didn't provoke him. Turning to the last page, his eyes flickered with interest. There was actually a breathing technique inheritance diagram drawn there. The composition was similar to other inheritance diagrams he had collected, except at the center lay a churning, turbulent deep sea, with an eight-tentacled monster coiled in its midst, remarkably similar to the Kraken from Norse legends of his previous life. Someone actually carries breathing techniques with them? He chuckled. He didn't know that the Kraken breathing technique was precisely the most common cultivation system of the Voice of the Deathbird. The organization would distribute manuals containing the Kraken breathing technique to civilian children who lacked hereditary breathing methods but showed potential, training them in assassination skills from childhood, providing resources, and having them practice this technique to ensure a steady supply of fresh blood. The Kraken breathing technique was inherently oriented toward assassination, emphasizing bodily flexibility and agility. After becoming a formal knight, one could even change their body shape through methods similar to bone shrinking techniques, combined with disguise arts, allowing them to virtually transform their appearance. In fact, if that Phantom Knight hadn't been careless and gotten too close to Li Wei, caught off guard by his attack, even as a formal knight, Li Wei might not have been able to defeat him so easily. Li Wei closed the hymn to the shadows and tucked it into his chest, along with the crowbeak mask, the well-crafted dagger, and other assassination tools. Afterward, he dismembered the worthless assassin's corpse and threw it into the fireplace. The flames blazed fiercely, tongues of fire licking at the remains, fat sizzling and crackling, filling the entire room with a burnt stench. Deep within the flames, he seemed to glimpse a wildly dancing, eight-tentacled shadow rising from the ground, only to be immediately devoured by the fierce blaze. When he focused his gaze for a closer look, only charred bones remained on the ground. Breathing techniques really are sinister things. Li Wei's heart remained as still as an ancient well. So far, all the breathing techniques Li Wei knew were connected to various creatures, and these creatures often became the emblems of noble families, carved into their coats of arms. The candle-bearing black serpent of the snake family coiled on a black gold shield. The rock bear family's stone giant bear stood proudly on gray-brown cliffs. The frost wolf family's silver frost wolves howled in the snow. The Black Mountain family's mountain-bearing black whale swam across the seas carrying peaks on its back, and the royal family's emerald dragon spread its wings overlooking the earth. Every breathing technique, without exception, was linked to these divine beasts that had never appeared in reality. To showcase their noble bloodlines, the great families wove countless legends, making the mythical creatures in their emblems the protagonists of epic tales. Take the Black Snake family, for example. Since Li Wei's childhood, his elders had constantly told him that the candle-bearing black serpent emerged from chaotic darkness, carrying fire in its mouth to bring light and hope, making it this savior serpent that rescued the world. However, after Li Wei encountered more breathing techniques and witnessed some inexplicable phenomena with his own eyes, secret suspicions began forming in his mind. These suspicions remained vague and unclear, would need to collect more breathing techniques, or even advance to legendary knight status, to verify their truth. On the table lay the weapon used by the Phantom Knight Assassin. The short dagger was about a foot long, with a black blade and a tail end that curved and coiled like a serpent's tail, gleaming coldly. The dagger was obviously poisoned and required careful handling. Though the craftsmanship was ordinary, rare metals had been mixed in, making the material excellent. Li Wei examined it for a moment, calculating quietly. After remelting, I could make a short dagger suitable for myself, perfect for self-defense. With his current third-tier forging skills, this task would be effortless. The nearby bird beak mask reminded him of the plague masks from the medieval Black Death period, likely containing poison-filtering layers inside. A bag of lime was tightly bound. If scattered and combined with toxic gas, it would kill silently and invisibly. Quite sinister. Li Wei frowned as he examined the murder weapons, grateful that his reactions had been quick enough the previous night to give his opponent no opportunity. All signs indicated that the forces behind the assassin were far from ordinary. When Knight Fred returned, he planned to ask him about it. Fred had traveled extensively in his youth and might recognize some clues. That night, he simply didn't sleep, continuously practicing breathing techniques to steady his mind. The assassination attempt had dramatically increased his sense of crisis, and sleeping in an easily discovered bedroom would be tantamount to waiting for death. He immediately decided to create a hidden sanctuary within the castle known only to himself and Fred, stocking it with food, potions, and weapons, and setting up alarm mechanisms to sleep there in the future. In these dark times, caution was never a fault. At dawn, as his training session concluded, sudden commotion from the militia arose outside. Li Wei stepped out of his room to see a soldier's corpse lying on the ground, the body already cold and stiff. "My lord, someone killed Pork last night." The militia captain's face was pale, his hands gripping the spear trembling slightly, unable to believe that his subordinate had been silently killed in the cold night. Li Wei knew full well that the assassin had probably killed the man to silence him during the infiltration. "Cremate Pork, then send some food and money to his wife," he calmly instructed the steward. "No matter who the killer is, I will find him and give my people justice. Also, step up the patrols from now on, and stay sharp at night. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh." Li Wei's gaze was ice cold as he swept over the soldiers before him. He didn't mention a word about last night's assassination attempt. During that heart-pounding chase, he realized that not all of his subordinates might be loyal to him. Any careless word could expose a weakness. Keeping his suspicions buried deep, he threw himself entirely into training. His breathing technique had hit a bottleneck, so he had to break through in swordsmanship, pouring all his energy into the only sword technique he had mastered, the Golden Cross Slash. That crisis made him realize once again the weight of true strength. If he hadn't advanced to knight in time, even discovering the assassination wouldn't have saved him from certain death. Fortunately, the excellent quality of his breathing technique allowed him to surpass ordinary people the moment he became a knight, and with the Frost Wolf breathing technique supplementing his speed and agility, he barely managed to survive. Li Wei secretly congratulated himself that his path was correct. Continue collecting and practicing more breathing techniques, comprehensively strengthening speed, power, constitution, endurance, defense, and all other abilities. Then combine them with diverse combat skills and life-saving methods to become a true all-around warrior with 5A stats comparable to Star Platinum. A man who comes with an invincible buff right from the start. Even though low-tier breathing techniques had their limitations, as long as he had enough of them, someday he would transcend the extraordinary through sheer physical prowess. After 2 days of intense training, on a peaceful, sunny morning at the training ground, Li Wei bent his arms slightly, muscles coiled like steel cables, gathering all his body's strength into his right arm. Frostmourne roared and trembled, and with a light shake, the air was violently torn apart, exploding with a crack like a whip splitting the air. As the blade cut through, visible ripples spread layer by layer through the air. The edge carried its force straight toward the half-inch-thick iron plate ahead. Crack! The iron plate seemed pierced by an armor-piercing round, with cracks spreading outward from the sword tip, forming a fist-sized gap. Frostmourne let out a low, mournful hum, even the sword itself resisting this force comparable to high-level vibration. Golden Cross / Proficiency 4. Golden Cross / Breakthrough to 4th tier, special effect gained. Elementary Ripple. Li Wei's heart surged with wild joy. Ripple power. Hee, this is my ripple power. He suppressed his maniacal laughter, his fingertips trembling slightly. Such terrifying destructive force, almost possessing iron-cutting effects, was exactly the power Furuide had described. It took Knight Furuide years to master, yet he had done it in just 3 years. Without the proficiency panel, this step would have taken at least 15 years with his natural talent. Such rapid progress would have been absolutely impossible. Knowing his limited talent, Li Wei felt no trace of complacency. His current achievements were entirely thanks to the proficiency panel. With a thought, he called up that familiar blue screen. Li Wei, Black Snake Breathing Technique, 4th tier 562-0000, special effect, elementary defense. Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, 3rd tier 321100000. Golden Cross / 4th tier 120000, special effects, advanced vibration, elementary ripple. The power of ripples. The second realm of the Golden Cross / This was a force technique far more sophisticated than the power of vibration. The moment he fully comprehended it, Li Wei truly realized how magnificent and vast the world of swordsmanship truly was. Knight Fred had once said that mastering the power of ripples was equivalent to possessing a sword technique of at least excellent grade. Now, Li Wei's Black Serpent Breathing Technique had reached excellent grade. His Golden Cross / was also excellent grade, and combined with the third order Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, he couldn't be certain just how much his overall strength had improved. Fred should return soon, and when he did, Li Wei planned to have a proper sparring match with him. However, Li Wei was well aware that he had only mastered elementary ripples. Fred had been immersed in this art for over 10 years, and had likely touched upon advanced ripples. Therefore, he couldn't afford even the slightest complacency. The emotions he had suppressed for days were now fully released, as both his breathing technique and Golden Cross / had achieved consecutive breakthroughs within just 2 days, leaving him in exceptionally high spirits. The night stage was divided into 4 levels: low tier, mid tier, high tier, and peak. As for Grand Knights, they were no longer subdivided into levels. Li Wei had just broken through and considered himself merely a low-tier knight, but with his true combat power, he could already match a mid-tier knight. Unfortunately, there was no one in his territory who could fight him, much less allow him to use dangerous killing moves like the Golden Cross / After some thought, he decided to go to the smithy to consolidate his realm. Forging was both a technical craft and a severe test of patience and focus. Li Wei believed that breathing technique, cultivation, and forging complemented each other perfectly, making them ideal to pursue together. So he lit the furnace, worked the bellows, and threw the strange curved dagger from that unknown assassin into the glowing red furnace chamber, preparing to reforge it. Flames surged and molten iron hissed. Beneath the blast furnace, Li Wei sweated profusely as his hammer danced through the air. The sounds of metal striking metal, crack crack pop, clank clang bang bang, echoed continuously as time slowly passed amid the roaring flames and hammering sounds. A jet-black short dagger gradually took shape, and after repeated quenching, tempering, and other processes, a faint metallic sweetness filled the air. Forging Proficiency 2. When the final cooling process was complete, Li Wei held in his hand a black dagger with clean, simple lines. Its design more closely resembled the bronze short swords from the Warring States period of his previous life, regular and steady. He examined it for a moment, testing it with the power of ripples. The blade trembled faintly but showed no cracks whatsoever, successfully bearing this advanced force technique. Fred had once said that after truly mastering ripples, even a hammer, or even a Gatling gun, could unleash the same power. Li Wei hadn't reached that level yet, and could only activate it through bladed weapons, but this was still something to be proud of. At the same time, he noticed that compared to his sword, Frostmourne, this new dagger could obviously better withstand the impact of ripples. The problem wasn't in technique, but in material. Frostmourne was just ordinary iron, and though well-crafted, it could hardly support higher-level ripple output. If only I had the high-tech alloys from my previous life, Li Wei sighed inwardly. Looking at the dagger in his hand, he secretly made up his mind. When I have the opportunity in the future, I'll still need to use better materials to forge myself a dedicated sword. After finishing his forging work, Li Wei returned to the castle and began constructing a secret chamber that would be his alone. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when urgent hoofbeats echoed from afar, growing closer. At dawn the next day, Knight Fred led a squad of guards as they arrived at Black Snake Castle, travel-worn and weary. The mud and water kicked up by their horses' hooves spread in dark brown streaks before the castle gates. Li Wei stepped out to greet them, pressing down his cloak with one hand as he asked with a smile, "How did it go?" "Young Master Li Wei, mission accomplished." Fred dismounted and handed over a heavy leather pouch. The opening was tightly bound with thin rope. When Li Wei untied it, he first saw a bottle of deep blue ambergris that reflected scattered points of light in the morning sun, with a stack of newly minted gold coins pressed beneath it. "Thank you for your hard work." Li Wei patted the bottle, finally feeling the weight lift from his heart. With Fred's skills as a formal knight, as long as he didn't seek trouble, accidents were unlikely under normal circumstances. After confirming the goods were intact, Li Wei casually asked, "Does the Emerald Merchant Guild still have ambergris in stock?" Fred shook his head. "No. The guild representatives said there won't be any for quite some time. The White Horse Knights and the royal family's dragon's breath cultivation method also requires ambergris. In previous years, supply was barely adequate, but since the Millennial Holy War broke out, the main producer, the Tuva Empire, has completely banned exports to the Emerald Kingdom. The earth dragons within our borders are nearly extinct, so ambergris will only become scarcer. At this rate, we'll probably have to travel to the Tuva Empire ourselves in the future." Li Wei frowned. War was affecting him in ways he hadn't expected. Fortunately, current supplies could last for a while, but the Black Snake elixir was crucial for practicing the Black Snake breathing method, not only accelerating cultivation, but continuously strengthening one's constitution. This medicine absolutely could not be interrupted. "By the way, it looks like you've advanced to formal knight status, young Master Li Wei." As they returned to the council hall, Fred smiled with satisfaction. Li Wei nodded frankly. "That's right. Just a few days ago, I condensed my life seed." Fred's expression was complex, joy mixed with emotion. "Becoming a formal knight in 3 years, your speed rivals that of the old master himself." If only he could see this with his own eyes, but unfortunately, his voice trailed off. Then he couldn't help but murmur softly, "If only the old master were still alive." After a brief silence, Li Wei recounted in detail the assassination attempt he had faced several nights earlier. Upon hearing the account, Fred first blamed himself, his fists clenching with audible cracks. "If I had been by your side, those rats wouldn't have stood a chance." Then he took the birdbeak mask Li Wei handed him. As his fingertips touched the cold metal, his expression grew grave. "This is a death bird mask." "Death bird?" Li Wei pressed. "Legend says death birds perch on death's shoulder, and whenever they cry, someone dies. They resemble ravens in appearance. There's an organization in this world whose members wear identical masks as they walk among mortals, accepting enormous payments to assassinate any target commoners, nobles, even royalty. You can find their shadow behind virtually every major event in our kingdom's history. The organization is called Song of the Death Bird." Fred paused, his tone growing even more somber. "It said their founder was a legendary knight." "Which one?" "The Thousand-Faced Knight, Nameless." "The Thousand-Faced Knight, Nameless." "Perhaps the most mysterious among all legendary knights in history. No one knows his true name, nor can anyone pinpoint when he embarked on his legendary path. Even his appearance remains nothing but legend. Yet the title Thousand-Faced Knight is still branded like a mark in the hearts of countless people throughout Historia, truly nameless legend. If the Song of the Death Bird was indeed founded by him, then this assassin organization's foundation is truly astounding." Candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Li Wei asked in a deep voice, "Fred, who do you think wants me dead?" The knight across from him stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before replying, "Most likely the Duke of Black Mountain." Li Wei frowned. "But the Duke of Black Mountain clearly had the chance to strike 6 years ago." Fred shook his head, his tone steady yet sharp. "That was during the Holy War, right when your father had just died in battle. Eliminating you at such a sensitive time would have inevitably caused unnecessary trouble. Now, 6 years later, the Black Serpent Knight has long become dust of history, and you, the heir, have vanished from everyone's sight. Hiring assassins now couldn't be more perfect timing. The Duke of Black Mountain simply didn't expect that in just 6 years, you would grow from a child into a true knight." Under the candlelight, Li Wei tapped the table with his fingertips. "Could it be Abraham from the church?" Fred weighed the possibility carefully before slowly answering. "It's possible, but unlikely. If the church truly wanted you dead, they wouldn't need such complications. When a duke kills a nobleman without cause, he must still consider the kingdom's laws and noble customs, forcing him to act in shadows. But for the church, with the Heavenly Father above, they are the law itself. Besides, Abraham only cares about money, not people. We've already agreed to pay him, wouldn't go back on his word." Li Wei nodded silently, finding the reasoning sound. It seemed the greatest suspicion indeed fell on the Duke of Black Mountain. After all, That group had occupied the Tulip territory and Storm territory for years, yet always had a hidden thorn himself, the son of the Black Serpent. In the outside world's eyes, he was a wastrel, weak and incompetent, but as long as even the legendary possibility of rising again someday existed, the Duke of Black Mountain could never rest easy. 6 years had passed. The world had forgotten the Black Serpent Knight, and no one paid attention to this remote little baron's territory. Eliminating Li Wei quietly on his own land at this moment would kill two birds with one stone. He gazed at the cold moon outside the window, sneering inwardly. Being a nobleman was difficult too. He had clearly tried his best to show he had no interest in power, deliberately keeping a low profile, wanting only to live in his own world without getting involved in any conflicts. Yet he was still regarded as an imaginary enemy by certain important figures, a troublesome weed that must be uprooted completely. These important figures could turn their hands to make clouds and flip them to make rain, scheming deeply, plotting against each other, sitting high above, looking down on everyone. For someone like Li Wei, who wasn't skilled in political maneuvering, there was only one thing he could do: quietly grind his skills and wait until his power was strong enough to change everything, then crush their skulls and trample their dignity. In the spacious forge, molten iron glowed crimson, reflecting in his pupils like burning blood. Knight Fred saw Li Wei's eyes tinged red by the firelight and felt his heart tighten. He lowered his voice. "Young Master Li Wei, though you've been promoted to a formal knight, you're still far from being able to clash head-in with the Duke of Black Mountain. Not to mention that Duke, one of the 7 Northern Cavalry. Even the Blood Count and Silver Veil Count are grand knights whose personal strength and military forces far exceed ours. You mustn't act rashly." The hammer fell, sparks flying. Li Wei thrust his hammer into the water bucket beside him, steam hissing upward. "Don't worry, Fred. I know what I'm doing. Keep the territory running as usual, but starting next month, we'll keep half of each batch of armor and weapons for ourselves. I want to arm an elite squad of 50 men first." He looked up, his tone resolute. "If conditions allow, we'll also purchase warhorses and train the militia into proper cavalry. Fully armed, well-trained, swift cavalry could multiply our trump cards exponentially." Fred, with years of battlefield experience, understood the decisive role of cavalry in the age of cold weapons. While a formal knight might single-handedly fight 10 trained infantry, he could never withstand the charge of 10 steel-clad horsemen. Warhorses weighing hundreds of pounds, clad in heavy barding, with riders wielding lances, war hammers, and great swords, could tear through dense formations in a single charge. If Li Wei could raise 50 cavalry, he'd be able to crush over 2/3 of baronial territories. If expanded to hundreds, even earldoms would pose no threat. As for thousands, that was a scale he dared not dream of at this stage. A memory from old histories flashed through his mind. During the Millennium Holy War, when the Emerald King rallied all the kingdom's nobles by royal decree to counter the Tuva Empire, they managed to muster only just over 20,000 cavalry. This showed that even the mightiest knights ultimately depended on numbers, equipment, and especially cavalry to determine the outcome of large-scale warfare. Originally, Li Wei had only wanted to quietly make money and cultivate his skills. But sitting in this lord's chair, with threats lurking from all directions, he was forced to expand his military. Since it was unavoidable, he decided to take the elite route, first forging a small but formidable iron cavalry. Weapons and armor weren't the problem. The territory's forging industry was thriving, with furnaces burning year-round. Given enough time, every cavalryman could be equipped with excellent gear. What truly troubled him were the warhorses. A purebred mountain warhorse capable of bearing full barding cost 80 gold coins. 50 good horses alone would burn through several thousand gold coins, not counting the heavy horse armor and daily upkeep. Each horse consumed dozens of pounds of fodder daily, and to maintain their condition, they needed grain fit for human consumption, mixed intrally gold-devouring beasts for a minor lord. But thinking of the crises that might come, Li Wei still decided to build this force step by step. Ultimately, it all came down to making money. Fred nodded. "Young master, I agree. To reclaim the Black Snake family's ancestral lands, cavalry is absolutely necessary. With our current finances insufficient, we can only expand gradually." At this point, he lowered his voice. "By the way, there's something I must tell you." The hammering stopped abruptly as Li Wei looked up. "What is it?" "That knight you've been trading with, I think I know who he is." "Who?" "The Boar Knight." "The Boar Knight?" "That's right. When old Toby was taken by the Boar gang before, I specifically investigated this man, so I shouldn't be mistaken. I never expected him to appear so brazenly in Icewind City after joining the Wilderness Brotherhood." Knight Fred said. Levi leaned against the fireplace, the flames casting light on the edges of his mask, his gaze equally showing surprise. Hadn't expected to sell weapons to a potential enemy. After all, when the Boar Knight abducted old Toby, he had kept that score in his heart. "The Boar Knight didn't recognize you, did he?" Levi asked in a low voice. "No, we were both wearing masks. After I confirmed from a distance that the person might be the Boar Knight, I had the militia complete the transaction. Fred explained. He knew well that the other party had also made a name as the Dawn Swordsman. And even with a mask, there was a small chance of being recognized, so he was extra cautious. He paused, then hesitantly spoke again. Should we continue trading armor with the Boar Knight in the future? Levi pondered for a moment, slowly shaking his head, then nodding. Don't alert him for now. Though the Boar Knight is my enemy, he's quite prompt when it comes to payment. Let's maintain the trade for now and wait for the right opportunity to turn against him. Fred lowered his voice. Should we tamper with the armor? Make it look normal on the outside, but have quality issues. Otherwise, aren't we strengthening our enemy? No need. Levi directly refused. The Boar Knight himself is a formal blacksmith. Notice any flaws the moment the armor reaches his hands. Once he becomes suspicious, many things will become troublesome later. As for strengthening their power, there's no need to worry too much. The Boar Gang now operates under the Wilderness Brotherhood's banner. Their targets are the church, the kingdom, and the entire noble ruling class. With their scale, they can't absorb too much equipment. They're mostly stocking up for the Wilderness Brotherhood. Fred then remembered a detail from not long ago. No wonder that guy tried to invite me to join some mysterious organization the first time he met me, wanting to recruit me to forge for them. Levi smiled slightly, toying with the dagger between his fingers. We're not the Boar Gang's main target at all. The equipment we sell them is just a drop in the ocean for the Wilderness Brotherhood. Since that's the case, let's profit from the situation. When they actually rise up in rebellion someday, we'll fish in troubled waters and take back both Old Toby and everything we've sold them. What we're earning now is just the interest they're paying for kidnapping Old Toby back then. The flames crackled, reflecting the cold smile at the corner of Levi's lips. What he lacked least was patience. The proficiency panel made his cultivation speed far exceed that of ordinary people. The longer time passed, the greater the gap between his strength and that of others would become. Whether it was the Boar Gang or Duke Blackmount, once he stepped into the legendary Knight realm, both his personal martial prowess and the resulting influence would be enough to crush any obstacle. At this moment, Levi was only 15 years old. Tom would always be on his side. Blackwater Valley, Black Serpent Castle. The night wind howled along the stone walls, torches casting winding shadows. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1007, Month of Origin. 3 months after the assassination attempt, Li Wei finally completed his sanctuary within the castle. To be precise, the sanctuary wasn't actually inside the castle itself, but hidden deep within the mountain behind it, connected to the castle's basement through a narrow tunnel that led directly to the secret chamber where the Black Serpent breathing technique scrolls were stored. The entire sanctuary measured only 20 square meters, every inch carved out by Li Wei's own pickaxe and chisel. For secrecy and security, he never allowed any serfs to help. To break through stone and rock, he wielded his golden cross, slash almost endlessly like some kind of mining technique. Only Knight Fred knew of this endeavor, and the old knight could only shake his head in bemused disbelief watching Li Wei chisel away at the mountain day and night. The sanctuary was packed with dried meat, grain, and pure water, a veritable doomsday bunker. Yet the cramped space brought Li Wei comfort, like crawling under blankets as a child, making him feel invulnerable to all evils. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the stone floor, bare-chested, silently practicing his breathing technique. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open with a flash of cold light. He exhaled a long breath of white mist that shot forward like an arrow for several feet. Li Wei rose to his feet, his bones crackling and popping with sounds crisp as clashing metal. He tore into some dried meat to replenish his energy, feeling his physique's continued improvement. Greater presence than 3 months ago, increasingly well-proportioned muscle groups, nearly 6'3" height, and bronze-colored skin, all proclaiming his power. His arms had grown as thick as an ordinary person's thighs, their explosive force beyond imagination. Who could believe that this perfect physique, rivaling Picaro Governor Schwarzenegger, belonged to a 16-year-old boy? Li Wei's lips curved in satisfaction. This was what a real man should look like. Stick-thin pretty boys simply couldn't compare. Between digging tunnels and building his sanctuary, his training never slackened. The Golden Cross slash, from continuous stone breaking, had gained 4,000 proficiency points in just 3 months, pushing the 20,000-point progress bar 1/5 of the way forward. The Black Serpent breathing technique, aided by Black Serpent elixirs, had gained another 5,000 proficiency points. With sufficient elixirs, he could advance it to the 5th tier by year's end, entering the ranks of intermediate knights. Unfortunately, the elixirs were exhausted, and to continue rapid advancement, he needed to obtain dragon's saliva incense. Having made up his mind, he decided to end his seclusion and venture out again to stockpile sufficient dragon's saliva incense. Meanwhile, the Frost Wolf breathing technique had progressed even more dramatically. Just moments ago, it had broken through the 4th tier barrier, causing Li Wei's aura to surge suddenly. Thanks to the solid foundation laid by the Black Serpent breathing technique and massive quantities of elixirs, condensing another life seed was child's play for him. Moreover, the Frost Wolf breathing technique was inherently crude, far less difficult than the black serpent breathing technique. With multiple advantages stacked together, he had managed to advance this breathing technique from 1st to 4th tier in just half a year. After the frost wolf breathing technique's breakthrough, a black wolf-shaped mist quietly materialized on his heart's surface beside the black serpent seed. Crouching protective lithus was the life seed condensed by the frost wolf breathing technique, the frost wolf seed. That's right, Li Wei now possessed 2 life seeds within his body. Li Wei didn't know if he was the only one with 2 life seeds, but even if others existed, they were certainly rare. After a brief moment of excitement, he immediately pulled up his proficiency panel, where familiar lines of text appeared before his eyes. Li Wei, frost wolf breathing technique, 4th tier limit reached. Special effect, elementary speed. Already marked as limit reached at the 4th tier. He raised an eyebrow. Basic level breathing techniques were indeed disadvantageous no matter how much time was invested. Their upper limits couldn't be raised even slightly. The black snake breathing technique's 4th tier was merely the beginning of a true knight's path, with limitless potential ahead. In comparison, the frost wolf breathing technique's 4th tier was both its starting point and its end. Without any means to break through these limits, a frost wolf knight's strength was destined to remain at the lower tiers, unless he completely switched to practicing other breathing techniques. Even so, the elementary speed hadn't been practiced in vain. The description on the panel was crystal clear. Elementary speed attack, movement, reaction, and agility-related attributes reach 3 times the average human standard, with some enhancement to evasion abilities. Triple speed. I'll test it out later. Li Wei muttered to himself, already forming a plan. He casually glanced over his other skills. The black snake breathing technique and golden cross slash were still far from breakthrough. His forging had been neglected over the past 3 months due to being busy with digging tunnels and cultivation. Otherwise, it would have already reached the 4th tier, and armor production wouldn't have declined. Time was ultimately limited. Eating, drinking, and sleeping were all necessities. Once forging reaches the 4th tier, I'll sell a batch of armor to gather 800 gold coins, then venture out. Li Wei set himself a goal, also wanting to see what special effect 4th tier forging would bring. Returning to the castle through the tunnel, he called Knight Fred to an open area, preparing to test his newly acquired elementary speed. From running and attacking to reaction time, he wanted to establish a clear measure of his abilities to avoid misjudging his strength in actual combat. Running speed was the easiest to verify. Li Wei first measured out roughly a 100-meter straight track, then stood at the starting point. He leaned forward, his leg muscles bulging as wisps of white vapor escaped from his pores, accompanied by the soft, hissing sound of steam. Bang mentally fired the starting gun. Boom. His figure exploded forward like a burst, almost leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground, his entire body shooting toward the distance like an arrow released from its bow. Fred's pupils contracted sharply. Even with his mid-tier knight's vision, he could tell this explosive power far exceeded the ordinary. 5 breaths, about 5 seconds, and Li Wei came to a steady stop 100 meters away. His chest rose and fell twice before his breathing returned to normal. 100 meters in 5 seconds. This was absolutely ridiculous. Li Wei was somewhat shocked. You have to understand. He vaguely remembered from his previous life when he was in college that the passing grade for the 100-meter sprint was 14.9 seconds, with a perfect score of 12.5 seconds. Back then, he had a good grasp of speed concepts, and now in this malnourished world, aside from a few knights, most ordinary people could hardly reach that standard. In his previous life, the human limit, Bolt continuously broke records, only managing 9.58 seconds. And looking across the mammalian kingdom, the only creatures that could truly dominate humans in sprinting were a few naturally gifted speed hunters like cheetahs. However, cheetahs had weak cooling systems, and their maximum sprint could rarely last more than a few minutes. Li Wei estimated that even though his current speed was slightly slower than a cheetah's, he could maintain that explosive state for a full 10 minutes. Such terrifying physical prowess came from merely a rudimentary level frost wolf breathing technique. At this thought, Li Wei's blood boiled. If he could find an excellent, or even perfect, level speed-type breathing technique and master it completely, just how fast could he become? The thought flashed through his mind before he forcibly reined in his imagination and continued testing the next phase attack speed and evasive maneuvers. In all martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. The frost wolf breathing technique specialized precisely in agility and flexibility, and he had to understand his limits. Fred, now you can spar with me at full strength without worrying about injuring me. I want to see my true capabilities, Li Wei said confidently to Knight Fred. Young master, you said it yourself. Fred smiled slightly, his sword-worn knuckles cracking softly. Come at me with everything you've got. Li Wei drew his sword, cold light flashing as Frostmourne traced a brilliant arc. Very well. If you can't handle it, just call for a stop, young master. Fred's expression grew serious as he drew his own daybreak. He didn't use the lethal golden cross slash, but instead attacked with basic swordsmanship more suitable for sparring. Li Wei responded with basic techniques as well. The two knights engaged in lightning-fast offense and defense across the courtyard. Sword edges clashed, sparks flew, figures crossed, and instantly separated into standoffs. The crisp ring of steel echoed between the castle walls, and the very air seemed charged with fighting spirit. Before they knew it, both had exchanged hundreds of moves, the scene showing an evenly matched stalemate. Fred, please don't hold back on me. In real combat, enemies won't show mercy, Li Wei reminded sternly. Fred smiled wryly. All right, but I'm nearly at my limit to your strength, young master, is hardly different from mine as an intermediate knight. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exploded into action. The serpent eagle breathing technique also emphasized speed, even surpassing the frost wolf. Legendary serpent eagles lived by hunting venomous snakes, dominating with sharp talons and terrifying agility that could dodge serpentine strikes. Fred now transformed into a silver-gray bird of prey, his sword tipped like a talon, his steps like wind. The gap in experience remained. He had been in the night realm for over 10 years, while Li Wei had just broken through, his foundation still shallow. Li Wei gave everything he had, but could barely keep up. Finally, Fred sheathed his sword, chest heaving violently, sweat sliding down his temples. He took a deep breath and sincerely remarked, Congratulations, young master. Your strength has far exceeded my expectations. It won't be long before you surpass these old bones of mine. Thanks, Fred, Levi said with a laugh, breathing heavily. He stood on the gravel ground of the training field, his leg muscles taut, wisps of faint black energy flowing through his muscle fibers, the dark essence of the frost wolf technique. The black energy flowed along his skin like a transparent protective membrane, making his steps light as the wind and his dodging abilities far superior to ordinary people. Levi lifted his foot and stamped the ground, causing the gravel to tremble slightly as he rejoiced inwardly. Another step closer to becoming a versatile warrior. Deep within his chest, the frost wolf and black serpent essences lay dormant. Levi keenly detected subtle changes between them. The black serpent essence naturally dominated the frost wolf essence, creating what seemed like a bloodline-based hierarchical suppression within his body. From this, Levi concluded a new principle: breathing techniques had mutual restraints, with superior grade life seeds suppressing crude level seeds. I've mastered the frost wolf breathing technique to its limit. Next, I'll focus on the sea witch breathing technique. As for the giant bear breathing technique, that needs to be prioritized too, he murmured to himself. The sea witch breathing technique could compress bones and alter body shape, which would be extremely valuable in both combat and stealth operations. The brute strength from the giant bear breathing technique was equally indispensable. With his current level and experience, these crude level breathing techniques wouldn't take long to master, and their additional effects would still provide considerable improvement. Returning to the castle, Levi headed straight to the forge. The furnaces blazed hot, and the sound of hammers striking metal echoed continuously. Young Master Levi, this is the steel helmet I forged. Please inspect it, Milan said hopefully, presenting a polished steel helmet to him. Levi examined the helmet's lining and rivets, nodding approvingly. Excellent. You're now a mature, qualified blacksmith. I'm quite busy with affairs, so I'll need you to take more responsibility for the territory's forging industry. If you can exceed this year's targets, I'll have the steward distribute extra bonuses at year's end. Also, regarding your father's situation, I'll rescue him when the opportunity arises. Thank you, my lord. Milan was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing again before returning to work by the furnace. Levi also chose an empty workstation, rolled up his sleeves, and began forging armor. He planned to advance his smithing skills to the 4th tier in one go. Over the following week, he spent almost all his free time at the forge. The flames turned his face red, his arms ached from prolonged hammering, yet he maintained a steady rhythm throughout. Finally, smithing. 4th tier 2222000. Special effects. Guaranteed quality, masterful technique. Masterful technique with skilled hands and superior craftsmanship. Your forging efficiency surpasses that of ordinary people. Levi wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the new special effect on his status panel, feeling elated. The 4th tier effect didn't disappoint me. With this, weapon and equipment production will increase dramatically, bringing me closer to funding a cavalry unit. He quietly assessed. Reaching the 4th tier in smithing without touching its limits showed the profound depth of this craft. Thinking of this, he remembered the legendary smith known as the master craftsman, Hager Amen, the flame hammer. If that legendary blacksmith skills were converted to his proficiency system, what tier would they be? Unfortunately, the legend had passed away, and no recognized master craftsman remained in the kingdom. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. For the remaining days of the primordial moon, Levi continued practicing various breathing techniques while forging armor. With the special effect gained from 4th tier smithing, his forging efficiency was twice what it had been before. You have to understand, his forging efficiency was already far superior to that of ordinary blacksmiths. In the time it took little Milan to craft a single suit of armor, Li Wei would often have hammered out 6 complete sets. The difference was staggering. Winter passed in the blink of an eye. Over the course of more than 2 months, he practically anchored himself to the anvil, forging iron by day, cultivating by night, until the siren's breathing technique finally broke through to the entry level after countless cycles of breathing exercises. With experience points only needing time to accumulate, he felt no urgency. In the month of sprouting, the last layer of frost in the valley slowly melted under the sunlight. The frozen earth cracked with delicate fissures, and tender green shoots peeked through. The moist scent of spring spread from the river all the way to the foot of the mountains. On this day, along a muddy winding path, Li Wei led a dozen soldiers in a slow procession. An old ox strained to pull a wooden cart loaded with weapons and armor, covered in layers of hay and swaying with each step. Throughout the entire winter, Blackwater Valley had produced a total of 30 suits of armor. Li Wei selected the 15 finest pieces to equip his 50-man force, planning to take the rest to Icewind City to sell for gold coins and stock up on a few more boxes of ambergris. Blackwater Valley's army remained at 50 men, but unlike the previous farmers turned militia during off-season, these 50 were now full-time soldiers. With forging as his money tree, Li Wei estimated this year's territorial income could easily multiply several times over. 4 to 500 gold coins was a conservative figure. After his personal smithing skills advanced to the 4th tier, his efficiency improved once again, and he was confident the annual finances could break through 1,000 gold coins, enough to make many northern barons green with envy. Icewind City. Within a luxurious mansion shrouded in night, candlelight flickered against the walls. A middle-aged nobleman in a silk coat sat at a long table, his silver knife and fork precisely cutting through tender steak as blood trickled along the curved edge of the porcelain plate. He chewed slowly and deliberately, his manner refined. Suddenly, the candlelight behind him wavered slightly, and a figure in a black robe seemed to materialize from thin air. A broker from the Song of the Death Bird. The phantom knight sent to assassinate Baron Li Wei has been missing for nearly half a year. The hoarse voice was low and steady. Spies in Blackwater Valley confirm the target remains unharmed. Most likely the phantom knight is dead or abandoned the mission. The major client is beginning to question our professionalism, and Lord Pale Shadow has ordered you to take over and complete the phantom knight's failed assignment. The broker handed over a heavy pouch of gold coins. The major client has raised the bounty to 300 gold coins. This is the advance payment of 100. The operation must succeed in a single strike. The middle-aged nobleman accepted the money pouch and shook it gently, the crisp sound of metal clinking pleasantly. Where is Baron Li Wei now? He asked casually. Right here in Icewind City. Spies report he's wearing a white wolf mask, quite conspicuous. Understood. The nobleman waved his hand. The broker immediately retreated into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. He reopened the iron chest containing over 3,000 gold coins, carefully tucked the newly acquired 100 coins inside, and locked it securely. Then he walked to the bronze mirror to adjust his attire, ensuring his collar and cufflinks were perfectly aligned, drew the sword hanging from the wall rack, and extinguished the last candle in the room. By the Shadow Lord above, may this assassination be executed flawlessly. The middle-aged nobleman was named Bernard, whose father had once been a baron in the northern lands. As a child, he watched helplessly as that gambling-addicted man mortgaged their ancestral fief inch by inch, until the family was forced to move into the cramped, cold quarters of Icewind City. From that day forward, his father became synonymous with ruin in his heart. To escape the humiliation of living among commoners, he practiced the family's secret shadow leopard breathing technique day after day. At 17, under the moonlight, he drew his sword and personally ended his father's breathing, severing his last trace of weakness. As an adult, a chance encounter led Bernard to worship the Lord of Shadows. Using his skills as a mid-tier knight, he joined the assassin organization Voice of the Deathbird, advancing through their ranks, earning a bronze badge after 5 missions, a silver badge after 15 missions, and now he was a silver badge assassin with the codename Shadow Hunter. The organization had a strict hierarchy. Bronze, silver, and gold badges were openly ranked, with gold status reserved for high-ranking members who had completed over 30 assassinations. Above the gold badges were 5 figures known only through single-line communications as the 5 Death Shadows. They were all great knights, rumored to include merchants wealthy enough to rival nations, and possibly counts or even grand dukes, though their true identities remained unknown. Recently, the Phantom Knight, a veteran bronze badge assassin, had unexpectedly failed while attempting to assassinate the young Baron Levi. The organization dispatched a second attempt, with Levi still as the target. Bernard accepted the contract, feeling dismissive. A teenager barely in his teens, even if he was a formal knight, shouldn't pose a challenge to a mid-tier knight skilled in stealth and assassination. The only variable was that the young man did indeed have some ability. The Phantom wouldn't have failed if not for underestimating his opponent. As night fell, stars climbed one by one across the sky. Bernard donned his form-fitting knight clothes, the deep gray fabric darkening into shadow as his breathing technique activated, seamlessly blending with the alley's darkness. Intelligence from his broker had marked Levi's location, and he slid down from rooftops and climbed through drainage channels, silently approaching his target. After this job, I can retire, he thought, touching the jingling coins and notes in his sleeve pocket. Over 3,000 gold coins, enough to buy back the family fee from the royal house and restore the title of Baron Bernard. The radiant tavern blazed with light, its wooden sign displaying a poster commemorating the thousand-faced knight. Levi sat at the bar, ordering a drink of the same name. Amber liquid flowed into his glass, the soft light casting his young profile in sharp, contemplative relief. The proprietress rested her chin on her hand, sipping wine with a bored expression. Around them, sword-bearing knights, staff-wielding swordsmen, and masked nobles chatted quietly in small groups, their laughter mingling with the sound of clinking glasses. Before long, a burly knight in full-plate armor pushed through the door, his breathing heavy as a bellows beneath his helmet. The wooden floor creaked under his weight, drawing glances from the patrons, though no one spoke. He walked straight toward Levi. This was the knight who had made a deal with Levi, the same wild boar knight mentioned by Knight Fred, leader of the wild boar gang. He was now a member of the Wasteland Brotherhood, and his position within the organization seemed quite high. Why has the supply been a bit short lately? The boar knight asked with a frown as he approached Levi. I've been rather busy recently, Levi replied. I can sense that you seem stronger than before, the boar knight said in a low voice, glancing at the white wolf Gerald. Levi remained silent, and instead asked, did you bring the money? Seeing that the white wolf Gerald had no intention of engaging in conversation, the boar knight wasn't offended and pulled out the payment, showing it to Levi as the gold coins clinked crisply inside the pouch. Levi led the boar knight to the delivery point outside the city to complete the transaction. Since the deals now involved large quantities of armor and weapons, entering the city had become inconvenient, so Levi had arranged with the boar knight to conduct their business at a location of Levi's choosing outside the city walls, using the Shining Tavern merely as a meeting point. With his current strength, he had no fear of being robbed by the boar knight. The boar knight had his men load the goods onto carts, then said, your armor quality is excellent. I can tell you're a very talented blacksmith. If you joined our organization, we could provide you with more assistance and give a craftsman like you a stage to showcase your talents. Perhaps you could become a legendary master smith like Flamehammer. Levi shook his head. No, thank you. Seeing that his renewed invitation was rejected, the boar knight left somewhat disappointed. You all return to the territory first. I still have some matters to attend to, Levi told his soldiers. Yes, my lord. Levi returned to the Shining Tavern. During his transaction with the boar knight, he had clearly felt that the man who once exerted tremendous pressure on him no longer seemed intimidating. If they were to truly fight, he was confident he could kill the boar knight. However, there was no need for that. Even if the boar knight was his enemy, this particular enemy currently brought him profit. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. After spending a long time at the Shining Tavern, Levi didn't encounter the knight who sold dragon saliva. He planned to stay in Icewind City for a few days, and if the man didn't appear, Levi would have to find another way to obtain dragon saliva. Levi was unaware that he had already caught the attention of a silver-ranked assassin from the Deathbird song. Feeling bored, Levi decided to check the bounty board for tasks, hoping to acquire dragon saliva through the commission system. Before long, he spotted a task related to dragon saliva. Noble was also seeking to purchase it. The commission had been posted 3 months ago and remained unfulfilled. Seeing this, Levi's expression darkened. The chances of obtaining dragon saliva through bounty commissions seemed slim. Dragon saliva was becoming increasingly difficult to acquire these days, all thanks to that damned white horse knight who had monopolized all the dragon saliva just to advance to legendary status. If there's still nothing in a couple of days, I might have to make a trip to the Tuva Empire. Levi was reluctant to go to the Tuva Empire unless absolutely necessary, as unfamiliar environments always carried unknown risks. Just as disappointment set in, Levi discovered a task in a corner of the bounty board that made his eyes light up. Seeking to recruit one official knight with excellent archery skills for mission execution. Compensation, 1 bottle of dragon saliva, or equivalent value in gold coins. What a coincidence. This bounty commission seemed tailor-made for Leeway, to the point where he suspected the poster might be fishing, waiting specifically for him to take the bait. The commission had been posted on the guild board 7 days ago, and given the rarity of ambergris, the task should have been snatched up long ago. The fact that it remained unclaimed could only mean the poster had exceptionally demanding archery requirements. For Leeway, accepting this job was currently his only way to obtain more ambergris. Even if he failed, he'd only lose some penalty fees, so he immediately confirmed his acceptance. Less than half a day after accepting the commission, the poster appeared. Leeway was delighted to see that it was the very knight who had previously sold him ambergris. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways, and it confirmed that this person indeed controlled the source of ambergris. The knight clearly didn't recognize him and spoke with a serious tone. Sir, did you read the task requirements carefully? My mission has exceptionally high archery demands. It turned out that since posting the commission, over 10 self-proclaimed master archers had approached him, only to be exposed as frauds under his testing. Whether my archery skills are adequate or not, you'll know once you test me, Li Wei responded calmly. Very well, follow me, the knight said curtly, turning to leave the shining tavern. After a moment's consideration, Li Wei followed. The two passed through Icewind City's massive gates and arrived at the barren plains swept clean by harsh winds. The knight had purchased 3 live snow rabbits from a hunter in advance, and they were hopping energetically in their cage. To confirm your skill level, I need to conduct a small test, he said. No problem, Li Wei nodded. The knight opened the cage door, and the 3 snow rabbits immediately bolted out, racing in 3 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered nearly 100 meters. Shoot them. You pass if you hit too, he said, clearly not holding much hope. Taking down one was already highly difficult, and killing a second within such a short time frame was nearly impossible for most knights, representing an abyssal level of difficulty. However, in the next moment, he watched Li Wei raise his bow, draw the string, and release in one fluid motion with barely any pause. The first arrow flew straight toward the snow rabbit ahead that was about to dive into the bushes. While the arrow was still in flight, Li Wei had already knocked another arrow and smoothly aimed at the rabbit on the left that had already bounded over 100 meters away, releasing the string once more. 2 crisp sounds rang out as both distant snow rabbits simultaneously collapsed, both killed instantly by headshots. The knight stood frozen in place, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Li Wei simply lowered his bow and shouldered his arrows, paying no attention to the third rabbit still fleeing in the distance. He certainly had the confidence to take it down with one shot, but there was no need. Passing was enough, and doing more would only expose too much of his true capabilities. He believed that such a demonstration would be enough to convince the knight. Sure enough, the armored knight snapped back to his senses and clapped in admiration. Your archery skills are impressive and meet my requirements perfectly. Now I can share the details of the mission with you. My name is Graf, and I'm a bounty hunter. May I ask what you're called? Call me White Wolf, a free knight, Li Wei replied coolly. A free knight sounded respectable enough, but in reality meant a wandering knight without lands, much like how some unemployed people in his previous life called themselves freelancers. Graf didn't pry into White Wolf's background. From his mannerisms, equipment, and the quality of his clothing, he could tell White Wolf likely came from nobility, but preferred to keep his identity hidden. He didn't care about such things. She only needed White Wolf's exceptional archery skills. The two walked side by side through the cold winds and cobblestone streets of Icewind City, arriving at Graf's newly purchased mansion. As the courtyard gate opened, Li Wei saw 3 other knights already assembled. The first stood over 6.5 feet tall with bulging muscles, a massive shield as wide as his shoulders planted beside his feet easily, weighing over 100 pounds. He clearly practiced strength-based breathing techniques. The second was a rare sight, a female knight. She wore form-fitting leather armor that hugged her petite, yet curvaceous figure, her golden curls bouncing loosely, and her long, shapely legs particularly eye-catching in the lamplight. The third, a middle-aged male knight, leaned against the stable fence with his spear casually propped nearby, feeding hay to his warhorse. All 3 were formal knights. Graf positioned himself among the group and smiled as he made introductions. Sir White Wolf, this mountain of a man is the Black Rhino Knight. This beautiful and elegant lady is the Red Spider Knight. And that gentleman tending to his horse is the Azure Falcon Knight. We've assembled 5 formal knights to ensure this operation goes off without a hitch. Tell us about the target, Li Wei said, cutting straight to the point. Graf didn't answer immediately. He turned and walked to the storehouse in the back courtyard, lifting the heavy wooden door. As wood chips scattered, a massive contraption was revealed, a military siege crossbow, with black steel arms as thick as a child's arm, capable of piercing plate armor and even demolishing weak castle walls. Graf ran his hand along the cold metal. This time, we're going after a land dragon. Upon hearing this, Li Wei turned around and walked away. When Li Wei heard that Graf intended to hunt an earth dragon, his expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly seemed reluctant to participate. An adult earth dragon was equivalent to a grand knight-level beast, truly impervious to conventional weapons. Even with Graf assembling 5 formal knights and a military armor-piercing ballista, they would only have a chance at success. If the creature counterattacked, anyone could lose their life. Li Wei desperately needed dragon's ambergris, but he could still practice his breathing techniques. Without the black serpent elixir, it would just extend his training period several times over. He was only 16. Even if he delayed his breakthrough to Grand Knight until age 30, he wouldn't be inferior to geniuses like his father. Fortune favors the bold. To him, that was no different from a gambler's mentality. He never gambled. He preferred certainties. With his proficiency panel at hand, he could simply grind his way to success. With this thought, Li Wei turned to leave. Lord White Wolf, don't go. Graf caught up in 2 quick steps, shouting loudly. Since I dare to hunt the Earth Dragon, I naturally have full confidence. He spilled out all his preparations in one breath. He had been scouting that Earth Dragon for years. A month ago, it had fought fiercely with a Grand Knight from the Tuva Empire, leaving both sides severely wounded. The Grand Knight had fled, and the Earth Dragon remained unhealed. To seize this unique opportunity, he had spent a fortune borrowing the armor-piercing ballista from the military and recruited 3 formal knights of Li Wei's caliber. With such a lineup, he wouldn't dare claim absolute certainty, but he was definitely 70% confident. After we succeed, 2 bottles of Dragon's ambergris will be yours, he emphasized. True master archers were hard to find. For 7 days, he had been screening bowmen at the Radiant Tavern, only to encounter frauds and pretenders. When Li Wei loosed that arrow, he immediately understood. This was the most crucial element of his hunting plan. The armor-piercing ballista was devastatingly powerful, but only if it hit vital points. Li Wei's archery skills could handle the ballista mechanism with precision far exceeding others. If they delayed further, the Earth Dragon's terrifying regenerative abilities would heal its wounds completely, making all their preparations a joke. After all, they were only dealing with a beast. Humans had tools and intelligence. As long as the armor-piercing ballista struck accurately and 5 knights coordinated their attack, they truly had great hope. Li Wei's steps finally stopped, his brow furrowing slightly. By the grace of the Heavenly Father, are you certain you're not deceiving me? Is that Earth Dragon truly still wounded? By the grace of the Heavenly Father, I, Graf, speak no lies. Graf immediately swore an oath. This world had been long indoctrinated by the Church with the concept that the gods watch from above, and people generally believed in the power of sacred vows. This was completely different from casually saying, "May lightning strike me down," in Li Wei's previous life. Li Wei's heart stirred. Truth be told, he hadn't been that determined to leave from the start. The moment he saw the heavy armor-piercing crossbow that Graf personally placed on the table, he understood his role in this Earth Dragon hunting part of long-range archery. Compared to the knights who would engage in close combat, the danger he faced was minimal. He simply wanted to leverage the situation for a better deal. If they agreed to his terms, he'd stay. If negotiations fell through, he could simply walk away. Now that his goal was achieved, there was no need to press further. All right, let me be clear. Li Wei gently pushed the crossbow back across the table, his tone calm. I'll only do what's expected of me. If the situation gets out of control, I'll be the first to retreat. No problem. Graf nodded without hesitation. You just need to use the armor-piercing crossbow to pierce the Earth Dragon's vital points. Leave the rest to us. The dragon's saliva essence will be distributed after we succeed. You know, I don't have any on hand right now. Agreed. Li Wei looked up, and after confirming the details, asked, when do we depart? Tomorrow afternoon. Graf answered promptly. The Red Spider Knight still needs to prepare the poison for coating the arrowheads to ensure nothing goes wrong. Fine. Li Wei said no more, packed his crossbow bag, and turned to leave. White Wolf, Graf called from behind. Tomorrow we'll meet at the west gate of Icewind City and set out together. In the night, Li Wei's figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the street. The Black Rhino Knight, who had been polishing his massive shield and sword, watched the retreating figure and snorted with disdain. TSK, a typical noble brat, so precious about his own life. To advance to a formal knight at such a young age, even that mask can't hide his youthful vigor. The Red Spider Knight stretched her waist lazily. Must be at least an earl's offspring, right? If he's the eldest son and I marry him, I might become a countess someday. The Black Rhino Knight snorted dismissively, then changed the subject. Graf, are you really planning to give him 2 bottles of dragon's saliva essence? An adult Earth Dragon's glands only yield about 20 bottles. He fires 1 arrow, takes minimal risk, and walks away with 2 bottles. What about me? I have to face a wounded giant beast heading 4 bottles isn't unreasonable, is it? The Azure Falcon Knight chimed in. Drawing the Earth Dragon's attention is no small matter. I want 4 bottles too. The Red Spider Knight crossed her arms and sneered. Without my poison, you think you can kill an Earth Dragon? I want 5 bottles. Graf let out a cold laugh, his tone brooking no argument. I'm just keeping that noble rookie satisfied for now. Actually give him 2 bottles? In his dreams. As for you lot, don't get greedy. I'm the only one who knows where the Earth Dragon is, and I'm the one who secured the armor-piercing crossbow. If you don't want to participate, feel free to leave. Aside from finding a skilled archer, I could grab any wandering knights from the Radiant Tavern for the other roles. I trusted you 4 enough to share this opportunity. Don't waste that trust. The 3 knights exchanged glances, and seeing that Graf wouldn't budge, they fell silent. For them, earning gold as wandering knights was incredibly difficult. Missed this chance, and they might never encounter such a lucrative job again. Once this mission was complete, they could make a fortune selling the dragon's saliva essence. Leaving the Graf estate, Li Wei headed toward a nearby inn. The night wind was cold and bitter. As he walked through a damp, dimly lit alley, he suddenly felt eyes watching him from behind. He turned around, no one there. A wave of unease washed over him. and he immediately activated the black serpent breathing technique. His heartbeat synchronized with the black serpent seed, sending wisps of dark mist surging through his bloodstream toward his arms. If one were to lift his sleeves and arm guards at that moment, they would see his forearms wrapped in layers of pitch-black currents, dense and numerous, like countless tiny serpents slithering across his skin. In a flash, a dark shadow dove down from above, a ghostly blue dagger aimed straight at his face. Without time to think, he crossed his arms to block. Rip! His outer robe was instantly torn, followed by the shattering of his chainmail's arm guards, iron rings scattering everywhere. Another tearing sound, like a blade slicing through rubber. Bang! The tremendous force sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily into a pile of garbage behind him, startling a swarm of black rats into frantic flight. Sharp pain shot through him, but before he could examine his wounds, the sound of cutting air came again. Several throwing knives fanned out toward him. The frost wolf breathing technique roared to its limit, dark energy from the frost wolf seed surging to his legs. Like an arrow released from its bow, he burst from the garbage pile, sending scraps of paper and rotting debris flying. His hands, wrapped in dark energy, deflected the flying knives with crackling sounds as steel blades embedded themselves in the stone slabs on either side. Clang Frostmourne was drawn. The golden cross slash combined with ripple power, slashing diagonally at the approaching figure. Cold light intersected as the black shadow's rapier clashed with Frostmourne. A muffled grunt, the strange force traveled through the steel, splitting his grip and nearly causing him to lose his sword. In an instant, the rapier twisted at a cunning angle, striking directly at Li Wei's chest. The opponent's silhouette was outlined by moonlight, black leather armor, night clothes, and the same bird beak mask exactly like the knight who had previously attempted to assassinate him. The sound of the death bird, like a vengeful spirit that wouldn't rest. Li Wei had no time to investigate how his whereabouts had been exposed, nor to ponder why this organization had come for him again. He pushed both the frost wolf and black serpent breathing techniques to their absolute limits. Torrential white vapor erupted, bursting through the constraints of his clothing and enveloping his entire body in billowing mist. The Bernard Knight across from him was shocked to his core. The intensity of white vapor was a direct indicator of a knight's realm, and such momentum could only be displayed by a mid-tier knight who had trained for over a decade. Yet the intelligence clearly stated that Baron Li Wei was only 16 years old. Damn it! Is there really a 16-year-old mid-tier knight? Or did I get the wrong target? Is this not Baron Li Wei? Wrong or not, he would see it through. There's no time to worry about anything else. Now needs to bring back this man's head. In a flash, Knight Bernard's rapier struck like a violent storm, its cold gleam carving deadly arcs through the air as it targeted every vital point on Li Wei's body, intent on cutting him to pieces. Li Wei's maxed-out basic swordsmanship flowed to perfection, parrying, deflecting, and slashing like flowing clouds and water. Each of his strikes was more precise and decisive than those of the experienced Bernard. Within mere dozens of breaths, Bernard was filled with dread. His opponent was clearly just a low-tier knight, yet his swordsmanship was superior. Li Wei was equally shocked. This assassin, cloaked entirely in black, surpassed the previous attacker in both strength and skill. He moved like a panther stalking through shadows, dodging and weaving mere inches from sword edges before counterattacking from impossibly cunning angles. Li Wei quickly assessed this man could nearly match Knight Fred at full strength, already at mid-tier knight level. Mid-tier knights were elite even across the entire continent, while high-tier and peak knights were as rare as phoenix feathers. Most people remained at low-tier their entire lives. Yet Li Wei held his ground. His excellent grade black serpent breathing technique showed its advantages in combat. Though still low-tier, it gave him strength and endurance that matched or even exceeded his opponents. Combined with the explosive speed and agile movement from his 4th-tier limit frost wolf breathing technique, he could keep pace with this speed-focused assassin in both advance and retreat. Each time he unleashed the golden cross slash, rippling force transmitted through his sword to strike the assassin's muscles and bones from a distance, causing numbness in both arms and preventing him from displaying his full power. Head die. Li Wei laughed coldly as his black serpent seed erupted. Thick, ink-like black energy coiled around his palms as he caught the assassin's thrusting blade with his bare hands. How dare you? Bernard cried out in disbelief, staring at his blade gripped tight in 5 fingers. Just wait to die? My sword is coated with ringed, sea serpent poison. Bernard sneered, seeing Li Wei's palm cut open with blood dripping down the blade. He was certain this toxin, potent enough to fell a bull, would be lethal. No amount of black energy defense could stop poison from entering the body. Li Wei ignored him completely. Fury boiling in his chest had to root out the mastermind behind this. He suddenly exerted force, yanking the sword backward. To avoid being dragged forward and skewered, the assassin was forced to release his grip. Madman, you've pushed your breathing technique to overload, the assassin cursed silently. Having exhausted all his methods and still falling behind, with his weapon seized, continuing this fight meant certain death. In a flash of decision, he pulled back, rolling to avoid Li Wei's descending sword, then kicked off the wall and leaped onto the rooftops. His movement technique was indeed swift. Li Wei pursued for several steps before stopping in an open area, watching the assassin bound across the connected rooftops. Night wind scattered roof tiles as the assassin's feet left a trail of broken shards. Li Wei wiped the captured rapier clean, then lightly scraped his arrowhead against the blade. The arrow point instantly gained a dim, cold gleam. He drew his bow to full moon, locking onto that fleeing black shadow. The assassin was about to make one final leap into the pitch-black alley to disappear completely. Power fully charged. The arrow flew like wind and thunder, screaming through the air. The assassin cried out in pain and tumbled straight down from the rooftop. A numb, itchy sensation began spreading across Li Wei's palm, where the rapier had cut him. He immediately recognized it as snake venom. His past life experience told him that normally he'd need anti-venom serum to survive, but such things simply weren't available in this world. In a flash, he channeled his dark energy like a reverse tide, forcibly squeezing the poisoned blood from his wound. Crimson droplets splattered on the ground as he grabbed clean water to rinse the cut repeatedly. Thanks to his dark energy protection, the wound wasn't deep, and the toxin had only penetrated the surface. The black serpent breathing technique took effect, quickly neutralizing what little poison couldn't be expelled. The numbness and itching in his palm subsided as sensation returned. Simultaneously, the black serpent seed in his chest trembled violently, devouring the energy within his body and transforming it into thread-like wisps of dark energy that coursed through his meridians, thoroughly purging any remaining toxins. After eating some dried rations to restore his strength and bandaging the wound with clean cloth strips, Li Wei quietly retreated under cover of darkness. He figured the assassin had also been poisoned but wasn't sure if they had an antidote. However, with a mid-tier knight's constitution, that amount of poison probably wouldn't be fatal. Though his arrow had missed vital organs, it was still enough to seriously wound his opponent. Now was the perfect time to finish the job. Under the night sky, in a desolate mansion, Knight Bernard stumbled through the door. The bolt dropped, and the lock clicked shut as he entered, a feathered arrow still protruding from his back. The arrowhead had nearly pierced his heart. Damn it! The intelligence never mentioned that Baron Li Wei was also a master archer. He cursed through gritted teeth. Despite being extremely cautious, he'd still failed, and even suffered severe injuries in return. Bernard knew this wasn't due to his carelessness, but because his opponent was far stronger than the intelligence had described. Fortunately, that kid had been cut by the snake venom and should be succumbing to poison by now. Once he collapsed, Bernard could bandage his wounds and finish him off at leisure. He gripped the arrow's fletching and shoved it forward hard, forcing the arrowhead to emerge from the other side of his body as blood instantly stained his robes. The excruciating pain made his vision go black and nearly caused him to collapse. But he knew that pulling it out directly would cause the barbs to tear his organs. This was the only way. Damn brat. Once I'm patched up, I'll make sure you die without a proper burial, he growled. Even though he specialized in speed, his mid-tier knight constitution far exceeded that of ordinary people. With proper treatment and medicinal nutrition, he was confident he could slowly recover. Suddenly, icy tendrils crept from the wound through his blood vessels toward his heart, causing the life seed lurking like a cheetah in his chest to tremble violently. Oh no, snake venom! Bernard forced himself to stay calm, not daring to let his heart rate accelerate. The more agitated he became, the faster his blood would circulate, and the quicker the toxin would reach his heart. Even though it was only a trace amount of poison, once it entered his heart, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord of Shadows above, protect your most faithful servant. Knight Bernard whispered his prayer, fingertips lightly touching the badge on his chest. In the next moment, a cold wisp of dark energy surged from the life seed within his body, snaking along his blood vessels like a living creature, forcibly pushing the toxins that had invaded his flesh away from his heart. The process was like walking on thin ice, concentrated completely, silently comparing this to Levi's wounded palm, which had been far less dangerous. Time stretched unbearably long through his groaning breaths. Finally, a stream of black poisoned blood spurted from his wound, splashing onto the floor with a sharp hissing sound. Bernard's face turned deathly pale, but he didn't stop moving, skillfully bandaging the wound while swallowing a healing potion for external injuries. Assassins inevitably made mistakes, and he never went anywhere without his life-saving supplies. Phew, barely escaped death. The Lord of Shadows still favors me, he muttered to himself, about to breathe a sigh of relief when the door suddenly exploded inward with a thunderous crash. Wooden fragments flew everywhere as a towering figure wreathed in white mist stepped through the entrance. He raised his hand to adjust the white wolf mask on his face, cold light blazing from his eyes. Bernard jolted in shock. Damn, how is this possible? Levi's merciless arrows answered him. Bang, 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 bang. For bowstring sounds merged into one line as the air was torn apart. Thud, thud, the sharp arrows pierced through flesh and blood. Bernard let out an agonizing scream as each of his arms and legs was struck by an arrow. The excruciating pain burned like flames through his body, and he lost all support, collapsing spread eagle on the floor, his eyes filled with disbelief. The white wolf mask looked down from above, its gaze cold and indifferent. Levi drew Frostmourne, and the blade flashed. Crack! Crack! Bernard's four limbs were severed at the roots, blood gushing forth as the metallic stench instantly filled the air. Only with such complete control did Levi feel confident enough to begin his interrogation. What do you want? Just kill me. Bernard remained conscious despite the excruciating pain, roaring hoarsely. Levi stepped on his groin and pointed the blade's tip downward. Tell me, who hired the song of the death bird to kill me? Speak, and you can die quickly. Otherwise, watch as I crush your manhood into pulp. You psychopath. Bernard cursed through gritted teeth. Crack the crisp sound of breaking bones, complete destruction. Ah, you. I don't know. Bernard screamed with heart-rending agony. I really don't know who wants to kill you. The mission was given to me by the organization's broker. We maintain strict secrecy. Assassins only carry out the kills, while broker information is exclusively controlled by the middleman. Wait, tomorrow at dawn, that broker will meet with me for contact. You can ask him. By the Lord of Shadows above, every word I speak is true. Please, give me a quick death. Kill me. Having lost his limbs and manhood, he no longer had any will to live, reduced to nothing but a shell of despair. Levi showed no expression as he severed the man's head with a single stroke. Afterward, he dismembered the corpse into several pieces, piling them into the fireplace as kindling. As the flames consumed the flesh and blood, he began ransacking the place for clues. Before long, he discovered a locked iron chest in an underground chamber. Ripple energy surged forth, and the chains snapped instantly. As the lid opened, a dazzling golden light burst forth, nearly blinding Levi's eyes. At the bottom of the chest, gold coins were stacked layer upon layer, gleaming brilliantly. Gazing at this mountain of wealth, Levi's eyes lit up and his breathing suddenly quickened. He'd struck it rich. Levi truly hadn't expected that the assassin who tried to kill him would be so wealthy. He poured all the gold coins he'd found on his opponent into a small cloth pouch, weighing it in his hand roughly 3,000 coins, over 30 pounds in total. Was the assassination business really this profitable? Maybe he should quit being a lord and become a hitman instead. Levi was genuinely shocked by the amount. What he didn't know was that this night Bernard was a silver-ranked member of the Assassin's Guild, with countless completed assassination contracts under his belt. As one of the most successful mid-tier knights, hiring him cost anywhere from dozens to hundreds of gold coins per job. Even after the organization took their cut, he still pocketed a substantial amount. Plus, whatever he could loot from his victims' 3,000 gold coins was just standard for him. Bernard was desperate to buy back his territory, so he refused to touch a single coin after deducting his necessary expenses, leading to his ever-growing stash of gold. The real challenge was never making money. It was that most shortcuts were written in the criminal code. If a person could disregard morality, the law, and even their own life, making money wasn't that hard. The hard part was whether the money earned could keep them alive. Fortunately for Li Wei, he had incredible arm strength. Otherwise, a normal person would struggle to even run away while carrying over 30 pounds of gleaming coins, let alone count them, without cramping. After securing the gold pouch, he carefully searched Bernard's residence, hoping to find the diagram of the breathing technique that the assassin practiced. So far, the speed displayed by the assassin was the fastest Li Wei had encountered among his enemies. Had the opponent known him better, with his mid-tier knight strength, he would likely have perished on the spot. Unfortunately, after searching the entire house, he found no trace of the diagram and had to regretfully give up. As night deepened, the cold wind cut like a knife, and the night crows screeched as they swept past the eaves. Li Wei sat alone at the long table, propping up Frostmourne with one hand, chewing on some hardtack while drinking water, quietly adjusting his state. The minor injuries he sustained were trivial to him. He secretly thanked his ancestors for passing down a defensive breathing technique. When ambushed unexpectedly, strong armor and resilience were indeed the way to go. Time passed slowly, but he felt no drowsiness. Before dawn, as the night crows returned to their nests, he heard faint footsteps outside on the street. Li Wei's gaze sharpened, his muscles tightened instantly, and he became like a lurking jaguar. A somewhat hesitant figure pushed open the door to Bernard's residence. Clad in a black cloak, the newcomer first noticed the broken door and then the drying blood in the courtyard. His brow furrowing in confusion. This was the broker who was supposed to meet with Bernard. Bernard has gone on a mission, but it looks like his home has been robbed, he thought, confusion swirling in his mind. Just as he was trying to piece things together, a towering figure, like a demon, silently blocked the doorway. Beneath the white wolf mask, cold light sparkled, and the knight's sword was smeared with dark red blood. You've finally arrived, Li Wei said, his voice as heavy as iron. Prepare to die. You are Li Wei. You're not dead? Where's Bernard? You killed Bernard. The broker exclaimed in terror, finally grasping why the scene before him resembled a hellscape. What responded to him was a sword light, tearing through the darkness like dawn splitting the sky. A sword brimming with ripple force struck directly at the broker. The term broker didn't refer to any specific individual, but rather to anyone who served as an intermediary for the Song of the Death Bird. Though they belonged to this organization, they never carried out assassinations themselves and had little combat experience. Even so, this particular broker was at least a genuine formal knight. As the blade flashed toward him, he instinctively drew his sword to block, putting force into his wrist and arm as he struck back at Li Wei. Crack! Just one blow. The ripple force tore through like a raging storm, instantly shattering his sword from his grip. The sheer power swept him backward, stumbling and pale-faced. Even Knight Bernard had fallen to Li Wei's hand, and knowing himself far inferior to Bernard, he realized he stood no chance. Flee! I must flee! The thought screamed in his mind as he turned and ran desperately. If he failed to report Baron Li Wei's terrifying strength back to the organization, countless comrades would die in vain. Unless their major client was willing to increase the reward significantly to hire rare gold-ranked assassins, or even have the 5 leaders act personally, any silver or bronze-ranked assassin sent would meet certain death. Even the Phantom Knight had likely been slain by Li Wei's single strike. However, Li Wei wouldn't let this lead slip away. He burst forward like a wolf unleashed, the explosive speed of his 4th-tier Frost Wolf breathing technique, catching up instantly. The broker felt his shoulders suddenly weighed down as Li Wei's iron-like fingers pressed down hard. Boom! He was slammed to the ground, his forehead crashing against the stone pavement as blood spurted instantly. Though both were formal knights, the gap between them was as vast as a chasm. Li Wei roared, driving Frostmourne through the broker's shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. Speak! Who sent you to assassinate me? Li Wei's eyes narrowed to slits, his murderous intent chilling the air. Sorry, no comment. The broker gritted his teeth. As a death warrior trained by the organization, he was sworn to protect the Shadow Lord, and would never reveal a single word, even if torn to pieces. The cold blade slowly carved across his chest. Flesh peeled back, organs writhed, and blood gushed forth. The broker's face turned ashen, yet with his last breath he rasped hoarsely. Kill me then. The Shadow Lord will bring me back to rise again, becoming an eternal cursed shadow behind you. Squelch! Frostmourne swept across, cleaving the broker clean in half. If you won't talk, you won't talk. So much nonsense. At least you're quiet now that you're dead. Li Wei said coldly. He searched the corpse and, as expected, found nothing. None of you will talk? Then have the guts to send more. Li Wei's eyes blazed red as he hacked wildly with his sword, chopping the corpse into minced meat before hurling it into the fireplace. Flames roared as the flesh sizzled. The aroma of roasted meat mixed with the stench of blood filled the room. He took several deep breaths of the cold, fresh night air, ate some dried rations, and slowly let his heartbeat and sanity return to normal. The horizon showed the pale light of dawn, its first rays illuminating his face, stained with blood and sweat. He entered the washroom, rinsed away the blood, and stood silently before the bronze mirror for a moment. After confirming there was nothing of value left in the mansion, he went to the warehouse and hauled all of Bernard's stored resin-rich pine wood back to the main hall. He retrieved embers from the fireplace, ignited the wood pile, and roaring flames instantly consumed the house. His figure vanished from the mansion where this bloody incident had occurred. Murder and arson bring golden rewards. The ancients truly didn't deceive Li Wei. After painstakingly eliminating that assassin, the unexpected windfall of 3,000 gold coins filled him with elation. Calculating that each standard gold coin weighed about 6 grams, combined with what he already carried, the bag of gleaming coins weighed dozens of pounds. To avoid drawing attention, he walked with extra care, afraid the bag's movement might be too obvious. Li Wei silently lamented. If only he had a storage ring. Though rich, the ambergris matter still required attention. Carrying such a large sum through the city was too dangerous, so he decided to find a secluded spot to bury the money and retrieve it later. Without delay, he quietly left Icewind City, confirmed no one was following, and headed straight for the wilderness. After walking approximately 10,000 steps in his chosen direction, he reached a ridge covered with dense coniferous forest. Li Wei selected a large tree he would never forget, rolled up his sleeves, and began digging. Soil flew with each shovelful. Once the hole was ready, he buried the heavy gold coins underground, carefully covered them with earth and packed it down, then moved scattered rocks on top to eliminate any traces of human activity. After completing this task, he leaped to the top of a distant tree and remained hidden for a full hour, confirming the area was deserted before departing with peace of mind. Running downhill, the meeting time was approaching. Later, Li Wei learned from passers-by that the assassin was named Bernard, and Bernard the knight's mansion in the remote outskirts had recently been consumed by fire. With no witnesses present, and the flames having erased nearly all evidence, the investigative methods of this era made it extremely unlikely they could trace it back to him, so Li Wei didn't worry further. In the morning, near Icewind City's west gate, a convoy of cargo-laden wagons slowly departed. Around the vehicles, 5 distinctive knights provided escort on horseback or on foot. Li Wei had joined Graf and the others, preparing to head for the Earth Dragon's territory. Graf rode forward, his voice deep and commanding. Everyone, let's confirm our roles before we begin. I'll track the Earth Dragon. Goshawk Knight, use your speed advantage to lure it within range. Black Rhino Knight, when it approaches, use your great shield to engage and hold it. Red Spider Knight, coat your arrowheads with the poison you've prepared, ensuring Lord White Wolf can focus on shooting. No problem, Goshawk Knight replied simply. Black Rhino Knight surveyed the group, his gaze finally settling on Li Wei with considerable doubt. I hope you won't let us down. Confident in his superior strength, he remained skeptical about the archery skills of White Wolf Li Wei, who had joined last. Graf gestured for calm and continued his instructions. That territory lies on the border between the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire. Besides the Earth Dragon, we must also watch for Tuva Empire forces. I suspect they've discovered the trail too and might send scouts after all. The fate of that Grand Knight, severely wounded by the Earth Dragon, remains uncertain. The repeated warnings cast a somber mood over the hastily assembled team, yet Li Wei remained vigilant, constantly prepared for that detestable Death Bird's voice assassin to appear a third time. Having survived 2 attacks and successfully counterattacked both times, these consecutive bloody encounters only made Li Wei more cautious. For this expedition, he had spent a fortune in the city to acquire a brand new set of high-quality chainmail. If it weren't for the inconvenience of wearing plate armor during long marches, he would have definitely donned the heaviest plate available. Beyond that, his quiver was packed with sharp, new arrows. The Black Serpent dagger hung from his left hip, Frostmourne was sheathed on his right, and his pockets contained quicklime seized from an assassin ready to be thrown into an enemy's eyes at a moment's notice. In short, he was armed to the teeth. After 3 days and nights of arduous travel, Li Wei's party finally reached the Earth Dragon's territory that Graf had described. It was a vast valley filled with dark green jungle at its heart, while distant snow-capped mountains rose like layered blades forming the natural border between the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire. Beyond those snowy ridges lay endless coastal hills and plains where the Tuva people had lived for generations. Unlike the feudal territories of the Emerald Kingdom, the Tuva Empire was a centralized feudal state with superior overall strength. Before the Millennium Holy War, they had repeatedly launched major invasions. In the 1000th year, the Emerald Kingdom was forced to declare war, conscripting numerous noble armies, and though they ultimately forced the Tuva to withdraw, they were left severely weakened. Earth dragons mostly inhabited Tuva territory, and Graf speculated that the creature before them had likely migrated from there. The path grew increasingly treacherous, making the wagon's progress difficult, so Graf and the Black Rhino Knight simply shouldered the ballista and climbed with great effort. After selecting a stable high ground, they set up the ballista from here. The entire valley lay spread below them. Ahead lies the Earth Dragon's territory that I marked, Graf said, turning back with a low voice. From here on, the Red Spider Knight and Lord White Wolf will remain on this high ground to prepare, while we go down to lure it over. Lord White Wolf, you must remember, its only vital spots are its eyes and the small area behind them that covers the brain. Even if you pierce other parts, it won't be fatal in a short time. Lady Red Spider's poison won't be able to bring it down instantly either, so you must perform at your absolute best. If anything goes wrong, this valley will become our grave. Graf's words weren't a threat, but naked truth. If Li Wei made even the slightest mistake, everyone might pay with their lives, and Li Wei himself wouldn't escape the enraged Earth Dragon's fangs. Just do your own jobs properly, and there won't be any problems on my end, Li Wei replied with casual confidence, yet with unwavering certainty. Let's hope so. The Black Rhino Knight gave him a long look, then turned to descend the slope, with the Blue Falcon Knight and Graf following close behind. Only Li Wei and the Red Spider Knight remained on the high ground. The Red Spider Knight drew a small crystal vial from within her tight armor's lining, and a strange fragrance immediately wafted out. Her red lips parted slightly. The strongest poison made from 6 rare toxic materials. This is the only dose. Lord White Wolf, you must aim true when you shoot. With that, she began carefully applying the liquid to the arrowhead. Such deadly poison would easily evaporate and lose effectiveness if applied too early, so it could only be applied just before battle to maintain maximum potency. Li Wei quietly watched from the side as she meticulously rotated the arrow, ensuring the poison coated it evenly, then calmly surveyed the surrounding mountain forest. Trust me, with such a beautiful lady by my side, I'll shoot far more accurately than you imagine, Li Wei said calmly while observing their surroundings. The Red Spider Knight chuckled with a sinister laugh. Li Wei pressed his hand against his racing heart, crouched behind the bushes with his finger already on the trigger of the armor-piercing crossbow, ready to fire at any moment. The man and woman responsible for applying poison had already coated all the arrows with toxin and now lay flat on their bellies, holding their breath. The thick vines and shrubs completely concealed the three figures. Through the leaves, Li Wei could even detect the red spider knight's slightly rapid heartbeat. She wasn't as relaxed as she appeared. Suddenly, a thunderous roar that could split mountains exploded through the air, rolling like a Tyrannosaurus Rex's bellow. Both Li Wei and the red spider knight immediately went on high alert. In the distant forest, the canopy surged like waves as countless startled birds burst into flight. Whether gentle herbivores or fierce predators, all creatures were driven into panicked flight by this kingly roar. Even Li Wei, a formal knight, felt his chest tighten. This was the might of an earth dragon beast comparable to a grand knight, a true king of beasts. Meanwhile, deep in that forest, Graf and his companions were fleeing for their lives. Behind them, a maddened giant beast charged recklessly, sending trees and boulders flying in all directions. Its build resembled that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing 3 meters at the shoulder and stretching over 10 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in scales like those of an alligator gar, layered upon layered. When its muscles tensed, the scales rubbed against each other, producing the sound of clashing metal. Its limbs were as thick as ancient tree roots, with heavy, wrinkled skin like a Sumatran rhinoceros clad in heavy armor. The Azure Falcon Knight had already abandoned his mount. While Earth Dragon beasts weren't known for long-distance pursuit, their short-range bursts far exceeded any ordinary horse. Fortunately, his Azure Falcon breathing technique excelled at short sprints. He swept his arms back, leaned forward, and cut through the forest in a posture reminiscent of a ninja's run. In that brief sprint, he actually outpaced the Earth Dragon beast. The enraged giant turned its head and focused on Graf, who was moving more slowly. Black Rhino Knight, attack! Graf roared. The Black Rhino Knight, who had been running frantically, suddenly turned back, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stared at the moving mountain. Though he practiced the giant rhino breathing technique known for its strength and warplate armor while wielding a massive shield, facing this colossal beast still sent primal fear gripping his heart. Only now did he realize that the bard's tales about Earth Dragon beasts had been far too conservative in describing their power. By the Heavenly Father above, even a Grand Knight would struggle against this thing. Every additional pound of weight multiplies its strength several times over. Black Rhino, quickly lure this thing within 400 meters of the armor-piercing crossbow. Graf urged. The crossbow's effective range is only 400 meters. The closer, the better. With that, he nimbly climbed a tree as thick as a barrel, trying to avoid the immediate danger. The next moment, the Earth Dragon beast charged straight into the trunk, and the massive tree crashed down. As the tree tilted, Graf leaped through the air and landed on another tree. The Black Rhino Knight gritted his teeth and charged forward like a raging bull, driving his massive sword straight toward the Earth Dragon's rear end. Clang! Metal rang against metal as the giant blade struck what seemed like heavy plate armor, failing to even dislodge a single scale. Stop wasting your effort. To break through its defense, you'd need a specialized armor-piercing crossbow or have a Grand Knight wrap their weapon in dark energy. Graf warned. This so-called dark energy wrapping was a technique only Grand Knights could master. The Earth Dragon turned sideways, revealing a gruesome wound on its flank, a gaping hole that looked like it had been pierced by a spear, deep enough to expose bone. Yet the wound was already sprouting dense granulation tissue, healing itself. Azure Falcon Knight, come support me. Black Rhino roared. Boom. The massive beast leaped up, pouncing toward him. Azure Falcon looked back and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. His entire body transformed into a blue flash of light as he hurled his spear, but it couldn't even penetrate the outer scales, clanging uselessly to the ground. The three knights buzzed around like annoying flies, taking turns harassing the creature and leaving the Earth Dragon momentarily disoriented. However, it had recently fought a fierce battle with some human powerhouse, severely wounding and driving off its opponent. Though injured itself, its strength remained formidable. It locked onto the slowest target. Black Rhino and lunged ferociously. Its massive jaws snapped down. Black Rhino raised his shield, but both man and shield were caught in the beast's bite. The metal groaned with ear-piercing sounds as the shield began to bend. Black Rhino desperately swung his massive sword, but as his shield was torn away and he tumbled to the ground, all efforts proved futile. Damn it, his cry of despair was cut short by a sickening crack. He was bitten in half at the waist, his plate armor torn apart at the joints by brute force, flesh and sinew stretching like broken lotus roots. His severed legs hit the ground, while his torso was crushed and spat out. The beast found the taste disagreeable and simply discarded the remains. In mere moments, their frontline tank had been instantly killed, and Graf's heart sank to the depths. The Earth Dragon turned its attention to Azure Falcon. Azure Falcon's soul nearly left his body as he overdrew his life seed, pumping more dark energy into his legs and charging toward Li Wei's position on the high ground like a steam locomotive. Li Wei's face remained calm, though his heart was equally panicked. White Wolf, it's up to you. Red Spider Knight sensed the intense danger and flickered away, simply retreating from the high ground. Li Wei glanced at her, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. A bunch of pigs, utterly unreliable. 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 400 meters. Within range, but he worried the distance was too great for maximum power and held his fire. Shoot already. I can't hold on much longer. Azure Falcon roared. 300 meters, 200 meters. Azure Falcon deflated like a punctured balloon, his speed plummeting as his stamina ran out. The Earth Dragon caught up instantly. The massive jaws lunged forward again. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound cut through the air from the bushes on the high ground as a specialized crossbow bolt, nearly 2 meters long, screamed through the air with a sound that tore the very atmosphere. Bang! The bolt pierced through the Earth Dragon's head scales, driving deep into a vital spot and penetrating clean through. The Earth Dragon roared in pain, only now discovering the ambush on the high ground. In its fury, it first crushed the terror-stricken Azure Falcon Knight underfoot, then dragged its heavily wounded body in a mad charge toward Li Wei's position on the high ground. Still not dead? Li Wei didn't flee immediately. Right after releasing his first poisoned arrow, he quickly knocked his armor-piercing crossbow against his leg and loaded the second heavy bolt. Behind the boulder, the Red Spider Knight held her breath. The Earth Dragon's roars grew closer and closer, the sound so thunderous it made her eardrums ache. The earlier screams had made it clear that Azure Falcon Knight had followed the Black Rhino Knight to their doom, both fallen on the chaotic battlefield. She was only 27 years old, and as a rare female knight with both status and beauty, she might catch the eye of some count or his heir who favored female knights, allowing her to rise to the position of countess. She absolutely could not die here. On the other side of the mountain path, Li Wei's second arrow whistled through the air. The Earth Dragon, blinded by blood, crushed rocks underfoot as dust billowed, and it charged forward brutally. Thunk's arrow didn't aim for the so-called vital spot that Nightgraph had mentioned, but instead pierced the front leg joint. Li Wei had long realized that Fellow's intelligence was unreliable. Rather than risk his life, it was better to cripple the target first. The sound of cracking bone was sharp and piercing as the massive beast lost its balance and crashed heavily among the scattered rocks, rolling and carving out a deep furrow. Li Wei looked at the last armor-piercing bolt in his hand, raised it, and aimed at the hind leg. Another thunderous crack. Heart-rending howls exploded through the canyon. With your front and back legs broken, let's see where you can run. Though his words were harsh, his body had already quietly retreated to a safe distance. He then drew a regular arrow and cleanly shot it into the eye sockets that were smeared with blood. The poison finally took effect. The toxin prepared by the Red Spider Knight was said to be potent enough that one drop could claim 100 lives. And now even the Earth Dragon, which was slightly more formidable than a Grand Knight, began convulsing all over as its breathing rapidly weakened. Nightgraph didn't look at his two companions' corpses. He grabbed the Black Rhino Knight's greatsword and thrust it directly into the Earth Dragon's eye socket, twisting viciously until the massive body completely lost all signs of life. Then he sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for air, though his heart was filled with wild joy. The hunt was successful. Besides the most precious dragon ambergris, this adult Earth Dragon was valuable from its scales and hide to its bones. If it hadn't been poisoned, even the meat could have fetched a good price, though now he wasn't sure if any merchants would be willing to buy it. However, he had calculated that the dragon ambergris alone, plus the other materials, would be worth at least 5,000 gold coins. A fortune. With this money, he could purchase a respectable baronial territory in the fertile lands and transform himself into nobility, or buy a clerical position from the church to finally escape his identity as a bounty hunter and smuggler. After planning for so long, his suffering had finally paid off. As for those two unfortunate companions, their deaths made things simpler, fewer people to split the loot with. The Earth Dragon was dead, and it was time for distribution. Only then did the Red Spider Knight leisurely emerge from her cover, while Li Wei also approached with a calm expression. Lord White Wolf, thanks to you, I, Graf, have never seen an archer like you. Graf said with a laugh. Enough talk. Let's start harvesting the ambergris as we agreed, Li Wei reminded him. Graf nodded eagerly. No problem, I'll handle it. He pulled out several specially made vials and a short sword, then bent down to pry open the massive Earth Dragon's mouth, carefully extracting the coconut-sized gland. The moment the gland was exposed, its unique sweet and metallic fragrance filled the air. Soon, all the ambergris from the gland was collected into the vials, 13 bottles in total, fewer than the 15 Graf had estimated. With his back to the others, his expression darkened for a moment. If there had been more than 15 bottles, he might have shared two with Li Wei, but 13 bottles made him hesitate. After a brief internal struggle, he made his decision. When he turned around, the short sword that had been holding the gland suddenly thrust toward Li Wei's throat. Red Spider, strike now. Almost simultaneously, the Red Spider Knight raised her dagger coated with a deadly poison, the same toxin potent enough to fell an Earth Dragon. She had prepared 2 doses, intending to kill with a single strike. Faced with such enormous profit, the two had suddenly betrayed their agreement, but none of this surprised Li Wei. During their earlier conversations, he had already detected that Graf and Red Spider knew each other well and shared a close relationship. He would have been truly foolish not to prepare for this possibility. When he had shot the Earth Dragon earlier, he could have hit it from 300 to 400 meters away, but he deliberately waited until 200 meters to release his arrow, allowing the dragon to charge toward the fastest rider, the Azure Falcon Knight. With that man present, Li Wei's Frost Wolf breathing technique would have been suppressed even at its 4th tier limit. Now that Azure Falcon was dead and Black Rhino had been torn apart, only Graf and Red Spider remained. Even if they betrayed him, he was confident he could take on both. Frost Wolf breathing technique full burst, pushed to the extreme. Bom Li Wei's muscles exploded with power as he leaped high, easily clearing Red Spider's dagger. Before landing, he threw a handful of quicklime that burst into a cloud, causing Red Spider's eyes to burn with searing pain. Steel rang as it left its sheath, and Frostmourne blazed with cold light. Take this. Divine Justice Golden Cross / Ripple Power. Red Spider was horrified. She had assumed Li Wei's large frame meant he only practiced strength-based breathing techniques, never expecting speed rivaling Azure Falcon's. She raised her dagger to block, but the Golden Cross / shattered it completely. The next second, intersecting sword light thundered across her body, cutting her into 4 pieces. Meanwhile, Graf's short sword was caught bare-handed by a large hand wreathed in dark energy. Li Wei's silver teeth gleamed as he sneered. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Gripping the sword blade, he kicked Graf away with 1 foot. What kind of person is he? How many breathing techniques has he mastered? How can he catch a blade with his bare hands? Graf wondered in shock as he flew through the air, hitting the ground hard. The pain nearly blinded him, but he forced himself up with a carp-like flip, grabbing the 13 bottles of ambergris and trying to flee. Bang, bang, bang. Rapid arrows pursued like thunder through the night, piercing the darkness. Graf turned around, his throat moving as if to speak, but no words. Cammy and Arrowhead had already pierced through his neck. He collapsed with unwillingness written across his face. Had he known Li Wei was equally terrifying in close combat, he might not have risked his life for a few bottles of ambergris. But there are no second chances in this world. When facing a master archer, never turn your back and run. Fear had made him forget the most important rule of survival. Li Wei approached Graf's fallen form and severed his head. Harboring false hopes and greed is an inherent psychological trait in many people. In this operation, Li Wei's contribution was worth at least 2 bottles of ambergris. Even if Graf had actually paid those 2 bottles, he still would have made a handsome profit. But Graf was arrogant and insatiably greedy, ultimately meeting his current fate, truly getting what he deserved. Li Wei had long been wary of this small group and possessed sufficient strength to suppress them. Otherwise, the situation might not have gone so smoothly. Since becoming a formal knight, he had repeatedly fought against opponents of the same rank. Except for that one time when he was injured by a sneak attack from a mid-tier assassin, he had emerged from almost every other battle unscathed. This made him realize that his true combat power was stronger than he had imagined. The gap between knights of the same formal rank was surprisingly vast. This discovery prevented him from becoming even slightly complacent, for there are always higher mountains and stronger people beyond. After escaping danger, he began cleaning up the battlefield. The first things he picked up were those 13 bottles of ambergris. According to a formal knight's usage, 1 bottle was enough to sustain a month's worth of secret medicine consumption, meaning he wouldn't lack raw materials for the next year or so. At this pace, he estimated he could break through to mid-tier knight by year's end, advancing the black snake breathing technique to the 5th level. By then, his internal special effects would upgrade again, taking his combat power to an even higher level. After securing the ambergris, he bent down to search Graf's corpse. Li Wei suspected that Graf had access to some secret channel for ambergris, perhaps acting as a smuggler between the Tuva Empire and the Emerald Kingdom. However, he only found over 100 gold coins and nothing else. Li Wei cursed under his breath, "Damn poor bastard," then realized that no one would carry large amounts of wealth on their person. That would be far too cumbersome. Next, he walked over to the dismembered corpse of the Red Spider Knight. Red Spider Knights had always been secretive about their poison-making techniques, and he wanted to see if there were any poison crafting manuals hidden away, so he could grind for experience. Unexpectedly, he actually found something. That woman had stuffed all her valuables in her chest area. Scattered across the bloodstained ground were bottles and jars of various sizes, all materials the Red Spider Knight used for concocting poisons. Nearby lay dozens of gold coins and a piece of parchment. The parchment depicted a breathing technique inheritance diagram, the human-faced spider breathing technique. The diagram showed small figures in various poses surrounding a central red spider the size of a house with 8 human faces, the legendary and mysteriously unpredictable human-faced spider. Li Wei scanned through it and discovered this breathing technique was extremely unique. It didn't emphasize conventional attributes like strength, constitution, defense, or speed, but instead focused on a mysterious ability perception. Practitioners could use the fine hairs on their skin's surface to detect subtle vibrations from gases, liquids, and even solids in all directions. They could sense every movement in their surroundings without relying on sight or hearing, truly earning the title of essential skill for blind monks. Correspondingly, its direct combat capabilities were weak, arguably the weakest among all elementary-level breathing techniques. That's why the Red Spider Knight was so weak. In Li Wei's view, this was purely a support-oriented breathing technique, specialized to the extreme. It had to be combined with combat-type breathing techniques, otherwise even the strongest perception abilities would be useless. Interesting, worth practicing, he said, casually tucking the breathing technique inheritance diagram into his coat. This human-faced spider breathing technique came with its own secret medicine, but its purpose wasn't for cultivation, it was for poisoning. No wonder the Red Spider Knight had mastered so many devious and dangerous formulas. Afterward, Li Wei searched the bodies of the Azure Falcon Knight and Black Rhino Knight, but unfortunately found only scattered gold coins and not a single breathing technique inheritance diagram. He had originally wanted the Azure Falcon Knight's breathing technique most of all, but now had to give up on that idea. Most people wouldn't carry inheritance diagrams with them. The Red Spider Knight was an exception only because she needed to constantly reference her formulas. Fortunately, the Black Rhino Knight's armor, shield, and greatsword were of excellent quality, which Li Wei collected without hesitation. After looting the bodies, he lit funeral pyres for all 4 corpses according to knightly customs, preventing them from becoming food for wild beasts. Finally, he turned his attention to the mountain-sized earth dragon carcass. The massive beast was worth at least 1,000 gold coins. There was no way he could just abandon it in the wilderness. Yet dragging the entire body back to his territory was nearly impossible. After some thought, he decided to process it on the spot. The earth dragon's scales were extremely hard. Using the Black Rhino Knight's greatsword, it took him 3 full days of prying to break through the outer shell, gut the beast, and remove the scales one by one, piling them into small hills. He kept the sturdiest scales from the back to forge himself a suit of scale armor. The rest would be used to craft armor for Knight Fred and the 3 bear cubs once they reached full maturity. By then, he would have 3 high-ranking Knight-level armored war bears, invincible whether guarding home or fighting battles. During the scale stripping process, the bloody smell constantly attracted wild beasts, which Li Wei hunted for food. After 3 days, the greatsword had become deformed, but the ground was covered with scales. He looked upon his spoils with great satisfaction. As for the flesh, though it hadn't rotted, it had been thoroughly contaminated by the Red Spider Knight's poison and had to be reluctantly abandoned. Ida missed his chance to taste earth dragon meat. Worth mentioning was that he found dozens of gold coins in the earth dragon's stomach. Remembering the legends about their love for collecting shiny objects, he immediately ran to the earth dragon's lair deep in the forest, but unfortunately found nothing except piles of remains, and returned empty-handed. Upon returning, he washed and dried the earth dragon hide, sewing it into large bags to hold the scales. He also found the wagon that had been abandoned earlier by the group, loading it with all the scales and the dismantled ballista. The ballista was an incredibly powerful plan to study it when he got back to see if he could replicate it. On the return journey, he didn't enter Ice Wind City again, only retrieving the gold coins he had buried, then taking a detour. Half a month later, he finally arrived at Blackwater Valley. On the way home, Li Wei kept pondering. He recalled the events surrounding his departure from Blackwater Valley. Assassins attacked him the moment he left his territory. He was recognized in the city despite wearing a mask, and the previous assassin had struck only when Knight Fred was away. All these details pointed to one conclusion. There was a mole in Blackwater Valley. His expression grew increasingly grim at this realization. Blackwater Valley was small with limited personnel, so with careful investigation, he could quickly root out the traitor who was feeding information to this Song of the Deathbird or other enemies. At dusk, he quietly slipped into the sanctuary and sorted the gold coins he had earned on this trip into his treasury. The gleaming coins were sealed behind heavy stone doors, leaving only a few bags to cover the castle's daily expenses. He had already planned how to use the rest. Secret potions, equipment, and training funds for his subordinates none could be spared. Knight Fred had been waiting in the Great Hall. Seeing Li Wei return safely, his anxious heart finally settled. His tall figure strode forward quickly. "Young master, you've been away for a month this time, and I was terribly worried." Li Wei patted his armor and said calmly, "I've gained much. I'll be going into seclusion to practice breathing techniques. Handle the miscellaneous affairs for me these next few days." "No problem." Fred immediately agreed with a resolute expression. In the year 1007 of the sacred calendar, during the month of green grass, rumors spread like wildfire. Edward, the White Horse Knight and rising star of the Emerald Royal family, regarded as the foremost among knights below legendary rank, was reportedly exposed for failing to break through to legendary status. The truth of this news remained unclear, and the royal family quickly issued denials, claiming Edward was still on the path to legendary breakthrough and the outcome remained undecided. If he succeeded, he would become the first new legend since the millennium, enough to greatly elevate the Emerald royal family status and deter nobles and underground forces eyeing the throne. Meanwhile, unrest was brewing in Frostwind City. The fire at Knight Bernard's mansion over a month ago had been classified as murder and arson after church investigation. The church found Bernard's unburned remains in the fireplace ashes and severely condemned the perpetrator's cruelty. The city buzzed with discussion. Knight Bernard had always been humorous and frugal, yet died at the hands of an outlaw. If even a mid-tier knight couldn't resist, then aside from Count Silverhill's Grand Knight and a few high-tier or peak knights, who could protect themselves against this madman? Count Silverhill was regarded as Frostwind City's guardian. In his fury, he deployed the Silver Fang Guard to patrol day and night, vowing to fight the dark forces to the end. This display made the already tense situation even more volatile. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Blackwater Valley, the true culprit Baron Li Wei, dubbed the outlaw, stood before the alchemy table in his sanctuary, patiently stirring reagents. All 13 bottles of ambergris had been refined into secret potions, their pale golden liquid gently swaying in glass vials, reflecting his calm face. Next, he only needed to take the medicine while accumulating experience, and his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. The soldier disguised as me has already left the valley. Li Wei gripped a bottle of secret potion and murmured to himself, "Now I just wait for the fish to take the bait." Li Wei remained in the sanctuary, talking to himself. After returning to Black Serpent Castle, Levi rarely showed himself in public, constantly feeling there was a spy within the castle walls. During the day, he decided to set up a fishing operation, found a soldier whose build and facial features most closely resembled his own, had the man don his outer robe and mount his horse, then publicly depart through the main gate of Blackwater Valley, while loudly announcing that his lordship is going to Icewind City to visit an old friend. Blackwater Valley was a small place, and if there truly was a traitor, they would inevitably have to slip out of the valley under cover of darkness to deliver intelligence. In this era, without magical communication or messenger pigeons, all information had to be carried on foot. Levi wanted to see who would break under the pressure of silence tonight. He wasn't certain this method would work, but he had to try it first before thinking of other approaches. After dark, he returned to the underground sanctuary to practice while waiting for news. Having been constantly traveling the previous month, his breathing technique training had fallen significantly behind. Fortunately, he now had ample secret medicines. He sat down, swallowed a pill, and began practicing the black serpent breathing technique again. The medicinal power flowed hot as molten iron through his blood vessels, and his proficiency in the black serpent breathing technique immediately jumped by 20 points. After his realm advancement, his cultivation efficiency had improved dramatically, and his appetite had grown accordingly. Knight Fred, being older with declining vitality, actually ate less than before. But Levi was in his prime, with surging vitality throughout his body. After advancing to official knight, his food digestion rate was several times that of his squire stage. Even if he doubled his meal portions now, he would only need to use the toilet once or twice a day. The life seed absorbed most nutrients to catalyze dark energy and strengthen his muscles and bones. He was still one step away from intermediate knight, but as his proficiency steadily climbed, the dark energy within him was also slowly accumulating. This was a process of quantitative change spiraling upward. Once the dark energy reached saturation, his realm would naturally undergo qualitative change. After briefly regulating his breathing, he began practicing the siren breathing technique. This method had no medicinal assistance whatsoever, it was pure grinding. After several months, he had reached the second tier with the progress bar more than halfway complete. At this pace, he could attempt the third tier next month. The more breathing techniques he practiced, the more he could appreciate these methods, whether focused on speed or explosive power, all ultimately led to the same destination. Levi even suspected they might share a common origin. The higher his realm and the more breathing techniques he mastered, the faster he would be able to take a new technique from beginner to mastery in the future. Perhaps he could truly achieve mastering a breathing technique in just 1 month. Just as he finished practicing the siren breathing technique, chaotic shouting suddenly erupted from above the castle, mixed with the rough roars of the three brothers. Levi's heart stirred. Knight Fred was probably beginning to close the net. He rose, donned his cloak, and hurried up the stone steps. Night wind carried the acrid smell of torches. On the narrow gravel path outside the castle, the three brothers had already surrounded a soldier in a circle, grinning menacingly as they brandished daggers, blocking his escape routes. Levi and Knight Fred arrived close behind, torchlight dancing on their armor as the soldier was pressed against the wall, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "My lord, you've returned." Following the principle of better to wrongly punish than to let one escape, Li Wei subjected the soldier who had been sneaking away in the dead of night to brutal interrogation. Torchlight flickered against the stone walls, weapons gleamed coldly, and the dungeon echoed with the soldiers' muffled screams. Soon, the truth was torn open. This soldier was indeed a Molian undercover agent bought by the Song of the Death Bird, specifically planted to pave the way for assassins. It turned out that on the very day Knight Fred left the castle, this soldier had secretly run to deliver a message to the Song of the Death Bird's broker. Subsequently, the assassin took advantage of Fred's absence to infiltrate during the night and launch an assassination attempt on Li Wei. However, this undercover agent had concealed one crucial piece of intelligence. Li Wei had already advanced to become a formal knight. The assassin misjudged his strength and met his downfall on the spot. As for who the mastermind behind it all was, the undercover agent had no idea. The Song of the Death Bird operated professionally and always kept their lips sealed. But since they could repeatedly hire assassins and even deploy a mid-tier knight, the financial backer behind them was obvious: Duke Heishan. Li Wei narrowed his eyes, killing intent flashing like a cold blade in his gaze. Duke Heishan had struck twice without success, clearly determined not to give up until he achieved his goal. Given the Duke's power and position, Li Wei knew that danger would lurk at every step ahead. For now, Duke Heishan still respected the kingdom's laws and hadn't personally intervened, but after 2 failed assassination attempts, no one could predict what desperate measures he might take. Li Wei contemplated his remaining 2 options. 1. Abandon his territory and lordship, take his family, and wander the world to escape the pursuit. 2. Hold fast to his position as Lord of Blackwater Valley and face the storms that would inevitably follow. Each choice had its pros and cons, making the decision difficult. Fortunately, he was about to advance to mid-tier knight and had substantial funds at his disposal to expand his military forces. As long as Duke Heishan didn't come personally, escaping unscathed wouldn't be impossible. Having made his decision, Li Wei raised his blade and sent the undercover agent to meet the Heavenly Father. Blood seeped through the cracks between the floor tiles as he calmly ordered, "Triple the screening process for soldiers from now on, Fred." "My apologies, young master. This was my failure, and I swear such a thing will never happen again." Fred knelt on one knee, overwhelmed with guilt. As Li Wei's knight, he had failed to protect his young master and felt he had dishonored his deceased former lord. Li Wei patted Fred's shoulder, his tone calm, yet sharp with menace. "I just need a little time, not too long, to make everyone who wants me dead regret it. Also, investigate the giant's breathing technique and intelligence on the Malouin family secretly, but don't lose the trail." After giving his instructions, he returned to his sanctuary and continued immersing himself in breathing technique cultivation. Whether people were plotting against him or the sky was falling, his motto remained the same: just keep grinding through it all. Somewhere in the Emerald Kingdom stood a sinister black castle. On its gray-black spires, rows of ravens perched like sentries, while more black crows circled beneath the dim yellow sky, their harsh cries never ceasing. The entire castle exuded an aura of death and oppression. In the castle's underground wine cellar, a nobleman with a gloomy countenance, pale complexion, and tall, slender frame was savoring wine from his collection that had aged for years. The cellar was lined with rows of oak barrels, where flickering candlelight cast shadows on dust and cobwebs. The man retrieved a bottle of blood rose wine from the rack. The deep crimson liquid swirled slowly against the glass as he gently rotated his goblet, inhaling the intense fruity aroma tinged with a metallic scent, before turning to ascend the stone steps. On the second-floor balcony, the night wind carried a biting chill. Just as he raised his glass, a raven with black feathers and red eyes swooped down from the sky, its talons landing precisely on his shoulder. Those crimson eyes gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and a wax-sealed letter was bound to the raven's leg. Reed ravens messenger creatures faster and more reliable than carrier pigeons, with only a handful existing within the entire organization. Song of the Deathbird, typically deployed only when contacting major clients or trusted inner circle members. The man opened the letter, his gaze scanning the unsigned parchment. "Esteemed Pale Shadow, I would not wish to offend a Shadow class assassin, but the task I previously commissioned remains unanswered. From the intelligence I've gathered, the individual I wish eliminated appears to be thriving still. If your organization cannot complete such a simple matter, I deeply question your professional competence. I offer one final opportunity. Should you fail again, our partnership ends here." Alas, the legacy of the thousand-faced knight should not suffer such failure. Reading this, the pale nobleman, who was indeed one of the 5 shadows of Song of the Death Bird, known as Pale Shadow, grew even more somber. He pressed his right hand against the cold stone railing, black mist streaming from his fingertips. The vapor took form as it left his body, as if instantly elongating his nails into vampire-like claws. The rough stone railing immediately bore several deep scratches, with debris crumbling down. After a moment, he composed himself, unfolded a blank parchment, and wrote swiftly with a quill pen: "Deploy gold rank assassin Taizhan to continue the assassination mission against Baron Li Wei. Regardless of methods employed, this mission must not fail. Pale Shadow." The letter sealed, the reed raven took flight once more, disappearing into the depths of the night sky. Under the moonlight, Pale Shadow's face remained grim. 2 assassination attempts had failed, and he still couldn't fathom how Baron Li Wei had survived. The first failure by bronze-rank assassin Phantom Knight was perhaps understandable, but the second attempt involved silver-rank assassin Bernard Nightsong of the Deathbird possessed only 30 silver-rank members, each extremely valuable. Yet Bernard not only failed to complete the mission but died at the target's hands? Was it external intervention, or had Baron Li Wei personally killed him? If the former, he could understand. If the latter, it was utterly bewildering. 6 years ago, the man had been merely a coward who surrendered his lands to survive after losing protection. Could 6 years truly transform someone so dramatically? Pale Shadow pressed his lips together, murmuring to himself. But as a leader of Song of the Deathbird, he must preserve the organization's reputation. This client was a major figure, standing at the pinnacle of power and influence. They absolutely could not afford the consequences of breaking faith. Gold-rank assassin Taishan promoted to high-ranking knight at 30, illegitimate son of a great noble, practitioner of his family's excellent grade breathing technique, with potential to advance to Grand Knight. Among the organization's 12 gold-rank assassins, his strength ranked in the top 5. If even Taishan couldn't handle Li Wei, only the 5 shadows, taking personal action, remained. Yet Pale Shadow knew well that every target he personally assassinated held at least Earl-level status. If it came to him assassinating a mere Baron, it might signal that Song of the Deathbird had reached its end, and disbanding to go their separate ways would be the wisest course. He gazed up at the distant black speck in the night sky, silently vowing they could not continue disgracing the legacy of the thousand-faced knight. In the year 1007 of the sacred light calendar, during the month of warmth, spring waters babbled through Blackwater Valley, with green grass carpeting both sides of the riverbank and clusters of wildflowers blooming vibrantly. Bees buzzed around the stamens, and a surge of vitality flowed throughout the valley. Across the plains extending from the valley, last year's bountiful harvest had made the soil even more fertile. Serfs were toiling under the spring sun, some driving oxen to break the earth, others bending to sow seeds, their feet treading on soft soil marked by neat furrows. Witnessing this busy yet orderly scene, they felt certain in their hearts under Baron Li Wei's leadership, the future was filled with hope. Not far away, the clashing of metal rang out continuously from the training grounds. Knight Fred was drilling Li Wei's 50-man professional army. Under the blazing sun, soldiers charged in formation, their armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Nearly half of them were now equipped with complete sets of armor. Through Fred's rigorous training, their muscles had grown more solid, and their bearing as steady as mountains. 5 militia captains chosen by Li Wei, blessed with both talent and loyalty, were now practicing the rudimentary levels of the Siren's breathing technique. Though this breathing method wasn't strength-focused, it allowed armored warriors to move with light steps and agile dodges on the battlefield. However, finances remained a constraint. Blackwater Valley's tax revenue was insufficient to support all 50 men in practicing breathing techniques simultaneously. Li Wei could only first cultivate these 5 captains as a pilot program. If the results proved significant, once silver coins became abundant, he planned to forge the entire force into elite heavy cavalry. Fully armored horses and riders, complete iron armor, with every man practicing the Siren's breathing technique. Even if only one formal knight emerged, it would be enough to serve as his blade for sweeping through baronies of equal rank. It should be noted that Li Wei's feat of easily slaying formal knights was built upon the combination of multiple breathing techniques and masterful archery. Throughout the kingdom, most minor baronies could only afford to maintain one formal knight. Overall, whether in terms of wealth on paper or military quality, Blackwater Valley now firmly ranked in the upper middle tier among the kingdom's baronial territories. In terms of cultivation, Li Wei had not slackened either. Just today, he had finally advanced the Siren's breathing technique to the 4th tier. Siren's breathing technique 4th tier 1-2-0-0-0-0. Special effects, elementary speed, bone compression and form alteration cannot be enhanced. Though still considered rudimentary level, unlike the Frost Wolf breathing technique, the Siren's breathing technique could continue to be developed beyond the 4th tier. Li Wei estimated that this inheritance derived from the Deathbird's song was clearly of higher grade than the Frost Wolf family's Frost Wolf breathing technique. In less than 4 months, he had surged from beginner to the limit. This speed came from multiple bonuses. He was already a formal knight. Both the Black Snake and Frost Wolf breathing techniques were at the 4th tier, the efficiency boost from the proficiency panel, and the abundant supply of meat, milk, and grains from his territory. The rewards were equally astounding. After reaching the 4th tier, the Siren's breathing technique granted 2 major special effects at once. Even Li Wei couldn't help but marvel when checking his status panel. After all, the Black Snake breathing technique, despite being an excellent grade breathing method, only provided 1 special effect. The Siren breathing technique was indeed extraordinary. Among the rudimentary level breathing methods, it was undoubtedly of superior quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the standard breathing technique of such a powerful organization as the Song of Death. The initial speed enhancement completely overlapped with the Frost Wolf breathing technique, providing Li Wei with some acceleration, though it fell far short of the qualitative transformation he had originally envisioned. The reason was simple. The Frost Wolf breathing technique had already honed his speed to the absolute limit that a fourth-tier rudimentary level could withstand. To go beyond that, the Siren breathing technique would need to break through to the fifth tier entirely before it could raise that ceiling again. However, speed wasn't what he truly valued. What he was really focused on was another ability that came with the Siren breathing technique: bone compression and form alteration. Bone compression and form alteration allows adjustment of bone positioning within the skeletal structure's tolerance limits, reducing body size while providing a certain degree of enhanced flexibility. This effect cannot be upgraded. Li Wei murmured these words under his breath, his mind constantly rehearsing the possibilities. This was essentially the legendary bone shrinking technique from martial arts stories. He had seen many breathing technique practitioners who focused on strength as their power increased dramatically. Their body size expanded accordingly. The Grand Knight from the Melon family who practiced the giant breathing technique stood a full 3 meters tall, serving as a perfect example. While such massive frames could deliver tremendous strength, they also made the wielder more conspicuous and inevitably reduced agility. With bone compression and form alteration, he could instantly contract his skeleton at critical moments to dodge attacks that would otherwise hit vital points. Combined with makeup and disguise techniques, a little camouflage could even allow him to operate in the shadows without being recognized, making this an invaluable trump card for survival. Beyond the siren breathing technique, his other skills had also advanced by leaps and bounds during this period. Most notably, the Black Serpent breathing technique, its progress bar, had finally broken through the 10,000 mark. 2 months ago, the black energy emanating from his arms could barely cover his palms. Now, when the Black Serpent breathing technique activated, the Black Serpent seed in his heart region, which governed both the Frost Wolf and Siren seeds, pulsed like a second heart. The black energy flowed with his blood, coursing through his blood vessels to his limbs. Li Wei extended both arms. His veins now turned pitch black, resembling coiled ink serpents. Thick black energy flowed between his muscle fibers, the surface gleaming with a subtle metallic luster as wisps of white smoke rose from the gaps in his skin. What a magnificent body! He couldn't help but admire himself, his gaze fixed on those arms that seemed forged from refined steel. In the next instant, he clenched his fist and struck the stone wall of the shelter. Boom! The wall shuddered, fine debris cascading down as the impact echoed through the confined space. A formal knight probably couldn't withstand that punch. As the quantity and quality of the black energy continued to climb, his physical hardness rose accordingly. Li Wei couldn't help but fantasize. If someday his body became tough enough, perhaps he wouldn't need conventional weapons at all. His hands and legs alone could channel the power of Ripple. When that day came, a single palm strike could shatter monuments, crack stone, break armor, and crush mail. No longer mere boastful words. A bold idea surged wildly through his mind, but he quickly composed himself. Ripple power was incredibly violent. Without weapons to absorb the impact, he might shatter his own arm bones first. Perhaps after he advanced to Grand Knight, he could attempt this mad notion. Besides the Black Serpent breathing technique, both forging and the Golden Cross slash had improved significantly, though they still needed more time before achieving a breakthrough. Li Wei stood in the dim training chamber, slowly concluding his practice as his chest heaved like a bellows. Sweat dripped from his chin, yet his eyes blazed with intensity. Advancing to intermediate knight before year's end was practically guaranteed for him, and when that time came, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. After briefly wiping himself down, he retrieved the untouched human-faced spider breathing technique inheritance diagram from the top shelf of the bookcase. The rice paper unfolded between his fingers, revealing ink-drawn spider shadows and human figures that seemed to tremble gently in the candlelight, emanating an eerie yet captivating aura. The siren breathing technique had already advanced to the 4th tier, officially unlocking its special effect, bone compression and form alteration. Since his goals of disguise and stealth had been achieved, he only needed to gradually grind it to the 5th tier to upgrade basic speed to intermediate speed. There was no rush. This finally freed up substantial time for him to focus on mastering a new breathing technique. Between the giant bear and human-faced spider techniques, he ultimately chose the latter. Theoretically, he could practice 2 breathing techniques simultaneously, but time wouldn't permit it. Just the Black Serpent and Siren techniques at the 4th tier, combined with the Golden Cross slash and daily forging practice, already consumed most of his energy. Forcing the giant bear breathing technique into his schedule would not only slow experience accumulation, but also lead to quantity over quality. Therefore, he decided to quickly grind the human-faced spider to the 4th tier to obtain its special effect, then move on to the next one. Once he had more breathing techniques and higher training efficiency in the future, he could consider multitasking. He particularly anticipated this technique's sensory abilities. The Red Spider Knight's mediocre performance stemmed from having only the human-faced spider bloodline breathing technique. But Li Wei was different with 4th-tier Black Serpent, 4th-tier Frost Wolf, 4th-tier Siren, plus the mountain-cleaving Golden Cross Slash. He certainly didn't lack combat power. He focused and counted carefully. At the center of the inheritance diagram was a ferocious giant spider, surrounded by 35 small figures in various poses. Li Wei mentally compared. The Black Serpent breathing technique had a full 71 figures, the Siren had 26, the lowest quality Frost Wolf only had 16, and the unlearned Giant Bear had 19. Clearly, higher quality meant more figure patterns, and more patterns exponentially increased the time and difficulty of each training session. For perfect, or even legendary grades, each practice session would probably test one's willpower to the limit. Having figured this out, he cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and began his first bloodline guidance session with the human-faced spider breathing technique. His meridians felt as if fine threads were crawling through them, bringing both tingling and burning sensations. As his breathing rhythm gradually aligned with the poses in the diagram, his body surface swelled slightly, as if spider silk were wrapping around his limbs. Only when completely exhausted did he stop, feeling utterly drained and unable to even lift a water pitcher. After resting briefly, he turned to the back of the inheritance diagram. The ink was slightly fainter here, recording formulas for 3 secret poisons and their corresponding antidotes, including toxicity levels, dosages, storage methods, and even optimal deployment environments. Everything was comprehensively detailed. Previously too busy to examine it closely, he now read line by line with growing excitement. These 3 poison formulas were indeed exceptionally useful. The first type is the tears of the human-faced spider, the powerful poison used by the Red Spider Knight to bring down earth dragons. It requires 6 extremely precious venomous ingredients: sea snake venom from the banded sea kite, the tail of a sacred scorpion, fangs of the black widow spider, tongue of the red-spotted poison lizard, skin of the poison dart frog, and the throat-sealing fruit. The second poison is called the breath of the human-faced spider. Though less potent than the first, it's a colorless, odorless volatile toxin. As long as one takes the corresponding antidote beforehand, they become permanently immune to this poison, making it perfect for killing enemies silently in close combat. The third is known as the kiss of the human-faced spider. The most sinister of all victims carry the deadly poison dormant in their bodies for life, requiring an annual dose of antidote or they'll die in agony, as if 10,000 spiders were devouring their heart. Li Wei believed this one held the greatest value, as it could precisely exploit humanity's fear of death to control others. Crafting these 3 poisons wasn't as simple as Li Wei's usual Black Snake Elixir. The Black Snake Elixir only required mixing and soaking ingredients, while the human-faced spider series demanded true alchemical craftsmanship. Fortunately, the Red Spider Knight's journal contained not only complete formulas, but also extensive practical notes, essentially handing over precious experience on a silver platter. Li Wei first spent several days transforming his shelter into a makeshift chemistry laboratory, setting up homemade ventilation pipes, arranging flasks, measuring cylinders, and crucibles, with various bottles and jars piled in the corners, resembling the sinister lair of a witch from some film or TV show. He didn't plan to attempt the material-scarce tears and kiss of the human-faced spider right away. First attempts at alchemy were bound to fail countless times, so it was safer to practice with the breath of the human-faced spider, which cost around 1 silver coin. With preparations complete, he donned his death bird mask, lit the alcohol lamp, and blue flames licked the bottom of the crucible. Heating, adding ingredients, temperature control, stirring, adding water drop by drop. He followed the journal's procedures exactly. Bang! The furnace suddenly exploded, scattering dust and scalding liquid everywhere. Fortunately, the mask blocked the splashing poison, though Li Wei's back still broke out in cold sweat from the heat wave. Exploded, just as I expected, he muttered, cleaning up the debris and replacing the equipment with backup instruments before trying again. First attempt, second, third, 7 explosions accompanied by acrid steam. Finally, on the 8th try, a layer of grayish-white crystals formed at the bottom of the crucible, resembling coarse salt. This was the breath of the human-faced spider. When ignited, it released colorless, odorless toxic gas, or it could be scattered at enemies like quicklime, killing through the respiratory system. Just as Li Wei was joyfully examining the crystals, the proficiency panel suddenly displayed a new notification. Skill Alchemy, Tier 1, 701000. Sure enough, a new skill had emerged. Li Wei had anticipated this, but seeing the actual changes in his skill panel still filled him with excitement. What came next? Grinding, of course. At this moment, he was bursting with energy to grind, becoming more spirited with each session. Even the most dedicated grinders from his previous lives, Dungeon Fighter Online, would have to bow down before his relentless dedication. Initial trials revealed that a single batch of human-faced spider's breath produced too little powder. Unless used in an unventilated small room, it would be ineffective in combat. The dosage needed to be much larger, so Li Wei threw himself back into alchemy. Second batch, third batch. He exhausted himself in this endless cycle. When alchemy sessions ended, he practiced breathing techniques. When breathing exercises tired him out, he practiced swordplay. After sword training came blacksmithing. After smithing, he'd take a bone-chilling cold shower before collapsing into sleep. 7 days later, he had finally accumulated 100 portions of human-faced spider's breath. Though the quantity sounded impressive, it was merely a fist-sized packet of powder, yet sufficient to replace quicklime. Quicklime could at best handle ordinary people and was far from adequate against knights. This packet of powder, however, would serve him well for quite some time. His pharmaceutical skill panel flickered with updates. Li Wei Pharmaceuticals, Tier 2, 15,000. He wondered privately how many tiers this skill could reach, though he was too lazy to investigate further for now. After being cooped up indoors for so long, it was time to get some fresh air. Li Wei rose to his feet. The qi circulation of the human-faced spider breathing technique had begun to take shape within him, needing just one final push to achieve mastery. Bloodline-based breathing techniques were inherently slower than ordinary versions, so this didn't surprise him. On the training grounds, Fred continued his meticulous supervision of the militia. The squad leader he was personally instructing at the moment was none other than Sam, who had once wet himself in terror at the sight of the mountain wolf. Though Sam was naturally timid, he had gradually proven himself under Fred's hellish training regimen. More surprisingly, he possessed exceptional talent for breathing techniques. Among the 5 squad leaders in the territory practicing breathing methods, only he had successfully achieved mastery. Consequently, Fred paid him special attention. Fred's body was beginning to show signs of decline. He wanted to train a proper knight to assist Li Wei before he could no longer wield a sword, and Sam was his chosen candidate. Sam had now achieved the rank of shield bearer. Seeing young Master Li Wei emerge, Fred had the militia continue their self-directed training and hurried over to greet him. Young Master, have you made any progress in your recent cultivation? Li Wei nodded, then asked, Fred, have you found the giant's breathing technique? Fred shook his head with a bitter smile. Still no leads. I've been investigating the Mellon family records, but most of the documentation appears to have been deliberately erased. I suspect the church has been eliminating traces of the Mellon family. Keep searching, but be extremely careful not to alert the church, Li Wei cautioned. The giant's breathing technique was the key to wielding the frost giant armor. If he could successfully use this armor, he'd have confidence in preserving his life even if a grand knight approached. Not to mention the armor's third ability, a true spell capability, which Li Wei believed would not disappoint him. However, Li Wei wasn't particularly anxious about it. He had patience. Now possessing 3 fourth-tier breathing techniques, one of which was of excellent quality, Li Wei could no longer accurately gauge his own limits. He only knew that even using half his strength, he could fight the mid-tier knight Fred to a draw, or even subdue 3 juvenile northern giant bears with his bare hands. Fred, we need to prioritize building our cavalry, Li Wei said in the council chamber, toying with a gold coin, his gaze steady. I have a feeling the next few years won't be peaceful. To protect ourselves, we must form an elite cavalry unit and expand our territory's population. In the past, financial constraints had prevented him from implementing bold policies. Now, with the ambergris crisis temporarily resolved and 4,000 gold coins sitting in his personal treasury, this gleaming wealth was enough to support 2 major investments: continuing to expand the forging industry and accelerating military expansion. Li Wei had no desire to conquer the world, but he needed the capability to protect both his and Fred's lives. But warhorses are hard to come by, Fred said, unrolling an intelligent scroll with a helpless sigh. The great nobles of the kingdom are all stockpiling troops, and they've monopolized the major horse farms. We can't even get in line. Just keep watching for opportunities. I'll cover any funding shortfalls, Li Wei said, rising and heading toward the smithy. He needed to quickly advance his forging experience to the 5th tier to avoid wasting the precious earth dragon scales. Crafting himself armor that was both lightweight and durable until he could wear the frost giant armor. This would be his most important protection. Year 1007 of the Sacred Light Calendar, month of flowing fire. Li Wei successfully mastered the human-faced spider breathing technique and reached the 3rd tier within just 1 month of intensive training. On his attribute panel, new data appeared prominently. Li Wei human-faced spider breathing technique, 3rd tier 110000. With this, he now simultaneously mastered 4 breathing techniques. While claiming to be unprecedented and unrepeatable might be an exaggeration, within the kingdom, he was certainly among the rarest of talents. Bloodline barriers alone blocked most people, and without a proficiency panel, others couldn't possibly advance at his rapid pace. Though the 3rd tier hadn't yet produced special effects, Li Wei could clearly feel his surface perception greatly enhanced, with subtle changes in temperature and airflow registering in his awareness. Meanwhile, his black snake breathing technique drew ever closer to the 5th tier, and the black aura's coverage continued to expand. Previously, it could only wrap around his arms, but now it extended to his neck. He estimated that once he advanced to mid-tier knight, the black aura would be able to envelop his entire head. Fred still hadn't found any leads on the giant breathing technique. If no progress was made soon, Li Wei planned to post a bounty at the Radiant Tavern. That place was filled with experts who might have clues, though the risks were considerable. End of the month of flowing fire. At the edge of Blackwater Valley territory, a tower-like figure arrived on horseback. His armor gleamed with cold metallic light in the evening sun, and beneath him was a purebred Highland warhorse equipped with heavy barding. The man sat upright in his saddle, gazing ahead at the scene before him. Serfs bent over weeding in the fields, children fishing with nets by the river's idea, seemingly peaceful pastoral scene. This place is really in the middle of nowhere, he grinned, his voice deep and gravelly. Making me, Iron Mountain, ride all this way just to assassinate some little brat. The pale shadow is really going downhill. He led his horse into the woods to hide it, took a deep breath, and his bones cracked as his massive frame rapidly contracted. Moments later, he casually snapped the neck of an unfortunate serf, donned rough peasant clothes, and blended into the crowd, walking toward the castle. He was Iron Mountain, one of the 12 gold-ranked assassins of the Deathbird's Song. Black Serpent Breathing Technique, 21. Li Wei opened his eyes from the tranquil state of his cultivation, his chest rising and falling gently as he exhaled the last wisp of white breath. After briefly replenishing his food and water, he left the shelter and returned to the castle along the moss-covered stone path. At the end of the dim corridor, Knight Fred hurried toward him, his iron boots striking the ground with urgent sounds. After bowing, he lowered his voice and said, "Young master, I've contacted an old friend who has a batch of excellent crimson blood war horses." "The price?" Li Wei asked as he stepped into the great hall. 40 gold coins per horse. "The price isn't unreasonable," Li Wei nodded. "However, I haven't heard of crimson blood war horses. How do they compare to Highland war horses?" Fred was well prepared and spoke at a measured pace. Crimson blood war horses originate from the Red Earth Plateau, which was once the territory of the Blood Fury tribe. The Blood Fury people were fierce warriors and skilled riders, with each warrior sharing an unbreakable bond with their crimson blood warhorse. Their speed, explosive power, and endurance are no less than Highland warhorses, and in some aspects, they are even superior. After the kingdom exterminated the Blood Fury tribe, this bloodline was preserved, but their inherent wildness, the same as the Blood Fury people, cannot be eliminated. There have been incidents on battlefields where crimson blood warhorses went berserk and trampled their own masters to death. Some say it's the curse of the Blood Fury spirits that only truly brave Blood Fury warriors can tame them. Previously, a great noble bought an entire batch, but returned them all. My friend specifically warned that if we purchased them, there will be no returns. Fred showed some helplessness as he finished. Reasonable, Li Wei decided after brief consideration. Let's buy 5 first to test them. If we can tame them, we'll purchase another 45. If not, we'll bear the loss of these 5 ourselves. With his master-level beast taming skills and heart of the wild, he didn't believe he couldn't subdue mere warhorses. "As you command." Fred received the order and was about to turn and handle it when sudden commotion from downstairs interrupted him. Li Wei frowned and leaned toward the window to look outside. In the courtyard, 2 soldiers were escorting a dust-covered serf, hurrying toward the castle's main entrance. "Young master, I'll go see what's happening," Fred said in a deep voice, quickly descending the stairs, his cloak stirring up a gust of wind on the stone steps. "What's the situation?" He surveyed everyone, his voice cold. "Sir Fred," one soldier replied through gritted teeth. "This man was caught peeping at the Grey family's youngest daughter while she was bathing. We caught him red-handed and brought him for the Lord's judgment." As he spoke, his anger nearly burned his face. Red, the Grey family's youngest daughter, was his secret crush, and he had been saving money to propose marriage, only to have this pervert get there first. Furious, he kicked the serf in the side. The serf groaned and fell to the ground, clutching his waist with both hands, his voice trembling. "My lord, I'm innocent. My black hen flew into the Grey family's yard, and I was only trying to catch it. I accidentally saw her. It wasn't intentional peeping." He kept his head down, his body trembling, not daring to take an extra breath. In the soldier's eyes, this was clearly a sign of guilt and shame. Li Wei squinted his eyes as he gazed down at the serf below. After practicing the spider-breathing technique, his perception had become extraordinarily sharp, and from that serf, he seemed to sense something strangely familiar. "Raise your head and tell me your name," Fred demanded, also sensing something amiss. His sword sang from its sheath, cold steel pointing directly at the figure. Before the words had fully left his lips, the serf suddenly lunged forward with clawed hands, striking at Fred's legs. Fred had been ready, sidestepped just in time, and the serf used the momentum to spring upright. In an instant, his body began to swell as if inflated, muscles bulged, veins throbbed visibly, and dark energy swirled around his palms. With casual ease, he snatched the swords from 2 nearby soldiers. The soldiers reacted quickly, launching their attack, but the gap in strength was too vast. After disarming them barehanded, The serf wielded both blades, striking at Fred with lightning speed. Within moments, Fred, a mid-tier knight, found himself cornered. Though he held a slight advantage in swordsmanship, his cultivation level and breathing technique were completely outmatched. From the second floor, Li Wei had already drawn his bowstring. Bang, 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 bang. For arrows flew in rapid succession, all embedding deep into the giant's back. The shafts disappeared completely, yet the man merely sneered without retreating a single step. His right sword parried Fred's assault, while his left blade thrust straight toward Fred's abdomen. Fred unleashed his ripple power, shattering the blocking sword, though his own weapon also broke in half from the collision. Cursing inwardly, he still managed to counter with his broken blade. The giant didn't even attempt to dodge. His dark energy-wreathed hand caught the broken sword directly, bones cracking from the impact. The pain only made him more ferocious as he snarled. A mere scratch hardly worth mentioning. Then, with desperate fury, he drove the broken blade into Fred's stomach. The soldiers had surrounded him completely, but dared not loose their arrows, fearing they might hit Fred, who lay wounded in the giant's grasp. Meanwhile, Li Wei, fully armed, leaped down from the second floor with reinforcements to block any escape routes. The giant simply grabbed the severely injured Fred, using him as a human shield. In the next instant, a grappling hook shot from his sleeve, catching the city wall. With one arm around Fred, he flashed Li Wei a mocking smile. "Do you dare follow me?" Li Wei's expression darkened. Anyone capable of defeating a mid-tier knight in just a few moves had to be at least a high-level knight, possibly even a peak knight among the kingdom's elite, second only to the Grand Knights. That familiar grappling hook confirmed his suspicions. This man was a member of the Song of the Deathbird. "My lord, what should we do?" Captain Sam asked anxiously. 10 men, come with me. Sam, you stay and maintain order watch for any accomplices." Li Wei barked the order and headed straight for the three brothers' bear pen. He mounted Xiao Bai and summoned the other two bears, leading his team charging through the city gates. The three brothers' keen sense of smell would be the best tracking method, and they could provide powerful support in battle. Song of the Deathbird. Regardless of whether Fred lived or died, Li Wei could no longer tolerate this. Again and again, provocation after provocation had endured enough. Now, he finally had the strength to fight back. Although Knight Fred was merely Levi's retainer, abandoning him was something Levi simply couldn't bring himself to do. He understood clearly that as long as the Song of the Deathbird remained, he could never live a normal life, making this pursuit absolutely necessary. This enemy had mastered 2 breathing techniques and was far stronger than previous assassins, but Levi was confident in his command of 4 breathing methods and had prepared sufficient trump cards before departure, believing this battle was far from hopeless. He rode his giant bear, Whitey, through the familiar mountain forest. This was his usual hunting ground, where he knew every animal trail and slope by heart. Mist swirled through the trees as he quickly spotted the burly figure ahead of Mountain. The man's right hand hung limp, bones displaced, blood dripping down with dark energy swirling around it. Fred lay carelessly tossed aside, his breathing weak and his fate uncertain. Levi took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and asked in a low voice from atop his giant bear. "Sir, before I kill you, could you tell me who hired you? Who is so cowardly and despicable as to repeatedly try to murder an underage child?" Iron Mountain shrugged, revealing a cold smile. "I don't know. But you're wrong about one thing. You're the one who's going to die." Before his words finished, he launched himself like a cannonball. Without weapons, only his left fist wrapped in dark energy, he struck directly at Levi's face. Cold light flashed. Levi drew Frostmourne and leaped from his giant bear, his sword tip tracing a cross of golden light, a deadly golden cross slash. Immediately after, his blade turned, creating ripples in the void. Ripple slash. Iron Mountain's expression changed slightly. His right palm had been shattered by old Fred's similar sword technique, and now he discovered that even this young brat, Levi, could execute equally exquisite moves, forcing him to retreat hastily to avoid the blade's edge. Levi sneered, his sword technique becoming a storm of continuous slashes. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers also charged forward, instantly forming an encirclement. Seeing their lord engaging Iron Mountain, several soldiers quickly lifted Fred and rushed toward the doctor down the mountain as Levi had instructed. Levi worried silently. With such severe injuries in an era of limited medical means, did Fred still have a chance? All he could do was tear Iron Mountain apart and avenge his retainer. Among the 3 brothers, Little Fatty roared as he unleashed a terrifying bear paw strike, the palm wind exploding through the air. Iron Mountain neither dodged nor avoided, his left arm's dark energy thick as tar, taking the attack heat-in. The bear claws left only shallow scratches, barely even surface wounds. At this moment, Levi noticed 4 iron arrows embedded in Iron Mountain's back, their heads penetrating only into muscle before stopping. Blood trickled down the shafts, but Iron Mountain seemed completely oblivious. Not just his back, his chest and sides were covered with old wounds forming grotesque patterns that were, to him, his proudest medals. Iron Mountain's palm strikes were bold and sweeping, each containing tremendous force. He moved like a leopard, agile even while trapped in the combined assault of Levi and the three brothers, remaining at ease. Most terrifying of all, his upper body remained shrouded in dark energy, with the aura around key joints flowing like tar, thick and viscous. Whether it was bear claws or Li Wei's ordinary sword strikes, Taizhan either dodged them or took them heat-in without flinching. This agility, this physique clearly the result of a superior breathing technique. Only now did Li Wei truly understand how brutally unfair it had been when he used the black serpent breathing method to crush those who practiced inferior techniques. His upper garments were torn to shreds, exposing the chainmail beneath. Several links had been ripped open, and the dark energy swirling around his arms and neck was particularly striking. So you really are a descendant of the black serpent. Your breathing technique is quite impressive. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Taizhan sneered coldly as he continued his relentless assault, trying to break Li Wei's spirit. Li Wei gritted his teeth and activated all 4 breathing techniques within his body. Except for the human-faced spider breathing method, which hadn't yet reached the 4th tier, dark energy from the other techniques flowed across his skin. 3 life seeds thundered and pulsed at his heart as he raised his sword for a deadly golden cross slash. The clash lasted only moments before Frost's lament shattered into pieces with a sharp wail, unable to withstand the violent ripple of power. Meanwhile, Tieshan's chest, abdomen, and limbs were marked with deep, vicious gashes. Your sword is broken, what will you fight me with now? Taizhan sealed his wounds with dark energy, dodged Xiaobai's pounce, and with a single palm strike sent a charging soldier flying 10 meters to crash into a tree, his fate uncertain. With a savage laugh, he charged at Li Wei again. Li Wei drew his black serpent dagger, cold light flashing. Die. Thud. Taizhan caught the dagger, but it pierced through his dark energy defense, leaving a bone-deep gash in his palm as paralysis quickly spread. Poison. Taizhan snorted coldly and struck back with his fist, hitting Li Wei square in the chest. 2 layers of chainmail and the heart guard were dented and deformed by the impact. Li Wei spat blood as he flew backward, but midair he suddenly flung his hand out, scattering white powder toward Tieshan's face. Taizhan raised both palms like fans to protect his eyes, laughing mockingly. Boy, did you learn our Deathbird's trick of throwing lime powder? Dust filled the air as he breathed heavily, still inhaling some of it. Li Wei didn't respond. His chest burned like fire, several ribs seemed broken, and his black serpent seed along with the other life seeds were running at maximum capacity, nearing their limits. Taizhan was equally breathless. Knight Fred's opening sword strike had severely injured his right hand, and forcing it to exert power now had nearly shattered the tendons. Even if he killed Li Wei, this right hand would be useless. With this thought, he decided to tear off Li Wei's head immediately. The 3 brothers dragged their wounded bodies in front of Li Wei, baring their teeth and snarling. Xiaopeng charged again. The remaining soldiers drew their bows, but Taizhan easily deflected their arrows. Soon, the 3 brothers were knocked down again, large patches of fur torn away, their strength nearly depleted. Li Wei dragged his injured body forward to meet the attack. I'm going to tear off your head, and then, before he could finish, Taizhan suddenly felt the world spinning, his blood surging backward, veins bulging as blood seeped through his skin pores. He touched his nose and felt blood, then collapsed thunderously in shock. Li Wei immediately ordered the soldiers to fire in unison. Arrows rained down like hail, turning Taizhan into a pincushion. Then he picked up the broken Frost lament and severed all of Tieshan's limbs. Blood splattered everywhere as Li Wei stood drenched in red on the corpse-strewn battlefield, his calm expression masking the burning fury within. Idiot, that wasn't lime powder. Ordinary people couldn't even withstand the fumes from burning human-faced spider breath, yet this guy had directly consumed quite a bit and was still breathing. Li Wei had long since taken the antidote for this toxin. 1 dose provided lifelong immunity, so he wasn't worried about being poisoned himself. After crippling the assassin's limbs, he ordered the doctor to bandage the wounds, then had soldiers bind him with layers of iron chains and heavy shackles, ensuring the man wouldn't die easily. Even a clay figure has some fire in it, and while Li Wei couldn't be bothered to investigate who had hired this organization to assassinate him, he was determined to bring down the entire group. This skilled assassin clearly held a high position, and Li Wei planned to make use of him. Returning to his territory, he ordered soldiers to imprison the assassin in the castle dungeon, then rushed to check on Knight Fred's condition with the doctor. Fred had been pierced through the abdomen by a blade, and given the current medical standards, his chances looked grim. Li Wei felt the old knight's wrist, detecting a weak but steady pulse, and asked quietly, "Can he be saved?" "My lord, I'll do my best," the doctor replied with a troubled shake of his head. "It depends on Knight Fred's own constitution. Tell me whatever you need, money is no object, as long as we can save Fred's life. I'll also try to bring doctors from the big cities." After giving these instructions, Li Wei turned and left. He had heard that priests at the church headquarters in major cities possessed superior medical skills. Though this world's overall medical knowledge was primitive, there existed holy medicines refined from rare herbs. Similar to the miraculous treasures found in martial arts novels from his previous life, dragon saliva was one such substance that could accelerate breathing technique cultivation. The church tightly controlled both the formulas and ingredients for these holy medicines, using them to amass great wealth. Li Wei had never liked dealing with the church, but for Fred's sake, he would have to send someone to inquire at the Bingfeng City church branch, regardless of the cost. As for that old dog Abraham, Li Wei didn't even consider him. The man only cared about power and money, knowing nothing about medicine. Holy calendar year 1007, month of the Forge. After a month of rest and recovery, Li Wei had largely healed thanks to his robust constitution and medicinal treatment. The lesson had strengthened his resolve. Armor must be worn at all times. Even with defensive breathing techniques, an extra layer of protection was always valuable. Without that layer of cold steel plate, he would have been severely injured. Just like in games, no matter how strategies evolved, armor stacking always had its place. During his recovery, he had never stopped practicing his breathing techniques, and now he was even closer to breaking through to the 5th tier of the black snake breathing method. Not only that, but he also managed to master the giant bear breathing technique and advance it to the 3rd tier. This breathing method was even easier than the siren and human-faced spider techniques, roughly on par with the frost wolf method in terms of difficulty. For Li Wei, cultivating it posed no real challenge. The secret elixir for the giant bear breathing technique was as straightforward and brutal as the frost wolf method: bear blood, and the stronger the bear, the better. In Li Wei's cellar, 3 massive northern giant bears were kept, their enormous frames requiring tremendous amounts of food. Despite being bled in rotation daily, they showed no signs of complaint. With this inexhaustible supply of elixir, his experience grinding speed increased several times over compared to before. After advancing the giant bear breathing technique to the 3rd tier, his already formidable arm strength surged once more, the rush of power making him feel as though he could crush his massive shield into scrap metal at any moment. Truly worthy of a breathing technique focused purely on raw strength, each art having its specialty. Next, he simply needed to methodically accumulate 3rd-tier experience toward the 4th tier. Cultivating basic-level breathing techniques had become a matter of investing time. For him now, with secret elixirs to fuel his progress, he could guarantee reaching the 3rd tier within a month and the 4th tier within 3 months. Beyond the giant bear breathing technique, his other skills were advancing in parallel. The black snake breathing technique was just one step away from the 5th tier, his current primary focus and the foundation of his strength. One excellent grade breathing technique was worth multiple basic techniques combined, and most crucially, excellent grade methods could push toward the Great Night realm, while basic techniques simply lacked that ceiling. Meanwhile, he had become addicted to the convenience of human-faced spider's breath, spending an entire month buried in his alchemy workshop, stockpiling vast quantities of poisons. His pharmaceutical skills rose with the tide, surging all the way to the 3rd tier, and clearly the 3rd tier was far from the limit. This craft, like forging, held unfathomable potential for growth. Now that I've reached the 3rd tier, I can attempt human-faced spider's tier and human-faced spider's kiss. The materials for these 2 potions were rare and expensive. Previously, he couldn't bring himself to risk failure and waste. Now, with his refined skills, he could call himself an expert, confident he was no longer inferior to the Red Spider Knight, making the creation of more potent poisons a priority. After completing his training, he visited the medical hall to check on Fred. A month of treatment had cost a full 400 gold coins to purchase injury-suppressing potions from the Holy Radiance Church in Icewind City. Every ingredient in those potions was worth a fortune, but thankfully the effects were remarkable. Fred's injuries had finally stabilized. With his intermediate knight's constitution, survival shouldn't be an issue, but whether he could fully recover would depend on the Heavenly Father's grace. Li Wei calculated silently. If he ever stepped into the wizard's domain, his spells would likely heal Fred completely, but the question was whether Fred could wait that long. Leaving the medical hall with a grim expression, he descended alone to the underground dungeon of Black Snake Castle. The entire prison had once stood empty. The people were simple and honest, with virtually no serious criminals, but now it held one exception: the assassin of the Deathbird Song. The man had been poisoned and his limbs crippled, yet he stubbornly refused to die. His pale face was crisscrossed with scars, chains pierced his arms, and iron spikes pinned his bones, securing him firmly to the stone wall. When Li Wei arrived, the assassin raised what remained of his voice and asked hoarsely, "Why don't you kill me? Trust me, if killing you could make Fred better, I'd kill you 10,000 times over." Li Wei settled himself in the corner of the cell, biting into a piece of glistening roasted meat, speaking casually, as if chatting with thin air. Big words. The burly man tied up like a dumpling snarled furiously. "You despicable coward, using poison. Learned it from scum like you." Li Wei flicked the bamboo skewer in his hand dismissively. Taishan gritted his teeth. By the Heavenly Father above, I've been an assassin for years and never touched poison. I may be an assassin, but I'm also a knight who believes in fair duels. Unlike you who gangs up on others. Already fallen in with assassins, yet still pretending to be an honorable knight? Li Wei raised an eyebrow, looking him up and down. Judging by your breathing technique, quite refined. Let me guess some Count's bastard son. The words hit their mark perfectly. Taishan flinched as if stung, then roared. You're the bastard. Your whole family are bastards. So what if I'm a bastard? I'm still the most outstanding genius of the damn Aryan family's younger generation. Bah. Li Wei's expression shifted slightly. The Aryan family counts of the northern Rust Lake region, renowned for their rich iron mines, their coat of arms, iron crocodile, emblazoned on every banner. Legend told of a massive crocodile that once ruled Rust Lake in ancient times, its scales like forged steel, nearly impervious to blade and spear. Today's Aryan family remained equally formidable, led by the Iron Knight, one of the Northern Seven Cavaliers, and a Grand Knight equal in rank to Li Wei's father. No wonder Taishan was so fierce, not yet 30, but already a high-ranking knight with mastery of powerful breathing techniques. Li Wei mused. This man considered himself a genius, yet his bastard status had left him ostracized, forcing him to join the Song of the Death Bird as an assassin. But these family matters didn't concern him. He only wanted the name of the mastermind behind it all. Torches flickered as instruments of torture clanged against iron rings with piercing sounds. Li Wei increased the pressure again and again, making Taishan howl in agony. Yet he stubbornly maintained his claim of I don't know. After prolonged torment, Li Wei had to admit that Knight Bernard hadn't lied. Only the organization's upper echelons knew the client's identities. Though Taishan claimed to be a gold-ranked assassin with truly terrifying abilities, he wasn't part of the upper hierarchy. Above him stood 5 shadow-class assassins, the 5 Death Shadows. His direct superior was the mysterious Pale Shadow, also known as the Pale Knight, a Grand Knight whose identity remained unknown and whom Taishan had never met face to face. Beyond this, Taishan had no other leads. Damn it. I'm still too weak, Li Wei cursed inwardly. If only he were stronger, he would prefer to eliminate all potential enemies one by one, completely cutting off future threats. In the stifling cell, Taishan panted like a bull, sweat dripping from his hair to form small puddles, his entire being seemingly drained. Kill me, give me a quick death. His eyes were vacant, his voice hoarse, clearly on the verge of complete breakdown. Li Wei looked at those unfocused pupils, knowing no more information could be extracted. To prevent future troubles, he drew his blade across Taishan's throat, cleanly ending this sinful life. The corpse was soon thrown into the fire pit, turning to ash amid the crackling flames. In the blazing fire, Li Wei once again glimpsed the fleeting shadow of a ferocious, giant crocodile. The intense flames cast light on his grim face, and he remained motionless until Taishan and the wooden cabin were completely reduced to ashes, silently memorizing the crocodile's appearance and the chilling aura it emanated. A few days later, in the wild grass at the edge of his territory, a serf led back a mountain warhorse so starved that its ribs were clearly visible. Li Wei rushed over upon hearing the news and immediately recognized it as an armored warhorse Taishan's mount. Upon careful examination, the horse showed no hidden injuries aside from malnutrition. Lifting the bloodstained tack, he found a small cloth bundle soaked with sweat, several hundred gold coins, dried provisions, a water pouch, a copy of Ode to Shadow, and a death bird mask identical to the previous one. Clearly, Taishan also worshipped the Shadow Lord. At the bottom of the bundle lay a handwritten manual of the siren breathing technique. Li Wei had already learned this, but unfortunately, it wasn't the defensive technique comparable to the black snake breathing technique that he sought. Just as disappointment set in, a neatly folded piece of parchment fell into his palm. Unfolding it revealed a map of the Northern Emerald Kingdom. Li Wei's spirits lifted. This unexpected windfall came at the perfect time. Though cartographic standards in this world were limited, since Taishan had used it to find Blackwater Valley, the map's basic accuracy should be reliable. More importantly, the map marked several red crosses, with a thick line beside Frostwind City particularly prominent, a stronghold of the Song of the Death Bird, housing 3 official knights who served both as mentors to assassin apprentices and as liaisons with killers lurking in the city. Li Wei's finger traced that thick line, his gaze cold as ice. 3 assassination attempts, time to collect interest. However, before seeking revenge, he had to advance the black snake breathing technique to the 5th tier. He feared that if the assassination failed, the terrifying figure codenamed Pale Shadow would personally intervene, using overwhelming power to hunt him down. Thus, he could only push himself to the limit. Once again, grind, and grind some more. 1. The territory entered wartime martial law. 2. He devoted himself entirely to cultivating the breathing technique, squeezing every moment of spare time. The most troublesome aspect was that Song of the Death Bird members mostly practiced the siren breathing technique, allowing them to change their body shape at will. Combined with masterful disguise techniques, they could blend among the people and soldiers almost without a trace. Li Wei believed he might be able to detect clues, but ordinary guards couldn't possibly distinguish them. Unable to think of a better solution, he could only strive to advance his cultivation by another level, then another, before the enemy arrived. Holy Light Calendar Year 1007, Month of Wheat Fields. Golden waves of grain rippled in the wind as serfs bent their backs and swung their sickles to begin the autumn harvest. The smithy's forge still roared with fire, yet the warehouse was already filled with unriveted armor plates the Lord had been keeping to himself lately, too preoccupied to personally oversee production. Since Li Wei had concocted the two special medicines Tears of the Human Face Spider and Kiss of the Human Face Spider, he hadn't spent a single moment more on medicine making or forging. For Li Wei now, nothing was more important than grinding the breathing technique. Setting aside everything else, Li Wei devoted himself entirely to practicing breathing techniques, temporarily halting his training in the Golden Cross Slash since his beginner-level ripple power was more than sufficient for now. By the end of the Wheat Moon, the giant bear breathing technique, which he had started practicing last, was the first to break through to the 4th tier, and the information on his status panel updated accordingly. Li Wei, giant bear breathing technique 4th tier limit, special effect, elementary strength. Elementary strength. Your strength surpasses that of ordinary people, with greatly enhanced explosive power. You can wrestle with adult giant bears barehanded and take down wild bulls. As expected, breathing techniques with fewer figure patterns are simpler, Li Wei muttered to himself while looking at the panel. The bear blood elixir's assistance had been invaluable, especially since he had used blood from a northern giant bear that could rival a knight once fully grown. Such progress was perfectly normal for him. With this thought, he prepared for his usual combat test, sparring with the three brothers. Leaving the training room, Li Wei passed through the secret passage and arrived at the spacious bear enclosure beneath the castle. The rough stone walls emanated a chill, and the air was filled with the scent of meat and animal musk. Xiaobai, come here. Hearing the call, Xiaobai approached with heavy steps that made the ground tremble slightly. These three northern giant bears were now nearly 4 years old, each weighing over a ton and having reached the size limit of brown bears from his previous world, though their strength and constitution far exceeded ordinary brown bears. In his last battle against Taishan, Li Wei would have been in grave danger without the three brothers' assistance. The wounds from that battle had now healed under Li Wei's care combined with the giant bear's natural healing abilities. Currently, the three brothers possessed combat power equivalent to low-tier knights, and upon reaching adulthood, they would generally match mid-tier knights. As male northern giant bears, they could even rival high-tier or even peak knights at their maximum potential. For Li Wei, these three gluttons were irreplaceable trump cards. What were Highland Warhorse cavalry compared to this? Northern giant bear cavalry was truly imposing. If the Dragon Queen could conquer the world with 3 dragons, then he, Li Wei, even if he didn't seek kingship, would rely on 3 giant bears for protection. Xiaobai, bite down on this rope. Li Wei tossed out a hemp rope as thick as an arm, which Xiaobai obediently caught in his mouth. Xiao Pang and Xiao Hui gathered around to watch, with Xiao Pang still eager to join, but Li Wei raised his hand to stop him. Wait until I can beat Xiaobai in Togo 4. Then you can have your turn. This comment made Xiaobai somewhat indignant. I'm a mighty northern giant bear, and though still a cub, aren't you? Li Wei, still just a kid yourself? Li Wei was equally curious to test whether the wrestling with bears claim in the elementary strength description was true, hoping the panel hadn't deceived him. Let's begin, Xiaobai. As soon as the words fell, he pulled backward with all his might, his muscles tightening like steel cables. Xiaobai dug his hind claws into the ground, and likewise pulled backward with force. Strictly speaking, this contest was hardly fair. Xiaobai's one unbody weight alone was enough to crush his opponent. Li Wei stood 6 feet 3 inches tall, and even with the increased bone density from breathing techniques, he weighed only about 300 pounds, making him still the underdog compared to Xiaobai. However, Li Wei himself was a low-tier knight, already approaching mid-tier level. With the black snake breathing technique at the 4th stage, the giant bear breathing technique at its limit, plus the 4th stage amplification from the frost wolf and siren breathing techniques, along with the special effect elementary strength, he was not without fighting power. Grunt, grunt. Outside the sanctuary, man and bear tensed their limbs in a direct contest of strength. Li Wei's muscles bulged like rocks, the phantom of a giant bear on his heart's surface trembled, and dark energy representing power surged through his bloodstream into his arms and core. Though the black snake, frost wolf, and siren breathing techniques favored agility and endurance, they also contributed their modest strength. Li Wei's face flushed red, while Xiaobai snorted scalding white mist from its nostrils. After 5 minutes, the ground beneath both combatants cracked inch by inch. Li Wei ultimately fell just short, forced back half a step by the northern giant bear's heavy push. In terms of pure strength, even with his giant bear breathing technique perfected to its limit, he still couldn't shake this naturally gifted heavyweight beast. It seems the giant bear mentioned in the breathing technique was just an ordinary breed, Li Wei mused silently. Even so, his arm strength was already sufficient to overwhelm most knights, which pleased him considerably. After a brief recovery, he returned to the sanctuary to continue his training. With the giant bear breathing technique having no room for improvement, he turned his attention to the human-faced spider breathing technique only, about 1,000 proficiency points away from the fourth stage. Without secret medicines to assist him, and given the technique's inherently higher difficulty, progress was somewhat slow. However, Li Wei had long mastered the rhythm of breathing techniques, and his sequence of breathing, circulation, and force generation flowed extremely smoothly. Sacred Radiance Calendar Year 1007, Harvest Month. The wheat yield in Blackwater Valley territory increased by approximately 10% compared to the previous year. At the beginning of the year, Li Wei had invested substantial manpower and resources into clearing new farmland and had the serfs apply natural organic fertilizer, resulting in increased production. However, limited by the agricultural technology of the era, future potential for increased yields was constrained, with the decisive factors being cultivated land area and agricultural population. While the territory's economy was growing, the population couldn't quite keep pace. Li Wei encouraged farming households to have more children while preparing to introduce new blood. The common methods were noble enfeoffment, buying and selling serfs, or taking in refugees displaced by natural disasters and wars. Since Blackwater Valley was remotely located, refugees preferred to flock to prosperous regions, so he had to choose buying serfs. Soon, his subordinates brought back a group of refugees displaced by war from the slave market in Icewind City. The healthy and strong slaves had all been snatched up by the great nobles, so Li Wei could only select those without contagious diseases but bearing injuries and ailments, assigning them to positions at the mill, iron mine, and other locations. As for himself, he rarely left the sanctuary, dedicating himself to rigorous training while guarding against the sound of the death bird and assassins lurking in the shadows. On another morning, in the quiet training room, Li Wei opened his eyes with a clear gaze. Every hair on his arms standing on in the human-faced spider breathing technique had reached the fourth stage. Li Wei human-faced spider breathing technique. Fourth stage 120000. Special effects. Basic vibration perception, spider sense. Well, this human-faced spider breathing technique actually comes with two major special effects. He raised an eyebrow, focusing his mind on the proficiency panel in his consciousness. Basic vibration perception. Every hair and inch of skin on the body can serve as eyes, capturing subtle vibrations from all directions. Current perception radius for gases is 10 meters, with even greater sensing distance for liquids and solids. So powerful, such an incredible ability. Li Wei murmured in a low voice, his heart filled with overwhelming shock. He closed his eyes and gently pressed the back of his hand against the rough stone wall of the shelter, his body hair instantly standing on end. In the next moment, various chaotic information flooded into his mind like a torrent. The rustling of snow rabbits gnawing on shrubs, the soft sound of falling pebbles as moles dug tunnels, the whisper of gentle wind sweeping across grassland. Each sound crystal clear. Boom. Massive amounts of data converged, and without deliberately searching, he locked onto every tiny movement above. This is true transcendence. He burst into laughter, realizing that compared to all the breathing techniques he had mastered even, including the black snake breathing technique, none could match the value of this single precious manual. The Red Spider Knight had been too weak to unleash the terrifying power of these special effects. If he encountered Taishan again, he could simply rely on the air currents stirred by his opponent's punches or footsteps to predict their trajectory in advance, easily dodging with speed. Too powerful, too powerful, too powerful. This breathing technique was made for me. He excitedly slapped his thigh. He continued to examine the second special effect. Spider Sense provides instinctive intuition for danger, alerting the host before crisis strikes, enabling them to seek advantage while avoiding harm, turn misfortune into fortune, and evade disaster. This sensing is not absolutely precise, only providing vague warnings. The special effect level cannot be improved, but the stronger the host becomes, the more refined the sensing grows. Incredible, this is practically a superpower, isn't it? Li Wei stared at the description, thinking of Spider-Man's Spider Sense. Though this might be a lower-tier version, it was enough to make his blood boil with excitement. Both special effects belong to the transcendent realm, far beyond ordinary human imagination. In the hands of the Red Spider Knight, they had been utterly wasted, but with Li Wei, they could dramatically increase his combat power. Indeed, cultivation requires embracing all methods, letting 10,000 techniques flow into one, learn them all. He grew more excited with each thought. Now that the breathing techniques at hand had reached a temporary conclusion, he calculated silently. The next step would be to visit the Radiant Auction House to acquire several more bloodline breathing techniques. Quality didn't need to be too high, basic level would suffice, as high-tier techniques actually had lower cost effectiveness. After all, With basic breathing techniques, he could push them to their limits within a few months, mastering several to perfection within a year. As for non-bloodline breathing techniques, Li Wei didn't consider them too expensive and unnecessary. Instead, the bloodline breathing techniques that others deemed worthless were perfect for him. After advancing the human-faced spider breathing technique to the 4th tier, he eagerly headed to the bear enclosure. 3 northern giant bears were kept there, their size and presence rivaling that of true knights. Li Wei stuffed earplugs into his ears and donned a black cloth mask, deliberately depriving himself of hearing and sight as he waved to the 3 brothers. Come on, all of you at once, but go easy on me. I'm afraid you might crush me while I'm still getting the hang of this. Little Fatty, who had been itching for action, let out a roar and charged toward Li Wei with thunderous steps. Little White and Little Gray flanked him from both sides, 3 dark shadows bringing down their massive paws almost simultaneously. Unable to see or hear, Li Wei relied on the subtle sensation of wind brushing against the hair on his arms and cheeks to track their movements. He silently thought, left side. The Frost Wolf and Siren breathing techniques activated simultaneously as his body suddenly dropped and darted away. Using the momentum, his palm wreathed in dark energy moved like flowing Tai Chi, smoothly redirecting Little Fatty to the side. The giant bear couldn't break in time and crashed thunderously into Little White, who was charging from the opposite direction. The 2 massive creatures tumbled to the ground, seeing stars, completely unprepared for their master to outmaneuver them even with his eyes closed. A fierce wind rose behind him as Little Gray raised its massive arm. Li Wei touched the ground with his toes, leaping over the bear's back and delivering a kick to Little Gray's round rump. Thud! Little Gray landed on its rear, sliding several meters in a perfect crash landing. Li Wei burst into laughter as he landed, standing with his hands behind his back. The mountain breeze caressed his face as he spread his arms wide, as if he could hear the fragmented information carried by the wind and sense the movement of every speck of dust. In the darkness, for the first time, he could so clearly feel the pulse of this world as close as his own breath. After bidding farewell to the 3 brothers, he stretched his shoulders and elbows, returning to his training. The black snake breathing technique is just 1 step away from the 5th tier. Hold on, just hold on. Once I reach the 5th tier, I'll give myself a break. These past months, he had pushed his training intensity to the limit. Without the support of secret medicines, abundant nutrition, and unwavering willpower, he would have been no different from a mad knight. But his discipline made every day incredibly fulfilling. The 3 assassination attempts had filled him with rage, leaving him with only one thought: to grow stronger quickly, then seek revenge and stain the song of the death bird with blood. The harvest month passed swiftly, and Blackwater Valley was unexpectedly quiet. At month's end, the doctor brought good news. Knight Frederick, who had been unconscious for months, had awakened. Li Wei paused his training and rushed to the infirmary. Frederick in bed looked much older than before, his coma, man in his early 50s whose black hair was now streaked with frost white, his lips dry and his vitality far more depleted than a normal middle-aged knight should be. The holy medicine had saved his life but couldn't preserve his intermediate tier strength. Frederick smiled bitterly, his rough hand gripping Li Wei's tightly. Young master, I'm glad you're safe. Otherwise, when I meet the Heavenly Father, I'd fear your father's reproach. Frederick, I'm doing very well. From now on, you only need to focus on recovering, Li Wei said firmly. I look forward to the day when you can witness with me the rise of the Black Snake once again, and make our enemies pay blood for blood. In the year 1007 of the Sacred Light calendar, during the month of northern winds, Fred could finally manage to get out of bed and walk around, which brought great relief to Levi. That incredibly expensive holy potion had indeed been worth every penny, at least when it came to saving lives. The church proved reliable. To guard against potential enemies, Levi had remained on high alert for months, yet no one had come knocking at his door, leaving him puzzled. Had those people already forgotten about him? After Fred's recovery, the plan to purchase Crimson Blood warhorses was quickly put into motion. By month's end, Fred's friend delivered the 5 Crimson Blood warhorses Levi had ordered as promised. Before the hooves had even stopped moving, Levi immediately employed his ultimate beast-taming techniques. With the aid of Heart of the Wild, he quickly identified the root cause of these fierce horses' resistance to training. While they couldn't achieve the same telepathic connection as his 3 brothers, whom he'd raised from foals, understanding their emotions was no longer a problem. Thus, he used both gentle persuasion and firm discipline, first calming one horse, then using the demonstration effect to tame the remaining 4. This proved that the so-called curse of the Blood Rage tribe was merely an excuse used by incompetent horse trainers. With the horses secured, Levi instructed Milan and the others to prepare the iron armor materials needed for forging horse barding while continuing to purchase more warhorses. Thanks to the steady income from his smithing business, combined with the vast wealth he had plundered from Knight Bernard's estate, Levi was not short on funds for the time being. Blackwater Valley was now thriving, with everything developing in a positive direction. In the year 1007 of the Sacred Light calendar, during the month of bitter winter, with bitter winds howling and withered branches swaying. The enemies Levi had been expecting still failed to appear. He decided to stop being passive as confidence stemmed from a dramatic leap in his abilities. His black serpent breathing technique had broken through to the 5th tier. Levi Black Serpent Breathing Technique, 5th tier 130000, special effect, intermediate defense. This most difficult breathing technique to master, and the only one he rated as excellent, had finally advanced to the 5th tier after countless hours of tedious practice. The special effect had upgraded from basic defense to intermediate defense, and the black aura derived from the black serpent seed had expanded its coverage from just his arms to include his head and neck. Levi estimated that advancing one more tier would allow it to cover his entire upper body, rivaling the Iron Mountain technique. The current level of protection was sufficient. Following his usual practice, he would layer a heart guard, chainmail, and leather armor over his upper body, making it extremely difficult for ordinary knights to deal him a serious blow in a single strike. Combined with basic speed and basic vibration sensing, unless his opponent was a master who pursued speed to the extreme, even touching Levi would prove challenging. Strength, defense, speed, perception as attributes in every category far exceeded those of ordinary people. In this era, there should be no one else like him who simultaneously practiced so many breathing techniques and had cultivated all of them to the 4th tier. Li Wei's 4-dimensional attributes combined were far more than just the collective effect of 4 different types of low-tier knights working together. This was a qualitative leap. If he encountered Tai Shan again now, he wouldn't need poison or assistance from the 3 brothers. She could flatten and crush that guy in a single encounter. Within the Song of the Death Bird, Tai Shan's strength was already exceptionally rare, with only the 5 shadows of death and a precious few others capable of surpassing him. In other words, as long as it wasn't a Grand Knight at the level of the 5 shadows, any number of assassins wouldn't even serve as a warm-up for Li Wei. Even if he truly faced a Grand Knight, he was confident he could fight to the death, though he quickly reminded himself that if he encountered such a monster, running would still be the best option. Besides the black serpent breathing technique, the human face spider and siren breathing methods had also made modest breakthroughs, and the golden cross slash had become increasingly refined. Progress in forging and alchemy remained slow, as cultivation consumed most of his time. Now that his combat power and methods were fully prepared, and Fred could move around again, Li Wei was no longer willing to cower in his territory waiting for others to come take his life. Why couldn't it be his turn to assassinate others instead? He had already decided on his targets. 1. The Song of the Deathbird stronghold within Icewind City. Since they had repeatedly caused him trouble, they would have to bear the consequences of being counter-killed. 2. Other strongholds marked on the map Tai Shan had left behind. Most of those places were far beyond the kingdom's borders, but he noted them down for future visits, to let this organization taste what it felt like to be hunted. The safest approach is to eliminate all enemies who might threaten my life, Li Wei calculated. Before departing, he made proper arrangements for Blackwater Valley. Though Fred couldn't fight for now, maintaining order in the territory was well within his capabilities. Control of the 3 brothers was also handed over to Fred. Should any trouble arise in the territory, they could handle the suppression. Li Wei retreated to his sanctuary and continuously refined packets of human-faced spider's breath, a small vial of human-faced spider's tears, and prepared several human-faced spider's kiss pellets. These deadly poisons could reverse life and death if released at crucial moments. Through this refinement process, his alchemy proficiency improved further. With everything ready, he donned his white wolf mask and silently left the valley under cover of darkness. With his greatly enhanced speed, he reached Icewind City within days. It was the depths of winter, with heavy snow blanketing the streets and alleys. Frozen corpses lay scattered along the roadside with no one to collect them. Li Wei frowned. These looked like the bodies of refugees. Had another major war broken out? Absorbed in his cultivation, he knew nothing of external affairs. Rather than immediately storming the stronghold, he first made his way to the familiar, radiant tavern. Even in the depths of winter, scantily clad courtesans still moved about soliciting customers. The guards at the entrance, recognizing the white wolf mask, tactfully offered him a mug of dark beer. Drink this mug of snowflake beer, and may you possess the courage of the snowflake knight to venture alone across the world. Today's tavern admission ticket is snow beer. The Snow Knight, this legendary figure who rose in the north, is shrouded in tales. Snowflakes danced and northern winds howled at his birth, during what should have been the scorching month of summer. Regardless of how times and peoples change, folk always delight in sharing such mysterious stories around campfires and over drinks. Li Wei tilted his head back and drained his cup of rich, malty snow beer before stepping into the Long Mist Tavern. The moment he pushed through the door, every breath, word, table slap, and glass clink, each tiny vibration created by the crowd registered as clear pulses through his basic vibration sensing, like a budget version of mystical awareness hanging at his side. He pushed back his cloak and settled alone at a corner wooden table. The liquor burned warm down his throat while a distant minstrel plucked his strings, spinning wildly embellished tales of legendary knights. Li Wei listened quietly, feeling heroic stirrings in his heart. If someday he too donned armor and earned fame, then passed through this place again to hear someone loudly performing his own story, that would have a special flavor indeed. I will become a legend. I will, he concluded to himself. As night deepened and cups were refilled, Li Wei sat from evening until dawn, carefully listening to the rough discussions of wandering knights and bounty hunters from all directions. Their alcohol-soaked conversations helped him piece together an outline of the current situation. The frozen refugees he'd seen earlier on the roadside came from further north. After the millennium, the entire continent seemed to have plunged into a little ice age, growing colder each year. The far northern lands that once barely sustained life now had increasingly brief summers and endlessly long winters. The northern borders of the Emerald Kingdom faced this fate, as did those of the neighboring Tuva Empire. But the region truly tormented by severe cold was the Eternal Night Kingdom in the northernmost realm of endless winter. The people there worshipped the ice and snow goddess, and their ruler, the Ice Queen Elsa, was said to be the goddess's daughter. Many of the fleeing refugees came from that very place, traveling south. If it were only the cold, their people had struggled in extreme frost for generations and could still adapt. Most terrifying was that refugees reported seeing creatures like snow monsters and evil spirits in the blizzards. The ice and snow church called them snow demons. These beings brought storms more vicious than any in previous years. Such rumors went unbelieved in the past, but now gained credibility as evil spirit attacks became increasingly frequent everywhere. Even the Holy Radiance Church acknowledged that evil spirits truly exist. The church defined them as demon minions, claiming they formed from the condensation of humanity's 7 deadly sins, all because the faithful lacked sufficient devotion to the Heavenly Father. Therefore, the church had spent recent years seizing this opportunity to build extensively in remote areas that previously lacked churches, places like Li Wei's Blackwater Valley, encouraging believers to worship the Father more devoutly than ever before, for only the Father's holy light and the holy swords of the Radiant Knights could subdue evil spirits. In general, people nowadays largely believe in the rumors about the snow demons. Icewind City was filled with the scent of fear, with carriages packed with belongings visible everywhere on the streets. Wealthy nobles were migrating south one after another. The more conservative ones headed to the warm green forest province, while the more radical ones simply moved their entire clans to the Molten Fire Kingdom, where they worshipped the eternal flame. Inside the shining tavern, Li Wei leaned against the bar, quietly listening to the crowd's discussions. He exhaled a heavy breath and muttered to himself, "Evil spirits, snow demons, the wilderness brotherhood, the voice of death birds, ambitious great nobles, the powerless emerald crown, and those overt and covert divine power struggles." In these chaotic times, staying alive was damn difficult. Thinking of the corpses frozen into ice sculptures he'd seen along the roadside, he calculated silently surf prices would definitely plummet during this period. Perhaps he should buy a few more batches. As night deepened, the tavern remained filled with clamorous voices. After sitting all evening, Li Wei had gained a good understanding of the outside situation. He stood up and walked toward the notice board in the corner, posting a commission he had written, seeking Giant's breathing technique or other breathing technique inheritance diagrams. Reward, starting at 10 gold coins, negotiable. Interested parties please contact the breathing technique collector Mr. Gerald the White Wolf through the Shining Tavern. He didn't hold much hope for finding the Giant's breathing technique, but it was worth a try. Even if he came up empty-handed, he could still collect other breathing techniques along the way. Leaving the tavern, Li Wei's figure was quickly swallowed by the night. He turned into a deserted alley, adjusting his bones and muscles as he walked. His entire body rapidly grew taller and thinner, becoming completely different from before within moments. Then he put on the white wolf mask he had forged himself, refined iron mixed with a trace of mithril, modeled after the deathbird masks, capable of preventing poison and protecting his face. His weapons were already prepared. Frostmourne 2.0 was strapped to his back, with a piece of mithril the size of a baby's fist embedded in the blade. That piece of mithril alone had cost him 200 gold coins. Only such premium materials could withstand the power of ripples and maximize the might of the Golden Cross slash. Fred's Knight's sword was also forged, with slightly less mithril content, but sturdy enough. Father and son had suffered from inferior weapons before, a lesson that could never be repeated. Li Wei took out a small vial containing emerald poison that glowed faintly. He evenly applied the human-faced spider's tears to the edges of Frostmourne and the black snake dagger, confirming their sharpness before whispering, "The time for slaughter begins." South of Icewind City, an unnamed ancient castle from centuries past stretched across the wilderness. Cracks ran through its walls, and the window frames creaked in the cold wind. It was said that evil spirits once haunted the place, leaving it long abandoned. Past the dim corridors, an open space revealed a converted training ground. This was the secret stronghold of the voice of death birds in Icewind City. Under the lamplight, more than 10 young members selected from the city and surrounding areas for their talent in the siren's breathing technique were repeatedly practicing assassination moves under the guidance of a black-robed figure called Minter. Some wore numb expressions while others showed fanatical eyes. Short blades crossed as shadows flickered on the walls. The air echoed with low chanting they practiced while reciting the contents of the shadow hymn. Only those who leave death and fear behind can become true assassins. What is an assassin? We walk in shadows. We see the real world that fools cannot perceive. Light is merely an illusion, a delusion. Shadow and darkness, these are the universe's true nature. In the dim hall, braziers flickered, casting twisted shadows of crimson flames upon the stone walls. The Minter, draped in black robes, stood upon the raised platform, gazing down at the novices kneeling in 2 rows. His voice scraped like an iron blade against rock. Only thus can you become shadow servants before the throne of the Shadow Lord after death, achieving eternal immortality. After the sermon, he assigned assassination targets and infiltration routes to each. The novices received their orders and withdrew. When the crowd dispersed, the Minter entered the side chamber and unrolled black parchment. His pen moved swiftly, recording recent investigation results. The gold-ranked assassin Taizhan remained missing. Days ago, he had been ordered to investigate this matter, yet found nothing. After finishing, he rolled the letter into a thin strip and tied it to the leg of a reed raven. Taizhan had been commanded to assassinate Baron Li Wei of Blackwater Valley, yet the valley remained peaceful, showing no signs of their lord's demise. To confirm, the Minter had sent spies to lurk at the valley entrance for several days. Guards changed shifts as usual. Tax collectors still made their rounds, and Li Wei even appeared at the hunting grounds. From this, the Minter concluded, Taizhan, with his high-ranking night cultivation and mastery of 2 breathing techniques, likely never attempted the mission at all. Had he truly acted, Tieshan's strength made failure nearly impossible. If even he had fallen, then among the ranks of the Deathbird's banner, only the 5 shadows could guarantee success, yet deploying the 5 shadows against a mere junior was unprecedented in years. He dared not delay and must report the situation to the Pale Shadow. The Minter approached the open window, stroking the raven's smooth feathers. Go! The raven spread its wings toward the night sky. In the next breath, accompanied by a sharp crack through the void, a feathered arrow pierced the air, exploding the raven's head in a spray of blood and feathers. At the corridor's end, a black-clad figure wearing a white wolf mask slowly emerged. At his feet lay 2 doorkeeper corpses, their blood snaking through the stone floor's crevices. The white wolf descends. Nothing is forbidden. Bang, 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 bang. Li Wei fired 4 consecutive arrows, each shot pursuing souls like death itself. The Death Bird members practicing in the hall hadn't yet noticed the threat when 4 cold gleams pierced through 4 skulls, blood splattering against the walls. With maxed archery skills and perfect accuracy, death was announced in an instant. The air still trembled with the bowstring's vibration when the crowd finally realized what was happening and cried out in alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! How many? One, just one. What? Could it be a grand night? Their answer came in the form of more arrows slicing through the air. Some rolled behind stone pillars for cover. Others raised shields in panicked defense, yet 2 more were still pinned to the floor. He's shooting, so let's shoot back. Amid the chaotic shouting, a rain of arrows flew in retaliation. Li Wei moved like a leopard, his form weaving through the barrage as most arrows glanced off his armor plates. Even direct hits were deflected by his superior chainmail and thick leather armor. With his breathing technique at full power, white steam billowed between his arms and helmet. Beneath the iron white wolf mask, his dark face resembled a reborn demon god, hot mist streaming from his mouth and nose. Li Wei charged forward while returning fire until his final arrow left the quiver, emptying his arsenal. By then, all but a few highly skilled or well-armored members in the hall had either died from arrow wounds or were severely injured. The assassin instructor, himself a formal knight, was terrified at the sight and abandoned his subordinates to frantically search for secret passages, desperate to escape. Meanwhile, 2 other instructors who had been training earlier burst out to join the fray. Why run? The 3 of us can take him together. The 3 formal knights each drew their weapons, rapier, dagger, and meteor hammer gleaming with cold light. Everyone attack. The Shadow Lord is watching us. Their roars echoed through the hall. The surviving members grabbed fallen weapons and surged toward Li Wei like a tide. Li Wei raised his hand, but his final arrow wasn't aimed at the crowd. Instead, it struck the dome above. Bang! The powder wrapped around the arrowhead exploded, sending white mist cascading down. Cough, cough. Achoo, ta. Quicklime attack. Hold your breath. This might be poison gas. Anyone with Deathbird masks, put them on now, the experienced instructor warned. With his quiver empty, Li Wei drew Frostmourne. Ripple power erupted. Kill. Golden cross slash. Golden sword light tore through the air. The rapier instructor at the front couldn't even complete his guard. Clang. His rapier shattered piece by piece, the fragments embedding in his own body as he screamed in agony. A low-tier knight's constitution was no match for Li Wei, a mid-tier knight with 5A stats. Slash. Die. Accompanied by Li Wei's roar. This cross-shaped slash directly severed a formal knight-level warrior along with his chainmail at the waist, spilling entrails and organs as blood gushed forth, splattering across the face of another instructor nearby. Ah! I don't care who you are. I'll kill you. The assassin instructor wielding a meteor hammer roared furiously, charging straight at Li Wei from the front. Meanwhile, another instructor with a dagger circled behind for a sneak attack, while more organization members swarmed in from both sides. His hair standing on end, Li Wei's sword, which had been thrusting forward, suddenly reversed direction and stabbed backward. With his basic vibration sensing, he could detect any subtle changes in airflow within 10 meters, making the rear ambush completely futile. Thud! Frostmourne pierced through the assassin instructor's abdomen, hot intestines sliding out as the man looked down in disbelief, his pupils dilating. Too weak. Too weak. All of you are too weak. Li Wei, drenched in blood, caught the incoming meteor hammer firmly with his palm, dark energy swirling around it. Drawing his sword out, he slashed toward the chain in one fluid motion. Golden cross slash, ripple power. Crack the chain snapped. The hammer-wielding instructor's eyes bulged with rage, speed, strength, defense completely overwhelmed in every aspect. His opponent seemed to have no blind spots, and even his iron-cutting sword techniques were terrifyingly incredible. Li Wei sneered coldly and hurled the broken meteor hammer back at him. Boom. The iron hammer whistled through the air and struck the instructor's chest, sending him flying as the clear sound of shattering bones filled the air. Seizing the momentum, Li Wei casually cut down two overconfident rookie assassins, then executed a jumping slash that split the last assassin instructor in half. Upon landing, he breathed slightly heavily, his gaze sweeping over the scattered organization members who had been crushed by fear. Who are you? Why are you killing us? What? Please, spare me. I haven't killed anyone yet. Shadow Lord above, save your devoted followers. Please. Prayers and sobs rose and fell in succession. Some tried to resist, but collapsed after running just a few steps as poison took effect, their fate unknown. Li Wei couldn't be bothered to respond, and continued forward steadily. The assassin apprentices who weren't knight squires were only slightly stronger than ordinary people, inferior even to the soldiers under his command. Now they served only as nourishment for the battlefield. Regardless of whether they had blood on their hands before, from today onward, they would have no more chances. The figure wearing the white wolf mask coldly pronounced their death sentence before the legendary harbinger of death could arrive. Poison gas harvested first, with most falling where they stood. The remaining small fry were eliminated one by one. When the slaughter ended, the ground was carpeted with corpses and dark red bloodstains. Li Wei began tallying his spoils of war. Piles of weapons, scattered coins, and gold pieces glinting in pools of blood. The final count over 1,000 gold coins and various weapons. What surprised him even more was finding two items on the meteor hammer instructor's corpse, a breathing technique inheritance diagram, and a secret message tied to the leg of a red-beaked crow. He first unfolded the letter and quickly scanned it. The contents revealed that the Pale Shadow organization was still unaware that their assassination operation at Iron Mountain had completely failed. Next, he carefully stored away the excellent quality bloodline breathing technique that caught his eye, a vortex beast breathing method. This wasn't the time for study, so he concealed the scroll and returned to the pile of corpses, dousing them with lamp oil and setting them ablaze. Black smoke and the stench of burning flesh rose skyward. From this day forward, the ghost of the white wolf shall walk the earth, tirelessly hunting the sound of the harbinger of death, Li Wei murmured to himself before the flames. After organizing all the spoils he had gained, he donned his white wolf mask and swiftly departed the bloodstained castle. Behind him, crows circled overhead, telling tales of each life that had perished. This revenge against the Death Raven organization was absolutely satisfying. The humiliation of 3 consecutive assassination attempts was finally repaid in full today. The enemy lost 3 formal knight-level assassin instructors along with a large number of apprentices still in training, and even the 1,000 gold coins from their stronghold were swept away by Li Wei for a massive assassin organization. Such devastating losses could not be ignored. More importantly, through this battle, Li Wei truly measured his own strength for the first time. 3 low-tier knights and a group of assassin apprentices were utterly powerless before him, a feat that even ordinary high-tier knights would struggle to replicate. Returning to Blackwater Valley, he carefully stored the 1,000 gold coins in the sanctuary, then unrolled the newly acquired breathing technique inheritance scroll. On the canvas, a murky swamp churned as a corpulent, earth-colored worm covered in barbs burst from the whirlpool like a menacing pillar piercing the sky, surrounded by 36 twisted figures arranged in a bizarre formation. Legend held that whenever such swamp behemoths emerged, they would devour countless lives. Li Wei counted the patterns and frowned. Only 36 forms. Just one more than the human-faced spider breathing technique. According to his observations, more patterns indicated higher quality breathing techniques. The black serpent breathing technique, also of excellent quality, had 71 patterns. Could it be that the vortex beast breathing technique was an excellent grade? Or perhaps 36 marked the exact boundary between crude and excellent quality? Unable to resolve these questions immediately, he had already posted a commission at the Shining Tavern to collect more breathing techniques for verification. Without further delay, Li Wei began his study. The vortex beast breathing technique focused on exceptional physical constitution, significantly enhancing a knight's resistance, immunity, and healing abilities, though the exact extent would only become clear through actual practice. In the blink of an eye, the month of winter's grip ended. In the year 1008 of the Sacred Light calendar, during the primordial month at the start of the new year, Blackwater Valley was decorated with lanterns and festive colors. Knight Fred's injuries healed rapidly. He could now move like any ordinary person, though vigorous exercise remained inadvisable. Fortunately, the soldiers under Li Wei's command had essentially completed their training. They had all mastered the basic swordsmanship Fred taught them, though to varying degrees. Using Li Wei's proficiency system as a measure, basic swordsmanship was divided into 3 tiers: first-tier beginner, second-tier proficient, and third-tier mastery. Aside from Captain Sam, who reached mastery level, the other soldiers mostly remained at first or second tier. That once timid young man had become a true warrior and was now regarded as Fred's successor. While the others hadn't distinguished themselves, this was perfectly reasonable. This was, after all, the true level of ordinary people. Li Wei possessed a proficiency panel that guaranteed returns for every effort invested, allowing him to progress at speeds far exceeding normal human capabilities. Under his efficient command, a prototype army of 50 knights gradually took shape. Crimson warhorses snorted and formed ranks, with mounted combat training being the next step. Meanwhile, the forging of full horse armor proceeded methodically. After equipping his knights with complete armor, Li Wei devoted nearly all his energy to crafting horse armor, aside from his daily breathing technique practice. His proficiency numbers climbed steadily, like rising water levels, advancing one step each day. As for his dealings with the Boar Knight, he now responded only perfunctorily. With sufficient funds at hand, weapons and equipment must first serve his own territory's needs. Only after fully arming his 50 cavalry would he consider external sales. The effortless mastery effect dramatically boosted his forging efficiency. The territory's blacksmith apprentices had completed most preparatory work, leaving Li Wei to focus solely on the core processes that truly tested one's skill. Blazing firelight reflected off his armor plates and beads of sweat as his hammer fell, sending sparks flying. Shortly after the month of vitality began, the final set of full horse armor took shape amid the roaring furnace, forged, quenched, and polished in one seamless flow. Forging, 4th tier 19912, 5th tier maximum. Effect, guaranteed quality masterwork creation. The crisp notification sound reached his ears, and Li Wei felt relief wash over him. So the 5th tier was indeed the limit. He had now reached the same master craftsman level as the legendary Flame Hammer, Haig Amon. He opened his panel. Li Wei Forging, 5th tier maximum. Effects, masterwork creation, effortless mastery. Masterwork creation, every item you forge represents the pinnacle of what's possible under current material conditions. The two effects of efficiency and quality complemented each other perfectly. Li Wei stretched contentedly, his long tensed shoulders and back finally relaxing. Each time he maxed out a skill, he experienced a surge of achievement and relief similar to unlocking a milestone in games. However, this sense of ease lasted only a few days. After comprehending and practicing the Vortex Beast breathing technique, new panel information appeared. Li Wei Vortex Beast breathing technique. First tier 11,000. Great, here we go again. He chuckled ruefully, calculating the time mastering the basics in just over a month, even faster than the Frost Wolf breathing technique. This confirmed his theory. As he accumulated mastery in breathing techniques, the speed of learning and practicing subsequent methods would also increase exponentially. After grinding through so many breathing techniques, Li Wei had truly become as familiar with these practices as an old hand. Taking advantage of his peak forging condition, Li Wei seized the time to craft himself a suit of armor using the Earth Dragon's scales combined with iron rings he had alloyed with mithril. The dark scales gleamed with a dull metallic luster in the firelight, intricately riveted onto the flexible mithrileron rings. The entire armor exuded a wild, primal aura of untamed savagery. Li Wei dyed the surface pure black, with the scale patterns subtly visible beneath, resembling a lurking nocturnal beast. Compared to heavy, cumbersome traditional plate armor, this was nearly 30% lighter while maintaining joint flexibility, yet still providing protection equivalent to plate armor's frontal defense. Thanks to the unique resilience of the Earth Dragon's scales, This armor could also disperse blunt force impacts, offering significant shock absorption. "I'll call it dragon armor," he said with satisfaction, naming his new creation. For the wearing sequence, he first donned a layer of refined iron chainmail, then the dragon armor, followed by thick leather armor sewn from earth dragon hide, and finally supplemented it with his own dark energy defense, 4 layers of overlapping protection that gave him an overwhelming sense of security. As Li Wei wielded Frostmourne, it seemed as though the entire world trembled beneath his feet. Striking while the iron was hot, he crafted an identical set for Fred. The old knight gazed at the armor with tears streaming down his face. If he had possessed such equipment back then, perhaps he wouldn't have been so easily wounded by Iron Mountain. Though Fred could hardly recover his intermediate knight's strength now, with the foundation of his remaining life seed, maintaining ordinary knight-level abilities was still assured. Li Wei carefully stored away all the remaining scales, planning to craft custom protective armor for the 3 little ones once they matured. The thought filled him with particular joy. Beyond the armor, he also dismantled the captured armor-piercing crossbow and successfully replicated a new one. The crossbow mechanism wasn't the challenge. The real difficulty lay in the arrowheads, as ordinary iron couldn't achieve the desired armor-piercing effect. After thorough research, he identified a rarer metal, obsidian gold. Obsidian gold was even more expensive than mithril, priced at 200 gold coins per pound, and rarely circulated in the market. Li Wei had already exhausted his resources gathering mithril to forge the second-generation Frostmourne, making large-scale procurement of obsidian gold even more challenging. The plan for mass-producing armor-piercing crossbows was temporarily shelved, but he wasn't discouraged. Even with iron arrowheads, the new crossbow was formidable enough. Moreover, he still possessed 3 obsidian gold arrowheads recovered from the Earth Dragon's body, sufficient to serve as his ultimate trump cards. By the time Li Wei finished all his forging affairs, the month of sprouting had arrived. 3 full months had passed since he destroyed the Song of the Death Birds, Icewind City stronghold, and they had likely learned of the devastating news by now, making their next moves unpredictable. Within the sanctuary, Li Wei slowly rose after completing his Vortex Beast breathing technique practice. Recently, his Vortex Beast breathing technique had advanced to the 2nd tier, and he felt his constitution had improved slightly, though the enhancement was limited. Given his current physical condition, the 2nd tier Vortex Beast breathing technique provided minimal benefits. To see any noticeable effects, he would need to reach at least the 4th tier. He pulled up his proficiency panel. Li Wei Vortex Beast breathing technique. 2nd tier, 10005000. Without the secret medicine, this breathing technique was progressing painfully slowly. Li Wei sighed inwardly. Compared to the frost wolf, human face spider, and giant bear breathing techniques, the Vortex Beast method was significantly more challenging. The fundamental obstacle was the lack of Vortex Worm secret medicine. This medicine required Vortex Worm eggs as its core ingredient. Yet he had never heard the name, Vortex Worm, mentioned in any book or by any scholar. To uncover clues, he sent people to scour every Emerald Guild branch in Frostwind City and consulted several learned zoologists, only to be met with blank stares. Without the secret medicine, he could only grind through the progress by sheer effort. It had taken him 2 months just to reach the 2nd tier. While this would be considered lightning speed for others, it felt frustratingly slow to Li Wei. The Vortex Beast breathing technique consumed so much time that it hindered progress in his other skills. At this rate, mastering an excellent quality breathing technique to its limit would take forever. He quickly made up his mind. He needed to make a trip to Frostwind City. First, to gather intelligence on the latest movements of the Death Bird's song. Second, to check if there had been any responses to his breathing technique bounty. And finally, to find those damned Vortex Worm eggs. Without the secret medicine, time would be wasted, and time was money to him. Over these 3 months, besides the Vortex Beast breathing technique, his other breathing methods had also made breakthroughs, though his focus remained on the Black Snake and Vortex Beast techniques. The human face spider and siren breathing techniques progressed more slowly, but by his calculations, the siren technique would reach the 5th tier in another 2 or 3 months, with the human face spider technique not far behind. When that time came, his overall strength would experience another significant leap. After briefing Fred on daily affairs, Li Wei donned his white wolf mask and headed for Frostwind City. In the city, he went straight to the Shining Tavern to check if anyone was selling new breathing techniques. The front desk staff informed him that a seller had indeed left information recently. Li Wei immediately asked them to arrange a meeting, then reserved a private booth to drink and wait. While waiting, he activated his basic vibration sensing, his superhuman hearing picking up whispered conversations from the tavern's depths. The patrons' discussions wove together, painting a grim picture of the far north's winter. This winter, the Eternal Night Kingdom in the far north was suffering tremendously. The cold and the so-called snow demon plague had displaced nearly 10,000 people, forcing families to flee southward. Along the way, hunger, disease, bandits, and wild beasts claimed lives relentlessly. Only a handful survived to reach the northern borders of the Emerald Kingdom or the Tuva Empire. Once they crossed the border, the best outcome was often being captured by slave traders and sold into bondage. Among the serfs Li Wei had purchased were several refugees from the Eternal Night Kingdom. Compared to locals, they were shorter but more robust, making them ideal laborers for smithing work. For these people, simply staying alive was already a luxury. As for the snow demons, the descriptions from the few surviving wandering knights left the tavern patrons speechless. They were creatures covered in frost, with blue ghost fire dancing in their eye sockets, tireless and fearless of dead undead. Undead. Li Wei's eyes gleamed with interest. He was growing curious about the origins of these snow demons. Before long, someone came looking to sell Li Wei a breathing technique. The visitor pushed open the wooden door of the private room and squeezed in. Panting with every step was a fat man with a protruding belly, his soft silk robe cinched tight around his waist, clearly no knight at first glance. "Are you the esteemed White Wolf, Gerald?" he asked cautiously, wiping sweat from his forehead. "That's right. Do you have a breathing technique for sale?" Li Wei looked up, studying him carefully. "Indeed, I have a breathing technique here. What price would you offer?" The fat man's voice trembled, obviously uncertain. "What's the quality? May I take a look?" Li Wei spoke few words, but carried an undeniable authority. The fat man nodded eagerly and pulled an ancient booklet from his robes. The cover was stained with years of dust and grease, sticky to the touch. He only allowed Li Wei a quick glance before hastily tucking it away like a precious purse. In that brief moment, Li Wei confirmed it was genuine 19 small figures arranged in a circle on the pages, with a central totem clearly depicting a charging bull with lowered head, obviously a strength-type breathing technique. Unfortunately, the mere 19-figure patterns indicated it was only basic level, and even among basic techniques, it was bottom tier, on par with the bear breathing technique he'd seen before. Li Wei felt disappointed but decided to purchase it anyway. Something was better than nothing. He sighed softly, and the fat man immediately explained nervously. "Lord White Wolf Gerald, this is a unique treasure of our Minas family, with extremely high collectible value given your well-known passion for collecting breathing techniques. Surely you understand." 20 gold coins, Li Wei stated flatly. "Too low," the fat man whispered. He felt pressure from Li Wei that made his legs shake. In truth, he was neither a knight, nor had he ever practiced this ancestral breathing technique, simply wanted to convert it to cash to visit the new girl at the brothel, as that itch had been tormenting him sleeplessly. Li Wei stood to leave. 20 gold coins. Take it or leave it. He wasn't particularly interested in basic breathing techniques anyway. Deal. 20 gold coins. Seeing this, the fat man hurried after him and agreed immediately, his tone almost pleading. The transaction was completed on the spot. Li Wei flipped through the booklet and confirmed the name bull breathing technique. Even the names sounded crude, clearly common as dirt. The illustrations showed small figures worshipping a house-sized wild bull as their totem, confirming his assessment, basic strength type. Breathing techniques are really hard to come by. Li Wei closed the book, and a thought flashed through his mind, even considered becoming an outlaw like Zhang San, and simply robbing those true major collectors, which would save time and effort. He quickly suppressed the thought. Not actively causing trouble was his principle, but if someone walked into his crosshairs, that would be different. Before leaving the auction house, he posted a commission at the Radiant Tavern offering substantial reward for Turbolarian eggs, trying his luck. Since it happened to be the monthly Radiant auction, he decided to participate. Unexpectedly, some fine items appeared at the auction. Silver scale breastplate, forged by Flame Hammer Workshop, was sold at a high price, full 2 pounds of mithril. Final bid 500 gold coins. Li Wei clicked his tongue in amazement from the audience. "Huh. I'm also a craftsman, but unfortunately my reputation hasn't spread yet. Otherwise making money would be much easier. No, I need to find a way to market myself, or I'll be wasting my crafting skills. Well, next time I trade with the Boar Knight, I'll have to raise the prices on any armor I forge personally. If that boar refuses, I'll cut off all business with him." Li Wei calculated in his mind, while wiping the cold dust from his fingertips. The Boar Knight had outlived his usefulness, and this was the perfect opportunity to sever that old connection and rescue old Toby in the process. This grudge had been festering in his heart for years. The auction hall blazed with lights as servants weaved through the crowd, quietly announcing the starting prices for each item. When the auctioneer raised the next piece, Li Wei's eyes sharpened. A crude-level non-bloodline breathing technique called Giant Rhino Breathing Method. This strength-based breathing technique sparked a bidding frenzy that drove the price up to 800 gold coins. The scarcity of non-bloodline breathing techniques was well known. Even nobles with ancestral bloodline breathing methods were willing to pay handsomely for them, using them to train their subordinates. Not to mention the nouveau riche who had money but lacked heritage kill to sweep up every secret technique they could find. Li Wei was naturally tempted, but after calculating the cost, nearly 1,000 gold coins for just one manual, it wasn't worth it. He already possessed a complete set of siren breathing methods, more than enough to keep his idiotic subordinates busy for a lifetime. In the end, the giant rhino breathing method was purchased by a nobleman wearing a golden-laid mask. After paying, the buyer clutched the black wooden box and hurried away, clearly afraid of being targeted. Li Wei noticed several figures lurking in the shadows exchange glances before silently following the nobleman out. If they manage to rob him, I'll rob them. If they fail, so be it, Li Wei thought as he casually donned his cloak and left. His moral boundaries had always been flexible. Stepping out of the glittering tavern, he pulled down his white wolf mask and followed at the very back of the tail. The nobleman mounted his horse and galloped straight for the city gates, with several grim-faced pursuers quickly mounting their own steeds to follow. Causing trouble in Count Silverhill's territory came with a steep price, so the nobleman didn't dare leave the city that night. Instead, he took refuge in an inn near the city walls, renting out the entire second floor and covering even the windows with thick cloth. His servants took turns guarding the door, but couldn't hide his inner panic. Outside the inn, most of the initial pursuers gradually gave up, leaving only 3 or 4 who remained stubbornly persistent. The strongest among them was merely a low-ranking knight, with many not even qualifying as knights at all. In Li Wei's eyes, they were nothing but a rabble. He wasn't in a hurry to act, patiently renting a top-floor room nearby and watching from his window for several days. On the 4th night, footsteps echoed frequently in the hallway. The masked nobleman, wrapped in a dark red cloak, peered through the window cracks at the street below, his expression growing increasingly grave. If I don't leave soon, these people won't be able to hold back much longer. His gaze fell on the white wolf-masked figure standing guard at the street corner, and his heart sank. That oppressive aura felt like the suffocating presence he'd once experienced when facing a peak-level knight. I have to leave now. These people can barely contain themselves anymore. Even though I have mid-level knight strength, facing so many opponents would be difficult to handle. Especially that person at the very back, wearing the white wolf mask, gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. It's the same sensation I felt when confronting peak-level knight masters in the past. Damn it, this is a mission assigned to me by Duke Blackmount himself. If I don't complete it well, the Duke will surely be disappointed in me. The middle-aged nobleman felt somewhat troubled. Deep into the night, in a cheap inn within the city, Li Wei sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, practicing his cultivation. A familiar notification appeared in his mind. Black Serpent Breathing Technique Proficiency 89. He was secretly delighted. The speed of grinding experience was getting faster and faster, and breaking through to high-level knight this year shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, the Black Serpent elixir was running low again. Where could he get new materials? The Tuva Empire? He had never set foot in that land, which had tense relations with the Emerald Kingdom, and he didn't speak Tuvan either. Even if he went, communication would be difficult. Suddenly inspiration struck. He had a proficiency panel. If he could buy Tuvan language books, perhaps he could grind language into a skill too. Although such books were rare, they weren't non-existent. As his thoughts churned, he was about to practice the Vortex Beast breathing technique again when slight movements outside the window caught his attention. Ever since mastering elementary vibration perception, even the fluttering of mosquito wings couldn't escape his detection. Li Wei stuffed a piece of jerky into the abyssal maw, put on his white wolf mask, stretched his muscles, and slipped out the window like a nimble cat. In the wilderness outside the city, cold winds swept up sand and gravel. The middle-aged nobleman rode hard, accompanied only by a wandering knight he had hired at the Shining Tavern. 2 formal knights should have been enough to handle ordinary risks as long as that peak-level knight wearing the white wolf mask didn't interfere. Whoosh! Cold light pierced the night as an arrow grazed past the nobleman's cloak. Hand over the breathing technique, and you can still live. For knights charged from the darkness, the clash of swords and blades echoing across the wasteland. Initially, the mercenary and middle-aged noblemen, relying on their intermediate-level cultivation, could barely hold their ground and even had a slight advantage. But as an intermediate-level knight wearing a demon mask joined the fray, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The value of a non-bloodline breathing technique far exceeded the nobleman's imagination. Seeing no way out, the middle-aged nobleman raised his voice to stop them. Everyone stop. I am a retainer of Duke Blackmount, traveling on the Duke's orders. To offend me is to offend the Duke. Kill you, and who would know? The bandits sneered. Wandering knights were naturally fearless. Before the words had finished, a new volley of arrows whistled through the night sky. Thud! An arrow struck the nobleman square in the chest. He turned back in shock, only to see that familiar white wolf mask in the moonlight. Li Wei lowered his bow, his form unwavering. Arrows rained down with thudding sounds. Under his perfect marksmanship, except for the fully armored formal knights, all the small fry instantly fell. Those who dared reach for the breathing technique died the fastest. Soon, only the demon-masked knight and a few struggling bandits remained on the field. The demon-masked knight roared as he charged. Who are you? Li Wei drew Frostmourne, cold light flashing. Frost Wolf, bloodline acceleration. Ripple piercing wave slash. Giant bear bloodline strength surged as his longsword carried howling wind. Crack! The demon-masked knight's blade shattered inch by inch, his chainmail torn to metal scraps. The next moment, he was cleaved in half at the waist. As the blood mist dispersed, the wilderness returned to silence. Except for Li Wei, only the middle-aged nobleman remained, half kneeling on the ground with fading breath. "You're one of Duke Blackmount's men?" Li Wei asked. "That's right. How dare you?" Before he could finish, Frostmourne pierced through his skull, and the nobleman's pupils gradually dilated. "That's exactly why I'm killing you." Li Wei withdrew his sword and began cleaning the battlefield. He searched the corpses and saddlebags, finding his targets the giant rhino breathing technique scroll, over 300 gold coins, and an ancient parchment covered with intricate hand seal gestures, titled Spirit Banishing Manual. Li Wei skimmed through it, his heart suddenly racing faster than when he had obtained the breathing technique. This was the real fucking surprise. Though the surprise was welcome, this place was clearly not safe to linger in. Li Wei quickly took inventory, searching the corpse still wearing the ghostly mask, and finding over a dozen gold coins for a mere wandering knight. His pockets were barely better than a beggar's. As a mid-tier knight, carrying so little cash was truly shameful. After scouring the entire battlefield, he managed to scrape together over 400 gold coins, their weight satisfying in his hands. A horse grows fat only with night grass, and a man grows rich only with windfalls. He hefted the pouch, marveling at how much faster this was than forging or farming. Though he immediately tempered his greed. Rob too frequently, and eventually you'll meet your match best to know when to stop. The long swords, chainmail, and arm shields from the corpses couldn't go to waste either. He bundled all the spoils together with coarse rope into one large pack, shouldering it like firewood. He hadn't wanted to get his hands dirty personally, but since these were the Black Mountain Duke's men, they had only themselves to blame for his ruthlessness. After finishing the cleanup, he led away the middle-aged nobleman's Blackman warhorse, mounted up, and galloped toward the Deathbird's stronghold near Icewind City. Under the moonlight, he crept into the empty barracks, hearing only the cold wind whipping through torn Benerses eerie as a forgotten tomb. Clearly, the enemy had already evacuated. Will they send a Grand Knight next? Or perhaps a Five Shadows assassin, he muttered to himself, but received no answer. Under cover of darkness, he departed Icewind City. This expedition had originally been meant to earn enough money to buy a breathing technique, but unexpectedly he'd gained a prize beyond his wildest dreams compared to this windfall. Both the giant rhino and wild bull breathing techniques paled in comparison. After returning to Blackwater Valley, Li Wei tossed the bundle of weapons and equipment to the forge department, then eagerly retreated to his sanctuary and pulled out the ancient, spirit-banishing manual from his robes. The rough leather cover was cracked with fine lines, and the ink on the yellowed pages seemed to come alive, leaping before his eyes. While the people of this world bask in the holy light of the Heavenly Father, enjoying divine protection, our family has dwelt in shadow, waging an endless struggle against those terrifying beings dismissed as mere legend. Since the first year of the Sacred Radiance era, the departed demon tide has quietly returned. Only we four families remain who know the truth. Our ancestors once petitioned the church to reveal this truth and begged the gods to recall those people in preparation for the coming catastrophe of the demon tide. Yet the church branded our ancestors as fallen wizard remnants who spread lies and sowed panic, forcing us into eternal darkness. But I know deeply that one day, the surging demon tide will sweep across the continent. The multidimensional planes will overlap with the human realm, and those otherworldly beings that the church fears and the gods dread will inevitably return. Truth cannot be hidden forever. A people have the right to know, and the church cannot conceal it indefinitely. When more and more discover evil spirits lurking beside them, the church will regret their actions today. And those who can save all living beings will be neither the gods trapped in the astral realm, nor the church that does nothing but pursue fame and profit, but rather those who, under divine pressure before the Sacred Radiance era, chose self-exile to the realm of the faithless. The wizards. I, Man Winchester, the last spirit hunter of the Winchester bloodline, and my dear friend Dean Constantine, the final demon slayer of the Constantine lineage, were trapped here while joining forces to slay a demonic tide creature from another dimension. My friend has perished, and I know my time is running short. With his remaining moments, he penned his final words on parchment. When the two had embarked on this journey, the infants of their bloodlines were still in swaddling clothes. Following his friend's dying wish, he compiled all his lifelong insights into the four great seals: the Constantine family's Flame Flow Seal and Infernal Seal, along with the Winchester family's Guardian Seal and Dragon's Might Seal, into this manuscript. Anyone who finds this document and delivers it to a descendant of Winchester or Constantine shall receive unimaginable wealth. Otherwise, it is merely worthless paper. Remember this well. Man Winchester, year 864 of the sacred calendar, month of warmth. Li Wei quietly read every word on the parchment. Though only a few pages long, it contained a torrent of information. First, he determined this was not a traditional wizard inheritance, but rather a seal cultivation manual specifically prepared for the bloodline descendants of the two great families. Seals belonged to quasi-spells. They could be activated through bloodline and casting materials alone, requiring no meditation to construct spell models. Though greatly diminished compared to true spells, barely even qualifying as cantrips, the manuscript's author claimed that mastering all four seals to perfection would yield power rivaling formal magic. Second, the author recounted history. For 1,000 years, the mysterious force known as the demonic tide had been slowly awakening across the continent. Evil spirits were merely the weakest of tide creatures. The truly terrifying beings were those from other dimensions who descended directly during planar convergences, including horrific entities capable of challenging the astral gods themselves. Third, deities truly existed, yet remained imprisoned in the astral plane, a realm of pure spiritual projection, chaotic and orderless. The gods gained immortality through the astral plane, but were also confined by it, unable to manifest in the mortal world, only occasionally channeling fragments of divine power through believers and churches. Mortal vessels capable of bearing divine power were called saints. Fourth, wizards had long departed. Before recorded history, they had journeyed to the realm of the faithless, a subspace impenetrable even to divine power. This was the wizard's utopia, perhaps close at hand, yet invisible to mortal eyes. Entrances might be an unnamed alley, a forest cabin, an old wardrobe, an underwater cave, an ancient mirror, or even a children's storybook. Any mundane object could serve as a gateway, but entry required guidance from a formal wizard. The author then listed the four great spirit hunting houses. 1. Winchester family spirit hunters. 2. Constantine family demon slayers. 3. Van Helsing family vampire killers. 4. Duncan family monster hunters. All four houses descended from powerful wizards' bloodlines in the mortal realm, tasked with eliminating evil spirits and other demonic tide creatures while seeking those with wizard potential to liaise with the wizards of the realm of the faithless. Sadly, the Van Helsing and Duncan houses had vanished completely 500 years ago. Whether the Winchester and Constantine lines still had living descendants remained unknown. Li Wei closed the manuscript and murmured to himself, "At least the direction is clear now." Directly seeking elusive formal wizards like the Witch Gulwig or Lady Rowling was nearly impossible. Only descendants of the four great houses were relatively findable. The Winchester and Constantine families had last appeared merely a century ago. The possibility of surviving descendants was considerable. With his course decided, Li Wei's spirits lifted as his gaze returned to the cultivation methods for the four seals within the manuscript. He thought to himself, since the proficiency panel could bypass the knight's bloodline curse to learn bloodline breathing techniques, practicing these seals should pose no problem either. So far, Li Wei had practiced numerous bloodline breathing techniques without experiencing any so-called qi deviation. Whenever he sensed the slightest abnormality, he would immediately stop. Since everything remained normal, he attributed this largely to the hidden protective function of his proficiency panel. He planned to master all four seals recorded in the Spirit Exorcism Manual before passing it on to descendants of the Winchester or Constantine families. The manual documented four seals belonging to two ancient families. 1. Constantine family Flame Stream Seal, Hell Seal. 2. Winchester family Guardian Seal, Dragon's Might Seal. The Flame Stream Seal allowed casters to project scorching flames from their palms, with power determined by two factors: the purity of the caster's bloodline and the depth of their cultivation. Unfortunately, the Constantine family's bloodline had grown thinner with each generation, causing their power to decline accordingly. They had once resorted to intermarriage to maintain purity, but abandoned this practice when deformed children became frequent, acknowledging the irreversible trend. With sufficient cultivation, even those with diluted bloodlines could compensate by drawing upon the ambient ethereal forces between heaven and earth, keeping their flames potent enough to burn enemies. Essentially, the Flame Stream Seal was a weakened version of the first circle spell, Burning Hands. The Hell Seal, also from the Constantine family, corresponded to a diminished version of the first circle spell, Summon Undead. While the true spell could directly summon powerful undead from other planes, the Hell Seal could only reanimate existing corpses into living dead. The combat effectiveness of these reanimated beings depended on their pre-death strength. Though slightly diminished from their original power, they served admirably as cannon fodder. The Winchester family was renowned for their Guardian Seal. This seal could expand a protective force field around the caster, capable of deflecting both bladed weapons and blunt attacks, while also blocking intrusions from malevolent spirits and other ethereal beings. It could be considered a simplified version of the first circle spell Shield. The final Dragon's Might Seal was the Winchester family's trump card and their only psychic attack seal. To activate it required dragon blood as a medium. Pure blood dragons, subdragons, or mixed blood dragons would all suffice, with purer bloodlines yielding stronger effects. Since genuine dragon blood was extraordinarily rare in reality, The Winchester family settled for Earth Dragon Beast, blood creatures rumored to have evolved from descendants of ancient mixed blood dragons and common beasts. Surprisingly, this blood proved marginally effective. Compared to dragon saliva, Earth Dragon Beast blood wasn't prohibitively expensive and had decent availability, which greatly relieved Li Wei. The four families each had distinct specializations. Winchester Spirit Exorcism Specialists, experts in evil spirits and psychic intimidation. Constantine Jack of all trades, capable in both flame and undead arts. The other two families specialized in monsters and vampires respectively, details omitted. Flame Stream, Hell, Guardian, Dragon's Might. Which should he learn first? After brief consideration, Li Wei decided to tackle them all, planning to focus his breakthrough efforts once he became familiar with material procurement. With his decision made, he gently caressed the manual, turned to the illustrated guide on the first page, and traced the intricate seal formation patterns in the air with his fingertip, his expression focused and intent. Li Wei immediately began studying the hand gestures and cultivation techniques for the seals. What a shame that the Spirit Exorcism Manual doesn't contain any meditation techniques. If it had meditation methods, I might have been able to practice them first as preparation for becoming a wizard. Li Wei closed the book and leaned back in his chair, quickly organizing the intelligence he had gathered in his mind. For wizards, cultivation rested on at least three fundamental pillars. First, meditation techniques to train mental power. Second, ethereal force, which served as the true energy source during spell casting. And third, spell models, which functioned as the core structures that processed ethereal force into specific spells. As for casting materials, they acted like a medium for spells to communicate with the outside world, not essential for every spell, but often significantly improving success rates. Obtaining the cultivation methods for the four great seals already left him quite satisfied. Next, he devoted all his attention to the hand seal movements. Initially, his gestures were stiff and slow, but with repeated practice, the pauses and transitions of his fingertips gradually became fluid, and even his breathing naturally synchronized with the rhythm. Time passed unnoticed. Only when hunger pangs in his stomach reminded him did he realize he had been completely immersed for an entire day. He immediately checked his proficiency panel to space after the four seals remained blank, showing no signs of entry-level progress. As expected, simply mastering the hand seals doesn't count as successful spellcasting. The panel recognizes actual casting. He stretched his joints and decided to have his subordinates gather casting materials. Among the materials required for the four great seals, only the flame flow seal could be assembled at present. It needed three components: sulfur stone powder, charcoal powder made from black dragon wood, and bone ash from century-old tombs. Li Wei stared at the formula and couldn't help but mock himself. An otherworldly version of gunpowder? Too bad this world doesn't know about gunpowder at all. They haven't even discovered saltpeter. I guess this transmigrator has failed. The Dragon's Might seal was even more troublesome. Besides Earth Dragon Beast blood, it required evil spirit dust fine powder left behind after evil spirits died. Since his transmigration, the only spirit he had encountered was the water nymph, and forget about hunting itescaping with his life intact would be fortunate enough. The Hell Seal demanded an undead core, supposedly only found within undead creatures. The snow demons of the far north's eternal night kingdom might qualify, but even renowned knights rarely returned alive from that place. The Guardian Seal, which attracted him most, required radiant stone. This meteoric material was rarer than mithril, and luminous gold had never even heard of it in any merchant caravan or noble collection. With no hope in the short term, he could only set aside seal cultivation and continue his daily breathing technique training. Finally, several days later, the materials for the flame flow seal were completely prepared, and Li Wei could at last attempt spellcasting. Li Wei followed the formula in the manual and mixed the spellcasting materials according to the proper ratios. After preparing the mixture, he put on the specially crafted iron gauntlets he had made himself, pinched a small amount of powder into his palm, and with his fingertips dancing swiftly, quickly formed the hand seal shown in the book. Muttering the incantation under his breath, he thrust his palm forward forcefully. Puff the gray powder scattered to the ground, but forget about a flame stream. Not even a single spark emerged. Could it be that I can't wear gloves? He frowned, though doubt crept into his mind. But if I don't wear them and it actually catches fire, what if I burn myself? He wasn't sure whether the magical seal might backfire on the caster. After hesitating for a moment, he switched to another approach. Let me try wrapping my hands with the dark energy. As soon as the thought arose, the black serpent's energy spread from his arms, coiling thickly around his palms. Now that he was a mid-tier knight, this dark energy was solid enough that he could catch a blade with his bare hands. He formed the seal again and chanted once more. Hiss! Like igniting a powder fuse, an invisible force poured down from above his head into his meridians, instantly surging toward his palms. The material in his palms suddenly ignited, shooting out a foot-long flame that crackled and blazed like an electric welding torch cutting through steel. Even more miraculous was that he could sense even if he withdrew the dark energy now. this high-temperature flame wouldn't burn his flesh. The flame stream quickly extinguished, leaving only a trace of warmth in the air. Li Wei clenched his fist, his heart filled with wild joy. Success! Does this make me half a mage? He immediately pulled up his proficiency panel, and sure enough, a new skill lay in the most prominent position. Flame Stream Seal, first tier 11,000. Ha ha ha! He threw back his head and laughed. The proficiency panel could even record magical seals that only those with wizard bloodlines could practice. The materials for the Flame Stream Seal were cheap too, so he secretly set himself a goal: reach the 3rd tier before year's end through grinding. He raised his hand, and another flame stream swept across the ground, leaving the stone slabs charred and smoking. The power wasn't weak, but it was limited by range and duration, still far from being effective for long-range combat. The manual mentioned that the flame stream had 5 tiers of colors: orange-red, yellow-white, blue-green, purple, and colorless. If he could master the colorless flame, its power would be nearly comparable to a formal wizard's first circle spell, Burning Hands. Thinking about the prospects, he continued practicing tirelessly. The materials were cheap anyway, and he had stockpiled entire sacks of bone ash powder from graves over 100 years old that he'd obtained from tomb raiding. As for the rare materials needed for the other 3 major seals, he had already posted bounties under different aliases at the Shining Tavern. The chances were slim, but what if he struck lucky? Back in his territory, the cavalry construction in Blackwater Valley was also proceeding in full swing. To avoid detection by potential enemies, this cavalry unit conducted all training in a carefully selected valley basin deep within the Blackstone Mountains, far from any human presence. The valley was surrounded by towering cliffs on all sides, with only a narrow mountain path leading to the outside world. The sounds of charging were swallowed by the rock walls, ensuring that not even the faintest hoofbeats could be heard from a distance. The forge was built at the valley entrance, where firelight illuminated the sweat-drenched faces of blacksmiths as they worked. Newly forged sabers, stirrups, and armor flowed continuously into the military camp. Maintaining such a large cavalry force required enormous daily consumption of provisions, fodder, and equipment like a bottomless pit. Li Wei repeatedly muttered the saying, "Train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for 1 moment." Knowing this expense was absolutely necessary. Diplomatically, he now had 2 neighbors. The first was Baron Silver Fox of Silvermoon Territory, who had recently been undertaking major construction projects in his domain and had grown extremely close to the church, practically becoming their vassal. The second was that old dog Abraham. His newly constructed church had been completed rapidly with abundant manpower, resources, and funding, resulting in a magnificent white stone spire rising from the ground. On the opening ceremony day, Li Wei sent generous gifts through his representatives. Abraham personally bestowed upon him the sacred radiance blessing, his smile lines so deep they seemed capable of gripping gold coins. Yet Li Wei sneered inwardly. While he currently lacked the power to challenge the church directly, finding an opportunity to eliminate Abraham and his Glimmer Knights without anyone knowing would not be difficult. For now, he remained patient and actively courted the church's favor. Except for refusing to sell his land, he agreed to everything, donating 100 gold coins in his personal name, and dispatching his serfs to perform unpaid repairs when the church needed laborers. Abraham was convinced that Li Wei knew how to play the game, and secretly calculated that Blackwater Valley would eventually fall into the church's hands. His covetousness toward Blackwater Valley stemmed from a treasure map he had acquired, which marked the location of buried treasure in this very place. Historical records showed that Blackwater Valley had once been the Mellon family's fief, and in church history, the Mellon family held special significance. Abraham was certain that the valley contained the Mellon family's treasure and secrets. To conduct a large-scale search, he first needed to obtain legitimate ruling authority over the territory. Fortunately, Li Wei seemed constrained by financial pressures and was apparently trying to drive up the selling price through flattery. Abraham was confident that time was on his side. Though this badge is made of iron, it is more precious than gold. It symbolizes the church's recognition of a lord's loyalty. He patted the badge on his chest and pocketed Li Wei's tax payment for the year. The heavy purse made him grin from ear to ear. Li Wei watched him depart, his lips curving into a sinister smile. This money tree of a church had only just begun generating wealth. Let the old dog enjoy his moment for now. Sacred Radiance Calendar Year 1008, Month of Flowers. Within the sanctuary, Li Wei opened his eyes. On his heart's surface, the black serpent seed raised its head like a king, while the frost wolf seed, giant bear seed, human-faced spider seed crawled to its left and right. The siren seed had expanded by an entire size compared to before. The siren breathing technique had reached the 5th tier. Li Wei Siren Breathing Technique, 5th tier limit, special effect, intermediate speed, bone compression, and form alteration. So this was the ceiling that the siren breathing technique could currently reach? Dark energy surged from his chest toward his limbs, muscles swelling as if forged by blazing fire. Li Wei threw a fierce punch, his fist creating afterimages that formed a curtain of shadows while the air whistled with continuous whoosh sounds. He followed with a sweeping kick, tearing through the air with crisp, crackling sounds, faster and more powerful than ever before. Just how much has my speed increased? He wondered, turning toward the open area designated for 100-meter sprints. He crouched slightly, his spine taut like a bowstring, resembling a cheetah stalking gazelle. Bang! The dark energies of both Siren and Frost Wolf bloodlines erupted simultaneously, power concentrating in his core and legs. In an instant, Li Wei became a blurred shadow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For seconds in just 4 seconds, he had crossed the finish line. Basic speed was 5 seconds for 100 meters. Advancing to intermediate level reduced it to 4 seconds. Though seemingly just 1 second shorter, it represented another breakthrough of human limits. Practicing breathing techniques was essentially using dark energy to continuously reshape the body every second. Even every millisecond of improvement was precious. After catching his breath lightly, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. A cheetah at peak performance could cover 100 meters in just over 3 seconds. With one more step forward, he could match this king of land sprints. When that time came, to ordinary eyes, his figure would streak like a hunting cheetah, leaving only blurred limbs flashing across their vision. Besides the siren breathing technique, his greatest progress during this period was the Flame Flow Seal. Li Wei Flame Flow Seal, first tier 300-1000. Though still at the first tier, extended practice had dramatically improved his seal formation speed, making his spellcasting correspondingly faster. As his proficiency climbed, his attunement with that mysterious ethereal force between heaven and earth steadily increased, and with each release, the scale of his flame flow expanded. Now he approached a tree as thick as a bowl, standing just 1 meter away. His hands flew through seal formations before he suddenly struck toward empty air. Whoosh! A blazing flame flow about 1 meter long erupted like molten lava, accompanied by sharp hissing explosions. The intense heat instantly enveloped the trunk with a thunderous boom, half the tree consumed by charring. With a light touch, the blackened ash immediately crumbled. The air filled with choking sulfur as he waved away the white smoke curling from his palm. If the church saw this strike, they'd probably take me for a witch, Li Wei mused silently. This is my trump card. Anyone who witnesses it can only die. Winchester had said that since the first year of the Sacred Light era, the gods rarely responded, showing no miracles for 1,000 years, yet the church's accumulated foundation remained unfathomably deep. Even those inscrutable witches had to hide in the faithless territories to avoid divine attention. With gods watching from above, he needed to be even more careful. Li Wei repeatedly reminded himself to stay low-key, yet excitement still stirred in his heart. With the Flame Flow Seal, his strength had truly transformed. His hands itched for action, wondered if he could now face a grand knight in battle. No, I can't entertain such dangerous thoughts. I'm better off playing it safe and dominating weaker opponents. Until the Duke of Black Mountain and the Song of the Deathbird stop causing me trouble, I'll continue developing quietly. Since the year 1000 of the Sacred Light calendar, 8 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 18-year-old Li Wei was no longer the frail 10-year-old child he once was. Now standing around 6 feet 3 inches tall, with broad shoulders and muscles like steel cables, each step carried substantial weight. Yet in a world filled with monster-level knights, his physique still wasn't the most impressive. The Black Snake elixir had run dry, and his progress with the 5th-tier Black Snake breathing technique had barely crossed the 1/3 mark. The dragon's saliva incense needed for the next stage had become a new headache. Li Wei raised his hand, and the proficiency panel materialized before his eyes. Li Wei, Black Snake breathing technique, Tier 5, 81233000, special effect, intermediate defense. Vortex Beast breathing technique, Tier 2, 10005000. Giant Rhino breathing technique, Tier 3, 1011100000. Wild Bull breathing technique, Tier 3, 323310000. Human Face Spider breathing technique, Tier 4, 1233320000. Special effects, basic vibration sensing, spider awareness. Siren breathing technique, Tier 5 maximum, special effects, intermediate speed, bone compression and transformation. Giant Bear breathing technique, Tier 4 maximum, special effect, basic strength. Frost Wolf breathing technique, Tier 4 maximum, special effect, basic speed. Can be fused. With 8 breathing techniques spread out simultaneously, Li Wei couldn't help but feel like a completionist gamer. Just then, he noticed new text appearing next to the Frost Wolf breathing technique special effects. He focused his thoughts and clicked. Would you like to fuse the Frost Wolf breathing technique into the Siren breathing technique? After fusion, the Frost Wolf breathing technique will disappear and the Siren breathing technique's quality will improve slightly. When the quality improves to a certain degree, the Siren breathing technique will break its limits. Note: current fusion is limited to techniques of the same type. Note: fusion will consume mental and physical energy. Please ensure you're in a safe environment before fusing. Hmm. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. What happens to the life seed after fusion? Is the improvement significant or minimal? He muttered to himself. But the panel just hung coldly in midair, offering no further explanation. The frost wolf breathing technique's effects overlapped with the siren breathing technique, making it redundant. Plus, the frost wolf's quality was mediocre. It was just gathering dust anyway. Li Wei made his decision without hesitation. Fuse. As a precaution, he prepared 2 full tables of high-calorie food and water, then sealed the thick iron door of his shelter and began meditating to circulate his energy. The next moment, both life seeds in his heart began to stir. The siren seed extended 8 thick tentacles like an awakening deep-sea monster, instantly wrapping tightly around the frost wolf seed. Suction cups emerged, and the cold sensation made the frost wolf seed emit silent wails. Its form visibly shrank as if being drained of blood and flesh. Within moments, the frost wolf seed dissolved into particles of light amid extreme grievance and unwillingness. Having feasted well, the siren seed stretched its tentacles, with eerie patterns flickering across its surface. It suddenly grew bold toward the human-faced spider seed it once feared, yet still cowered obediently before the black snake seed coiled high above, clearly recognizing the boss of the household. These life seeds really are like living creatures, Li Wei mused. He called up the panel again. The frost wolf breathing technique had completely vanished. Siren breathing technique, tier 5 maximum, can break limits. Current limit breaking progress. 13, special effects. Intermediate speed, bone compression and transformation. 1 tier 4 maximum frost wolf breathing technique only gives 1 point of limit breaking progress. So I'd need to devour 2 more speed type breathing techniques of the same level to actually break the limits. Li Wei cursed under his breath. What a ripoff. The proficiency panel's mechanics were straight out of those pay-to-win games from his previous life. The higher the breathing technique's quality, the more maximum level techniques you needed to break its limits. And this was only tier 4. Trying to achieve perfect or legendary quality later would require exponentially more. For now, this function had limited value. But if he ever wanted to break through barriers and advance to perfect or legendary breathing techniques, its significance would be entirely different. After all, perfect and legendary breathing techniques were incredibly rare, and Li Wei couldn't count on finding ready-made ones. However, basic and excellent level breathing techniques could be collected in large quantities. As long as he learned enough breathing techniques, eventually all methods would converge into one unified flow. Then he could create his own legendary breathing techniques, or even surpass the legendary tier. During this period, Li Wei made progress in his other breathing techniques as well. The giant rhinoceros breathing technique and savage bull breathing technique showed the most remarkable advancement, both breaking through to the 3rd tier on nearly the same day. The savage bull technique bore considerable resemblance to the giant bear breathing technique he had mastered earlier, and judging by the number of figures in the breathing diagrams, its limit would most likely cap at the 4th tier. In contrast, the giant rhinoceros breathing technique proved more promising. 24 figure patterns arranged in neat rows indicated it could be cultivated to the 5th tier, ranking alongside the siren breathing technique. The vortex beast breathing technique progressed most slowly, having just broken through to the 2nd tier. This exceptionally high-quality breathing technique, even in its weakest aspects, proved several times more difficult than techniques like Frost Wolf or Giant Bear, not to mention that Li Wei still lacked the crucial Vortex Worm secret medicine. Li Wei now had to divide his attention among 5 major breathing techniques: Black Snake, Vortex Beast, Human Face Spider, Giant Rhinoceros, and Savage Bull plus the combat skill Golden Cross Slash. He spent nearly every day in the blazing training grounds, working until steam rose from his body. As for the Flame Flow Seal, due to scarce casting materials, he could only practice intensively in bursts when he had gathered enough supplies, making his proficiency gains rather unpredictable. Though the intense schedule left him exhausted, the tangible power feedback from each breakthrough kept him addicted to the process, finding sweetness in the suffering. Seeing that Golden Cross Slash's proficiency was approaching its bottleneck, he squeezed out some time from his breathing technique cultivation to focus entirely on this skill, finally advancing it to the 5th tier and successfully upgrading the basic ripple effect to intermediate ripple. In just a few days, his combat power surged once again. The result of this explosive growth and strength was that no one in the territory could spar with him face-to-face anymore. With Knight Fred injured and recovering, the 3 brothers became his only training partners. Now Li Wei could even close his eyes and toy with the 3 brothers in the training grounds, relying solely on his once-enhanced intermediate speed and basic vibration perception. It wasn't that the 3 brothers were too weak. Each possessed the strength of a low-tier knight, and together they could even suppress a mid-tier knight, with high-tier knights barely managing a draw. But Li Wei had already defeated Tai Shan, who practiced 2 breathing techniques simultaneously, back when he was still a low-tier knight. Now as a mid-tier knight with multiple 5th-tier skills and his trump card Flame Flow Seal, Plus his thorough understanding of the three brothers' attack patterns, he naturally handled them with ease. Through such repeated accumulation, his comprehensive strength had been stacked to an almost terrifying height. Only because he had always kept a low profile did the outside world remain unaware. Earlier, he had entertained thoughts of eliminating that old dog Abraham, but after careful calculation, he felt it would be too costly. The church had already risen from the ground in the northern territories, its influence extending far beyond Blackwater Valley, Frostwind Territory, Rockstone Territory, and Silvermoon Territory. The vast northern lands where the church's tentacles had yet to reach, along with various settlements scattered across the wilderness, would all become Abraham's money-making paradise. His wealth-gathering methods were nothing more than noble donations, taxes, indulgences, high-interest loans, any wool that could be sheared. He wouldn't miss a single strand. Predictably, the church's profits would only grow richer and richer. Go ahead and make your money, old dog. The more the better. I'll consider the taxes I pay you as my pension fund. I'll get it all back sooner or later. He had already built a solid relationship with that old dog Abraham, and even the church branch in Bingfeng City knew about the generous Lord Li Wei who had donated substantial money and labor to the church. Donations of money, grain, and manpower to build the bell tower. Li Wei kept sending resources wave after wave. While claiming it was out of goodwill, he secretly considered himself a church shareholder. When the church eventually prospered and overflowed with wealth, he planned to don a new disguise and identity, personally seize everything that old dog Abraham had painstakingly built, then deliver the final blow. This would both satisfy his revenge and recover all the gold coins he'd lost over the years. By then, the church would never suspect that the culprit was their old friend. At this thought, Li Wei couldn't help but smirk. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1008, Month of Flowing Fire. Blackwater Valley ran like clockwork. Snow wheat sprouted in the fields, the smithy's fires burned day and night, and guards changed shifts punctually at the watchtowers. Li Wei focused his attention on the outside world as informants at the Shining Tavern brought back news almost daily. The song of the death bird had fallen silent as a tomb. Since the failed assassination at Iron Mountain, no stronger killers had infiltrated Blackwater Valley, and the investigation into who had destroyed their stronghold had come to nothing. All bodies destroyed, the camp reduced to ash, not a single clue left behind. Yet Li Wei dared not relax. This persistent organization could strike back at any moment. Duke Blackmountain's side was even quieter, showing no movement whatsoever. Given that great Duke status, he was either too busy with other important matters to remember Li Wei, or plotting a lethal conspiracy. The surface was as calm as a deep well, yet Li Wei could smell the approaching storm. This intuition came from changes in the Boar Knight. In previous years, the Boar Knight would personally appear riding his giant beast, nitpicking about everything. This year, however, his smug subordinates collected the goods without haggling over a single coin. Li Wei concluded that the Wasteland Brotherhood had likely gathered enough strength and was only waiting for the right moment to strike. Fortunately, he had also grown stronger. 1. Finances. Blackwater Valley's annual income was sufficient to cover cultivation and military expenses, plus the spoils from several raids meant Li Wei no longer frowned over money. 2. Military strength. 50 fully armed cavalry formed battle formations, with expanded part-time militia who farmed during peacetime and handled transport, finishing blows, and arson during wartime. 3. Population. Snow demon disasters in the far north had driven massive refugee migration southward, causing surf prices to plummet. Li Wei seized the opportunity to buy several hundred people from the market in one go. 4. Defense. The castle's outer walls were thickened, battlements rebuilt, and new armor-piercing crossbows installed on the ramparts that could penetrate full-plate armor. 5. War beasts. Those three brothers grew increasingly fierce, their frames expanding and fangs gleaming white. In a few more years, he could craft custom armor for them, turning them into 3 living battering rams on the battlefield. Within this seemingly peaceful development, both Blackwater Valley's overall military strength and Li Wei's personal power steadily increased. After advancing to Master Craftsman, he completely upgraded his equipment. Frostmourne was upgraded to version 3.0, its blade gleaming with cold blue light in the moonlight. He also designed a batch of master-level armor and crossbow bolts, custom-made for cavalry and militia, aiming to equip everyone under his command with top-tier weapons. At the end of the month of the Forge, with the effortless mastery effect continuously active, sparks flew in the smithy as weapon production showed surplus for the first time. In the deep night with cool winds, he selected a newly forged master-level knight's longsword, donned his cloak, mounted his warhorse, and quietly left Blackwater Valley along forest paths, heading straight for Bingfeng City. Now that his strength was sufficient, he was ready to make his master craftsman reputation known on a larger stage. As far as he knew, he might be the only master craftsman of this entire era. He had even thought of a pseudonym for his master craftsman identity, Golden Warhammer Terra. In the year 1008 of the sacred calendar, at the end of the Forge Moon, within Icewind City, Li Wei stepped into the Emerald Trading Company as cold wind carrying snowflakes slipped through the door cracks, striking against his travel-worn cloak. The middle-aged shopkeeper behind the counter looked up to appraise this regular customer. But before he could offer a greeting, Li Wei spoke directly. Do you have any ambergris? He casually felt the small vial remaining in his pouch, where the ambergris was nearly depleted. Only by acquiring another bottle could he hope to break through to high-tier knight in the coming year. Therefore, every time he arrived in Icewind City, the first thing he did was visit the Emerald Trading Company to inquire. The shopkeeper spread his hands with the same helpless expression as always. No. And don't bother asking for the next few years either. Not just in Icewind City, ambergris is impossible to find throughout the entire Emerald Kingdom. The black market price has been driven up to 300 gold coins per bottle, but the problem is there's simply no stock available. If there were, we would have made a fortune long ago. Li Wei grumbled inwardly. Has that damned White Horse Knight still not achieved legendary status? The rumors clearly said he failed years ago. Can he break through or not? Give us a definitive answer. If all that ambergris had been given to me over these years, I might already be legendary myself. Though he thought this, he dared not actually provoke a legendary figure of the royal family. The White Horse Knight's reputation in the Emerald Kingdom now ranked second only to the Pope and the King, even surpassing established great nobles like the Black Mountain Knight, having reached the pinnacle of knightly status. There were even whispers that the old king might break with primogeniture tradition and pass the throne to his youngest son, the White Horse Knight, who had the greatest hope of becoming a legendary knight, using legendary prestige to stabilize the kingdom, deter ambitious nobles and foreign tribes, while freeing themselves from the church's constraints. Li Wei had heard these rumors until his ears were numb. But he had other purposes for this trip. He pulled out a paper covered in writing from beneath his cloak and placed it on the counter. Then see if you have any of these materials. The material list contained a mixture of spellcasting components, turbolarian eggs, and even breathing technique inheritance diagrams, truly everything imaginable. He hadn't held much hope to begin with, as these items were all too rare. The shopkeeper glanced at it and predictably shook his head. No breathing technique inheritance diagrams. The company's major shareholders don't allow public sale of such things. The other items are more manageable. Have some earth dragon blood in our warehouse. There's still a small piece of mithril, though it's already reserved by Count Silverhill. We're out of radiant gold. As for things like evil spirit dust, undead cores, turbolarian eggs, I've never even heard of these. He pointed to the last line. And what's this luminous stone? As the name suggests, stones that emit a faint glow, probably meteorites that fell from outer space. Li Wei hadn't expected even the Emerald Trading Company to be unfamiliar with luminous stones, and his heart sank. The shopkeeper scratched his head. There is one type of glowing stone, also fallen from the sky. We call it night glowstone. Bring it out to see. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Moments later, an assistant carried out a head-sized rock covered in dust from the warehouse. The shopkeeper wiped it with cloth, scattering the dust as the stone's surface immediately revealed a faint luminescence. When he closed the doors and windows tightly, the room suddenly darkened, making that glow even more prominent, its hue resembling firefly light. This is a night glow stone, the closest thing to the radiant stone you mentioned. It's a noble family's ancestral heirloom. If you want it, 200 gold coins, and it's yours. The shopkeeper spoke with an indifferent attitude. Too expensive. How about 100? Li Wei lazily countered, his knife-sharp bargaining cutting the price in half. The shopkeeper frowned, beckoned his assistant over, and ducked into the adjacent small room to inquire in hushed tones. What did we pay for this night glow stone? 20 gold coins, the assistant whispered back. Their whispered conversation reached Li Wei's ears without reservation. His hearing was naturally acute, and with his basic vibration sensing ability, walls might as well not exist. Moments later, the shopkeeper cleared his throat and emerged. 100 it is. I'm selling it to you at cost price, just to make a friend. Li Wei inwardly chuckled that his bargaining hadn't been ruthless enough, but the night glow stoner rather. The radiant stone had no fixed market price, so 100 gold coins was still a good deal. He pointed to several bottles of dark brown liquid gathering dust in the corner. Throw in some of that earth dragon blood too. That stuff will just collect dust here anyway. I am helping you clear it out. As he spoke, he casually released the aura of a mid-tier knight, causing the air to vibrate slightly. The shopkeeper had been about to refuse, but his expression suddenly changed. Was only a low-tier knight himself. He immediately put on a smile. Deal? Are you a wandering knight, sir? Would you consider joining our Emerald Merchant Guild? We're always eager for talented individuals like yourself. Not interested at the moment. Li Wei shouldered the radiant stone and earth dragon blood wrapped in burlap and politely declined before leaving. After departing the Emerald Merchant Guild, he selected several books at the Icewind City Library, a geographic survey of the Tuva Empire, elementary Tuva language, and others, paid for them, and packed them away. Next, he pushed open the heavy wooden doors of the Radiant Tavern, where the familiar scent of malt and grain mash greeted him. At the bar, He ordered a blood wine commemorating the Blood Knights. The crimson liquid flowed down his throat with a sweet metallic tang. As usual, he first inquired about the latest information on breathing techniques. Still none for sale, let alone the giant's breathing technique he desperately sought. Other commissions, vortex worm eggs, wraith dust, also yielded no leads. Li Wei wasn't disappointed. Rare materials wouldn't be called rare if they were easily obtained. Besides, this trip to Icewind City had already netted him a head-sized piece of radiant stone, enough to grind into fingernail-sized powder portions that would sustain his guardian seal for quite some time. His real objective was to officially debut as a master craftsman. He went to the commission area of the Radiant Auction House and presented his carefully selected masterwork, a knight's longsword. The material was ordinary refined iron, but the blade's lines, proportions, balance, and even the polishing patterns were executed with extreme precision. The appraiser turned the long sword over and over, running his fingertips along the edge, his eyes growing brighter by the moment. He then retrieved a knight's longsword forged by the renowned craftsman Flame Hammer, Hage, from the collection, placing the two swords side by side for inch-by-inch comparison. During this process, he called over several veteran blacksmiths, who formed a semicircle around the weapons, alternating between hushed discussions and exclamations of amazement. Their conclusion was shocking. This unnamed longsword matched the legendary craftsman Hage's work in craftsmanship and technique, differing only in style. The appraiser lowered his voice, his excitement palpable. "Sir, did you truly forge this longsword yourself? May I ask your esteemed name?" Li Wei, wearing a golden mask, nodded calmly. "Of course I did." He paused for a moment, his voice ringing like hammer strikes on an anvil. "Golden Warhammer. Golden Warhammer Terra?" The appraisers and smiths exchanged puzzled glances, clearly having never heard this name before. Given the level and achievements required to reach such mastery, it would be impossible for a craftsman of this caliber to remain unknown. After exchanging looks with one another, they confirmed once again they had indeed never heard of him. The president of the Radiant Auction House personally stepped forward, his attitude respectful yet cautious. "Master Terra, this master-level knight's sword that cost you countless efforts to forge, are you planning to auction it?" The president's eyes held a hint of wariness. The man's forging skills were astounding, and his own aura was unfathomably deep, likely backed by some major power. Without substantial funding, materials, and talent, it would be impossible to cultivate such a master craftsman. Since the fall of Flame Hammer, no new master-level figures had emerged for years, so Terra's appearance naturally commanded the auction house's full attention. "That's correct." Li Wei nodded. "I want to auction this sword, and from now on, I'll also be consigning a batch of master-level weapons and equipment that I personally craft to your establishment each month. The quantities won't be too large." He planned to release his goods in batches. Even for a master craftsman, output was limited. Releasing too much at once would both invite suspicion and drive down prices. Rarity breeds value, and a steady stream would help build his reputation. The president repeatedly expressed his approval. "Excellent. Having Master Terra collaborate with us is an honor for the Radiant Auction House. I'll apply to the upper management. From now on, your entry tickets to the Radiant Tavern will be complimentary, and we'll offer corresponding discounts on auction fees. However, before signing the contract, we need to conduct a necessary assessment just to verify that this knight's sword was indeed crafted by your hand." No offense intended. Li Wei readily agreed. All his forging was done personally and could withstand any inspection. Staff members led him into the auction house's exclusive smithy. Blazing furnace flames illuminated the walls as he deliberately slowed his forging pace, working at the speed of a conventional master craftsman, shaping the metal hammer blow by hammer blow. Several hours later, a knight's sword identical to the original was born. He named it Autumn Hues and submitted it along with the original Lake Light to the auction house. During the forging process, sparks flew and metal sang its lament. The assessment personnel who witnessed the entire process went from skepticism to burning admiration, ultimately bursting into applause and cheers, signing a long-term supply contract with Li Wei on the spot. With this, Li Wei had secured a stable sales channel for his crafted items. With the Radiant Tavern's continent-wide network helping to establish the reputation of Golden Warhammer Terra, the Wild-born Knights could be set aside for now. When the time was right, he would settle accounts with those born knights. Old Toby had also gained enough experience there. It was time to bring him home. As night fell, the Radiant auction commenced as scheduled. Among the items up for auction this time, there were no breathing techniques or rare materials that Li Wei desired. He stayed here for one purpose: to see with his own eyes how well the swords he had forged would sell. After a brief warm-up, the spotlight fell on the center of the auction stage. Two gleaming knight swords were carried on trays and presented to the graceful female auctioneer. Her voice rang out with a brilliant smile. "Now, allow me to proudly introduce to you all the knight swords personally forged by our auction house's exclusive master craftsmen, Golden Hammer, Tyla Lake Light, and Autumn Hue. Both swords are cast from refined iron, hammered and refined by Master Tyla through countless strikes over 21 full days to complete this pair. In terms of quality, they rival the works of the legendary craftsman Flame Hammer. As her words fell, the audience below erupted in astonishment. A master craftsman? There are still master craftsmen in this age. Who is Golden Hammer? I'm a certified blacksmith, and I've never heard that name. Must be a fraud. In the crowd, a bearded blacksmith bellowed with suspicion written all over his face. To dispel the doubts, the female auctioneer retrieved a genuine Flame Hammer sword from her wooden case and randomly invited several night-level warriors and certified blacksmiths on stage for comparison, including the bearded man who was invited up. Everyone examined closely, touched, and listened to the metallic sounds, discovering that from appearance and craftsmanship to grain patterns, Tyla's Lake Light and Autumn Hue were nearly indistinguishable from the Flame Hammer works. The bearded man's contrarian nature was fully ignited. You can't tell, just by appearance. Since these are swords, let them prove themselves in actual combat. The female auctioneer remained smiling. Since you're also a blacksmith, why don't you bring out a sword you've personally forged, and we'll give both yours and our Golden Hammer's Lake Light to 2 certified knights for an on-the-spot sword test. Swoosh, countless gazes focused on the bearded man. He coughed awkwardly, but having painted himself into a corner, could only bite the bullet and agree. Fine, let's test them. Who's afraid of whom? Soon, Lake Light and the bearded man's homemade sword were handed to 2 certified knights of similar skill. The two drew their blades, and immediately the stage filled with flashing steel and the ringing clash of metal echoing through the auction hall, providing a free sword demonstration that captivated the onlookers. After dozens of exchanges, a crisp crack rang out from the platform. Everyone looked toward the sound to see the bearded blacksmith's sword with a rolled edge and even fine cracks appearing on the blade. This is impossible. The bearded man stared in disbelief, then loudly protested. Lake Light must contain mithril. Cheating. The auctioneer nodded readily. Then let's test it. Technicians immediately came on stage with samples, and moments later produced the results. 100% refined iron, not a trace of mithril. Backstage, Li Wei heard the announcement and chuckled to himself. If he really had mithril, he would have saved it to forge weapons for his own people. Why would he use it for auction items? After the test results were announced, the noisy venue gradually quieted, and people had to acknowledge that Lake Light and Autumn Hue were indeed extraordinary. Under the auctioneer's smile, the bearded man slunk away with his sword in embarrassment. Despite using the same materials as other blacksmiths, this longsword had reached the pinnacle of craftsmanship. While cutting through iron like mud might be an exaggeration, when an ordinary knight's sword clashed with this longsword forged by the Golden Warhammer, the common blade would soon show subtle damage nicks, chips, and rolled edges. This demonstrated the difference between a master craftsman and an ordinary blacksmith in their ability to utilize and develop the same materials. When the 2 newly forged knights' swords were placed on the oak table at the Radiant Auction House, the firelight illuminated their snow-bright edges like frost, while their spines gleamed with a soft golden radiance. The watching knights and merchants gasped in admiration, and through intense bidding, the swords finally sold for a staggering 50 gold pieces, Lake Light for 30 gold and Autumn Hue for 20 gold. Considering that an ordinary knight's sword cost barely more than 1 gold coin, the price of these 2 blades left the attending squires breathless. Strictly speaking, while their overall quality far exceeded ordinary longswords, they weren't truly worth 30 gold pieces. What drove up the price was the title Master Craftsman. Being able to wield a master's creation was a source of pride and conversation for many nobles and knights. One need only consider the legendary blades left by the predecessor known as Flame Hammer. His surviving weapons scattered throughout the kingdom were rare, and their prices continued to soar. Moreover, since iron inevitably succumbs to rust, newer masterpieces were increasingly sought after. Li Wei quietly counted his share of the gold coins backstage after the auction, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Master Tyla, many nobles and knights now wish to contact you through us for private commissions. A staff member from the Radiant Auction House carefully conveyed the client's requests. I don't have time for individual commissions. Li Wei shouldered his warhammer, his tone decisive. The staff member persisted. What if they're willing to pay extra? Well, that could work. But don't let the numbers get too large. Handle the specific arrangements yourselves. I'll continue delivering my finished work to the auction house, as usual. Whether it's auctioned or commissioned doesn't matter to me. With those words, he strode briskly out the door. News of the newly emerged master craftsman quickly spread throughout Bingfeng City with the clinking of glasses in taverns. It was foreseeable that over time, the name Golden Warhammer Tyla would be sung by bards in every territory, repeatedly mentioned by knights at their drinking tables, and eventually spread throughout the entire Emerald Kingdom. After temporarily escaping the commotion, Li Wei found a clean small inn in the city to settle down. Lighting an oil lamp, he pulled several books from his pack, an introduction to Tuva Imperial Linguistics, Customs of the Tuva Empire, and similar texts reading late into the night. After finishing one volume, he opened his proficiency panel, and his expression immediately darkened at it remained completely blank. Over the following hours, he repeatedly tried different books, but the result was always the same. His dream of rapidly mastering Tuva language through grinding experience was thoroughly shattered. Nevertheless, he still decided to personally make the journey to the Tuva Empire. Only there could he obtain enough dragon saliva incense in one go to break through to the Grand Knight threshold. However, for that, he would need a guide. After deciding to travel to the Tuva Empire, Li Wei began his preparations. Although Tuva bordered the Emerald Kingdom, it was still separated by thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. First, he needed to hire a guide fluent in the Tuvan language. Second, he had to study ancient texts and gather information from merchants about local customs, traditions, and taboos until he knew them by heart. Meanwhile, he couldn't do without poisons, healing potions, spellcasting materials, provisions, and travel supplies. Each item required time to procure and careful packing. While Li Wei busied himself organizing his luggage, another storm was brewing in Black Mountain City at the northernmost edge of the Northern Territories. This was a massive city, even more magnificent than Icewind City, with a permanent population approaching 500,000. Its towering walls stretched across the frozen plains like a gray-black mountain range. Black Mountain Castle stood at the city's center, its spires piercing the dark clouds with an imposing presence that even surpassed the Holy Light Church's cathedral outside the city. Whereas in Icewind City, church buildings were typically the most prominent structures. Inside the castle, the military maintained strict security, with the Black Whale Guard patrolling day and night. The city also housed a large army personally commanded by the city's lord, the Duke of Black Mountain. Since the founding of the Emerald Kingdom, many ducal houses had been established, but most had gradually declined throughout history. The Black Mountain family's survival to this day demonstrated their extraordinary heritage. The Duke of Black Mountain appeared to be a refined and amiable middle-aged man. His tall frame, wrapped in a well-tailored robe, looked both slender and robust, showing no trace of roughness but rather an scholarly air. At this moment, he sat alone at a round table in his bedroom, studying a map of the Emerald Kingdom spread before him. The paper was marked with ink annotations of various territories: Storm Territory in Blue Sea Province, Tulip Territory in Green Forest Province, densely packed and clearly organized. "Father, I'm back." A clear voice came from outside the door. The speaker was his youngest daughter, a tall young woman dressed in a dark green noble hunting outfit. She had just dismounted from her horse, her makeup exquisite yet spirited. She was now Lady Edward, her husband being the famous White Knight. The Duke of Black Mountain folded the map, rose to open the door, his brow slightly furrowed. "Why have you returned? I missed you and came back to visit." "Is that not allowed?" she replied with a smile playing at her lips. The Duke casually asked, "Where is Edward? What has he been busy with lately? Don't even mention it." She removed her gloves, her tone filled with resentment. "I never see him anymore. When I want him to accompany me shopping, he brushes me off with excuses about practicing breathing techniques. Marrying a White Knight prince isn't necessarily a good thing, especially when he's just a minor prince who understands nothing but cultivation. Despite his great strength, he's so ostracized by his scheming siblings that he's never home." The Duke remained silent, but his gaze settled on the knight's sword at her waist. He gestured toward it. "That's a fine sword." He. She unstrapped the sword and presented it to him. "Father, this is your birthday gift. Lake Light, personally crafted by the legendary master smith Golden Hammer Master Tyla. My knight purchased it at a high price from a collector." The Duke of Black Mountain took the sword and drew it halfway from its sheath, revealing a cold gleam like water. He nodded slightly. "Indeed excellent. From its appearance alone, one can tell it's a master's work. Interesting. Has another master smith finally emerged in this world? The Golden Warhammer. Never heard of it before." Duke Blackmount sheathed his sword, Lake Light, and walked into his bedchamber. Moments later, he emerged carrying a fist-sized golden box. The walls were carved with intricate patterns. Amid blooming flower fields, several noble ladies danced with flowing skirts, as if wandering gracefully through a fairyland, radiant and magnificent. He placed the box in his youngest daughter's hands, his voice deep and solemn. "This is a Holy Spirit potion I obtained from a master alchemist. Its properties are volatile and easily dispersed, so it can only be sealed with pure gold. You must personally deliver it to Edward and have him open it only when he's alone in cultivation. Under no circumstances should you open it along the way." The Duke's gaze was piercing. "This potion might help him break through to the legendary realm, but I can't guarantee it, so don't get your hopes up too high. Fortunately, the potion poses no mortal danger, though breaking through that threshold with natural talent alone remains incredibly difficult." He paused briefly, gesturing to emphasize the box's importance. "Regardless of the outcome, this potion is extremely precious. I'm old now with declining vitality, no longer capable of attempting the legendary breakthrough myself. I can only place my hopes in Edward, my fine son-in-law. If he succeeds, it would be a tremendous blessing for you and for the entire Blackmount family." "Yes, "Father, I'll deliver it to him." His youngest daughter respectfully accepted the box, exchanged a few pleasantries with her father, then took her leave. Watching his daughter depart, Duke Blackmount's lips curved slightly. Edward would surely be surprised when he opened that golden box. He gripped Lakelight once more. Wisps of dark energy flowed from his palm into the blade, causing the silver-white edge to emit a low, resonant hum. The Duke nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent sword. The craftsman who forged this blade must be brought into my service." With this thought, he clapped his hands. Heavy footsteps approached from the distance, and a knight clad in heavy plate armor entered the hall. Jagged heavy sword patterns adorned his broad shoulder guards, menacing and fierce. A dull iron helm concealed his face, revealing only a single hawk-like eye that radiated an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Sharktooth Knight. The Duke got straight to the point. "On this mission to Icewind City, I need you to handle 3 matters. Please give your orders, my lord." Sharktooth bowed his head, his voice rough as grinding iron. "First," the Duke raised a finger, "investigate Knight Horton's whereabouts. The task I assigned him should have been completed long ago, yet there's been no word from him. Whether he's defected or met with misfortune, I want to see him alive or see his corpse. Second," he paused, "the newly emerged craftsman Golden Warhammer Tura in Icewind City must be recruited to Blackmount City before other lords get to him. A legendary craftsman is the finest asset. If he refuses, bring him by force, but don't damage his hands or feet. I have my ways of securing his loyalty. Third," the Duke's gaze darkened slightly, "when passing through Blackwater Valley, pay a visit to Baron Lee Wei, the heir of my old friend. He's given me quite a few surprises lately, and I want to know what exactly has happened to him. If he's already dead, then forget it." He concluded with an addition: "For this mission, aside from yourself, bring no family retainers. Hire a group of mercenaries from outside that will suffice." "Understood, my lord. I will not fail you." Sharktooth turned and left to prepare for the long journey ahead. The Sharktooth Knight advanced to Grand Knight last year and remains the Duke of Black Mountain's most closely guarded secret weapon, never revealed to the public for years. To ensure this mission would be both safe and leave no traces, the Duke assigned the task directly to the Sharktooth Knight. He had complete confidence in his subordinate. Once the Sharktooth Knight took action, even the most troublesome targets would silently turn to dust. As for the Song of the Deathbird, after the Thousand-Faced Knight's death, that group had already fallen apart. The Duke of Black Mountain now saw them clearly for what they truly were: nothing more than a ragtag bunch. Years ago, the Pale Shadow had personally invited him to join the ranks of Shadow-class assassins. But he was the mighty Duke of Black Mountain. Why would he be interested in such childish assassin games? After politely declining, he never gave that organization another thought. After finishing his business, he noticed 2 thumb-sized golden orbs had appeared in his palm, perfectly smooth and surprisingly heavy. He weighed them gently, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Who else in this world but me could imagine that within this alluring gold lies a legendary terror of evil spirits? This was his grand gift for Edward. Weeks ago, his miners had unearthed an ancient tomb deep within his territory, containing an entire chest of gold artifacts in various shapes. The tomb's owner had left fragmentary warnings. These golden objects were all vessels sealing evil spirits. The weakest possessed Grand Knight-level strength, while the strongest, the King of Evil Spirits, surpassed even legendary knights. The Duke of Black Mountain had selected the most dangerous Peace Dream Fairy Alicia as a gift for the White Horse Knight. Historical records showed this evil spirit had repeatedly brought chaos to nobles, destroying several great aristocratic families. Once the White Horse Knight opened it in the royal capital, even if he himself remained unharmed, it would surely trigger a catastrophic upheaval. Meanwhile, in Icewind City, after nearly half a month of intensive preparation, Lee Wei was about to embark on his journey. The radiant stones he had purchased earlier were large and conspicuous, so he found a secluded location to bury them safely, carrying only a small piece for emergencies. He then used his connections at the Shining Tavern to arrange a meeting with a wandering merchant who traveled between the Tuva Empire and the Emerald Kingdom. This man was also a wandering knight, with a style similar to Graf's, though he didn't specialize in dragon ambergris trading. Li Wei paid 20 gold coins to hire him as a guide. The knight readily agreed, and after stocking up on provisions, water, and potions, they now rode side by side, galloping toward the Tuva Empire's border. Before departing, Li Wei had informed Fred of his plans, so he wasn't worried about the old man at home. This wandering merchant was named Doug, nicknamed the Wild Dog Knight. Among wandering knights, crude nicknames were commonplace. Lord White Wolf, Doug lowered his voice in warning. "Once we reach the Tuva Empire, try to avoid trouble. The Tuva people there are fierce and warlike and not easy to deal with." He knew this wealthy client was no ordinary person and feared complications along the way. Li Wei had already donned his signature White Wolf mask. After all, Golden Warhammer Tyla had quite a reputation in Icewind territory, and showing his face might attract unwanted attention. Caution was always wise. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just lead the way." he replied coolly, his silver-white mask reflecting the morning light, his eyes holding both battle intent and composure. Along the journey, Li Wei and his companions traveled during the day and found places to rest at night. Li Wei would hide in safe locations to practice his breathing techniques. Since he lacked the secret medicines for the black snake and vortex beast breathing methods, their cultivation efficiency was low, so Li Wei prioritized practicing the giant rhino, wild bull, and human-face spider breathing techniques. After half a month, the group crossed into the Tuva Empire's territory. Another full month later, at the end of the wheat moon, they arrived at the border city of Kara. Unfortunately, the city temporarily had no ambergris available. The guide explained that to purchase it, they would need to travel to the coastal holy city of Lantis. Lantis was the empire's capital and its most prosperous region, where ambergris and even more precious items could potentially be found. Li Wei was tempted and immediately decided to travel another half-month. During the journey, his wild bull breathing technique approached the 4th tier, his giant rhino breathing technique's progress bar was more than halfway complete, and his human-face spider breathing technique was gradually nearing the 5th tier. A new batch of ultimate breathing techniques was about to be ready, which pleased him greatly. However, the long journey had inevitably delayed many matters, so this time he absolutely had to stock up on more ambergris, or the trip wouldn't be worthwhile. At the end of the harvest moon, the massive city walls of the holy city Lantis finally appeared on the horizon. The wild dog knight looked up in admiration. A seaside holy city, truly magnificent. The walls were towering. The harbor's numerous. Any ordinary person would feel insignificant in comparison. Li Wei, however, was unfazed, having seen even larger cities in his previous life. Lantis had a permanent population of up to 2 million, with the entire city divided into 3 layers: the outer city, middle city, and inner city. 1. Outer city crowded and chaotic, like a giant slum. 2. Middle city lined with mansions of minor nobles and wealthy merchants. 3. Inner city, the domain of royalty and high officials. Li Wei and his companion lacked entry permits, but the wild dog knight quickly found a way in, a circus troupe about to participate in the holy city's 300th anniversary celebration. The troupe leader was a greasy-faced, fat noble who nodded readily after seeing several Tuva gold coins. Thus, Li Wei and the wild dog knight infiltrated the rear of the circus convoy. In the convoy, several garishly dressed ladies wore revealing clothing and held tobacco leaves between their fingers, clearly accustomed to giving rides into the city. A blonde lady wearing heavy stage makeup kicked the cage and whispered a reminder to Li Wei. "Put on your makeup properly, and don't speak later." She sat atop an iron cage containing an adult scorpion-tailed tiger. Its massive form filled the iron bars, its venomous tail hook curled in a bow shape, ready to strike at any moment. Adult scorpion-tailed tigers possessed low-tier night-level combat power and served as the circus troupe's signature attraction and moneymaker, while the blonde lady was its beast tamer. Li Wei took the stage makeup and began applying it to his face. As a fellow beast tamer with the special ability of Wild Heart, he could sense the scorpion-tailed tiger's hostility toward him. Inside the cage, the fierce tiger with black and gold patterns covering its body arched its spine, amber eyes locked onto Li Wei, its venomous tail hook raised high like a gleaming curved blade ready to strike at any moment. The blonde woman outside the cage made no move to intervene, crossing her arms and watching with interest. The cage was sturdy, so she wasn't worried about any accidents. Li Wei simply clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, and without taking a step, he fixed his gaze on the beast. The creature's keen senses caught that instantly. Wei's pupils contracted into cold, vertical slits, serpentine, and chilling. Even more terrifying, the tattoo on his chest seemed to come alive. Black serpents coiling, sea monsters writhing, giant bears roaring, human-faced spiders bearing fangs and claws. Legendary beasts materialized between illusion and reality, their overwhelming murderous aura washing over everything. The scorpion-tailed tiger's tail hook froze midair, then the entire tiger crouched down, silently retreating to the corner of the cage with its tail tucked under its belly, trembling. "Miss, keep your little kitten under control." Li Wei's voice was calm but brooked no argument. Only then did the blonde woman realize that her prized scorpion-tailed tiger had wilted like dying grass, and she studied the seemingly young but imposing youth before her with suspicion. Though not a knight herself, she understood that anyone who could instill fear in a beast comparable to a knight was no ordinary person. She abandoned her initial playfulness and didn't dare meet Li Wei's eyes for the rest of the journey. After sneaking into the holy city with the circus, Li Wei noticed patrol soldiers everywhere on the outer city streets, banners flying clearly preparations for the tricentennial celebration a month away. What perfect timing! We've arrived during the holy city's most festive period. The wild dog knight was quite excited, but Li Wei knew his true objective. He had to obtain dragon ambergris and collect as much as possible of other items like breathing techniques, turbolarian eggs, and evil spirit dust. After a brief farewell to the circus, the wild dog knight led him directly to the holy city's largest trading company. Do you have dragon ambergris? The wild dog knight asked on Li Wei's behalf. Yes, the clerk flipped through a ledger. 100 tuva coins per bottle. We currently have 5 bottles remaining. How many do you need? The price was reasonable converted to the Emerald Kingdom's standard gold coins. It was only 200 gold per bottle, much cheaper than the kingdom's inflated price of 300 with limited availability. Unfortunately, there were only 5 bottles. Li Wei frowned. After traveling such a great distance, 5 bottles were far from enough. I'll take them all. He secured the available stock first, then had the wild dog knight help inquire further. Excuse me, do you have any more? If you want more in the short term, you'll have to wait until after the celebration in a month, the clerk replied. On the day of the festival, there's a traditional beast fighting performance. The holy city's guardian, Fist of the Empire, will slay a dragon beast barehanded in the arena. Afterward, our trading company will handle a batch of dragon ambergris on consignment. The Fist of the Empire. Even Li Wei had heard of this man. His reputation in the Tuva Empire and the Holy City rivaled that of the White Knight, perhaps even surpassing it. He was regarded as a symbol and guardian deity of both regions. Though officially he wasn't yet a legendary knight, in most people's minds, he was already in existence, surpassing legend. Killing earth dragons with his bare hands was just routine for him. Li Wei had always prided himself on having seen grand spectacles, but aside from his father, he had rarely encountered true peak-level powerhouses, so he was quite curious about the Fist of the Empire. Next, he inquired about secret potion materials throughout the marketplace. Vortex worm eggs, none available. This material was too obscure. Probably only those practicing the vortex beast breathing technique would use it. Undead cores and evil spirit dust, equally unknown to all. These were spellcasting materials to begin with, so their unavailability was understandable. Breathing techniques, just like with the Emerald Trading Company, none were sold on the open market. Only then did Li Wei fully confirm that regardless of which country he was in, breathing techniques could only be found by chance in black markets. He had the wild dog knight spend 500 tuva coins to purchase dragon's saliva incense. This was precisely the asset he had exchanged for gold coins in the black market earlier. Initially, he hadn't brought much cash, planning to live in seclusion in the holy city for a while, earning money on one hand while stockpiling dragon's saliva incense for cultivation on the other, with no immediate plans to return to his territory. After all, ordinary enemies couldn't harm that piece of land, and to him, the territory was more like a money-making tool. Now that he had become a craftsman, his dependence on it had diminished even further. The only real concern was the Duke of Black Mountain. If that top-tier Grand Knight came personally, staying in the territory would actually be more dangerous. Under the Wild Dog Knight's guidance, Li Wei rented a dwelling in the Middle District. The monthly rent alone equaled an entire year's expenses for commoners in the outer city. He then gathered the remaining materials for the Black Snake's secret potion, personally concocted it, and immediately threw himself into breathing technique cultivation. Time is power, and he refused to waste even a second. To balance his livelihood, he also rented a small blacksmith shop in the outer city for just 1 tuva coin per month. This way he could both cultivate and earn money by forging. At the moment, he only had 1,000 tuva coins left, considered wealthy in the holy city, but only enough to buy 10 bottles of dragon's saliva incense. Far from his goal of bringing dozens of bottles back. He had to earn money. Outside the city, preparations for the grand celebration created a festive atmosphere, with virtually universal rejoicing, while Li Wei shut his doors to visitors and focused on cultivation. 5 days later, the bull breathing technique broke through to the 4th tier. Just as predicted, the 4th tier was the limit. Bull breathing technique 4th tier limit, special effect, elementary strength. His strength had only improved marginally compared to before. He shook his head with a wry smile. What a trash technique. I'll have to rely on the giant rhino breathing technique. Instead, that thing should be able to reach the 5th tier. Another 15 days passed, and the giant rhino breathing technique successfully reached the 4th tier. Indeed, the 4th tier wasn't the limit for the giant rhino breathing technique. Li Wei checked his status panel and nodded with satisfaction after confirming the numbers. The giant rhinoceros breathing technique could be cultivated up to the 5th tier at maximum. Once he achieved a breakthrough, he planned to use the giant bear and wild bull breathing techniques as fuel for the giant rhinoceros method, preparing in advance for breaking through his limits. In high spirits, he turned his attention to another section. With the help of the black snake secret medicine he had just acquired, the proficiency of his black snake breathing technique had surged dramatically. The black snake chi had spread from his lower abdomen to his chest. Now, in addition to his cloth armor, scale mail, chainmail, and heartguard plates, his chest was protected by a 5th layer of defense formed by condensed black chi. With 5 layers of armor stacked together, who could possibly break through his defenses? Li Wei's lips curved into a smile at the thought. During these past days, he had asked the Wild Dog Knight to purchase materials needed for the Guardian Seal while passing through the Holy City. Now was the perfect time to experiment. Li Wei formed hand seals, his fingers moving like wind, before finally casting a handful of faintly glowing spell components into the air. Clang! An indescribable force poured down from above into his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel himself channeling that power outward. The radiant stone powder suddenly burst into white light, first forming points, then lines, then spreading into surfaces, quickly condensing around Li Wei into a bell-shaped barrier, glowing with pearlescent white light. He reached toward the bell's wall, and his palm passed through the white light with ease. Was it merely decorative? To test this, he activated a mechanism he had prepared in advance. A millstone-sized boulder came hurtling toward him with a whistling sound. Li Wei clenched his fist, ready to shatter the stone at any moment. Bang! The stone struck the light barrier hard. The shield only trembled slightly before the boulder was shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. Success! Li Wei clenched his fist in delight. Just at the first tier, it already possessed such durability. Though he wasn't certain it could withstand a formal knight's attack, it would certainly be more than sufficient against evil spirits and other supernatural assaults. For physical defense, he still had his black chi and armor now. With the addition of the guardian barrier, he wore 6 layers of protection. Who could possibly kill him instantly? In their dreams. After about 5 seconds, the white light automatically dissipated, and a new line appeared on his panel. Li Wei Guardian Seal, first tier, 11,000. According to his notes, the guardian barrier had 3 levels: pure white, bright silver, and golden. The higher the level, the longer the duration and stronger the defense, improving alongside cultivation and bloodline concentration. The Golden Guardian could repel blades and bullets while remaining impervious to evil spirits. Li Wei's ancestors from the Winchester family had once reached this realm, and it was also Li Wei's ultimate goal. The radiant stones he carried were limited, so he didn't plan to grind proficiency in the Holy City. The remaining materials were sufficient for 10 Guardian Seals and over 20 Flame Stream Seals, more than enough to serve as trump cards. Given the Holy City's abundance of powerful individuals, those who could force him to use his seals could probably be counted on one hand. Moreover, with the Empire's fist stationed here, he had no intention of causing trouble. With his training session concluded, Li Wei rubbed his shoulders and decided to forge several batches of weapons to sell at the Shining Tavern. Under the cover of night, he silently left his lodgings. Given the Holy City's prosperity, the Shining Tavern naturally had a branch here. With his Golden Warhammer status, he had long since become a distinguished member of the tavern and knew the location well. As he entered the outer city district, he could see from afar that a crowd had gathered outside his blacksmith shop. Who are you? Where did old Hank go? He owes protection money, said the scarred, burly man at the front, squinting his eyes and speaking with impatience. Old Hank. That was the name of the previous owner of this blacksmith shop, from whom Li Wei had rented it. It suddenly dawned on him. The shop had probably been abandoned by the last tenant who simply couldn't make ends meet, leaving this mess and ridiculously low rent to him, a newcomer from out of town. The outer district had always been chaotic, overrun by gangs, and the Holy City's guards were neither capable nor willing to intervene. The people in the city hall probably wished these lowly poor folk would kill each other daily, trapped in petty feuds and conflicts. As long as the vast majority of commoners in the outer district remained ignorant and exhausted, the respectable people in the middle district and those aristocratic elites in the inner district could sit comfortably on their high perches, firmly controlling the city and even the entire country. Compared to the middle district where Li Wei was temporarily staying, the outer district was like a garbage pit sprawling under the scorching sun, with sewage flowing everywhere and foul odors permeating the air. Walking along the way, he had already witnessed several gang fights and extortion schemes at street corners and alley ends, feeling his luck had hit rock bottom opening for business only to walk straight into the eye of the storm. I'm the new tenant here. You should ask old Hank for the protection money. He already paid my rent, he explained in somewhat stilted Tuvan. Recent intensive practice allowed him basic communication, though his accent still betrayed his unfamiliarity. Oh, an outsider, the scarred man sneered. He could tell from the accent that this wasn't a local, though he didn't particularly care. The outer district was a mixed bag, with smuggled immigrants flooding into this city of dreams daily, and their Bloodhand gang had plenty of foreigners too. I don't care if you're a tenant or not, this black corner alley is Bloodhand gang territory. The scarred man cracked his knuckles, joints making crisp popping sounds. Want to do business here? You pay protection money. Got it. Protection money, and make it quick. As his words fell, several underlings swarmed forward, surrounding Li Wei at the blacksmith shop entrance. Each had a crimson handprint tattooed on their arms, their fierce eyes spelling out, "Don't mess with us." Honestly, these thugs who couldn't even qualify as knights posed no threat whatsoever to Li Wei. He couldn't even be bothered to fight. Killing them would bring neither satisfaction nor good loot. But with broad daylight and plenty of onlookers around, there was no need to expose his true strength in public in the Holy City. He glanced sideways and noticed the neighbors had locked their doors and windows tight, only daring to peek through the cracks. Li Wei remained composed, pulling 10 Tuvan silver coins from his pocket and dropping them with a clink-clink into the scarred man's palm. Smack! The scarred man raised his hand and slapped all the coins to the ground, sending them rolling everywhere. Silver coins. He spat. Outsider, you think you're treating the Bloodhand gang like beggars? Don't think your solid build gives you the right to intimidate us. Let me tell you, our boss Bloodhand Chief is a genuine knight. When mentioning his boss, his voice rose as if the knight's title could puff out his chest even more. My apologies. Then tell me, how much should I pay? I'm new here and truly don't understand the local rules. Li Wei's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and asked back. He had thought 10 silver coins was quite generous after all. Renting this blacksmith shop cost only 1 gold coin per month. Surprisingly, these thugs actually looked down on the offer. Since you're clearly new here, I won't make a big deal out of it. How about this 1 gold coin, and we'll keep your blacksmith shop safe for the next month. The scarred man held out his palm, his tone as casual as asking for a piece of candy. Li Wei remained silent for a few moments, then pulled a gold coin from his pocket and placed it in the man's palm before bending down to pick up the scattered silver coins from the ground. The scarred man squinted as he observed, instantly abandoning his original plan to teach Li Wei a lesson. He couldn't be bothered wasting energy on someone who knew their place. Besides, with the underground king of this street, Bloody Hand Boss, backing him up, his confidence was unshakable. Boys, let's move. The scarred man whistled and waved his hand as he turned to leave. What are you all standing around for? Get out there and make some money. If you can't pay the protection fee next month, Bloody Hand Boss's fury isn't something you can handle. The neighbors peeking through door cracks and windows immediately pulled back their heads upon hearing Bloody Hand, and the air filled with a suppressed tension that no one dared break. Bloody Hand Boss earned his name by literally tearing apart several rival gang members with his bare hands. Everyone on this street knew the story. After watching the scarred man leave, Li Wei quietly slipped into the depths of an alley, changed into another set of inconspicuous clothes, and melted into the shadows to follow. He tracked them all the way to their destination, finally confirming the Bloodhand gang's territory, a rundown winery. After memorizing the location, he didn't act rashly and silently returned to the blacksmith shop. For Li Wei, recklessly eliminating the Bloodhand gang would be meaningless. A new gang would immediately fill the void and continue collecting protection fees. Moreover, these criminal organizations were likely connected to nobles in the middle city or even powerful figures in the inner city, and his true objective remained unachieved. The time for reckoning hadn't come yet, but the debt must be remembered for future settlement. The blacksmith shop reopened for business. Li Wei first forged several ordinary pieces of equipment to display in the window as a cover. Then, over the next few days, he crafted a master-level armor incorporating half a pound of mithril silver scale. Its defensive capabilities nearly matched the dragon armor he wore, though it was somewhat heavier. He planned to send it to the Radiant auction house to earn a substantial profit. While fine swords brought in pocket money, the real profits lay in armor. In the middle city district, a small tavern with a dim, unremarkable exterior stood quietly. Li Wei, wearing a golden mask, approached slowly and entered the Radiant Tavern after presenting his membership credentials. You must be Master Tyla? A staff member hurried over to greet him. That's right. I want to consign a piece of armor. Li Wei casually shook out his bundle, and the silver-white armor clanged to the floor. Silver scale. Fine iron mixed with half a pound of mithril, absolutely my finest work in recent years. I hope it fetches a good price. Rest assured, our auctioneers are professionally trained and will guarantee your satisfaction. The staff member respectfully carried the armor away for appraisal. Li Wei calculated silently. The mithril alone was worth dozens of gold coins, so the final sale price should start at least at 200 tuva gold coins. A legendary craftsman's mithril armor required proper promotion, and the Radiant Tavern would certainly spread word quickly to nobles and knights throughout the region. While waiting, he wandered around the bounty commission area. Items he couldn't find in Icewind City might be available at the Saint City Lantis branch. This branch was among the largest, reportedly overseen by a Grand Knight. Li Wei posted commissions for everything he needed, but after browsing around, he only saw breathing techniques for sale and still found no trace of vortex worm eggs or the other 2 spellcasting materials. Eventually, he spent 30 gold coins on a basic-level bloodline breathing technique and left the Radiant Tavern in high spirits. The breathing technique was called Azure Falcon Breathing Method, the very same technique used by the Azure Falcon Knight who had been trampled to death by the Earth Dragon Beast. Li Wei hadn't been able to obtain it at the time, but unexpectedly found it in this foreign land. The method contained 25 small figure diagrams and was considered superior among basic-level techniques, second only to exceptional ones like the human-faced spider technique. Based on Li Wei's assessment, it should allow cultivation up to the 5th tier. In the year 1008 of the sacred calendar, during the month of northern winds, the festive atmosphere in the holy city had reached its peak, with only 5 days remaining until the tricentennial celebration. Streets bustled with decorated shops and hurried pedestrians. Li Wei rose from his meditation, his mind still maintaining the intense focus of his practice. Opening his eyes, his gaze fell upon his bare arms. Fine hairs rose and fell gently with his breathing, like countless tiny antennae capturing every vibration from the outside world. The deep rumble of cart wheels on the streets, the varied rhythms of footsteps, all transmitted through ground and air to his skin, transforming into clear signals. In this moment, he resembled a lurking Amazonian bird spider, silently sensing movement within his range, waiting for prey to enter his web. After reaching the 5th tier of the human-faced spider breathing technique, my sensory range has doubled, roughly 20 meters, he murmured to himself, casually bringing up his proficiency panel. Li Wei human-faced spider breathing technique. 5th tier 130000. Special effects. Intermediate vibration sensing, spider intuition. Spider intuition hasn't given me any warnings, so things seem relatively safe for now. He chuckled at the thought being both powerful and remarkably low profile. Staying safe wasn't exactly difficult. As for his territory situation, he shook his head. Worrying was pointless, better to set it aside for now. Beyond his primary human-faced spider breathing technique, his new method had also made progress. The peregrine breathing technique is just getting started, but my speed has improved dramatically. The secret medicine for the peregrine required only common ingredients, so he set himself a goal: push it to the limit within 6 months. If his calculations were correct, this technique could also reach the 5th tier. According to the proficiency panel's quirks, 1 5th tier mastery breathing technique equaled 2 4th tier mastery techniques, which would account for the remaining 2 breakthrough points needed for the siren breathing technique. The gradual accumulation of strength filled Li Wei with satisfaction. After a simple meal of dried provisions and smoked meat, he donned his cloak and headed straight for the Radiant Tavern. The auction had concluded, and it was time to collect his payment. He was also curious about how much his crafted mithril armor had sold for. The Stray Dog Knight had been absent recently, probably busy with some unsavory business. They had agreed to meet during the Holy City's grand celebration to witness the spectacle of a grand knight tearing apart an earth dragon. At the entrance of the Radiant Tavern, his golden mask gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. The receptionist immediately recognized the legendary Master Terra upon seeing that imposing mask. Master, the staff member hurried over. The auction concluded successfully. Your silver scale armor was purchased by a major client from the inner district for 300 tuva gold coins. He lowered his voice, barely containing his excitement. The forging circles in the Holy City are in an uproar. They never imagined a living legendary craftsman still existed. Many influential figures are now asking us to investigate your background. Wealthy people prefer custom-fitted armor over standard pieces. 300 tuva gold coins, equivalent to 600 standard gold coins in the Emerald Kingdom's currency. Li Wei nodded inwardly. While the price is steep, half represents the mithril's cost, the other half is the Master Craftsman brand premium. The Holy City had never heard of Golden Hammer before, but once the reputation spread, the markup potential would only increase. Of course, maintaining scarcity marketing would remain essential. Li Wei only needed to ensure he earned enough money for his cultivation, while keeping some spare cash on hand. Setting aside the time cost, the silver scale armor he had just sold netted him over 500 gold coins, some massive profit. Moving forward, as long as he maintained a rhythm of 1 or 2 pieces per month, his income would flow steadily. Even ordinary craftsmen, working day and night with apprentices and assistants helping, could barely manage to forge 2 sets of armor. If Li Wei went all out with his forging, producing over 10 pieces a month wouldn't be a problem, but that would completely derail his cultivation. After finalizing the next delivery date with the auction house staff, he headed to the commissioned bounty area. The staff informed him that someone wanted to meet privately. Li Wei's heart stirred slightly, and he stepped into the private booth. Inside the booth, a similarly masked, frail old man was waiting for him. The old man wore ordinary clothes, yet subtly exuded an aristocratic air. His hunched frame was shrouded in an aura of twilight, clearly indicating advanced age. Young man, do you need dragon saliva incense? Came a hoarse, aged voice from behind the mask. That's right. Li Wei nodded. He couldn't pin all his hopes on a single earth dragon beast at the Holy City's grand ceremony 4 days hence. Moreover, the dragon's saliva incense extracted from one earth dragon beast would only sustain his cultivation to high-level knight. The subsequent peak stage, and even the grand knight realm, would still require a continuous supply of dragon's saliva incense. The more of this substance, the better. The old man lowered his voice. I know who has it. And not just dragon saliva incense. That person even has an earth dragon beast egg hidden away, laid by the very beast that will be slain by the Empire's fist in 4 days. As soon as these words fell, Li Wei raised an eyebrow, but his tone remained cold. I don't need earth dragon beast eggs, only dragon saliva incense. If you truly have it, I'll take everything at market price, however much there is. If not, don't waste my time. Earth dragon beast eggs might not even hatch successfully. Even if they did hatch, waiting for them to grow old enough to produce dragon saliva incense would take decades at minimum, unlike northern giant bears that matured in 7 or 8 years. He had no intention of being used as someone's pawn, walking down a shadowy path. The old man sighed softly and looked up. In Finance Minister Maka's mansion in the inner city, there's a statue cast from pure dragon's saliva and Cincia birthday gift from his son-in-law for his 60th birthday. A 2-foot-tall solid piece of pure dragon's saliva incense. You should understand its value. Li Wei's mind trembled slightly. If this information was true, then Maka and his son-in-law were incredibly wasteful, actually condensing precious dragon's saliva incense into a statue for worship. The world of the powerful was truly unimaginable. Thinking of how he had hunted earth dragon beasts, traveled thousands of miles, practiced sword work by day, and worked odd jobs by night, all for a bit of dragon's saliva incense. While those in high positions used it to decorate their mansions, he felt a surge of absurdity and resentment. What made him even more wary was that the position of the Tuva Empire's finance minister was equivalent to that of the Duke of Black Mountain, enough to make him extremely cautious. Who is Maka's son-in-law? Li Wei suppressed his emotions and asked directly. Emperor Mu. The old man slowly uttered the name. Li Wei was stunned. Emperor Mu. During this period, while preparing for the grand ceremony, this name had been mentioned repeatedly. To the citizens of the holy city Lantis, this person was a living legend. The Empire's strongest warrior, the holy city's guardian deity, leader of the Storm Knight Order. His brilliance even overshadowed the Empire's ruler. The Empire's fist. Emperor Mu. Old man, you don't expect me to assassinate Emperor Mu, do you? I'm just an ordinary knight. In the dim alley entrance, Li Wei pulled his cloak tighter, a hint of mockery playing at the corner of his mouth. The masked man shook his head slightly, his clouded gaze piercing through the crimson mask to lock onto Li Wei. Your urgent need for ambergris suggests you're practicing breathing techniques. The low, hoarse voice carried the scent of alcohol, yet conveyed certainty. Any family that uses ambergris is no ordinary household. Naturally, I'd prefer to find a grand knight-level warrior to help me, but such figures wouldn't spare a glance for an unknown commoner like myself. I simply don't have enticing enough terms to offer. Li Wei chuckled softly while secretly appraising the man before him. This old fellow in plain robes with a slightly hunched back clearly possessed no combat prowess. Yet his knowledge was remarkable, and his origins, certainly unusual. His ancestors must have once held prominence. The masked man continued. I won't ask you to kill Emperor Mu. That peerless war god born from storms is invincible. The man I want you to kill is the kingdom's finance minister Mecca. In terms of strength, he's merely an ordinary knight, and at my age, we're both nearly ready for the grave. Without his connection to the Empire's fist, he never would have claimed that position. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the old man's tense jawline. This old fool has no real ability, just fathered a good daughter. His speech suddenly quickened, carrying years of suppressed hatred. Before becoming finance minister, he was just an official in the upper district's treasury. Yet he secretly imprisoned dozens of civilian women in his basement. Those poor souls were forced to serve him and bear his children. Even after his daughters grew up, he wouldn't stop. Many died under his torment, including my only family, my sister. The air in the alley grew thick, with only the wind stirring up dust. The old man suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice again. From your commission, besides needing ambergris urgently, you're also a collector of breathing techniques, aren't you? You seem quite interested in the giant's breathing technique. If you can bring me Mecca's head, I'll tell you exactly where to find it. He pointed toward the brightly lit street in the distance. I drink at the Shining Tavern every day, but my time is running short. If you want the giant's breathing technique, you'd better place Mecca's head before me before I close my eyes forever. After a pause, as if recalling a surname from distant years, he added, by the way, my surname is Melon. With those words, the masked old man turned and walked away, his steps slow but determined. The streetlights beyond the alley stretched his shadow long behind him. Li Wei's expression grew complex as he watched that desolate figure, an indescribable shock rising in his heart. Malonzo the Melon family still had descendants. He had once thought this family that had produced top-tier grand knights had vanished into history. He never expected that in the holy city of the distant Tuva Empire, traces of their bloodline still lurked. Perhaps only in corners where the holy light of the Heavenly Father couldn't reach could the Melon clan find a thread of survival. A family once so illustrious, now reduced to such circumstances. Li Wei sighed inwardly, his palm unconsciously tightening. Time is truly merciless. No wonder everyone pursues immortality. His gaze swept over the small pouch of ambergris residue in his sleeve as he weighed his options once more. He desperately needed ambergris, and the giant's breathing technique was even more irresistible. But to assassinate the Empire's fist's father-in-law, a finance minister who wielded power and, despite his age, remained protected by layers of guard, such danger. Under the lamplight, Li Wei lowered his eyes, the scales in his heart swaying back and forth. While killing Mecca wasn't impossible, the risk was simply too great. Li Wei shook his head. The old man had no reason to deceive him. The stranger was on his deathbed and bore no grudge against him. There was simply no point in orchestrating such an elaborate charade. The intelligence was likely genuine, but seeking fortune through danger had never been Li Wei's style. Since beginning his career, he had only killed when holding absolute advantage, either crushing his opponents or, like with Taishan, ensuring he could retreat unscathed even if outmatched. Now he was confident that no one below the rank of Grand Knight could defeat him. But just how powerful were Grand Knights? How terrifying were the Empire's finest, like the Fist of the Empire? He had only ever seen one Grand Knight, his father, and his father rarely fought in his presence. Li Wei worried about being a frog in a well. If he became too arrogant, he might end up like his former enemies. The old man still had a few years left to live. It wouldn't be too late to reconsider after advancing to Grand Knight himself. Leaving the Radiant Tavern, Li Wei felt he had gained much. The promise the old man had painted confirmed that the giant's breathing technique still existed. More importantly, that old lecher mecha apparently hoarded vast quantities of dragon's saliva incense in his home. If he could get his hands on it, he would never have to worry about this resource again. No wonder this substance was virtually unseen in the holy capital of the Tuva Empire, despite being the source of earth dragons. It was all being monopolized by the Fist of the Empire, crafted into idols as gifts for his father-in-law. Thinking of this, Li Wei cursed silently. That wealthy bastard mecha let them eat cake. I'm so poor I worry over a single drop of dragon's saliva incense, while they squander it by the handful. They truly deserve death. Returning to the smithy, he continued forging armor. The money in his hands wasn't enough. He needed to sell a few more mithril armor sets. Where's the newcomer? Get out here. Shouting suddenly erupted from outside. Li Wei set down his hammer and emerged from the forge room to see the scarred man from the Bloodhand gang, holding a long sword broken in 2 pieces, which he slammed onto the ground. What's the matter, gentlemen? His tone was calm. Don't play dumb. The scarred man spoke righteously. Can't you see my sword is broken? Give me something decent. Without proper weapons, how can we protect your smithy? The wildfire gang next door has been eyeing this territory. There are weapons on the rack outside. Help yourselves. With that, Li Wei turned to go back inside. Brothers, let's get new gear. At the scarred man's call, the gang members immediately discarded their worn weapons and selected from the ordinary goods Li Wei had deliberately displayed on the weapon rack. To these inexperienced thugs, even these were exceptional weapons. Moments later, the courtyard fell quiet again. Li Wei faintly heard someone sighing softly from the street corner. When will these days ever end? Father, I've contacted a knight-errant squire. I've had enough. Why don't we unite the people on this street and fight back? Sai, the Bloodhand boss, is a true formal knight. They say more than one knight has died by his hand. Someone even saw him drinking with people suspected to be connected to Finance Minister Mecha. Better to wander the wilderness than grovel here. Li Wei's expression remained impassive as he raised his hammer again, sparks flying. The next morning, the new armor emerged gleaming from the forge. He took the armor to the Radiant Tavern for auction and indeed spotted the masked old man drinking alone in the corner. After finishing his business, Li Wei sat across from the old man, ordered a cup of Lion King liquor, and drained it in one gulp. Old fellow, stay alive, he said, slamming the cup down on the table. I don't want to arrive with what you're asking for only to find you've already been buried. The masked old man looked up, his trembling hand lifting his wine cup. Light rekindled in his eyes as he too drained his drink, liquor trickling from the edges of his mask. Cough, cough. Young man, may your future shine as brightly as the Lionheart Knights. At Li Wei's current rate of growth, taking Maika's head before the old man died seemed quite achievable. In fact, with his present strength, simply severing Maika's head wouldn't be particularly difficult. However, Maika was, after all, the father-in-law of the Fist of the Empire, a relationship that made his background increasingly mysterious. Li Wei was unwilling to act rashly before understanding the full picture. As the Holy City's finance minister and a heavyweight figure among the Fist of the Empire's relatives, Maika would certainly have no shortage of powerful guards around him. Countless people wanted him dead, yet this old fellow remained very much alive. The reason was obvious. Taking risks might yield a single successful strike, but Li Wei believed more firmly in playing it safe never leads to failure. After completing the commission, the second piece of armor sold for 350 Tuva gold coins. Combined with his previous savings, he could almost afford the dragon's saliva incense that would soon appear at the Merchant Guild. This way, only 3 materials remained for the refinement: the undead core, evil spirit dust, and vortex worm eggs. After tallying his gains, Li Wei immediately threw himself into cultivation to adjust his condition. After a full month of preparation, the Holy City's tricentennial celebration opened as scheduled. The festival content was quite rich: circus parades, martial arts tournaments, and even dragon-slaying spectacles in the Colosseum. Li Wei decided to visit the Colosseum first to broaden his horizons and witness the Fist of the Empire's strength firsthand, preparing for future actions. The Wild Dog Knight finished his own business and met Li Wei at the Colosseum entrance. Thanks to his connections, the two smoothly entered this massive structure resembling an ancient Roman amphitheater. The Colosseum was the festival's main attraction, with the stands already packed to capacity. Officials and nobles occupied the best viewing positions at the top, while common citizens could only squeeze into remote corners. The seats the Wild Dog Knight obtained were close to the front and near the iron railings, offering clear sight lines, but also carrying certain risks. Even so, he remained excited, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, "An Earth Dragon! This is my first time seeing a live Earth Dragon." Li Wei's gaze swept around the area, quickly locking onto several lavishly dressed nobles in the VIP section, Micah among them. The gray-haired old man sat in the center, with his daughter, the Fist of the Empire's wife, beside him, while two bodyguards of at least senior knight level stood on either side, vigilantly surveying every movement in the arena. All here to watch the show. Li Wei chuckled inwardly while assessing the current defenses of Micah's mansion. If no Grand Knight was stationed inside, perhaps he could infiltrate early and take both the man and the statue? But on second thought, intelligence wasn't necessarily completely reliable, and the statue's location within the mansion remained a mystery. Even if he broke in, he might not find it quickly. So he forcibly suppressed that greedy impulse, reminding himself not to create unnecessary complications. The clamor in the air suddenly reached its peak under the gaze of thousands. The Fist of the Empire made his entrance. Li Wei finally saw with his own eyes this giant, whose reputation even exceeded that of the White Horse Knight, capable of shaking the entire empire. So tall, at least 3 meters. Was this even human? How did his wife manage to handle him? Li Wei stared at the giant who waved his arms, basking in the cheers. He stood bare-chested, wearing no armor whatsoever, towering as tall as a building. Li Wei felt this had transcended the realm of humanity. Those massive hands that seemed capable of crushing steel and muscles knotted like rock gleamed with a dark, cold light under the sun, their overwhelming presence palpable even from dozens of meters away. My God, this! The Wild Dog Knight froze in place, his voice strangled. The audience erupted instantly. Stormborn, Fist of the Empire, Guardian. Countless people raised their arms, shouting in frenzied excitement. At the center of the arena, the giant-like Fist of the Empire slowly flexed his muscles, each clenched fist producing a dull crack like bones shattering. Long live the Holy City! Long live the Empire! His chest rumbled like thundering war drums. This roar seemed to ignite the entire Colosseum. The audience's blood surged as they rose to their feet like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Long live! The synchronized chanting continued unabated, the sound waves nearly lifting the roof. On the highest platform, the Lord of the Holy City, also the ruler of the Tuva Empire, appeared, surrounded by ministers. He raised his hand in gesture, his golden silk sleeves cutting a sharp arc through the air. Beloved Mu-Di, Iron Fist of the Empire, I represent the Empire and the millions of citizens of the Holy City in thanking you for your dedication over all these years. The Empire takes pride in you. His voice rolled out like thunder. Then, he raised his arms to address the entire arena. Now, let the Iron Fist of the Empire present to you the most thrilling, most blood-pumping spectacle of our age bare-handed dragon combat. Release the Earth Dragon. On one side of the Colosseum, heavy iron gates slowly opened under the pull of chains. From the pitch-black entrance, two glowing green eyes lit up before any form appeared. The air reeked of blood, like molten rust spreading. Roar! The ground shook as a creature larger than any Earth Dragon Li Wei had seen before charged out, its scales reflecting cold light, heading straight for the Fist of the Empire. The Fist of the Empire took a deep breath, clenched his fists tight, his chest muscles rippling like cast steel. Boom! He roared and stepped forward, meeting the house-crushing beast heat just as it lunged. Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply. He dared to face the Earth Dragon beast barehanded? Li Wei had expected the Fist of the Empire to at least use weapons or rely on agility for flanking attacks. But reality showed those fists wreathed in sinister black energy, trading blow after blow directly with the dragon's head and scales. Is this near-legendary power? The pinnacle of combat strength in this era? Li Wei's blood raced. From this scene alone, he clearly realized the vast chasm between himself and the Fist of the Empire. With each punch from the Fist of the Empire, black energy coiled around like substance, sharp as the finest divine weapons, forcibly tearing through the Earth Dragon's scales. His opponent practiced a strength-based breathing technique, yet his defense was equally astounding, and his speed showed no signs of sluggishness. Warriors standing at the era's peak had virtually no weaknesses. Li Wei silently concluded, quietly suppressing the complacency and pride that had grown from his recent power increase. Though both were great knights, his father likely still had a considerable gap compared to the man before him. The brief but brutal gladiatorial combat had no suspense. The Earth Dragon's scales were forcibly torn open, its scalding blood painting the ground crimson. Li Wei inwardly cursed the waste that was precious alchemical material. Fist of the Empire. The crowd's cheers echoed like waves. At the arena's center, the Fist of the Empire breathed heavily, sweat rolling down the channels of his muscles. Clearly, this bare-handed battle had cost him considerable energy. As the black energy gradually dissipated, Li Wei finally saw fresh blood marks on his opponent's body. Though not deep, they were real injuries. The defense doesn't seem that outrageous, Li Wei thought to himself. The Empire's fist before him had a palm-wide gash torn across his shoulder by the Earth Dragon beast, blood droplets rolling down. Yet the wound healed at a visible rate, as if it were merely a scratch. But the next second, the Empire's fist's expression changed drastically. His face turned pale, veins bulged, and his massive frame swayed twice before barely managing to steady himself. He looked down to see the still bleeding crack on his chest rapidly turning an eerie blue-purple, poison spreading through flesh and blood, pain and numbness intertwining as dizziness washed over him. Poison. Li Wei's pupils contracted. As a master poisoner, he immediately sensed something amiss. Someone tampered with the Earth Dragon beast's claws. Before he finished speaking, wisps of white smoke suddenly rose from the shadows around the arena, rolling like a tide and instantly engulfing half the field. Wherever the white smoke passed, the audience seats erupted in wails. Some collapsed clutching their heads, others covered their throats while foaming at the mouth, bodies falling in all directions. Yet many more had somehow donned identical deathbird masks, coldly observing the chaos. Go! That white smoke is poisonous. Someone's causing mayhem during the grand ceremony. Li Wei growled, grabbing the wild dog knight beside him. The wild dog knight also sensed trouble and was about to rush toward the exit when a thunderous crash echoed. The heavy arena gates slammed shut. Panicked crowds surged toward the doors, people crushing against people, with sounds of trampling and screaming rising and falling. Through the poisonous fog, the Empire's fist forcibly withstood the toxic assault, dark energy rolling across his body as he roared skyward. Who is it? Coward! Show yourself! The violent sound waves made the iron bars hum. His gaze shifted toward the highest viewing platform. There, the Empire's lord's golden imperial robes had been torn. More bizarrely, a dagger formed of pitch-black mist had pierced through the Empire's lord's chest from behind, held in the hand of a middle-aged minister wearing military robes. Dark fog swirled around him as his aura surged wildly, instantly breaking through to great knight level. He twisted the dagger, viciously shredding the Empire's lord's heart, whispering coldly, "Brother, I know you've long been the Empire's fist's puppet. Sorry, but I won't let the Empire fall into outsiders' hands." The Emperor's body went limp. The military minister who had killed the king, clad in armor, leaped down from the platform, shattering dust as he landed in the center of the field. From all directions, more masked rebels poured out, forming ranks behind him. Mudi, prepare to die. The minister's voice was hoarse yet echoed throughout the entire arena. The Empire's fist Mudi threw back his head and laughed, his chest heaving violently. What I, Mudi? Pursue has never been the mere position of Empire's lord. You think bringing this rabble makes you my match? Before his laughter faded, a black shadow flashed like lightning from the panicked crowd, striking directly at Mudi's back. Mudi snorted coldly, explosive air waves erupting as he threw a reverse punch, sending the shadow staggering back several steps and revealing its form: a knight wearing a skull ghost face mask, also possessing the terrifying aura of great knight level. "Heh, to deal with me. You even brought the pale shadow?" Mudi clenched both fists, knuckles cracking as a cruel smile curved his lips. "Too bad you have no idea how vast the gap between us truly is. Presumptuous insects." The arena erupted into chaos. What had been a scene of human revelry moments before now resembled a living hell. Li Wei concealed himself within the crowd, his gaze fixed on the three great knights battling in the center. The Empire's fist, a peerless warrior now poisoned, stood alone on one side, while on the other were the imperial military minister and his hired foreign aide, the assassin Pale Shadow from the Deathbird song. Pale Shadow, isn't that Taishan's superior? Li Wei's heart stirred, his fists involuntarily clenching. The enemy was within reach, and he longed to charge forward and strike. But having witnessed the collision of great knight-level combatants, he understood the vast gap between himself and his opponent. Even with his mastery of multiple breathing techniques, it would be difficult to bridge the chasm in their realms, especially in such direct confrontation. By now, rebel soldiers wearing gas masks had completely taken control of the arena. "Sir, I'm withdrawing first. The situation has exceeded expectations. My apologies. If you manage to escape, find me at the Shining Tavern." A low voice reached Li Wei's ears. The wild dog knight vanished into the panicked crowd before his words had fully settled. Li Wei calmly retrieved his white wolf mask, securing it over his face before the toxic mist could reach him, exhaling a puff of white breath. The scene within the arena grew increasingly chaotic. Spectators fled in all directions. Rebels clashed bloodily with the Empire's fist soldiers, and Deathbird song assassins moved like shadows, specifically targeting the Empire's fist forces. With each flash of their short blades, another body fell. "Damn my luck for coming to watch this spectacle." Li Wei grumbled internally, though he remained unperturbed. With his abilities, escape would be effortless, but before leaving, he had business to attend to. His gaze fell upon the center of the arena, where the Earth Dragon's corpse lay unguarded in a pool of blood. There might be spoils of war he needed, But the timing wasn't right, had to wait for the three great knights to move farther from the carcass. The three were now locked in fierce combat. The Empire's fist, his strength depleted by the Earth Dragon and weakened by poison, no longer held the advantage. The military minister and Pale Shadow's combined assault was vicious, forcing him into constant retreat, yet they still couldn't land a decisive blow. Suddenly, an Empire's fist soldier broke through the crowd and confronted Li Wei, shouting harshly, "Raise your hands and remove your mask, or you'll be treated as a rebel." Li Wei didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. The man roared and swung his blade down, seeking death. Li Wei shifted slightly, dodging the cold steel, then brought his palms together and crushed the man's skull. Brain matter splattered across nearby onlookers. Blood, vomiting, and screams merged into cacophony, but Li Wei remained composed, continuing to wait for the optimal moment to strike. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Mai Ka hastily retreated under the protection of two high-ranking knights. With rebels causing havoc, he would likely find a hidden place to take shelter rather than return to his mansion. Li Wei mused that this might be the perfect opportunity to obtain the dragon's saliva incense statue, or even take Mai Ka's life. After all, the Empire's fist was already overwhelmed with their own troubles. They had no time to pursue Li Wei. Finally, Li Wei noticed that the fist of the Empire had somehow cornered both the Pale Shadow and the Minister of War in the arena, leaving the two Grand Knights in a sorry state. No one had expected that this guardian deity, long past his prime, could still suppress them single-handedly. Spotting the battle situation, Li Wei immediately formed hand seals, grabbed his casting materials, and climbed up the iron cage like a gecko. He crawled to the Earth Dragon's corpse, pried open its bloody maw, and swiftly cut out the glands with his blade. Wrapping them hastily in cloth without bothering to check the exact amount of ambergris, he flashed away and climbed toward the cage's top. Meanwhile, the Pale Shadow, locked in combat with the fist of the Empire, caught sight of someone stealing from the Earth Dragon's corpse out of the corner of his eye. Killing intent erupted within him. That corpse was supposed to be his payment for this operation. Especially the ambergris, worth thousands of gold coins. She would never let some nameless nobody walk away with it. Die. The Pale Shadow flicked his fingertip, and a thin dagger formed of black energy whistled toward Li Wei. Whoosh! The blade cut through the air like a dark arrow, reaching his back in an instant. His spider sense suddenly screamed. Li Wei's hair stood on end. An unprecedented danger gripped his heart. He forcibly gathered his strength and defended with everything he had. In a flash, a pale white barrier appeared behind him, shattering with a puff, but still weakening the dagger's force by half. Then, layers of protective gear took damage in succession. His cloth armor tore, dragon scale plates flew off, and his chainmail split open. Finally, Li Wei poured all the dark serpent energy in his body into his back. With a ripping sound, the dagger sank into the black energy and was devoured, grinding away into nothingness. Seizing this brief moment, he leaped out of the iron cage and vanished into the crowd without a trace. After throwing the dagger, the Pale Shadow had refocused his attention, but when he glanced back, his target had disappeared. Unbelievable. How is that possible? Boom. The fist of the Empire punched the Pale Shadow flying, sending him crashing into the railings until they cracked, falling to the ground spitting blood. You dare lose focus while fighting me? Insect, who gave you such audacity? The guardian deity roared, crushing the ground as he charged forward with a devastating punch. The Minister of War gritted his teeth and barely managed to block. Retreat. The Pale Shadow growled, clutching his chest. If they continued fighting, he would truly die here. He had underestimated the fist of the Empire's remaining strength. Though unwilling, the Minister of War could only retreat with him. The Holy City was now in complete chaos. Though the fist of the Empire hadn't fallen, almost all other schemes had succeeded, and even with his overwhelming power, he could only suppress things temporarily. Watching the two flee in panic, the fist of the Empire stood covered in blood, dark energy surging around him like a demon god. He surveyed the devastation with only sorrow in his eyes. The rebels surrounded him, but none dared approach. Scattered arrows shot toward him, which he let pierce his flesh and old wounds. Insects, how annoying, he roared, his energy exploding outward. The arrows flew back, rebels died in droves, and they instantly scattered. Killing this man would cost at least 1,000 lives, but no one dared face death. The fist of the Empire tore through the iron bars, leaped up, and bounded across the stadium's seats, leaving the arena in moments like a giant beast chasing the wind, heading straight for the Minister of War's escape route. Meanwhile, Li Wei had hidden in a deserted, shadowy alley, unwrapping his cloth bundle to count his spoilsa, full 20 bottles of ambergris. Though getting something for free felt great, he gazed down at the precious liquid in his hands and warned himself. This kind of life-or-death gamble was best done sparingly. Remembering the black energy dagger the Pale Shadow had shot at him, Li Wei cautioned himself. This black aura dagger possessed terrifying penetrating power truly worthy of a Grand Knight, with such devastating force in a single strike. Li Wei stood in the shadows, rapidly replaying the recent confrontation in his mind. Though the pale shadow's strength fell short of the Imperial fists, that black aura dagger shooting forth from his body demonstrated a level of dark energy manipulation that still surpassed the Imperial fists. With just one strike, it had consecutively torn through 4 layers of protection on his body: the Guardian Seal, cloth armor, dragon mail, and chainmail. Had his own dark aura not been so robust, that single blow would have been enough to pierce flesh and blood. High rewards come with high risks. Li Wei, oh Li Wei, you still lack composure. He took a deep breath, constantly reflecting. When climbing the iron fence, that chill shooting from his spine straight to the crown of his head remained vivid even now. Without his spider sense frantically warning him, he wouldn't have had time to activate the Guardian Seal. Facts proved that razor-thin margin was the difference between life and death. The dagger ultimately stopped just outside his skin, but only because the Guardian Seal had absorbed most of its force, preventing it from truly drawing blood. In this chaotic situation, I'm wearing a mask, so I don't need to worry about my identity being exposed. When trump cards need to be played, they must be played. He picked up the scattered dragon's breath incense nearby, then jogged back to his lodging, sweeping all his belongings into a bundle. The holy city of Atlantis was about to undergo upheaval, and preparations for escape couldn't be delayed for even a moment. The street fighting between rebels and the Imperial Fist was destined to continue endlessly, and outsiders were most easily swept into these whirlpools 7 without taking sides. They could hardly avoid disaster. However, before leaving, he still had several matters that absolutely had to be completed. The rebel uprising was precisely the best window for action, an opportunity not to be missed. With his current strength, trying to kill Mecca under the nose of the Imperial Fist at full power and escape with the spoils would require years of accumulation. But if Mecca's mansion were affected by the flames of war, he would have an opportunity to exploit. After finishing his preparations, he climbed onto a low rooftop to survey the scene. The outer city, middle city, and inner city had now become complete chaos. Flames and broken walls intertwined, while the crisp sounds of clashing blades and spears at street corners rose and fell in succession. The outer city gangs seized the opportunity to attack the middle city, and all those demons and monsters who had previously been subdued by the Imperial Fist's force and harbored ulterior motives now bared their fangs. First to Mecca's mansion, I must move the dragon's breath incense statue before either the Imperial Fist or rebels take position there. Beneath the white wolf mask, his gaze was cold and sharp. With a movement, he instantly vanished into the dilapidated district. Meanwhile, in that gloomy mass grave area outside the holy city, a flock of crows circled and cawed. The pale shadow dragged his wounded body along, blood trickling from beneath his mask, marking a trail of dark red dots among the withered grass. He pushed aside weeds and toppled tombstones, revealing a hidden stone door passage. Damn Imperial Fist, what kind of monster was that? He cursed under his breath, recalling his experiences fighting the White Horse Knight. Even then, he had never suffered such overwhelming suppression. The ghostly mask reflected the cold candlelight as he stepped into the tunnel. The passage was initially extremely narrow, barely allowing one person through. After walking dozens more steps, it suddenly opened into a spacious area. A sinister underground world stretched before them. This was the harbinger of death's stronghold in the holy city, where Pale Shadow now sought refuge to heal his grievous wounds. Cold water seeped through the damp brick walls, iron torches crackled and sparked, their dim light casting shadows of numerous assassin mentors. Upon seeing Pale Shadow's arrival, they all bowed deeply, their expressions respectful yet tense. "My lord, what happened to you?" several mentors inquired in hushed tones. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Pale Shadow's voice was hoarse as he raised his hand, signaling for everyone to rise. "Search the holy city these next few days and procure the finest healing medicines for me. I'll be resting here for some time. Remember, under no circumstances must you expose this stronghold's location." "Yes, my lord." The assassins immediately dispersed, and the entire stronghold bustled into activity. In the inner city of the holy city, within a sparsely lit mansion, the stench of blood permeated the air. Guards' corpses lay scattered across the floor as a terrified official wielded his sword, desperately fighting off a black-clad woman wearing a harbinger bird mask. "Don't kill me." Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The black-clad woman chuckled coldly, her voice icy. "Sorry, we only recognize money." She was tall and lean with well-defined muscles and a powerful chest. This was Lady Thorn, the third-ranked elite assassin of the Harbinger of Death. For this mission, she had infiltrated the holy city alongside Pale Shadow. While Pale Shadow dealt with the Imperial Fist, she was tasked with assassinating designated officials. "Whatever the rebels are paying you, I'll double it," the official rasped hoarsely. Though he was a high-ranking knight, he was no match for Lady Thorn, a peak-level knight, being completely outclassed in strength, speed, and technique. Lady Thorn flexed her wrist, her dagger gleaming coldly. "We're a professional team, with standards." With that, she lunged forward again. The official steeled himself for the clash. But after just a few exchanges, he was exhausted and wounded, despair filling his heart as he could only pray for the Storm Emperor to strike down the female assassin with lightning. Just then, roof tiles shattered as a long sword plunged down like lightning, blocking the fatal strike. A burly man wearing a white wolf mask descended through the tiles, forcing Lady Thorne back several steps. "Who are you, and why do you interfere?" Lady Thorne's gaze sharpened. The man behind the white wolf mask spoke in a low voice. "Harbinger of death? That's right, I hope you won't." Before she could finish, he roared, "Go to hell." He stepped forward, his sword suddenly blazing with a golden cross slash, followed by an explosive surge of intermediate ripple power. The air trembled as the cross-shaped sword light tore through the sky, aimed directly at Lady Thorne's throat. Lady Thorne cursed inwardly, her arms going numb, yet she gritted her teeth and fought back. Wooden beams collapsed inside the house, torches scattered sparks, and the two clashed for dozens of rounds. The violent ripple power caused her hands to split and bleed. Finally, with a sharp crack, her weapon shattered in two from the vibrations. Terror gripped her. Her opponent fought like a madman without pause. Lady Thorne turned and leaped onto the roof, trying to escape under cover of darkness. The white wolf-masked man casually threw a black snake dagger. Thud! The dagger pierced her upper thigh, and searing pain struck as she lost her footing and fell from the roof. Midair, a devastating kick slammed into her, smashing Lady Thorne into the stone pavement. Before she could struggle while coughing up blood, the man had already stomped on her shin, the sickening crack making one's scalp crawl. Immediately after, he grabbed her arm and twisted violently, bones snapping as Lady Thorne fainted from the pain. The white wolf-masked man glanced at the trembling official and carried Lady Thorne into a nearby abandoned building. He searched through all her equipment, standard Harbinger daggers, rope, paralysis powder, nothing else of note. After confirming this, he stuffed Lady Thorne into a cellar in the corner, covered it with wooden boards, and took only the Harbinger bird mask. According to Taishan's map, he knew the Harbinger of Death must have a stronghold in the Holy City, but didn't know its exact location. This woman was quite skilled and surely knew the details, so he would spare her life for now. When he emerged from the building, the official still stood frozen in place, having witnessed a peak-level knight being easily crushed, his knees nearly buckling. "Don't be nervous. I'm with the Imperial Fist. Are you all right?" Li Wei said from behind the white wolf mask. "By the Storm Emperor above, I thank you for your assistance." The official in the finance ministry uniform clutched his chest, gasping for breath, yet still maintaining proper etiquette. "I am an official of the finance ministry, forever loyal to the Empire's Lord and the Empire's Fist. I never expected these damned rebels to cause such chaos, breaking the heart of the Empire's Fist. He has given so much for the Empire." Li Wei thought to himself. Perfect, someone from the finance ministry should know the location of Minister Mecca's residence. So he pulled the man along as they rushed from the middle city toward the inner city. Along the way, gold-ranked assassins from the Song of Deathbirds came charging toward them, enemies meeting with burning hatred. However, in Li Wei's eyes, these so-called gold-ranked killers were laughably weak, becoming corpses within moments. The official was already covered in wounds, and seeing Li Wei's unmatched skills, he grasped at this last lifeline. "I must hurry to find Lord Mecca, lest the rebels kill him. Would you be willing to accompany me?" "Let's go." Li Wei nodded decisively. Having a guide certainly made things easier. Along the way, Li Wei protected the official as they weaved through alleys and districts, casually cutting down several waves of rebels who tried to charge at them. Blood traced winding patterns across the stone-paved roads, instantly elevating the official's trust in Li Wei to its peak. "Sir, this way." The official pointed toward a hidden path. "Taking this shortcut will get us to Lord Mecca's residence fastest. Though Lord Mecca is probably out seeking shelter, so there might not be anyone at the mansion." Moments later, they arrived at a cluster of connected mansions that housed the finance ministry's high officials. The official hesitated at the base of the estate wall. "Sir, I'll wait for you outside. If the rebels have already occupied the mansion, I dare not go in." He still needed to return to his own residence to gather his years of savings and flee before the Holy City's great upheaval began. But without Li Wei, he couldn't move an inch. Li Wei was completely oblivious to Tishi only needed the man to guide him. He pressed against the wall's eaves, placing both palms on the cold stone surface, and activated intermediate vibration, sensing currently only covering a 20-meter range, but already detecting chaotic movements in one corner of the estate. "Stay here." Before the words had finished leaving his lips, Li Wei moved to the other side of the wall, threw out his grappling hook, scaled the wall, and landed a series of movements executed almost silently. He fastened on his mask the symbol of the Song of Deathbird so that even if exposed, he could pin the blame on those assassins and let the Empire's fist chase their remnants. Mecca's mansion was enormous, occupying a full 100 acres in the precious inner city district, with vegetation trimmed like works of art, though now bearing traces of sword and blade strikes everywhere. Li Wei quickened his pace, worried that the rebels might steal away that dragon ambergris statue first. According to noble custom, statues were usually enshrined in private chapels. Li Wei first rushed toward the white stone chapel with its pointed roof, already smelling blood before pushing open the door. A priest in purple-blue robes lay face up by the doorway, his blood dried and darkened. From deeper within came the clash of metal against metal. After Li Wei approached and extended his senses, he detected 4 people inside. The spider sense gave no warning, and from Li Wei's perception, there were no powerful figures like great knights inside. He made a quick decision and silently moved to the window, peering through the stained glass to see 2 groups of people engaged in close combat inside. One was a small leader of the rebels, and the other was the guards of the Maika residence, all of whom were knights, with the weakest being mid-tier. On the wall directly opposite the main door hung a massive oil painting. A tumultuous sea raised towering waves, dark clouds loomed overhead, and purple-blue lightning crisscrossed, creating a doomsday storm. Amidst the chaos, a towering figure stood on the raging sea, surrounded by the storm, exhaling clouds and mist, wearing a crown, with ancient war drums encircling behind the storm emperor. Below the painting, in a shrine, a palm-sized miniature statue of the emperor gleamed with a warm glow, and the rich scent of dragon's saliva wafted through the air, penetrating the nostrils even from several meters away. Indeed, that person didn't deceive me, Li Wei thought, and suddenly took action. The 2 groups of knights were completely unprepared for an intruder. As soon as Li Wei landed, he dashed toward the shrine, snatched the dragon's saliva statue, and turned to flee. Only then did the others see that he was wearing a deathbird mask. "Who are you? Stop!" The rebels and the guards shouted in unison, rushing toward him. The statue was the most valuable item in this church, and they could not tolerate a third party taking it while they fought fiercely. "Those who block me shall die," Li Wei shouted, drawing Frostmourne. Golden cross slash. The life seeds within him black snakes, sea monsters, giant bears, giant rhinos, and savage bulls roared in unison, unleashing terrifying power. Crack! A cold light flashed, and a mid-tier knight was cleaved in 2 along with his armor, blood splattering everywhere, leaving the remaining 3 pale with fear. What kind of monster is this? A great knight? Did the Deathbird send 2 great knights? "Brother, what do you want? We didn't hire you to rob us," a rebel knight asked, forcing himself to sound brave. Li Wei couldn't be bothered to respond. The inner city was filled with experts, and the Empire's fist or other great knights could arrive at any moment. He had originally planned to strike quickly and retreat, but since they didn't recognize the situation, he had no choice but to kill. He no longer held back his body. His bones creaked as he grew taller, muscles bulging. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a one-sided massacre. There was no difference between mid-tier and high-tier knights in his eyes. Die! One guard took advantage of the moment to leap over his companion, swinging a massive axe toward Li Wei's face. Li Wei raised his right arm, and Frostmourne buzzed as it blocked the axe blade. With his left hand, he formed a seal, murmuring an incantation, and suddenly struck out. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted, distorting the air with intense heat. The guard's head was instantly scorched by the flame flow seal, leaving him unable to scream, suffering a fate worse than death. Magic? Who are you? The remaining 2, terrified, tried to flee, but were all cut down by Frostmourne. Suddenly, the spider sense trembled violently, causing his hair to stand on end. Li Wei had no time to search the bodies. He grabbed the statue and broke through the window, fleeing in an instant. A few minutes later, inside the Maika residence, the figure of the military minister appeared amidst the ruins, his expression grim. In the distance, a massive figure, resembling a raging beast, was crushing the roof and leaping through the air, each landing shaking the tiles and creating a continuous rumble, like an earthquake. Bug, is running all you can do? Li Wei sensed the fierce battle raging at the Maika estate from afar and breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for my spider sense, I might have been tempted to steal more treasures from the Maika estate, he reminded himself silently. Li Wei, you're too greedy. The ambergris is enough, how dare you think of taking more? As he hurried along, he came to a clear realization. Greed is an inherent part of human nature, nearly impossible to completely eradicate. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. The ancients spoke truly. Fortunately, he had his spider sense to guide him, always providing a clear measure of when to reach out and when to pull back. Desire might deceive him, but spider sense never would. Maika isn't at the estate, Li Wei called back to the minor official from the Treasury Department. The official's heart sank. That old fox had probably retreated to a pre-prepared safe house. Li Wei escorted the man all the way to the estate's entrance. Sir, thank you for your assistance. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't trouble you to accompany me further. The official said his farewells, though worry lingered in his expression. Li Wei nodded slightly, watching the man hurry away, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A free bodyguard? No such good fortune existed in this world. With that thought, he quietly followed. Less than 15 minutes later, Li Wei carried a bulging pack on his back. Inside, Besides the carefully preserved ambergris statue, lay a pile of gleaming jewels and gold coins roughly estimated to be worth at least 2,000 tuva gold coins. Just a minor official from the Treasury Department, yet he's hoarded so much money. 3 years as a clean magistrate, 100,000 silver taels, truly a universal truth, Li Wei sighed softly. Human greed remained unchanged throughout history. Corrupt officials were parasites in every era. The atmosphere in the inner city grew increasingly dangerous. Beyond the Empire's fist and the Minister of War, he could vaguely sense the presence of even more powerful figures. Li Wei dared not linger. His primary objective had already been exceeded. He'd obtained 25 bottles of ambergris in total, plus one statue crafted from solidified ambergris. This statue alone weighs as much as 100 bottles of ambergris. Selling it in the Emerald Kingdom would fetch at least 30,000 gold coins. At this thought, he could barely contain his excitement. Ambergris freedom, achieved. Even better, everything had been obtained for free. His hard-earned money hadn't been needed at all. Now to finish the remaining tasks and leave the holy city. The more chaotic the situation became, the more convenient it was for his operations. Li Wei sneered and quickened his pace. First, he headed to the cellar where the Song of the Death Bird assassin was imprisoned. The abandoned building had been derelict for ages and was well imperfect as a temporary hideout. In the dim corner, the female assassin lay with all 4 limbs disabled, curled into a ball. Seeing Li Wei enter wearing his white wolf mask, she immediately began trembling. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Li Wei looked down at her, his voice low and menacing. Answer honestly, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll learn what it means to wish for death. Beautiful lady, you wouldn't want to experience inhuman torment, would you? Li Wei smiled maliciously, gazing at the assassin's face. Quite pretty, actually. Go ahead and ask. This assassin, known as the Thorn Lady, wore a wooden expression, as if she had lost all will to live. For this operation, Li Wei knelt on one knee, his sword Frostmourne gleaming with cold light. How many from Song of the Death Bird came? How many Shadow Class assassins? 10 in total. Her voice was hoarse. 1 Shadow Class, 2 Gold ranked, 3 Silver ranked, 4 Bronze ranked. Do you have a stronghold in the Holy City? As soon as the words left his mouth, the Thorn Lady's expression changed drastically. Li Wei caught every trace of her subtle panic. How do you know? She forced herself to remain calm, then suddenly realized, wait, did you also destroy the stronghold in Icewind City? Why are you opposing us? There's no benefit in this for you. Li Wei's eyes darkened as he barked. I'm the one asking questions here. Woman. He kicked hard, striking the Thorn Lady in the abdomen. She doubled over in pain. Frostmourne sliced through her leather armor, exposing her muscled chest. The cold, killing intent of the blade against her skin made her tremble. Yes, we have a stronghold in the Holy City. She took a deep breath. Location: about 5 miles south of the outer city, in the mass burial ground. The Thorn Lady answered with difficulty. The entrance is somewhere in those burial mounds, but I don't know the exact secret passage. I'm telling the truth. How many Grand Knights are at the stronghold? As far as I know, one. Her eyes flickered. But I'm not sure if Lord Pale Shadow might go there. Li Wei lowered his gaze, his voice soft as a whisper. Any last words? Tell me who you are, why you're our enemy. I'm going to die anyway, so satisfy my curiosity, please, the Thorn Lady asked in a sorrowful voice. Nothing else? Then die. Swoosh. A cold flash, and her head hit the ground. Li Wei casually grabbed the corpse and dragged it to an abandoned fireplace in the corner. He ignited the flame seal, and the flesh instantly turned to ash. I wanted to cause more trouble for the Death Bird, he muttered, staring at the flames. But with that Grand Knight Pale Shadow being uncertain, I shouldn't take the risk. I'll wait until I'm strong enough for revenge. The firelight illuminated his stern face as Li Wei sat cross-legged, chewing dried rations and drinking water to recover the strength exhausted from the fierce battle. He made a list of 2 tasks. 1. Find Micah and take his head. 2. Trade with that old man for the giant's breathing technique. Additionally, he needed to contact Wild Dog, though he could find his way home alone. Having an extra route was always safer. As for the stronghold in the burial ground, he decided to let it go for now. With the Imperial Fist hunting the military minister throughout the city, this was the perfect time to assassinate Micah. Where was Micah hiding? The Bloodhand Gang boss in the outer district might have clues. While he was at it, he'd also collect his enormous loss of 1 gold coin and a pile of weapons from the Bloodhand Gang. The Holy City was in chaos, perfect for settling scores. Li Wei hid his belongings securely, ensuring no one could find them, then infiltrated the Merchant Guild in the Middle District. With fires and screams everywhere, he took advantage of the chaos for some zero-cost shopping, making off with a batch of mithril. Moving to the blacksmith shop in the outer district, he had the smith use mithril to reinforce his dragon armor and repair his chainmail. Then, following his memory, he stealthily made his way toward the Bloodhand Gang's territory. The outer district was now filled with smoke and fire. Many gangs had been bought by the rebels and were joining the crusade against the Imperial Fist, all cannon fodder. The Bloodhand Gang's lair was an abandoned winery. In the courtyard, Scarface led a group of thugs on high alert. Stay sharp, he slapped a dozing subordinate awake. Boss Bloodhand is meeting with big shots from the inner district. If anything goes wrong, you're all dead. No one noticed that in another corner of the compound, a gang member on night watch had been silently taken out by a pair of large hands covering his mouth. Li Wei had originally planned to charge straight in. Before making his move, he extended his senses and confirmed there was no Grand Knights or a present. Still, he cautiously grabbed a small-time thug to interrogate first. In the dark alley, the damp brick walls reflected cold light. Li Wei gripped the thug's throat with one hand, pinning him against the wall like a rag doll. The man kicked and flailed desperately, but like a chicken dangling in midair, all his struggles were futile. Not to mention, the sword still dripping with moisture was the very one he had stolen from Li Wei's blacksmith shop. How many people are inside? Li Wei's voice was low and menacing. The thug's face turned sickly pale with fear as he stammered, looking at Li Wei in his eyes. Boss Bloodhand was merely a vicious noble's attack dog, but this man before him was like a true wilderness scorpion tiger, domineering, powerful, and suffocating. He hesitated. Li Wei's knuckles tightened slightly, bones grinding with audible cracks. Don't speak, then die. I'll talk. I'll talk. 36 people. Is Boss Bloodhand there? Yes. Who else? There are also 2 Night Lords more terrifying than Boss Bloodhand, and a big shot from the inner city. He wears a mask, so we don't know who he is. I see. After the questioning, Li Wei's hand remained ice cold. Please don't kill me. I've never killed anyone. I'm just trying to make a living, to feed my family. The thug's voice trembled. Crack. Li Wei snapped his neck. Using the gap as the corpse fell, he picked up the stolen sword, his expression calm. The big shot is most likely Micah, and those 2 are probably his personal high-ranking knights. Under normal circumstances, unless a Grand Knight shows up, no one can touch him. He murmured quietly. Unfortunately, I'm here. He pulled out spell-casting materials he had prepared earlier from his coat, took a deep breath of the night air, and melted into the winery's shadows. In the pitch darkness, slaughter began silently. Most of Bloodhand gang were just ordinary thugs, with few even reaching Knight Squire level, nothing but a ragtag mob. The black snake dagger sliced across throats, blood trails flashing dark red in the moonlight as lives were harvested one by one. There's an assassin. Where? Go find Boss Bloodhand. Screams erupted as torches swayed wildly. Li Wei, wearing a death bird mask, moved through light and shadow, striking and withdrawing, silence spreading rapidly with the blood. Moments later, only the scarred man remained in the courtyard. The others had either fallen dead or scattered in flight. You, who are you? The scarred man's sword-holding hand trembled uncontrollably. A cold flash, and the sword pierced his throat. Li Wei leaned down and whispered in his ear. How did it feel collecting protection money? Splurt. The scarred man's pupils dilated as he fell with an expression of disbelief. It was that big guy from the blacksmith shop. Why would such a powerful warrior willingly work as a blacksmith? The thought flashed through his mind in his final moment. At the same time, Boss Bloodhand, having heard the commotion, was already blocking the winery's cellar entrance with his giant axe. Deep in the cellar was a secret passage leading directly outside the city. Absolutely could not let anyone break through. Outside the city, rebel forces were hunting down several ministers closest to the fist of the empire, and Micah was among them. That day, he hadn't entered the inner city and, disregarding his family's vast wealth and dragon's breath incense statue, had come directly to the outer district under the protection of 2 high-ranking knights. He found one of the pawns he had planted in the outer city all along Bloodhand, the gang leader. The commotion from above pierced through the underground like needles, instantly alerting Bloodhand. He first shoved Mika toward the narrow tunnel that could only accommodate 1 person crawling. Go. Now. Then he gripped his massive axe and faced the intruders alone. Buddy, barging into someone else's territory ain't very polite. His gravelly voice had barely finished when the axe blade came slashing toward Li Wei with a bloody wind. Li Wei couldn't be bothered to respond. He raised his hand and unleashed his signature cross slash with earth-shattering force. The violent wind shattered the air, the turbulence whipping up Bloodhand's greasy long hair. The next moment, that heavy head rolled across the floor. Just a mid-tier knight. Too weak. Li Wei kicked the head into a corner and searched the body. A few measly gold coins, nothing else. What good stuff could the Bloodhand gang possibly have? Sheathing his sword, he headed straight for the wine cellar. At the end of the damp, cold steps, 2 burly men were already charging toward him. Damn that deathbird's call. It never leaves us alone, the one on the left growled. So what? Plenty of assassins have fallen to our blades today, the one on the right sneered. Dark energy seeped from Li Wei's skin as his muscles instantly swelled. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers also ignited with black energy and white smoke. Years of coordination combined with their high-tier knight cultivation made them capable of holding their own against peak knights. Confirming that their opponent wasn't a grand knight, they felt no fear. But they didn't know that there existed someone in this world who was invincible below grand knights, yet couldn't afford to trade with those above, because he preferred to play it safe. Die. Frostmourne roared under the enhancement of intermediate ripple power, and Li Wei became like a humanoid match-black energy as engine oil, white smoke as steam, and Frostmourne as the howling chain word. If this blade had a machine soul, it would surely be roaring with excitement. Bang, 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 bang. Impact sounds echoed continuously in the narrow wine cellar as the two high-tier knights retreated step by step under the relentless cross slashes. Frostmourne's third-generation iron-cutting power kept tearing through their iron longswords, causing the blades to chip and crack. Within moments, they were backed into a corner. Let's go all out. The left knight forced himself to meet the sword Hedon, getting pierced through the chest by Frostmourne, but he still clung desperately to Li Wei's right arm, trying to create an opportunity for his brother. The right knight gritted his teeth and raised his crack-riddled greatsword high, bringing it down viciously toward Li Wei. Li Wei's left hand had already been forming seals behind his back. As the final syllable fell, boom. Arta's explosion. Scorching flames swept through, fire consuming the charging knight. He screamed in agony within the blaze before being knocked down by the corpse Li Wei flung at him. Li Wei followed up with another sword strike, directly cleaving the half-burned body in two. Time was pressing, so he didn't bother looting and rushed into the wine cellar's only secret passage. On the wasteland, Mika crawled out from a hidden opening, disheveled and gasping for breath, his face a picture of misery. Damn it! Why? How did it come to this? He roared helplessly at the sky. His daughter, who was also the beloved wife of the Empire's Fist, had already died in the rebel surprise attack. The enraged Empire's Fist was now hunting rebels throughout the city, while Mika could only flee alone, waiting for his accomplices to help him escape the holy city. The silver moon hung lonely in the sky as distant beasts let out low growls. A towering figure silently blocked Mika's path, the deathbird masked cold and merciless. Mika's heart turned to ice, yet he still forced himself to speak. If you want money, I can give you unimaginable wealth. If you want power, I'll have the Empire's Fist personally teach you the strongest combat techniques. If you want authority and women, I can satisfy that too. You're just an assassin who kills for money. Why are you so determined to take my life? A cold gleam answered him. Thud, the head hit the ground. Li Wei tore off Mika's luxurious outer garment and casually wrapped the still warm, fine head in it. Bah, I just want you dead. Li Wei carried more than just Maka's severed head. It was his only hope of obtaining the giant's breathing technique. Maka had been despicable and shameless in life, earning the title of scum even in this holy city fallen to darkness. When he returned to the Bloodhand Gang's suburban winery, the night wind still carried the stench of blood. For Li Wei, killing without looting was never complete. He muttered under his breath as he began searching for spoils. Under the cold moonlight, the dilapidated hall echoed only with the metallic sounds of his rummaging. Gold coins clinked into his pouch, a mere few hundred tuva coins in total, along with a breathing technique inheritance scroll that the gang leader had hidden at the bottom of a chest. The scroll's corners were stained with dried brownish red blood, proof of its ignoble origins. He didn't unfurl the scroll immediately, instead tucking it into his robes along with the coins. He casually placed the mask symbolizing the Deathbird song over the gang leader's brutally disfigured face, then quietly departed. Such places of trouble were best left quickly. When his figure appeared again, he wore the white wolf mask and stood before the Radiant Tavern. The tavern's lights burned as always, though chaos reigned outside with curfew bells ringing one after another. The old man from the Melon family hadn't shown himself yet, but Li Wei wasn't in a hurry. He found a secluded booth, ordered a glass of dark rum, and by the dim candlelight, opened the breathing technique scroll. On the parchment, 56 detailed figures danced around a crimson sea beast. The creature resembled a whale but was covered in scarlet scales, its gaping maw seeming ready to devour heaven and earth. The blood whale breathing techniquian endurance type bloodline breathing method marked as excellent quality. Even with Li Wei's usual composure, this unexpected find sent his blood racing. An excellent quality breathing technique should have been treasured in noble vaults, yet here it lay on some insignificant gang leader. A surprise? This was a true surprise, like finding rare blue equipment dropped by a newbie village monster in a game. More thrilling than orange gear from an ultimate boss. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Stay cool. Practice it after returning to Blackwater Valley. As night deepened, chaos continued outside the tavern, while tranquility reigned within. Without powerful backing, such momentary peace would be impossible. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, feeling envious. The Radiant Tavern stood like a detached witness, silently recording the great and small storms of the holy city. Dawn broke faintly. The masked old man from the Melon family finally pushed through the door, his steps unsteady, breathing labored, fingers trembling violently. Did you bring it? His hoarse voice betrayed his panic. Li Wei looked up, his voice calm but brooking no refusal. Where is the giant's breathing technique, Lord Melon? He made no move to unwrap the burlap containing Maka's head, simply watching the other man quietly. The old man shakily drew a parchment scroll from his robes, tears sliding down the edges of his mask. I have failed my ancestors, possessing the giant's breathing technique, yet accomplishing nothing. Through his sobs, his spine seemed to collapse. It will only gather dust among your many collections, buried in oblivion with our melon family. The scroll passed into Li Wei's hands. He gently unfurled it. Densely packed human figures identical in style to the black snake breathing technique. He scanned quickly subvention in total. This meant it shared the same supreme quality as the black snake breathing technique, capable of reaching the Grand Knight realm. The 71 figures struck different poses, all facing and worshipping a towering snow-capped mountain, but looking closer, it wasn't a mountain at all, but a giant. The legendary frost giants of immense strength, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Li Wei followed the guidance on the scroll, comparing the breathing rhythm again and again until he finally confirmed the giant breathing technique was correct. The scorching blood surging in his chest reminded him this was real, not a dream. Had truly obtained the giant breathing technique. With sufficient resources in the future, the frost giant's armor would be within reach. He handed the still-bloodied head to the old man before him. Micah, it's indeed Micah. The old man's eyes turned blood red as he clutched the head like grasping his last lifeline, his fingertips suddenly pressing down and bursting Micah's already clouded eyeballs. Black and red liquid trickled down through his fingers. Decades of hatred were completely vented in this moment. After his emotions were fully released, Li Wei spoke. Lord Meilong, may I boldly ask why your family was destroyed by the church? The old man stood frozen, seemingly searching for answers in his dark memories. There's no why. Countless families have been destroyed by the church. Ours was just one of the unlucky ones. He smiled bitterly. Aren't you curious why none of those legendary families that once produced legends remain? Because they were all eliminated by the church. Li Wei followed his lead. Exactly, young man. In these 7 kingdoms, there are no living legends and no enduring families. Kingdoms fall, legends perish, but only the church through changing eras. They merely change their names. All things are fleeting, only gods are eternal. Do you know why the military minister dares to resist the empire's fist? Because the storm church backs him. When the church feels the empire's fist is becoming an uncontrolled wild horse threatening true divine faith, that's when reckoning comes. Remember, in the Tuva Empire, humans need not worship the empire's fist. The only faith is the storm emperor. No matter how strong mortals become, they will eventually die. He raised his wine flask and poured a cup of amber-colored fine wine. Thank you, young man. I toast you with this 100 flowers. May your future wife be as beautiful as the flower night. With that, the old man embraced Micah's head and staggered away. With his blood vengeance complete, the taut strings of his heart that had been stretched for years suddenly snapped, and his steps carried a touch of madness. Li Wei returned to the underground chamber, melting the looted gold coins into thick golden bands, wrapping them around his arms and hiding them in his sleeves. He packed all other spoils of war as well. Afterward, he met with the Wild Dog Knight at the Shining Tavern, and the two quietly left the holy city through the Bloody Hand Gang's secret passages. Outside the city, night winds carried the scent of earth and withered grass. Li Wei gazed south at the rolling mist, the mass grave lands, likely the stronghold of the death bird's song. Shadow-class assassins might be lurking within. Remembering the pale shadow's stunning strike, he decided to postpone investigation. The harvest isn't small, can afford to stumble here. Let them live a bit longer, he warned himself silently. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at the Wild Dog Knight preparing beside him, ready to go. I can tell you've gained quite a lot this time, sir. The Wild Dog Knight grinned. Haven't you as well? Li Wei countered. Hee. After this job I'm retiring, going back home to buy an estate, become a minor noble, marry several beautiful wives, have a dozen kids. Just thinking about it feels wonderful. Being alive is truly good. The Wild Dog Knight patted his chest with emotion. Stop the chatter, lead the way. Li Wei stepped forward first. The two figures soon disappeared beyond the horizon. Though without mounts, with their knight physiques, their running pace remained swift. Along the way, Li Wei even borrowed horses from a group of deserting guards. He continued his journey alongside the Wild Dog Knight on horseback. The two riders traveled one after the other along the desolate official road, hollowed out by bitter winds, their horses' hooves drumming a steady rhythm against the frozen ground. When they reached Icewind City, the banners atop the city walls were already snapping fiercely in the cold winds of the winter moon. After a brief farewell with the Wild Dog Knight, Li Wei didn't immediately return home. The intense training during their journey had brought his black serpent breathing technique to the brink of the 6th tier, so he decided to rent a stone house facing the street in the city and devote all his energy to the final push. Several days later, the morning dawn filtered through the narrow window, illuminating Li Wei's sweat-soaked skin. The long-suppressed tension and perseverance erupted in that moment as he drew in a deep breath of cold air and slowly exhaled it as turbid breath. Within the secret patterns of his heart, a black serpent had grown thicker and more menacing than before, coiled with its head raised heights presence, so overwhelming that even the remnant shadows of the 5 great breathing technique sea monster, giant rhino, giant bear, wild bull, and human-faced spider were forced to bow in submission. The black serpent hissed as dark energy surged. In an instant, Li Wei's upper body was covered in thick, armor-like black energy, leaving only a strip of skin visible around his waist. 6th tier. He had finally crossed the threshold into the ranks of high-tier knights. Rising to stretch his muscles and bones, his skeleton produced crisp popping sounds in the silent room, and his formidable physical strength seemed to make the very air feel heavier. After reining in the black energy and putting on his clothes, he summoned his proficiency panel. Li Wei Black Serpent Breathing Technique. 6th tier, 140000. Special effect, Advanced Defense. Description, possesses powerful defense against blunt weapon attacks. Ordinary sharp weapons find it difficult to penetrate the black energy. Breaking through to the high tier not only expanded the coverage area, but the density and toughness of the black energy itself had also risen dramatically. Now, ordinary arrows striking his body probably wouldn't even leave a mark surpassing even his former Iron Mountain defense. This period of seclusion had yielded another achievement. The giant breathing technique he had long anticipated had finally ignited its first spark. Li Wei Giant Breathing Technique. 1st tier, 11,000. He traced the panel thoughtfully, wondering, could he now wear the Frost Giant's armor? With this anticipation, he went to the hidden corner where he had concealed his radiant stones, gathered all the cold gleaming stones, and with an expectant heart, set out on the road home. Li Wei's journey took nearly half a year, with much of that time spent simply traveling. Throughout the trip, he kept thinking, if someone really did take advantage of his absence to attack his territory, he'd just have to accept his fate. But when he returned to Blackwater Valley on New Year's Day of the Sacred Light Calendar year 1009, gazing from afar, his lands appeared outwardly calm as usual, yet there was no festive atmosphere whatsoever, just a deathly stillness. This unnatural quiet set off alarm bells in his mind. Instead of taking the main road back to the castle, Li Wei hugged the mountainside and snuck back to his sanctuary at the bottom of the valley via a small path. Pushing open the door, everything inside remained exactly as he'd left it. The ashes in the fireplace undisturbed, the alchemy rack standing neatly in the corner, and most importantly, the Frost Giant's armor standing quietly in the darkness, its silver light gleaming coldly. The armor was safe and sound, which gave him temporary relief and sparked an idea. This was the perfect opportunity to test whether this mithril-heavy armor actually worked. His instincts told him something had definitely happened to his territory, so before leaving the sanctuary, he'd better get himself into peak condition. He put on the ring used to control the Frost Giant's armor, and the first-tier giant's breathing technique within him began to circulate quietly. In an instant, he detected a slight vibration from the armor. A response like a blood connection surged from his fingertips to his heart. It works. Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he nearly cried out in excitement. After having the armor for so long, he finally truly felt it come alive. The next moment, silvery white armor plates rose up, floating around him like ice blue petals. The Frost Giant's armor contained 3 built-in spells, 2 of which were zero-circle cantrips. The first was precisely this auto-assembly he was witnessing. Combine, Li Wei commanded in a low voice. Clank. The floating armor pieces locked together in sequence, instantly covering his entire body. He seemed to transform into an armored warrior, even feeling a somewhat embarrassing sense of transformation, shame in his heart. The armor originally tailored for a 3-meter giant great knight now fit his form perfectly. He moved his limbs, joints clanging, yet his movements weren't much slower than wearing chain mail, with flexibility far superior to ordinary plate armor. This mobility alone was worth a fortune, not to mention the material pure mithril. Any armor in the world with just an ounce or 2 of mithril mixed in could sell for hundreds of gold coins, and this complete set of armor contained what he estimated to be hundreds of pounds of mithril by density. Its value needed no exaggeration. Even selling an entire city couldn't buy it. Of course, such luxurious equipment would be too conspicuous if worn openly. Li Wei decided, from now on, he'd wear his dragon armor as an outer layer, with the Frost Giant's armor worn directly against his body. The chainmail could be retired with his current strength. Its protection was negligible. He solemnly put on the melon ring, the key to activating the armor's 3 major spells. Zero-circle cantrip, auto-assembly, responsible for the armor's assembly and disassembly. Zero-circle cantrip, mirror master, which could mirror and record his combat techniques into the armor. Li Wei planned to try recording his golden cross slash when he had time, and though it was an advanced technique, it might succeed. And the last one was the armor's most crucial trump card, the first circle spell, Sigh of the Frost Giant. It can rapidly drop the temperature within a 10-meter radius around Li Wei, achieving the effect of freezing enemies. Li Wei believes that even a Grand Knight wouldn't last long against the Sigh of the Frost Giant. Of course, this ability has an extremely long cooldown period, a full month before it can be recharged, so he must time its use precisely. now donned in the armor of the frost giant. Li Wei felt like he had upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. Even if a Grand Knight was truly lurking in the castle, he had the confidence to face them in battle. With this armor's defense, he was nearly invincible, needing only to find an opportunity to break through his enemy's defenses to claim victory. The frost giant's armor, combined with the guardian seal and the flame flow seal, the path of the wizard was drawing ever closer. After confirming he was ready, he pushed open the door and left the sanctuary, wanting to see what had happened outside. The entire castle was eerily quiet, without a trace of human voices. Li Wei fully activated his intermediate vibration sensing, confirmed no one was lying in ambush near the exit, then searched the corridors for Fred. But the castle was littered with bloodstains and broken furniture, diagonal sword marks on the walls like cracked tree bark, and several soldiers' corpses scattered about, their bodies torn as if mangled by chainsaws. Li Wei's expression darkened as he walked out of the castle, only to discover that the three brothers were also nowhere to be found, the bear pen's fence wide open, and iron chains scattered on the ground. He pursued the trail to the back mountain, breaking into the hidden valley where Fred trained cavalry. The bluestone at the valley entrance bore deep footprints, and hoarse neighing mixed with low sobbing echoed through the air. Dozens of subjects and wounded soldiers gathered around campfires, their clothes tattered, expressions desperate, as if their last glimmer of hope had been drained away. Upon seeing Li Wei, they first looked bewildered, then erupted with long-suppressed emotions. Several people broke down crying on the spot. "My lord, you've finally returned." Captain Sam rushed forward with tears in his eyes, falling heavily to his knees, his shoulders trembling violently. "Fred, Knight Fred is dead." Sam sobbed uncontrollably, while several surviving Crimson Blood cavalrymen behind him also covered their faces and wept. Li Wei frowned deeply. What exactly happened? Sam took a deep breath and recounted everything that had occurred over the past 3 months. 3 months ago, only 4 strangers had invaded Blackwater Valley, claiming to be wandering knights and demanding to see Li Wei by name. Fred judged their intentions were hostile and politely refused, saying the Lord was away. Not only did they not believe this, but they also ignored the kingdom's laws, forcibly entering the territory and storming the castle. Fred led the militia into battle, with the Crimson Blood cavalry and the 3 brothers joining the fight, instantly staining the corridors with blood. Most of the enemies among the 3 were killed, but that tall stranger was like a demon lord descending, fighting the entire force single-handedly. He was a Grand Knight. Fred realized their side had no chance of victory and ordered Sam to lead most of the cavalry and the 3 brothers to retreat, preserving their strength to seek vengeance with their lord later. Sam was forced to withdraw and hide in this valley. The subsequent news only reached them a few days ago. Fred had led the remaining soldiers to drag that Grand Knight to the banks of the Blackwater River, where all ultimately perished, with only a few severely wounded survivors rescued, and that big man subsequently vanished without a trace. Since then, Sam and the others hadn't dared leave the valley, fearing the enemy's return. Li Wei asked quietly, "Where is Fred's body?" His voice was calm, yet everyone present could clearly sense a flame called anger burning within their lord. Soon, Sam and the others brought Li Wei to see Fred's corpse, which was barely recognizable as human. His clothes were torn to shreds, weapons scattered about, with only the distinctive emblem on his chest proving his identity. Li Wei stood frozen in place, feeling as though something was blocking his chest, all emotions condensing into wordless grief. He had always known this day would come, but he never expected it to arrive so quickly. Fred had always hoped Li Wei would reclaim the Tulip territory and Storm territory, restoring the Black Snake family to its former glory. But Li Wei knew in his heart that the real challenge wasn't taking the territory as it was holding them. He was destined to walk the path of a wizard, and before then, he might not even leave behind an heir. Even if he did, the chances of his descendants being able to defend the territory were virtually zero. All mortals must die, and he couldn't remain forever trapped in the worldly cage of his domain. Territory and wealth were merely tools for pursuing immortality. This truth had become crystal clear the moment he decided to become a wizard. As his power grew stronger, his dependence on territory would inevitably weaken. However, the vengeance he owed could not be reduced by even a fraction. The so-called Wandering Knight was nothing but a cover to deceive others. Acting hesitantly and secretively was exactly Duke Blackmountain's style. That Grand Knight was almost certainly one of Blackmountain's men. After 3 failed assassination attempts by the Deathbird's Sound, this great noble had finally lost patience and entered the fray himself. Golden Cross/I will master it step by step to the highest level, inheriting the name of Dawn Swordsman with the supreme power of Golden Rotation. He vowed silently, his killing intent sharp as a blade. After a brief period of mourning, Li Wei began dealing with the current situation. He found the 3 brothers that Sam and the others had hidden away. The 3 giant bears were covered in blood, their bodies crisscrossed with wounds. Clearly, their direct confrontation with the Grand Knight had cost them dearly. If not for Fred leading the cavalry and soldiers in a desperate final stand to cover their retreat, the three brothers would likely have perished. Fred understood that the three brothers and the Crimson Blood Cavalry were Li Wei's future trump cards, so even at the cost of his life, he had to drag them from the battlefield. The three brothers were now nearly adults, each possessing combat strength comparable to a mid-tier knight. Working together, even high-tier knights would struggle against them. Once they reached full maturity, an adult male bear would have the minimum strength of a high-tier knight. Combined with the giant bear armor Li Wei had personally forged, the three bears together could sweep away any enemy below Grand Knight level. Seeing Li Wei, the three brothers ignored their pain and lunged forward, wanting to embrace him. Li Wei pressed against their massive paws, telling them to rest and recover while eating and drinking well, then instructed the veterinarian to buy the finest animal medicine in the city. With their nearly monstrous constitution, recovery was only a matter of time. Besides the three brothers, the main force of the Crimson Blood Cavalry had also been preserved. 32 Crimson Blood Cavalry remained in the territory. The infantry, however, had been almost completely wiped out. Fortunately, civilian casualties were minimal, as the uninvited guests seemed to have deliberately avoided harming ordinary people. From the few survivors, Li Wei learned that the Grand Knight had left in extreme haste, as if encountering some sudden emergency. Someone had heard him roar in fury, "Damn woman, get off me!" Yet no one around had seen any woman. Just like that, the Grand Knight fled in panic shortly after his massacre at Blackwater Valley. If he had continued his full assault, a mere baron's territory couldn't have withstood him. A woman, the Blackwater River. Li Wei suddenly thought of a certain existence. Was it her? She was actually still in the Blackwater River. That evil spirit. Li Wei was shocked and puzzled. Why couldn't these people see the evil spirit, while the original soul and that great knight could? It was understandable that the great knight could see it. After all, he had already stepped halfway beyond the mortal realm, but the original soul was just an ordinary child when he went fishing years ago. Water nymph. What exactly is this thing? He muttered to himself. Since that devastating attack by the evil spirit, Li Wei had scoured through all legends and texts related to evil spirits, but records about water nymphs were scarce, let alone solutions. Just when he thought the monster had long disappeared, after all these years, it appeared again in the Blackwater River. The spirit banishing manual in his hands also contained no illustrations or annotations about water nymphs. Only one phrase repeatedly emphasized, after the return of the magic tide, these beings are born in the mortal world. The unknown, combined with insufficient firepower, is humanity's greatest fear. Li Wei clenched his fists and issued an order. Pass down the command: no one is allowed to fish or play in the Blackwater River. Except for necessary matters like irrigation, everyone must stay away from the riverbank. The reappearance of the evil spirit in his territory made his nerves taut. He could understand the great knight's life patterns. Decapitation meant death. He was still human after all. But what exactly were evil spirits? The heirs of the Winchester family had always scorned ordinary evil spirits. They were seasoned spirit banishers with deep family traditions, knowing evil spirits inside and out, possessing both divine techniques like the dragon seal for subduing spirits and specialized spirit banishing tools. Yet Li Wei hadn't even obtained the most basic spirit dust, having virtually no effective means of attack. He wasn't naive enough to think the water nymph's help in driving away the Great Knight was his good fortune. That was pure coincidence. Fortunately, the Great Knight seemed to possess some resistance and ultimately escaped, which at least proved the water nymph wasn't invincible. The question was, how did he manage to escape? Was it merely through his robust constitution, or did he have other methods? The original soul had died on the spot back then. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. His father once said, "Fight magic with magic." If evil spirits were viewed as magical creatures, then the thing closest to magic within a knight's body would be dark energy. Yes, dark energy might be the key to contending with evil spirits. Unfortunately, he hadn't even advanced to Great Knight level. His dark energy quality was far from sufficient, and in the short term, he could only avoid direct confrontation. Based on current intelligence, the water nymph's attack range should be limited to the Blackwater River bank. Staying away from the riverside would likely be safe. Of course, this was just his hypothesis. Fortune and misfortune were intertwined, and worldly affairs were unpredictable. Li Wei sighed deeply. At least his arrival had temporarily stabilized people's hearts, but restoring the territory's vitality would still take time. Everyone returned to the territory and resumed production. Sam, properly bury our fallen cavalry brothers, take care of their families, and intensify training for new recruits. Milan, continue with the forging work. Let me know if you need more hands. Though this invasion by the Grand Knight cost us dearly, the fact that we ordinary people managed to work together and kill those formal knights shows that our regular training has been quite effective. People die when they are killed, and Grand Knights are no exception. In the council chamber, Li Wei's eyes blazed as he swept his gaze across everyone present. As long as Blackwater Valley grows strong enough, if he dares return, we'll make sure he never leaves alive. After the meeting concluded, he focused his attention on restoring production. That grand knight, having encountered the evil spirit, would likely never dare return to Blackwater Valley again. Even if he did come back, Li Wei, now clad in frost giant armor and promoted to high knight, had nothing to fear. If not for wanting to consolidate his position further, he would have pursued and hunted down his enemy right now to seek justice for himself and his territory. After a moment's consideration, he decided to first fully digest the gains from his journey to the Holy City before making his move. Year 1009 of the Sacred Light Calendar, month of sprouting. After a brief period of recovery, Blackwater Valley resumed operations. At dawn, serfs plowed fields through the morning mist, preparing for spring planting. Along the cliffs, minecarts creaked along their tracks as iron ore tumbled down. In the forging district, flames soared skyward as newly cast steel ingots were hammered flat one by one. Meanwhile, the territory opened its gates to replenish its population, and the assembly calls for new recruits echoed across the training grounds. Everything was returning to normal. Li Wei waited an entire month, but the Grand Knight never appeared. However, he dared not let his guard down, remaining ready to face the next attack at any moment. The spoils from his journey to the Holy City provided him with ample confidence. Not counting the dragon's saliva incense and the new breathing technique he'd acquired, just the treasures plundered from that official's mansion and the Bloodhand gang, plus the income from selling armor, amounted to over 8,000 standard gold coins of the Emerald Kingdom. Li Wei kept 5,000 as funds for cultivation and reserves, investing the rest entirely in forging and military construction. This month, he signed several more formal blacksmiths, and with his master-level skills, money flowed in continuously, felt no pain spending it. For him, turning earned money into strength was the hard truth: strengthen himself first, then expand his territory. Speaking of this narrow escape from disaster, Li Wei still felt grateful toward the evil spirit water nymph. If it hadn't harassed that Grand Knight, Blackwater Valley's losses would certainly not have stopped there. As for himself, he never relaxed his cultivation. While the army was important, true confidence always came from personal power. Cultivation always ranked first. During this month, he focused on studying the blood whale breathing technique seized from the Bloodhand gang leader. As a secret transmission of excellent quality, Li Wei paid it special attention. The key ingredient for the secret medicine was the horn of a narwhal. Narwhals were deep-sea giants, 30 meters long and weighing hundreds of tons, yet extremely gentle in nature. During breeding season, they would swim toward shallow waters where coastal residents could witness them firsthand. Li Wei purchased narwhal horns used for carving through several collectors, grinding them to prepare sufficient secret medicine to support long-term cultivation. Day after day, he practiced breathing exercises on the granite training ground, his chest rising and falling like a giant whale drawing in the tide. After a month, he successfully mastered the blood whale breathing technique and forcibly pushed it to the 3rd level. The inheritance scroll recorded that when this technique advanced to the ninth level, a blood whale seed would form within the body, greatly enhancing endurance and stamina. Beyond that, it would also give birth to a new organ-like structure within the body, the whale sac. Li Wei had always found breathing techniques fascinating, but when he truly began studying the blood whale breathing technique, his world was once again turned upside down. This technique could actually make the human body grow an additional organ. The whale sac was like a hump inside a knight's body, specifically designed to store massive amounts of energy converted from food. When food became scarce, it would channel this energy back to muscles and organs throughout the body, sustaining life. Li Wei secretly thought of it as a food bank. As long as he ate his fill beforehand, the whale sac would store all the excess calories. The whale sac's capacity was directly linked to a knight's cultivation level. Low-tier knights could go 7 days without hunger when the sac was full, provided they didn't heavily use their breathing techniques. Mid-tier knights could last 14 days, high-tier 21 days, and peak knights could go an entire month without eating. As for grand knights, legend had it they could remain vigorous for 3 consecutive months without a single grain of rice. Of course, frequent use of breathing techniques in combat would greatly accelerate the consumption of stored energy. Isn't this just the knight version of fasting cultivation? The thought made Li Wei's heart race with excitement. The benefits of the whale sac were crystal clear. When traveling long distances, he wouldn't need to carry heavy provisions anymore. He could simply eat until stuffed before departure and travel light. In extreme combat or famine situations, he wouldn't have to worry about this sin of gluttony eroding his mind due to excessive hunger, turning him into a mad knight. Growing an extra organ was perfectly normal in this supernatural world, and Li Wei quickly convinced himself to make the blood whale breathing technique a mandatory practice. Besides the blood whale breathing technique, the speed-type goshawk breathing technique he'd recently brought back from the Holy City was also advancing rapidly, successfully breaking through to the 4th tier. Li Wei estimated that the goshawk breathing technique's limit should be the 5th tier. Once he mastered it completely, he could have the kraken breathing technique absorb it, breaking through the kraken technique's bottleneck and continuing to sprint toward higher realms. The current practice efficiency of the goshawk breathing technique was almost breaking Li Wei's personal records, once again confirming his theory. The more ultimate breathing techniques one possessed, the more obvious their synergistic effects became, making overall cultivation speed increasingly remarkable. At this moment, around Li Wei's heart, the black serpent seed coiled like an emperor, its scales gleaming with dark light. The 5 life seeds kraken, giant bear, giant rhino, savage bull, and human-faced spider obediently prostrated below, like ministers paying homage. Now, the goshawk seed had joined their ranks, becoming the black serpent's newest follower. Li Wei could clearly sense that without the black serpent's suppression, these seeds would likely have been repelling and attacking each other long ago. In comparison, his other breathing techniques hadn't shown significant breakthroughs yet. Both the black serpent and human-faced spider were stuck at the threshold between the 5th and 6th tiers, requiring unimaginable proficiency to cross over impossible to grind out in the short term. The giant breathing technique was stuck at the material Levelto concocted the giant secret medicine. He needed to find the key main ingredient, ice ape blood. Li Wei had never seen an ice ape, let alone obtained its blood. Not only had he failed to find any, he'd never even heard of ice apes as creatures, and they were most likely as difficult to obtain as vortex worm eggs. Li Wei feared these creatures might already be extinct, but on second thought, he realized it probably wasn't that dire. Ice apes and turbularians were obscure creatures to begin with, nowhere near as coveted as ambergris. Ambergris was a universal secret ingredient for numerous high-tier breathing techniques. Li Wei alone knew of the black serpent breathing technique, the Emerald Royal Family's dragon breathing technique, and the ancestral breathing method of the iron crocodile Aryan family from the Rust Lake region, which he'd recently learned about. All of them required ambergris. Even the earth dragons, hunted relentlessly by so many factions, hadn't gone extinct, so ice apes and turbularians were likely still alive somewhere, he just hadn't found them yet. Without the secret ingredients, practicing excellent grade breathing techniques became torturous. For efficiency's sake, after mastering the basics of the giant breathing technique, Li Wei decisively hit the pause button, planning to continue only after gathering the necessary ingredients. He also added the vortex beast breathing technique to his pending list. He devoted all his freed-up time to other breathing techniques, causing his gerfalcon breathing technique to soar all the way to the 4th tier. The remaining giant rhino breathing technique, which hadn't yet reached its limit, was just one step away from the 5th tier. Once it broke through, he planned to merge both the wild bull and giant bear breathing techniques into the giant rhino, allowing it to break its shackles. In the future, if the giant breathing technique also hit a bottleneck, he would feed the giant rhino technique to it as nourishment. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp in his eyes. Merging breathing techniques was like the devouring whale games from his previous life, with the endpoint being the top of the breathing technique food chain. During this period, what concerned him most were the flame flow seal and guardian seal. These 2 seals were his most direct stepping stones toward becoming a wizard, with potential far exceeding ordinary breathing techniques. As a devoted tank build enthusiast, he prioritized resources for the guardian seal. In just 1 month, the guardian seal reached the 2nd tier, with its pure white barrier evolving into a bright silver shield. When casting, faint silver light seeped through the gaps in his skin, like draping his entire body in a metallic film, both gorgeous and secure. He had his 3 brothers take turns testing it, and the bright silver barrier remained completely unmoved until the guardian seal naturally expired without being shattered. Li Wei estimated that while it would still struggle against a Grand Knight, it could at least withstand 1 more round of attacks. More importantly, it naturally countered evil spirits. As for physical defense, he already had the black serpent breathing technique and frost giant armor at his disposal, making him nearly invincible in the mortal world. What truly troubled him was the guardian seal's terrifying consumption rate of materials. Having just reached the 2nd tier, it had already devoured 2/3 of his human head-sized radiant stone. The remaining third could sustain at most a few hundred more castings, gaining only a few hundred proficiency points at best, still far from the 5,000 proficiency points needed for the 3rd tier. Until he found new radiant stones. Every remaining casting material was precious beyond measure. Each use meant 1 less available, and none could be wasted. As for the flame flow seal, it remained at the 1st tier. While the materials for the flame flow seal were relatively easy to find, they weren't exactly common as cabbages. Though still 1st tier, it wasn't far from reaching the 2nd tier. The flame flow spray range had already reached about 2 meters. A month ago, Li Wei had specifically traveled to a desolate canyon to test the limits of his 1st circle spell, Frost Giant's Lament. The result was devastating. Within a 10-meter radius centered on him, the earth instantly froze. Sparrows flying low overhead turned into ice sculptures and plummeted to the ground, while newly sprouted grass became trapped beneath crystal-like ice layers. It was as if time itself had been frozen. Such power would surely be hailed as a divine miracle by ordinary people, but Li Wei knew better. This was merely the standard performance of a 1st circle spell. If a Grand Knight were to enter this frozen domain, they would most likely still end up getting thoroughly beaten. Unfortunately, this spell could only be cast once per month. Otherwise, he would have already stormed the Black Mountain Duke's mansion to freeze anyone in sight. Fortunately, after more than a month of ether recharging, Frost Giant's Lament had completely cooled down. Now wielding this trump card once again, while he remained cautious of Grand Knights, he no longer feared them. After Fred's departure, the castle lacked a companion to share joys with. Li Wei simply shut himself in the sanctuary day after day, grinding skills, making potions, and forging during the day, only taking fixed time slots at night to patrol his territory. A few days ago, that old dog, Abraham, had smugly collected his taxes, and Li Wei was keeping a mental note of this debt. Meanwhile, he patiently waited for that Grand Knight to come knocking, but the opponent had yet to appear. Li Wei judged that the enemy had been severely wounded by the evil spirit and was at his weakest state, so he decided to take the initiative and beat the drowning dog. From the survivors' accounts, he had gathered the Grand Knight's characteristics: iron helmet, shark-toothed greatsword, towering frame over 2 meters tall, and likely practiced breathing techniques focused on strength, defense, and constitution. With the intelligence network of the Radiant Tavern, these clues were sufficient to lock onto the target. More crucially, that Grand Knight and his subordinates were searching everywhere for the Golden Warhammer, a master craftsman. Li Wei sneered. They could never dream that the person they sought was Li Wei himself. With his plan set, he began frantic preparations for battle. 1. Poison making, mass production of human-faced spider series toxins, perfect for defeating stronger opponents. 2. Forging, reforging his dragon armor, and spending heavily to purchase mithril for remaking Frostmourne. Now 1/3 of this longsword was made of mithril, and combined with the golden cross slash, it truly could cut through iron like mud. 3. Frost Giant's Lament was fully recharged and ready for release at any moment. Everything was prepared, only luring the snake from its hole remained. Li Wei donned the master-grade mithril armor he had personally crafted, put on the Golden Warhammer's signature mask, and headed straight for Icewind City. Thanks to the mask, he entered the Radiant Tavern without inspection. The staff, seeing the long-absent Master Tyla, were all as enthusiastic as blooming poppies. "Master, you finally arrived. All the nobles in Icewind City have been waiting for your new works," the auction house director beamed. Li Wei raised his hand, his tone confident and flamboyant. "I've been in seclusion for half a year, expending 3 ounces of mithril to finally forge the strongest mithril armor, Leviathan's armor. Please be sure to find it a worthy master." He added, "I'll be staying in the city for a while, accepting custom orders no less than 500 gold coins. Those interested can contact me through your Radiant Tavern." "No problem, master," the director promised, patting his chest. "Leviathan's armor will definitely set the whole city ablaze. When the time comes, you'll need sacks to carry all your money." With everything arranged, Li Wei found an inconspicuous small inn in the city. During the day, he practiced breathing techniques and sword work. At night, he waited quietly for the big fish to take the bait. "Since you're looking for the Golden Warhammer, come then." He clenched his fist, his gaze cold and stern. He intended to reduce the already few Grand Knights of the Emerald Kingdom by 1 more. In Icewind City, Li Wei began his life as a recluse. Each morning, he would routinely visit the Shining Tavern to check on the commission tasks he had posted. For the rest of the day, he locked himself away in his rented top-floor room, adjusting forge temperatures and recording material data, living in complete isolation from the world. As the month-end auction approached, the featured item, Leviathan's armor, was generating increasing buzz throughout the city. Walking along the frozen cobblestone streets, Li Wei could use his intermediate vibration sensing to pick up whispered conversations between nobles and knights, even through the crowds. "I thought the Golden Warhammer was just a flash in the pan, but it turns out he spent 6 months in seclusion just to forge this Leviathan's armor. Our master is scrambling to raise funds everywhere. This is mithril armor. We're talking about the starting bid alone will probably be 200 gold coins, completely beyond what minor nobles can afford. Forget about it. Even Count Silverhill is planning to send someone to bid personally. He's determined to get this armor. If even a count is getting involved, we lesser nobles don't stand a chance. There's no helping it. Master Golden Warhammer's output is pitifully small. You only see a piece of armor once in a great while. Rarity drives up the price. Plus, he pursues perfection, pouring his heart and soul into every piece. That's what gives you confidence when wearing it." Li Wei had heard similar discussions so often these past few days that his ears were practically numb to them. The Shining Tavern's promotional campaign was clearly working, and the Leviathan's armor would likely fetch his desired price. However, for him, money was secondary. His real purpose was to use this armor as bait to lure that snake to the auction. Meanwhile, the tavern brought more news. Several high-ranking nobles who wished to remain anonymous wanted to commission Master Terra for custom armor. Li Wei deliberately posted a minimum order of 500 gold coins on the commission board, which immediately excluded 90% of the barons. Those who came were mostly counts, or the rare barons with deep pockets. Using his disguise techniques to alter his build and wearing a mask, he met with each client individually. After careful probing, he confirmed that none of these people were connected to Duke Blackhilthy, weren't his targets. They all tried to recruit him to their respective territories, but he politely declined each offer. As for the armor orders, he accepted them all, setting a uniform delivery date of 6 months later, giving himself plenty of time. 3 orders, each worth over 500 gold coins, with deposits alone totaling 300. Working alone, he was earning money faster than an entire forging team in his territory. The clients weren't worried about him taking the money and running for any master. Reputation was the most valuable asset and the source of premium pricing. No matter how skilled, a craftsman couldn't charge dozens of times more than ordinary smiths based on technique alone. What truly supported such prices was the brand. Losing credibility would instantly devalue a master. Li Wei naturally wouldn't do something so self-destructive to his future. That day, Li Wei was passing by a small wooden cabin when he noticed the owner had a snow-white bird perched on his arm, looking quite magnificent. The bird's feathers were like fresh snow, its eyes sharp and piercing, with a wingspan of over a meter and sleek, powerful lines, clearly a bird of prey. Yet at that moment, its head drooped listlessly, wings hanging weakly, showing the lethargy of severe hunger. It was a snow eagle, native to the north, living alongside snow rabbits and snow deer on the windswept wastelands. I'll buy this snow eagle, Li Wei thought to himself, quickly approaching the hunter and immediately producing a gold coin. The hunter took the gold coin, looking bewildered. His clothes were tattered and his face gaunt, clearly game had become increasingly scarce, and he could barely feed himself, let alone this snow eagle. Are you sure? The hunter weighed the gold coin repeatedly, hardly believing this windfall from heaven. Yes, give me the eagle, Li Wei said calmly. All right, no backing out. The hunter immediately bit the coin to verify its authenticity, then broke into a wide grin and turned to slam his door shut with a loud bang. Li Wei gently grasped the snow eagle's talons. They felt strong and well-defined beneath his touch. Aside from hunger, there were no hidden injuries. The hunter lacked food, so naturally couldn't afford to feed a carnivorous bird of prey. Li Wei had systematically studied falconry and had reached the 3rd-tier limit in beast taming. In his view, this was a companion with exceptional potential. Thinking of the death bird's call, raven messaging technique, inspiration suddenly struck. Training the snow eagle would not only enable communication with his territory, but also provide aerial reconnaissance. An eagle's vision far surpassed that of humans, and if combined with his wild heart ability, it would be like a mobile high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. I still haven't fully utilized the potential of wild heart. I've been too focused on practicing breathing techniques. Li Wei reflected silently as he brought the snow eagle back to his dwelling. He took out fresh meat and placed it in a wooden bowl. Normally, a properly trained hunting falcon wouldn't easily eat food from strangers, but hunger had shattered its rational defenses. After a moment's hesitation, the snow eagle bent down to peck at the meat, instantly burying its head in ravenous feeding. Eat up, have plenty, Li Wei said. Sitting cross-legged nearby to practice the giant rhino breathing technique, was just 1 step away from the 5th tier and had been pushing hard these past few days. 3 days later, the snow eagle could perch on Li Wei's shoulder to feed, all weariness gone. 5 days later, through the resonance of wild heart, this falcon that had once belonged to the hunter now obeyed Li Wei's every command. Though it couldn't yet achieve the telepathic connection he shared with the 3 brothers, simple commands were no problem. After a bit more bonding, this reconnaissance bio-unit that consumed only 1 piece of meat per 100 kilometers would soar through the skies at his service. Meanwhile, the auction day drew ever closer. In the streets of Icewind City, wandering knights and noble scions began appearing, many drawn by the Leviathan armor forged by the Golden Warhammer Master. A single piece of Mastercraft mithril armor had filled the entire frozen city with an atmosphere of mounting tension, like a storm gathering on the horizon. On this day, a tall figure clad in heavy armor, wearing an iron helmet and carrying a serrated sword on his back, arrived in Icewind City. He was the Black Mountain Duke's hidden ace, the Sharktooth Knight. This genuine Grand Knight had been ordered to leave the duchy 6 months ago to infiltrate the Icewind City area. Before his departure, the Black Mountain Duke had assigned him 3 missions, yet to this day, he hadn't completed a single one. Thinking of his ruthless master, he didn't even have the courage to return and report back. The Sharktooth Knight's frustration had no outlet. A mighty Grand Knight who thought everything would be easy, only to be repeatedly slapped by reality. First mission, investigate the whereabouts of Knight Hoiduin. Months of covert investigation had almost convinced him that Hoiduin hadn't fled in fear of punishment, but had been murdered. However, the real culprit remained elusive. The incident had happened long ago, and the Duke only now sent him to investigate. This was clearly an impossible task. Second mission, find the Golden Warhammer. The first thing the Sharktooth Knight did upon reaching Icewind City was to stake out the Radiant Tavern, watching for that mysterious figure in the golden mask. He spent an entire month on surveillance and saw absolutely nothing. The golden warhammer seemed to have vanished into thin air. He tried to extract information from the tavern staff, but even a Grand Knight's intimidation was politely refused. Even if the Black Mountain Duke himself came, the Radiant Tavern probably wouldn't budge. With no other choice, he had to shelve this task and turn his attention to the third assignment, which he considered the easiest. Third mission: go to Blackwater Valley and find Baron Li Wei. He recruited a group of wandering knights and confidently headed to Blackwater Valley, only to find that Li Wei wasn't there. When he heard the dismissive explanation that the Baron is away, he immediately disbelieved it and took action. Overturning a small barony should be child's play, or so he originally thought. However, when fully equipped and well-trained heavy cavalry charged out of the camp, even this battle-hardened Grand Knight was stunned. Such forces would be impressive not just for a barony, but many small earldoms couldn't field troops like these. Even more outrageous were the 3 northern giant bears that followed the cavalry into battle. Someone was keeping northern giant bears in their territory, 3 whole bears. Even so, he remained confident in controlling the battle. Single-handedly, he struck such fear into those elite cavalry that they scattered in terror. Only a few like Furwide managed to hold on through sheer numbers, but their defeat was just a matter of time. In the chaos, he didn't notice that the fighting had carried them all the way to the banks of the Blackwater River. Just as he prepared to capture the remaining resistors and thoroughly interrogate them about Baron Li Wei's whereabouts, sudden change struck. Someone appeared behind him, a dripping, wet figure reeking of foul river water. Waterweeds and dead fish clung to the person's shoulders and back, sliding off in strands. He suddenly realized it was a woman, bloated all over and constantly seeping water, with disheveled hair plastered to her face in a terrifying visage. She clung to his back like that, cold and slimy. The shark-toothed knight felt as if the woman was trying to burrow into his body, and in that brief moment, he felt his own flesh was no longer his own. Fortunately, his powerful physique and unwavering willpower as a Grand Knight allowed him to endure for quite some time. When that woman-like specter penetrated his body, he suddenly activated the dark energy within himself, like a red-hot blade piercing through the phantom's ethereal form, causing it to emit a piercing shriek. Seizing the moment while the evil spirit writhed in agony, the shark-toothed knight violently unleashed his battle aura throughout his body, temporarily forcing the female ghost out, then turned and shot away like an arrow released from its bowstring, fleeing the sinister woodland without looking back. Even after escaping danger, he remained deeply shaken. Had he not been strong enough, his body would likely have become the evil spirit's new vessel by now. According to legend, certain vengeful souls who died with unfinished business linger in the mortal realm, unable to enter the underworld governed by the god of death, and can only wander in dark corners. They either possess others or kill them, forcing someone else to take their place in the underworld, so called scapegoats. The stronger the evil spirit, the stronger the required scapegoat, which perfectly explained why that female ghost had targeted him. Damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth. Though he had escaped with his life, the after-effects of having his soul corrupted continued to torment him. The sensation felt like having all his vital essence drained, as if he had been wrung dry by 10,000 prostitutes. Even the memory made his scalp crawl. To this day, his strength had only recovered to 2/3 of its peak. The shark-toothed knight regarded Baron Li Wei's territory as cursed land. He suspected Li Wei was already dead. Knight Fred's claim about him being away on a distant journey was nothing but lies. The one truly controlling the territory now was that ambitious retainer, secretly amassing troops and fortifying strongholds, clearly harboring treasonous intentions. Originally, Sharktooth had planned to return to Duqueshan to report this matter and complete his mission. Who would have known that shortly after leaving Bingfang City, he learned that the long-missing Golden Warhammer Master had reappeared in the city. After weighing his options, he immediately turned back among the 3 tasks. He had to complete at least one to save face when reporting back. This time, no matter what, he would take the Golden Warhammer with him, even if the Heavenly Father himself came down to stop him. In this Bingfang City, aside from the Silver Mountain Knight and the church, he, Sharktooth, was invincible. At the end of the month of vitality in the year 1009 of the Sacred Light calendar, in the underground world of Frostwind City, the long-awaited Radiant auction was set to begin tonight. As evening approached, the Radiant Tavern blazed with lights as nobles dressed in brocade and wearing exquisite masks filed in one by one, conversing in hushed tones with elegant mannerisms, yet unable to conceal their eager anticipation for the upcoming event. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a small and facing the street, Li Wei opened his eyes from his meditative breathing practice. "Harris," he called softly. Outside the window, a snow-white bird of prey traced a graceful arc across the sky before suddenly diving into the room. Its speed rivaled that of peregrine falcons from his previous life, approaching even the acceleration limits of high-speed trains covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Even Li Wei, who now possessed intermediate speed, could only watch in awe. He had once witnessed the speed-type Grand Knight known as Pale Shadow burst into motion, becoming a black streak of afterimage. Yet even that human limit still fell short of Harris's diving speed. Millions of years of avian evolution had perfected the utilization of aerodynamics and gravity to near-perfect Iona natural advantage that flesh-and-blood knights could not match in the short term. Harris perched on Li Wei's shoulder, pecking at the chunks of meat he offered. Through his heart of the wild, Li Wei could now communicate with the creature in simple ways. During the day, he would let this aerial predator soar above Frostwind City as a scout after feeding it well. The intelligence Harris brought back revealed that the city's population had surged today, with many visitors arriving specifically for the Radiant auction. A Mastercraft mithril armor set, unseen for ages, would be publicly auctioned tonight, attracting countless knights and nobles. After this period of secluded cultivation, my preparations are nearly complete. Li Wei closed his notebook, his gaze cold and determined. Now, I simply wait for the prey to deliver themselves. Personal status. Siren breathing technique. 5th tier 130000. Special effects. Intermediate speed, bone compression, and form alteration. Giant rhino breathing technique. 5th tier maximum. Breakthrough possible. Current breakthrough progress 23. Special effects. Intermediate strength. Previously, he had first advanced the goshawk breathing technique to the 5th tier, then merged it into the siren breathing technique. After the siren seed devoured the goshawk seed and completed its breakthrough, Li Wei could continue accumulating experience. Once the siren breathing technique reached the 6th tier, he could advance to advanced speed. The giant rhino breathing technique had also reached the 5th tier maximum, stopping there as expected. He had already fed both the wild bull and giant bear breathing techniques to the giant rhino seed, leaving the breakthrough progress just 1 point short. Strength-type breathing technique resources were relatively abundant, so it wouldn't take long to complete. At this moment, the life seeds dormant in his heart were arranged as follows: giant rhino seed, siren seed, human face spider seed, and above them all, the black serpent seed. Other seeds came and went, but only the arrogant black serpent remained, forever looking down upon all others. Night gradually fell. Li Wei meticulously checked his equipment: deadly poisons, spellcasting materials, hidden weapons, bow and arrows, each item carefully arranged. After confirming that the frost giant's armor beneath his dragon scale vest was intact, he pulled up his hood and quietly left the inn. According to his calculations, that Grand Knight should have already arrived in Frostwind City by now. At the Radiant Tavern auction hall, the once sparsely filled seats were now packed. An armor set that a master craftsman had poured 6 months of painstaking effort into creating. What a treasure this was for countless knights and nobles to dream of. After all, in a knight's eyes, a suit of superior armor is more alluring than the most beautiful woman in the world, more delectable than the rarest delicacy. The Sharktooth Knight harbored such desire. Though he was a formidable great knight with devastating attacks, he lacked adequate protection. If he could obtain that legendary Leviathan armor, his vulnerabilities would be drastically reduced when facing opponents of equal strength. Count Inshan shared the same sentiment. In the VIP section of the Gleaming Tavern, lamplight illuminated a man lounging lazily, silver mask, shoulder-length silver hair, and an innate noble bearing that his deliberate attempt at discretion could not conceal. Count Inshan came in person? My God, heavens, it really is him. It seems he's determined to win. Whispers spread through the audience. Everyone understood that once the Count entered the bidding, ordinary knights and minor nobles would be completely disqualified from competing for the Leviathan armor. To think a work by the Golden Warhammer Master could draw the Count's attention now, that's a true craftsman. Amid the murmurs, the auction officially began. Li Wei had not worn his customary golden mask, instead donning an inconspicuous white wolf disguise as he concealed himself among the common seats. With his intermediate vibration perception fully activated, his gaze swept across the venue without betraying any emotion. The first to catch his eye was Count Yinshinon of the 7 Northern Cavalry and ruler of Frostwind City. The second made Li Wei's gaze sharpen slightly. In a corner sat a burly man clad in full heavy armor, his iron helm concealing his face, with a broadsword on his back whose edges bore shark-tooth serrations. Such a distinctive weapon undoubtedly revealed his identity, that nameless great knight, the Sharktooth Knight under Duke Heishan's command. Li Wei suppressed his surging rage. The enemy was in the open while he remained hidden, a perfect situation to strike. Luring his opponent to Frostwind City was merely the first step. With the Frost Giant armor, his confidence was already sufficient, but having an even greater advantage could never hurt. The auctioneer began rapidly cataloging the items, with treasures taking the stage one by one. Li Wei also waited quietly for anything he might need. When the third item appeared, surprise flashed in his eyes. The Red Boar breathing technique. The ancestral bloodline breathing method of the Red Boar family that was destroyed a century ago. Starting bid, 20 gold coins, with minimum increments of 1 gold coin, announced the beautiful auctioneer in crisp tones. Before Li Wei could raise his paddle, A magnetic voice drifted from the VIP section. 30 gold coins. It was Count Inshan. A rudimentary bloodline breathing technique. What does he want with it? Could he be a breathing technique collector? Li Wei wondered, yet raised his paddle without hesitation. 40 gold coins. This strength-type breathing technique would perfectly complement his weaknesses. Once he obtained it, his rhinoceros breathing technique might break through its limits. He absolutely would not let this opportunity slip away. With his bid, all eyes in the venue instantly focused on Li Wei. Who was this ignorant fool? How dare someone compete with Count Inshan for a breathing technique? Must be an outsider who doesn't know who Count Inshan is. The auction hall gradually fell silent, with all eyes turning to the young man in the black iron mask sitting in the corner. Li Wei. The mask concealed his features, revealing only a pair of calm and steely eyes that showed no hint of retreat. The bidding for the breathing technique began. Red Boar breathing technique. Starting bid 10 gold coins. The auctioneer announced crisply. Count Inshan raised his finger slightly and bid 20 in an unhurried manner. Li Wei followed immediately. 30. The two engaged in a tug-of war of escalating bids while whispers filled the hall. By the time they reached 90, the crowd was gasping in shock. This obscure breathing technique was originally worth only a dozen gold coins. 95, Count Inshan said flatly, his voice betraying no emotion. 100, Li Wei replied calmly, yet his words struck the crowd like a heavy hammer. The gavel fell. The Red Boar breathing technique sold for 100 gold coins, ultimately going to Li Wei. Count Inshan's expression remained unchanged as he merely sipped his wine, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. For him, this breathing technique was just a collectible he needed to save more funds for the upcoming Leviathan armor. After a brief commotion, the auction continued. Li Wei flipped through the newly acquired manual, secretly delighted. With this, breaking through the limits of the giant rhino breathing technique was assured. The auctioneer returned to the stage carrying a silver-inlaid tray. As the black cloth was lifted, a ghostly blue glow flickered like flames in the dim light. In the center of the tray lay a walnut-sized, deep blue stone, its surface riddled with tiny holes from which mist slowly rose, resembling blue flames from afar. Frost Heart, sourced from the far north Eternal Night Kingdom, the auctioneer introduced. Holding this stone brings coolness in summer and provides minor assistance in cultivation. Starting bid 30 gold coins. Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply. This wasn't some Frost Heart, but rather an undead core as recorded in the spirit banishing notes, the very key material needed to cast the Hell's Seal. He clenched his fists secretly. No matter the cost, he had to obtain it. However, the hall fell deathly silent. That stone looks so sinister, who would dare want it? I sense something ominous from it. Wait, I've seen something similar inside a snow demon's corpse. How can the auction house sell such evil objects? The name, Snow Demon, struck terror throughout the Eternal Night Kingdom. Though the Emerald Kingdom had yet to encounter them, fear of such malevolent spirit relics was already deeply ingrained. People whispered among themselves, and even Count Inshan showed no interest. Li Wei wasn't superstitious and raised his bidding paddle. 30 gold coins. No one else bid, and the ghostly blue stone naturally fell into his hands. With two urgently needed items secured, Li Wei was in excellent spirits, though he only allowed himself a slight smile beneath his mask. The lights brightened once more as the auctioneer raised his hand to signal that the final centerpiece, the Leviathan armor, was being carried onto the platform by several attendants. The heavy armor gleamed with cold silver light under the candlelight, immediately stirring excitement in the audience. The auctioneer announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all been waiting for this. Now, the heavyweight piece of this auction is about to make its grand entrance." As the auctioneer's voice echoed through the hall, all the lights converged on the central display platform, where a suit of armor was slowly wheeled out. The Leviathan armor. The genius craftsman Golden Hammer, Master Tyla, who emerged last year, had spent a full 6 months in his forge, delivering tens of millions of hammer strikes to create this masterpiece. It represented the pinnacle of contemporary forging artistry, with mithril accents gleaming across its surface like living creatures dancing under the lights. Within seconds, even the sound of breathing in the hall was hushed. This armor has a starting bid of 200 gold coins, with minimum increments of 10 gold coins. Let the auction begin. The moment those words fell, the powder keg ignited. 210, 230, 240, 400. The Shark-Tooth Knight called out his bid loudly, his gaze sweeping across the circle of restless minor nobles as he calculated his options. He had brought only 1,000 gold coins on this trip, and his funds were running low. He glanced at the Silver Mountain Knight beside him, whose expression remained perfectly composed. 500. The Silver Mountain Knight's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, calm, and elegant. At that moment, the Shark-Tooth Knight gave up. After all, as long as he could kidnap Master Golden Hammer back to Black Mountain City, he could naturally have the Master forge him a custom suit of armor. 550. An unexpected voice came from the general seating area. Plainly dressed, but confident bidder had called out a new price. Li Wei had thought 500 was the limit, but apparently there really was a hidden wealthy patron in the audience. What followed was a bidding war between the Silver Mountain Knight and that mysterious buyer. After dozens of seconds, the price was pushed to an astounding 1,000 gold coins. The gavel fell, and the Leviathan armor ultimately belonged to that wealthy customer from the general seating. What deep pockets, Li Wei thought to himself with relief. After deducting costs and the Radiant Tavern's commission, he had netted 600 gold coins from this Salia guaranteed profit. When the auction ended, he first slipped backstage to successfully collect the red boar breathing technique and the coveted necromantic core, then quickly left the venue. 3 days later, after the auction's aftermath had settled, he disguised himself as Master Golden Hammer Tyla and hurried to the Radiant Tavern to collect his agreed-upon share. On his way back to the inn, with sparse figures at the street corner, he activated his vibration, sensing sure enough, someone was tailing him, undoubtedly that night. A smile played at the corner of his mouth as he changed direction, taking a more secluded path that led straight toward the outskirts of the city. Come on, big guy, Ive prepared a special gift just for you. Li Wei remained completely calm despite being followed was already prepared. Under the cover of night, he led his pursuer all the way to the outskirts of the city. After selecting a desolate, secluded area, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and fixed his gaze on the tall, dark figure behind him. His voice carried a note of confusion. I don't believe we've met. Why have you been following me? The big man shrugged and stepped forward. Moonlight outlined his imposing frame and the shark-tooth emblem on his shoulder. I didn't expect a master craftsman to be so alert. I've been following you with no ill intent. I simply want to invite you to join a force so vast you couldn't possibly imagine it. Oh, what kind of force? I'd like to hear about it, Li Wei asked, feigning ignorance. Come with me, master, and you'll find out. The big man's tone was casual, yet carried an undertone that brooked no refusal. Don't worry, I wouldn't harm you. After all, I'm a grand knight. I don't stoop to bullying the weak. The underlying threat was crystal clear. Cooperate obediently and remain unharmed. Otherwise, a grand knight could deal with a blacksmith as easily as lifting a finger. Sharktooth was absolutely confident in his abilities. Though he knew this master craftsman was extraordinary, only those who had personally reached that level could understand the vast chasm between knights and grand knights. Many peak-level knights, overconfident in their fine equipment, had attempted to challenge grand knights, only to meet crushing defeat without exception. It was precisely this absolute dominance and power that allowed Sharktooth to dare bring several knights into the Baron's territory and leave no survivors. He respected Master Talonionion, who reached the pinnacle of their craft, deserved respect, but his respect ended there. Of the 3 tasks the Duke of Black Mountain had assigned him, after half a year of traveling, bringing the master back seemed the most achievable. If you won't tell me where you're taking me, how can I dare follow you? Li Wei smiled bitterly and made as if to turn and leave. Sharktooth snorted. Master, this is an order, not a request. If you refuse, I'll show you how cruel the world can be. What do you intend to do? Li Wei's expression darkened. Come with me obediently, and I naturally won't lay a finger on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force. As he finished speaking, the terrifying aura of a grand knight crashed down like a collapsing mountain. After several moments of silence, Li Wei could only shake his head and sigh. Fine, I'll go with you. But allow me to handle some private matters in Icewind City first. Once I'm finished, I'll leave with you immediately. Acceptable. Sharktooth agreed readily, but kept his eyes fixed on Li Wei. However, I must accompany you throughout to prevent any tricks. Don't worry. Tyla, never resort to deception in my dealings. Li Wei spread his hands. I just have some valuables stored outside the city that I need to collect. Sharktooth raised an eyebrow, but nodded. With a Grand Knight's speed and explosive power, he was confident he could intercept any attempt to escape. And so, he followed at a distance behind Li Wei, traversing towering mountains and steep ridges, until they finally arrived at a crater lake atop an extinct volcano. Under the moonlight, the lake's surface was mirror smooth, with a small black rocky island floating in its center. Li Wei stopped and pointed toward the heart of the lake. Wait for me here. I'll go to the island to retrieve my things and return shortly. This gesture pointed directly to what he had spent considerable time carefully selecting for this grand knight, his burial ground. This heavenly pool was considered a rather secluded recreational spot near Bingfeng City, though at this time of year, with the weather still cold, few people visited. Li Wei chose this location precisely to unleash the full power of Frost Giant's Lament. Seeing him lead the way, the Sharktooth Knight found nothing strange about it. Many people preferred to hide their rare treasures in the wilderness, finding it safer than keeping them in their mansions. I have to follow you, Sharktooth said coldly. But I don't have a boat, so I'll have to swim across. Li Wei shrugged, pointing toward the lake's surface. The water's freezing cold right now. You're a grand knight, though. You really want to get in the water with me? Humph, stop playing tricks, Sharktooth sneered, following him into the lake. Ripples spread across the water's surface. Li Wei swam ahead with Sharktooth behind him. Worried that Li Wei might use the lake water to escape, Sharktooth kept closing the distance. Li Wei silently counted the distance in his mind. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The closer to the core range of Frost Giant's lament, the stronger its power. The edges might not be enough to handle a Grand Knight. 6 meters. 5 meters. Sharktooth stopped 5 meters away and pressed no closer, clearly maintaining his guard against Li Wei potentially poisoning the water or throwing lime. At 5 meters, he believed he had sufficient reaction time. Li Wei continued swimming, and they maintained this 5-meter standoff in the water until they finally reached the opposite shore, stepping onto the broken stones. The moment he set foot on the icy lakeshore, he immediately triggered the spell solidified in his armor. Frost Giant's Lament. A deep, mournful sigh echoed from the depths of the void. Behind Li Wei, the phantom of a giant 2 stories tall, clad in ice armor, slowly materialized. The sudden transformation made Sharktooth's heart sink. He had fallen into a trap. The giant raised its hand and snapped its fingers with a crisp sound. Frozen moment. With Li Wei as the center, the temperature within a 10-meter radius plummeted drastically. In the blink of an eye, frigid winds swept the ground, and the lake water turned to ice. Sharktooth Knight, still in the water, was instantly encased in an ice shell. His soaked cloak, heavy armor plates, hair, and even his skin all crystallized into glittering frost, making him look like an ice sculpture forcibly carved from the lake. However, the Grand Knight's physique and dark energy prevented his immediate death. Black energy surged across the surface of his thick armor, blocking the most lethal cold. Before his flesh could be completely locked in place, his combat instincts allowed the dark energy to spread throughout his body, barely resisting the bone-chilling cold. At this moment, though his entire body was rigid and severely frostbitten, he still used the dark energy to warm his blood, with rolling white vapors steaming around him as it quietly began to melt the ice layer. All of this was within Li Wei's expectations. A Grand Knight stood at the pinnacle of knighthood, second only to legendary status, and dark energy was itself a supernatural power. Taking advantage of his opponent's frozen state, Li Wei drew Frost Sorrow, which had been coated with human-faced spider's tears. Black Snake Seed, Giant Rhino Seed, Siren Seed, Human-faced Spider Seed. All 4 life seeds roared in unison, surging strength and courage into his body. Golden Cross Slash. Intermediate Ripple. The perfect cross-shaped sword light struck like Death's Scythe. Under the Grand Knight's shocked and bewildered gaze, Li Wei closed in on him. Crack. Li Wei suddenly unleashed an intermediate ripple slash, Frostmourne cutting through the air as it shattered the Grand Knight's iron helmet and pierced through. However, the blade seemed to sink into thick tar, its momentum forcibly halted by the black aura. Without hesitation, Li Wei raised his hand and scattered a handful of human-faced spider's breath, the black poisonous powder coating the Grand Knight's face entirely. Li refused to believe his opponent could hold his breath forever. Seizing the final moment of the freezing effect, he rapidly formed hand seals, and the flame flow seal exploded with thunderous force, crimson flames erupting point blank. Had the iron helmet not absorbed some of the impact, this strike would have been enough to break through the black aura and decapitate him outright. As fire waves rolled, the Grand Knight was instantly scorched bald, the black aura wailing and dissipating under the intense heat, the high temperature leaving his face charred and grotesquely twisted. Yet still, his opponent did not fall. Just as Li Wei was about to form another seal, his spider sense suddenly shrieked in alarm, every hair standing on end. His intermediate vibration perception detected a vicious surge of air. He quickly retreated as a massive hand wreathed in black aura emerged from the billowing white mist, striking like a black tiger clawing for the heart toward his chest. The Guardian Seal was too late to activate. The dragon armor was instantly torn with countless cracks, the residual force penetrating through to strike the Frost Giant's armor, sending him flying several yards before crashing heavily to the ground. Li Wei rolled to his feet immediately, his chest aching but otherwise unharmed. The Frost Giant's armor had indeed withstood the Grand Knight's frontal assault. Ahead, the Grand Knight staggered to his feet, his face completely disfigured with melted eyes, his life being rapidly consumed by extreme cold and blazing fire, leaving only the instinct of a dying struggle. He stumbled forward in attack, but this time with ample distance. Li Wei nimbly dodged and coldly declared, "I know you work for the Duke of Black Mountain." As his words fell, Frostmourne had already pierced through from the spine, the golden cross slash tearing the armor to shreds. The Sharktooth Knight, having lost all 5 senses, swung his broadsword on instinct alone, unable to even touch the hem of Li Wei's clothes. The second flame flow seal erupted in a sea of fire, the scorching heat intertwining with the lake's icy colder realm of ice and fire-white mist shooting 30 feet into the sky. The Grand Knight slashed wildly in this purgatory of fire and ice, his consciousness wavering between clarity and chaos, on the verge of complete collapse. After the 5th flame flow seal descended, his armor was coated with thick charcoal, the flesh within bearing the horrific appearance of severe burns. Even with the black aura's invincibility, being unable to see Li Wei while severely frozen and moving sluggishly, how could he possibly match Li Wei? The Grand Knight stood alone in the frigid lake water as Levi's spider's breath and spider's tears took full effect. Frost spread rapidly through the gaps in his armor, while burn marks from flames intertwined with dark poison stains across its surface. Countless sword wounds had already destroyed what was once considered nearly invincible shark tooth heavy armor. The shark tooth knight's face was charred and twisted by the flames. He glared at Levi on the shore, a final roar of defiance rumbling from his throat before his massive frame crashed into the water with a splash, slowly toppling forward. The lake's surface returned to silence. Levi didn't rashly approach, but continued drawing his bow and releasing arrows, one after another, each one striking the knight's helmet and breastplate. Only when his intermediate vibration sense could no longer detect any breathing or heartbeat did he wade through the mud toward the fallen foe. He raised Frostmourne and drove it deep, violently crushing his opponent's heart. A blinding flash of blue-white cold light flickered and vanished as the phantom of the giant-toothed shark at the heart's location suddenly collapsed. The shark-toothed Grand Knight was truly dead. Levi gasped heavily, sweat streaming down his back beneath his armor. Though the hunt had ended without major incident, it still left his heart racing. As he had predicted, the frost giant's sigh was indeed powerful, but without their battle taking place in the lake water where the plummeting temperature caused such significant frostbite and sluggishness to his enemy's bodily fluids, the effect wouldn't have been nearly as pronounced. The witch Gulvig had warned him long ago that the frost giant's sigh leaned more toward control than killing, working by rapidly lowering ambient temperature to freeze blood and stiffen flesh. The version embedded in his mithril armor was merely a simplified spell, far weaker than a full wizard's complete casting, but for Levi it was sufficient. Through a series of coordinated trump cards, he had finally accomplished what was deemed nearly impossible, slaying a Grand Knight while still a knight himself. This battle also gave him first-hand experience of how formidable Grand Knights truly were. Their heavy armor had virtually no weaknesses, enhanced further by berserk dark energy and extraordinary physical prowess. Though Sharktooth wasn't specialized in defense, upon entering the Grand Knight realm, like the Empire's Fist, he had almost no obvious shortcomings. If measured by the stand stats from JoJo, Sharktooth's power might have been an A, but his speed and endurance were at least C or even B rank. Once his breathing steadied, Levi looked toward the thoroughly cooled corpse and crouched down to begin searching. This was his first time looting a Grand Knight's body, wondered what treasures might drop. On the lake's surface, Li Wei dragged the Grand Knight's corpse to shore. Cold lake water dripped steadily through the gaps in the armor, and soon dark red blood began seeping into the ground at the water's edge. Li Wei crouched down and quickly stripped away the heavy armor and equipment. Most items had already been charred and warped beyond recognition by the flame current seal, leaving only twisted metal fragments and burst leather straps as reminders of their once considerable value. Damn, good thing this guy wasn't carrying any breathing technique inheritance scrolls, or I'd be heartbroken if they burned, Li Wei muttered with relief. Yet if time could turn back, he would still use the flame current seal, without hesitation. Save his life first, loot second. Breathing techniques were precious, but life was priceless. After examining the wreckage, he found several hundred gold coins, a shark-tooth broadsword, and a half-burned portrait on the Grand Knight's body. At the scorched edges, a damaged face was barely recognizable. Li Wei's eyes sharpened as he instantly recalled who that face belonged to: the middle-aged nobleman he had personally killed, the one who possessed the spirit banishment manual. That man had secret dealings with Duke Blackmount, and now Duke Blackmount had sent this Grand Knight to search for the same target. Could it be that old dog Blackmount is also pursuing wizard inheritance? He actually knows the secrets of the four great transcendent houses. Li Wei pondered thoughtfully, sneering inwardly. Too bad the clues fell into my hands. He doesn't even know who robbed him. Will probably cough up blood from rage. Apart from the gold coins and shark-tooth broadsword, Li Wei found nothing else of value. He hefted the long sword, noting that despite its blackened surface, he could tell mithril had been mixed into the blade. The material's decent enough. I can have it reforged back home for the big guy to use. As for this nameless corpse, he simply gave it a new name: Demon Shark. What truly excited him was the upcoming ritual. Li Wei took out the dark green necromantic core, feeling bone-chilling cold as his fingertips traced its surface. To cast Hell's Mark, he needed an intact corpse, just like how corpse drivers controlled Walking Dead. A Grand Knight-level body, once revived by Hell's Mark, should retain peak Knight-level combat power even when weakened. After confirming he still lacked several ritual materials, Li Wei buried the corpse deep in the forest, marked the location, then turned to head back toward Icewind City. Within Silvermount Castle, the delicate-featured Count Silvermount donned gleaming new full-plate armor, its silver-white steel surface gleaming coldly in the candlelight. The mirror reflected a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, the armor fitting his frame as if forged specifically for him. Truly perfect, he whispered in admiration, unclear whether he praised the armor or his own reflection. A servant entered and bowed low to report. My lord Count, we have sent the invitation to Master Terra for a meeting at the Radiant Tavern in 3 days. Excellent. You may go. Count Silvermount waved dismissively, his gaze still fixed on the mirror. He recalled the frost heart from the auction, his brow furrowing with concern. As one of the kingdom's most prominent nobles and a grand knight himself, he had witnessed far more secrets than ordinary people could imagine. Since the millennium's turn, the world's trajectory had quietly shifted. The church, which once refused to acknowledge evil spirits' existence, now had to confront those phantoms. Evil spirit attacks increased yearly, and though death tolls hadn't yet matched those from war and famine, they heralded an ominous future. Even more troubling than evil spirits was the escalating snow demon invasion along the Eternal Night Kingdom's borders. Snow demons were physical entities that could be killed, unlike the mysterious evil spirits, but their numbers grew daily. Though snow demons lacked the terror of evil spirits and could be slain by ordinary people, their numbers continued to multiply each day. Based on the intelligence gathered by Count Silvermont, the snow demons appear to be transformed from residents of the Eternal Night Kingdom. No one can say exactly when this catastrophe began. Initially, there were only scattered rumors. But once the harsh winter swept across the plateau, snow demons appeared like a blizzard covering the sky and earth. The cities and towns of the Eternal Night Kingdom fell into panic overnight, as these incomprehensible undead creatures left both nobles and commoners equally overwhelmed. The Ice Queen has repeatedly sent pleas for aid to neighboring countries, the Old King of the Emerald Kingdom and the Imperial Sovereign of the Tuva Empire. The King of the Emerald Kingdom is aged and cowardly, sitting upon his rotting dragonbone throne, stubbornly wasting his limited energy on political scheming with various nobles, dismissing the Ice Queen's pleas for help with casual indifference. As for the Tuva Empire, since the rebel uprising at the end of last year, the entire empire remains mired in civil war. The Imperial Fist has vanished. Rebels temporarily occupy the Holy City, while the former fanatical supporters of the Imperial Fist continue their desperate resistance across the land. War has spread from the Holy City throughout the nation, with both factions locked in fierce combat. Under such circumstances, naturally no one can spare the resources to rescue the Eternal Night Kingdom. Count Silvermont has witnessed the terror of snow demons firsthand and knows well that if the 3 nations of Eternal Night, Emerald, and Tuva cannot unite to crush the snow demons in their infancy, disaster will inevitably spread from Eternal Night to engulf Emerald and Tuva, perhaps even expanding across all 7 kingdoms. The first to suffer would undoubtedly be Blackmont Province, closest to the far north, with Icewind territory in the province's heartland bearing the brunt. Something must be done. The Count gazed toward the snow-covered mountains outside his window, anxiety gnawing at his heart. This decaying kingdom had long become unwieldy, like a centipede with each leg possessing its own consciousness, making unified action impossible. Yet regardless of whether the kingdom acts, as a great northern noble, he cannot sit idle while millions of subjects and the future of House Silvermont are destroyed. He believes Duke Blackmont shares the same concerns. Fortunately, Count Silvermont has quietly stockpiled vast quantities of mithril. Now he needs a true master craftsman, someone like Master Tailado, forge him an elite force fully armed with the finest mithril armor and wielding mithril weapons. Who would have thought that a bit of mithril would be the key to restraining these undead snow demons? The Count murmured to himself, awaiting his meeting with the master in 3 days. Meanwhile, Liyue in Icewind City was also moving swiftly. He purchased the remaining materials needed for casting Infernal Mark from the Emerald Trading Company and the Gleaming Tavern, and after confirming no one was following him, immediately returned to the small island in the center of Heavenly Pool. Under the night sky, Harris circled overhead, keeping watch for his master. On the island, the shark demon's corpse had grown completely cold. The low temperature prevented the flesh from rotting for now, and as a great knight, the shark demon possessed a naturally robust physique. Liyue methodically checked his preservatives, mercury, and other materials before beginning his work. Before applying the mark, he had to treat the corpse with preservatives, then inject mercury into the blood vessels, wrapping the body tightly through a process similar to mummification. After half a day of labor, he wiped the sweat from his brow, confirming everything was ready. Finally, Liyue retrieved the undead core. Ghostly blue mist slowly escaped from cracks in the crystal, like flames burning quietly in the cold night, utterly mesmerizing. These blue flames resembled the soul fire that burns in the eye sockets of undead skeletons in certain games. Liyue had already memorized the hand seals for the Hell's Mark by heart. His hands moved swiftly through the air, completing the seal formation in mere moments while chanting the Constantine family's exclusive infernal incantation in a low voice. Lonely souls of hell, grant thee new life. Boom. From the void, a bone-chilling force descended instantly. The undead core floating in midair began to rotate slowly, crackling with blue lightning before merging into the demon shark's skull, its face completely disfigured by burns. Li Wei gripped the casting materials for the Guardian's mark and Flame Flow mark, ready to handle any unexpected situations. After a few breaths, ghostly blue flames erupted from the demon shark's eye sockets. Frost spread along its charred cheeks as wisps of cold air materialized in the atmosphere. The spectral flames gradually contracted until they were no larger than green beans, flickering like blue pupils. Suddenly, the previously rigid corpse began to tremble, bones creaking and crackling as it rose upright like a zombie from a movie. This abrupt scene made Li Wei's heart skip a beat. He formed the Flame Flow mark with his right hand and gripped the Fire mark with his left as dark energy instantly enveloped his upper body. However, the demon shark merely stood there without making any further moves. Li Wei continued changing hand seals, and only then did the demon shark begin to shuffle forward. Its movements evolved from stiff to fluid, becoming indistinguishable from a living person within moments. This is far superior to corpse-driving techniques. He marveled silently before commanding the demon shark to attack a nearby tree as thick as a water barrel. The demon shark charged forth with the force of a locomotive, grabbing the serrated broadsword from the ground. Dark energy spiraled down its arm, instantly coating the blade. Crack! The massive tree was severed in one strike and crashed to the ground. It can even use dark energy, truly impressive, Li Wei exclaimed with delight, then had the demon shark perform various combat maneuvers. After more than 10 minutes of testing, he had completely mastered the control techniques. The test results confirmed his assessment. Though weakened compared to its living state, the demon shark still surpassed peak knights and barely possessed grand knight-level combat prowess. Without deploying his ultimate trump cards, Li Wei would struggle to handle this undead puppet for quite some time. Excellent. My combat strength has increased again. Li Wei could barely contain his excitement. This half-grand knight-level demon shark was absolutely loyal to him. More reliable than any living grand knight. Subordinate the latter might betray him, but the demon shark never would. After completing everything, he exhaled deeply and looked at his proficiency panel. As expected, a new line had appeared. Li Weihel's mark, first tier, 51,000. Hee, the third seal has finally emerged. He grinned, then frowned. Wait, that's not right. I only cast the spell once. How did it increase by so much? Based on Li Wei's research into the Flame Flow mark and Guardian's mark, each casting increased proficiency by exactly 1 point without exception, which was completely different from practicing breathing techniques. It wasn't until Li Wei saw the rows of notifications beneath the proficiency panel, Hell Seal Proficiency 1, Hell Seal Proficiency 1, Hell Seal Proficiency 1, that he suddenly understood. As long as he maintained a sufficiently long battle and continuously used hand seals to control the demon shark, the Hell Seal's proficiency would steadily increase by 1 point. Grinding, this skill would be much faster than he had imagined. However, each battle drained the energy from the undead core, and prolonged combat would quickly deplete the core's reserves. The energy was ultimately finite. Li Wei immediately gestured for the demon shark to stop and performed a concluding hand seal. As the dark energy contracted, the undead core detached from the skeleton's eye socket and fell into his palm. In the dim, ghostly light, he examined the energy gauge. 12th had already been consumed. This meant that once this undead core was completely drained, the Hellseal's proficiency could increase by at most another 100 points. To advance to the second tier, he would need at least 10 more cores of the same grade. The snow demons of the far north were 8th level dangerous creatures. She certainly couldn't just venture there to hunt them. At this thought, Li Wei no longer dared to waste the energy carelessly. Perhaps this undead core was simply too low in quality. The notes mentioned that the stronger the undead, the higher the grade of the core it would form. He pushed the undead core back into the demon shark's body, this time only having it follow behind him as he walked, without any dark energy output. After observing for a while, Li Wei was delighted to discover that simple control consumed minimal energy, only 1% over an entire day. The undead core was like a battery. Walking was standby mode, while combat was high-load gaming. Li Wei finally understood the principle, and his mind was much more at ease. At least he wouldn't have to carry a large coffin while traveling every day. Under cover of night, he used pre-prepared medicinal powder to conceal the demon shark's corpse spots and sprinkled herbs to mask the odor. Then he dressed it in his old armor, secured a sealed iron helmet, and strapped the highly recognizable serrated greatsword to its shoulder. The two of them slipped back into Icewind City under the cover of darkness. The next morning, Li Wei sent the conspicuous serrated broadsword to the smithy's forge and had it reforged into an ordinary-looking greatsword. Next, he personally measured the demon shark and drew blueprints to craft a full-coverage suit of iron armor. Once all the components were riveted together, the demon shark's skeletal form was completely encased in steel, with only 2 points of ghostly green light flickering through the gaps in the face guard. The iron helmet was airtight, and even if there was still a faint corpse odor, it wouldn't be easily detected. After all, many nobles and knights in this world weren't particularly concerned with hygiene either, so having an unpleasant smell was quite normal. In the year 1009 of the Sacred Light calendar, during the month of green grass. In the shabby room of a small inn, the demon shark puppet stood motionless like a stone statue, its dark scales reflecting cold glints in the candlelight. Just wait here for me, don't move around, Li Wei instructed, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. Talking to a puppet that couldn't understand human speech was rather ridiculous, but his long solitary life had made him accustomed to talking to himself. After dismissing the puppet, he pulled his cloak tighter and left the room. Today he would visit the Shining Tavern once more to gather intelligence before preparing to return to his territory. The Grand Knight of Duke Blackmount had already been secretly eliminated by him, and now it remained to be seen how the Duke would react. The alley was deserted. He took out his golden mask and put it on, instantly transforming from a casual traveler into Master Tyla of the Golden Warhammer. Straight posture, steady gait, and a slightly deeper voice all fell into place. The Shining Tavern was brightly lit, with the aroma of wine mingling with the scents of iron and leather. As soon as Li Wei stepped through the door, a server approached him. Master, there's a distinguished guest waiting for you in a private room. This person is of high status and has repeatedly insisted on meeting you. He nodded and followed, soon being led into a quiet private room. Inside the room, silver candles flickered. A refined-looking middle-aged man sat behind a round table, his silver hair meticulously groomed and his small beard trimmed to perfection. Though not particularly imposing in build, he exuded the composure of someone long accustomed to high position. Count Silvermont. Master, you're truly difficult to meet. The Count smiled as he rose. Li Wei responded with composed courtesy, neither humble nor arrogant. Your lordship, may I ask what brings you here? Though a craftsman might not be as noble as a count, he still had a reputation to maintain, and proper etiquette was essential. Count Silvermont didn't take offense and gestured for him to sit, personally pouring dark rum. I wish to hire you as my exclusive blacksmith. Li Wei gently swirled his glass, the liquid thick as ink. Many people in the north have tried to recruit me, and I've refused them all. I don't lack money. I know. The Count's smile remained unchanged. So I'd like to ask what you do want. Whatever you name, I'll do my best to provide. Li Wei paused briefly. I can't think of anything I lack at the moment. I'm quite content with my current life, but I'll seriously consider your proposal. Seeing his resistance, the Count patiently added, perhaps you're worried about being constrained? Rest assured, I only need you to forge a batch of mithril armor and weapons for me. The timeline will be somewhat lengthy, but beyond that, I won't restrict your freedom in any way. The word mithril made Li Wei raise an eyebrow. It seems your lordship has quite a substantial mithril reserve. That's a rare metal even I seldom encounter. He thought to himself. Ambitious indeed. A batch of mithril equipment, even with minimal content, would cost an astronomical sum. The Count suddenly changed the subject. Master, I'm sure you've heard about the snow demons of the Eternal Night Kingdom. Li Wei's eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, those creatures seem quite dangerous. Li Wei's mind stirred, wondering why Count Silvermont was bringing this up. Master, are you aware that over a dozen noble territories in the Eternal Night Kingdom have already fallen to the snow demons? Count Silvermont asked with a grave expression. I truly had no idea. Li Wei set down the still warm mithril ingot he'd been working on and shook his head with a bitter smile. These past days, he'd been completely absorbed in his training, spending every spare moment grinding experience until he was utterly exhausted. He had no energy left to concern himself with such grand matters as world peace. Count Silvermont stepped forward, the mithril rivets on his gauntlets gleaming coldly in the forge's firelight. I'll be frank with you, master. The reason I'm commissioning so much mithril equipment is to prepare for the snow demon army that may soon sweep across our lands. This past winter, countless people were forced to flee their homes and wander as refugees. Unfortunately, many of the kingdom's important figures still haven't grasped the severity of the situation. He lowered his voice, speaking with swift determination. According to knights who fought these creatures on the front lines, the snow demons are undead beings virtually immortal. The only way to truly kill them is to shatter or extract the frost heart within their bodies. Ordinary iron swords can barely pierce their skin, making them terribly inefficient. So far, there's only one metal that can deal lethal damage to snow demons effectively: mithril. As he spoke those final words, sparks burst from the forge as if responding to his resolve. Master, winter has come. The snow demon uprising from the far north will inevitably sweep through the kingdom's northern territories. When that happens, the entire Blackmount province will be caught in the chaos. You may be a master craftsman, but in the coming storm, you'll need to board a ship sturdy enough to weather the tempest. Count Silvermont pointed to himself, his expression confident and sharp. Trust me, in all the north, aside from Duke Blackmount himself, there's no vessel more solid than my Silver Mountain Knights. In the dancing firelight, his gaze was piercing and formidable. Having just slain the demon shark Grand Knight, Li Wei had first-hand experience of the differences between Grand Knight. She could clearly sense that Count Silvermont's strength far exceeded that of demon shark. Though Grand Knights shared the same realm, differences in breathing techniques, combat skills, equipment, and personal talent created real gaps in power. Grand Knights with superior breathing methods, better equipment, more refined combat techniques, and greater natural gifts naturally stood far above their peers. This was why they Fist of the Empire, even while injured, could single-handedly suppress both the military minister and the Pale Shadow II Grand Knights. Count Silvermont might not be as terrifying as the Fist of the Empire, but as one of the 7 Northern Cavalry, and a figure on par with Li Wei's father, his combat prowess was clearly extraordinary. The forge hissed as Li Wei fell silent for a moment. From Count Silvermont's account, he judged that the man's words were likely true. The snow demons were indeed a massive threat to the Eternal Night Kingdom. Moreover, compared to Count Silvermont, Li Wei knew far more about the snow demons' origins. The demon tide's return. Li Wei recalled the opening passage of the Spirit Banishing Manual, and his heart grew cold. The world was becoming increasingly turbulent. Whether evil spirits or snow demons, they were merely the prelude and cannon fodder of the returning demon tide. Someday, during the long process of the demon tide's return, increasingly powerful creatures of the tide would descend upon this land. When that time came, fragile human civilization and those grand knights everyone now took such pride in would be as fragile as paper, utterly defenseless. However, Li Wei wasn't one to worry unnecessarily. After all, the return of the magic tide was marked by millennia, and by that time, if he hadn't embarked on the wizard's path or become a successful wizard, he would most likely have died of old age anyway. So there was no point worrying about it. What truly lay before him now were the Snow Demon Rebellion and the evil spirit incidents. The Silver Mountain Knight's power was unquestionable, and if he could forge a good relationship with this important figure through his crafting skills, it might truly be a path to survival. With this thought, he took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. Very well, Lord Count. Please give me some time to consider. I look forward to the master's reply, and you are welcome to visit the manor at any time. Count Silver Mountain nodded politely and turned to leave. Li Wei watched that elegant figure depart, mocking himself inwardly. Even Count Silver Mountain had come calling in person. Master Terra's reputation truly carried weight. From what he had heard through the grapevine, Count Silver Mountain had a good reputation among both nobles and commoners. However, Li Wei already had his own territory and was unwilling to live under someone else's roof again. Yet the Count's words still stirred something in him. The extra damage Mithril dealt to snow demons had obviously become known to the great nobles of the north. Otherwise Mithril wouldn't be so hard to come by recently. Li Wei felt secretly fortunate he possessed a complete set of Mithril-forged frost giant armor, plus the Mithril longsword Frostmourne. So at least he had hope of protecting himself. If snow demons truly swept through and the situation spiraled out of control, he could always pack up and flee. Blackwater Valley was just property, and when one's life was at stake, what needed to be abandoned should be abandoned. As for the conditions of cooperating with Count Silver Mountain, they required careful consideration. Absolutely couldn't be hasty. After browsing around the Shining Tavern without finding the materials he wanted, he returned to the inn, let out the magic shark, that newly created puppet beast, and set off for home. To avoid alarming others, the magic shark went into the underground shelter, incidentally guarding all his valuable possessions. This trip to Icewind City had been quite fruitful. Over 1,000 gold coins, several large orders, rare undead cores, and the magic shark puppet that barely possessed Grand Knight level combat power. Most unexpected of all was that breathing technique, the red boar breathing method. Opening the inheritance diagram, a blood-red giant boar lay prostrate on red earth, while 20 small figures worshipped it, a scene both bizarre and comical. Li Wei curled his lip. Trash among the crude breathing methods, but better than nothing. It only took him a few days to master the basics. The secret medicine was even more laughably simple: wild boar meat. The Black Mountain Range was overrun with wild boars, and he had already stockpiled plenty. With abundant secret medicine and his day and night practice, he pushed the breathing method to its 4th-tier limit in just 1 month. In the year 1009 of the Sacred Light calendar, during the month of flowers, as Li Wei sat in meditation, the giant rhinoceros phantom in his heart region suddenly charged forward, its horn piercing straight through the newly formed red boar phantom and devouring it like a straw. For his current level, this fusion didn't consume much mental or physical energy. After a brief rest, he opened his proficiency panel. The giant rhinoceros breakthrough progress jumped from 23 to 33. Successful breakthrough. Giant rhinoceros breathing method, 5th tier 130000, special effect, intermediate strength. Next step, continue grinding to the 6th tier. Through constant devouring and fusion, his panel had become much cleaner. Black snake at 6th tier, human face spider, giant rhinoceros, and sea demon at 5th tier, blood whale at 3rd tier, vortex worm at 2nd tier, giant at 1st tier. Looking at this long string of progress bars, a sense of achievement welled up within him. Current main goal, push Black Snake to the 7th tier and become a peak knight, then launch the final assault toward Grand Knight. That once unreachable realm was now within arm's reach. He secretly set himself a deadline. a small goal become a Grand Knight by age 20. Becoming a Grand Knight at 20 was nothing short of a fairy tale, pure wishful thinking in everyone else's eyes. Even the so-called genius White Horse Knight had failed to achieve such a breakthrough at that age. However, at this moment, Li Wei possessed an endless supply of dragon's saliva incense and had stockpiled sufficient quantities of Black Serpent's secret medicine. He calculated in his mind, at his current pace of grinding through the Black Serpent breathing technique, he could expect to advance it to the 7th tier by the second half of this year, joining the ranks of peak knights. Then, with an entire year's effort, he would have enough time to assault the 8th tier and truly step into the realm of Grand Knights. He pulled back his thoughts, stretched his shoulders and neck, and pushed open the door to leave the sanctuary. The demon shark stood silently by the entrance, the entire war machine maintaining low-power standby mode, motionless. Li Wei climbed the city wall and took a deep breath of the crisp air. High above, the snow-white Harris glided against the gray-blue sky. If there were any disturbances, it would immediately let out a sharp cry. Not far away, the three brothers who had been injured in the Grand Knight battle had long since recovered, their bodies now even more massive, nearly rivaling rhinoceroses in size. Their tremendous weight had caused their appetites to soar accordingly. If not for Li Wei's substantial wealth, an ordinary baron's territory would have had its granaries completely devoured by the three brothers alone. The training ground where Fred once drilled soldiers now had only Sam persisting in his practice. Sam's talent for breathing techniques was decent, which had brought Fred considerable comfort before his death. Unfortunately, even if Sam truly became a formal knight in the future, the old veteran would never live to witness it. With the forging industry steadily expanding, Blackwater Valley now required virtually no additional investment from Li Wei to maintain self-sufficient, cyclical development. The previous battle against the Grand Knight had also proven the value of the Crimson Blood Cavalry. As long as their numbers formed an overwhelming advantage, combined with the three brothers and infantry formations, even enemy Grand Knights would find themselves in trouble. Therefore, the territory's military expansion continued to advance. Sacred Light Calendar Year 1009, Month of Warmth. Over the past month, Li Wei had maintained his daily cultivation and sword practice, spending leisure time forging and brewing medicines. Additionally, he had found time to copy master paintings, diligently practicing his artistic skills not for cultural refinement, but in preparation for his upcoming journey to Icewind City. Icewind City, Silver Mountain Keep. Master Tyla, wearing his golden mask, strode into the Earl's castle with 3 sets of freshly forged mithril armor and weapons neatly arranged on the carriage behind him. Li Wei had finally sealed the deal with the Silver Mountain Earl. The Earl would provide mithril and raw materials, while Li Wei would forge 3 sets of mithril equipment monthly, already the limit for an ordinary craftsman. In reality, however, he had completed everything in just 5 days. According to their agreement, the Earl would pay 300 gold coins per set Li Wei's bulk discount price, considering the Earl bore all material costs, as pricing too high would be discourteous. The total order was 100 sets over a 3-year period. In return for Li Wei's generous pricing, the Silver Mountain Earl would allow him to copy the bloodline breathing technique inheritance diagrams from his collection. Li Wei's reasoning was that he had lost his passion for forging and, being a collector of breathing techniques himself, wanted to study more inheritance diagrams to research ancient mythological knowledge. He knew full well that authentic originals would never fall into his hands. Count Yinshan was also a renowned collector who would never part with his treasures, nor did he need Li Wei's modest compensation. So Li Wei settled for the next best thing, requesting only that the Count allow him to copy a few replicas for his own practice. This was precisely why he had been frantically honing his copying skills during this period. The Count readily agreed. For most people, collecting breathing techniques was more about studying mysticism or simply showing off wealth and taste. As for selling replica bloodline breathing techniques as merchandise, only true fools would fall for that. Authentic bloodline breathing technique inheritance diagrams almost always carried the aura of ancient transmission with untraceable origins, with major noble families claiming they originated from their ancestors. Genuine ancient parchment could be distinguished by touch. Allanite was in a completely different league from contemporary parchment, otherwise it couldn't have withstood the erosion of time to survive until today. Therefore, authenticity could often be determined at a glance. Apart from the 1EO fakened originals, other replicas had no collectible value whatsoever. Of course, some people did try to sell replicas of non-bloodline breathing techniques for money, but buyers were few and far between. The accuracy of replicas couldn't be guaranteed, and even the slightest error could cause practitioners to suffer cultivation deviation. This was common knowledge in the circle. Count Yinshan regarded his treasured bloodline breathing techniques like famous paintings in an art gallery, so why wouldn't he be happy to trade a few replicas for Master Tyla's Li Wei's discount and goodwill? Count Yinshan's castle towered majestically, second only to the great cathedral of Bingfeng City as the city's second highest landmark. The stone archway stood open, and the Count's vassal knight was already waiting at the entrance. "Welcome, Master Tyla." The vassal bowed slightly, his tone filled with respect and excitement. To celebrate our first collaboration, his lordship has prepared a sumptuous feast. The honor is mine, Li Wei replied courteously, following the vassal through the heavy gates. The vassal then signaled for the count's official blacksmiths to inspect the goods. Well, the master didn't shortchange us, did he? He asked in a low voice. The blacksmiths gathered around the armor and weapons Li Wei had delivered, taking turns touching the cold metal and examining the texture and luster. They brought out local works made from the same materials and mithril proportions for side-by-side comparison, even conducting on-site sparring tests. After the comparison, they looked at each other in amazement. Master Tyla's finished products completely outclassed their own work in internal quality, aesthetic appeal, and structural sophistication. These blacksmiths had originally felt somewhat resentful that the count had looked far afield to hire an outsider, but now they could only sigh in silent admiration. Now they were thoroughly convinced his lordship was right to look down on them. Truly a legendary craftsman. This level of forging skill is simply divine, a masterpiece that rivals the work of heaven itself. Is this really the gap between us and the master? It's just too vast. Indeed, there's no comparison. The master's understanding and techniques in forging are far beyond ours. I really wish I could seek his guidance. The discussions rose and fell in waves until the steward saw the finished product and finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. The reception hall of Silver Mountain Castle was brightly lit, with a sumptuous feast laid out on a long table covered with thick, soft carpets. Count Silver Mountain enthusiastically pulled out a chair. Master, please come and eat something. Li Wei touched his stomach and shook his head helplessly. Respected Count, there's no need. I ate my fill before departing and really can't eat anymore. Very well then. Come with me, and let me show you Silver Mountain's true treasures. The Count rose with a beaming smile. The two walked through a stone corridor where echoes lingered long, with candlelight casting interwoven shadows. At the end, a massive circular hall suddenly opened before them. Along the curved walls, intricately carved frames were arranged in neat rows, containing not oil paintings, but bloodline breathing technique inheritance diagrams. Each diagram was rich in color with ancient, simple lines, like slumbering mystical scrolls. Li Wei's heart suddenly raced as he almost reached out to touch those precious scrolls. Breathing techniques that were mere collectibles to others appeared as a paradise of priceless treasures in his eyes. Sensing Li Wei's excitement, Count Silver Mountain appeared even more pleased. Master, my Silver Mountain family's collection contains 22 breathing technique inheritance diagrams in total, all here. I wonder how many the master possesses. Me? I've only collected a few pieces, just starting out in this field. How could I compare with your lordship? Li Wei spread his hands with a self-deprecating laugh, though inwardly he groaned. If only I had a camera, I could photograph them all and take them back for cultivation without needing to copy them by hand. The Count nodded slightly, his expression growing even more proud. The 17 hanging outside are merely basic-level bloodline breathing techniques, hardly worth mentioning. Come, let me show you the real treasures. With that, he led Li Wei to the center of the circular hall and pressed a hidden mechanism. Click. A stone display platform slowly rose, presenting 5 breathing technique inheritance diagrams in neat arrangement. For bore the mark of excellent quality, while one was specially mounted and labeled perfect quality. They come from 5 great families that once stood alongside my Silver Mountain family throughout history. The Count's tone grew somber. Unfortunately, fate is unpredictable, and those 5 clans have long since vanished into dust. In this world where family inheritance was the lifeline, nobles placed particular importance on ancestral legacies, making craftsmen like Li Wei who were indifferent to bloodlines as rare as phoenix feathers. His gaze fell upon that perfect quality breathing technique. In the diagram, a two-legged giant beast breathing flames stood proudly upright, with hundreds of small figures kneeling in worship at its feet, resembling a silent ritual. Good heavens, there really are hundreds of figures. This is a perfect quality breathing technique. Truly extraordinary indeed. Li Wei marveled silently. The Count's fingertip lightly touched the scroll, his voice filled with pride. This is the Red Lotus breathing technique, the highest quality piece in all my collections. It originates from the Red Lotus family that perished 600 years ago. That family once produced a great knight who came infinitely close to legendary status, the Red Lotus Knight. Unfortunately, that great knight appeared only briefly before vanishing. If the Red Lotus Knight had successfully advanced to legendary status, the Red Lotus breathing technique would no longer be of perfect quality, but legendary quality instead. In other words, it was the legendary knight who elevated the breathing technique, not the breathing technique that forged the legendary knight. The essential difference between perfect quality and legendary quality is minimal. His silver armor gleamed coldly under the lamplight as Count Inshan spoke in a low, confident voice. Master Tyla, you may not know this, but my Inshan family's bloodline breathing technique is also of perfect quality. Should I one day step into the legendary realm, the Inshan family will join the ranks of legendary houses. Therefore, I still sincerely invite you to join Inshan Fortress. An outstanding legendary craftsman like yourself can only be properly supported by a legendary family. If you would serve under me, I could even gift you 1 or 2 authentic copies of these excellent quality breathing techniques from my display case. As his words fell, an imposing aura surged around him, like a proud and confident silver beast. Li Wei was slightly stunned, silently acknowledging that this man was no ordinary count. He hadn't expected the Inshan family's hereditary breathing technique to reach perfect grade, even surpassing his own Black Snake family's inheritance. From what he understood, among the 7 Northern Cavalry, only the Black Mountain Duke's family possessed a perfect breathing technique. Now another had emerged with Count Yinshanot to be underestimated. Count, I appreciate your kind offer. However, though I am a craftsman, I do not enjoy being dependent on others. I have always believed that heroes create families, not that families shape heroes. Li Wei responded with calm composure. Count Yinshan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Very well, since your aspirations lie elsewhere, Master, I won't press the matter further. With that, he gently closed and set down the display case containing the 5 breathing techniques. For this transaction, he had only asked Li Wei to copy the crude quality bloodline breathing techniques in the outer hall. The 5 authentic pieces in the display case were not part of their agreement. Your collection is truly magnificent, Count. I imagine copying everything will take considerable time. Li Wei praised sincerely. The Count nodded in reply. Though most of these techniques are mediocre, I gathered them through great effort. As long as you don't damage the originals, please proceed freely, Master. If you grow hungry, I'll have food sent. If you grow tired, choose any room in the castle. Then I thank you, Count. Accompanied by Inshan knights, Li Wei examined the remaining 17 breathing techniques in detail. Most focused on strength and speed, with a few emphasizing constitution and defense, but none resembled the perception-type techniques like the human-faced spider breathing method, further highlighting that secret technique's uniqueness. After confirming everything, Li Wei took out his prepared drawing board, parchment, and ink, sitting cross-legged on the spot to begin copying under the watchful eyes of the Inshan Knights. Originally, he had planned to hire a random artist in Bingfeng City, but after witnessing their crude skills, he decided to do the work himself to avoid the risk of practicing flawed copies and going astray. He had sufficient confidence. With a thought, his proficiency panel appeared. Below the 3 life skills of forging, alchemy, and beast taming, a new line emerged. Copying second tier, 15,000. Li Wei had previously practiced copying techniques at home, grinding this skill to the 2nd tier. Copying refers specifically to reproducing calligraphy and painting works by following the original. A breathing technique inheritance diagram is essentially a highly unique painting, albeit far more complex. The artist must not only meticulously outline every detail of that lifelike ancient beast, but also carefully depict the postures, movements, and breathing rhythms of each small figure surrounding the creature. For future practitioners, these details of the surrounding figures are the key to success or failure in mastering the breathing technique. Li Wei felt uncertain. All the breathing techniques he had practiced came from authentic inheritance diagrams. She had never encountered forgeries. This world had long established a consensus. Breathing techniques must originate from authentic works and cannot rely on copied versions or oral instruction from others. Practicing combat skills incorrectly merely leads one astray, but learning breathing techniques wrong can result in chi deviation at best. However, if he followed conventional channels to collect breathing techniques, his progress would be painfully slow. Whether for the black snake breathing technique or other techniques he planned to attempt in the future, he needed numerous basic-level breathing techniques as stepping stones for breaking limits, allowing him to gradually deduce and break through to higher realms. Upon learning that Count Yinshan was a breathing technique collector, Li Wei immediately agreed to cooperate. However, he changed the collaboration from serving as a retainer at Yinshan Castle and residing there as a blacksmith to delivering goods monthly on schedule, implying cooperation was fine, but employment was out of the question. Having been traumatized by work in his previous life, he absolutely refused to be employed in this one. More importantly, he dared not practice cultivation while staying on someone else's territory. Over time, exposing his true nature would be inevitable, especially while wearing the mask of Master Tyla. A Grand Knight's perception far exceeded that of ordinary people, and Li Wei could sense that Count Yinshan had likely already detected his true strength, yet tactfully refrained from exposing it. Taking advantage of the quiet atmosphere, Li Wei held his breath, gripped his brush, and focused on copying. He needed to complete copying this breathing technique inheritance diagram in the shortest time possible so he could return early to experiment. As long as he could prove that forgeries could also be used for cultivation, collecting breathing techniques would no longer be restricted. Count Yinshan stood nearby, his gaze following the growth of ink traces on the paper. Master Tyla's brushstrokes were sharp and precise, the beast's scales clearly layered, and the surrounding small figures moved in unison without any hesitation. The Count was secretly amazed a rough blacksmith actually possessed such talent in copying as well. Perhaps this was what they called natural genius. When Li Wei finished, Count Yinshan arranged for a high-ranking knight-level retainer to remain on guard, then personally took his leave and returned to territorial affairs. Establishing long-term cooperation with this renowned master craftsman held significant meaning for the territory's development. Many great nobles had sought such cooperation unsuccessfully, yet he alone had moved the master with his breathing technique collection. This filled the Count with considerable pride, feeling his collecting obsession had finally proven its worth. Count Yinshan has finally left? I'm dropping the act. In the collection room, Li Wei watched Count Yinshan leave, with only distant knights keeping watch over him. Once he confirmed no one would disturb him, he immediately pulled up his proficiency panel and began the tedious yet efficient copying work. Copying proficiency 67. Copying proficiency 54. Time passed as the numbers kept jumping on his screen, and before he knew it, more than half a month had gone by. To continue staying here, he simply moved into Bingfeng City. During the day, he shamelessly lingered around Yinshan Castle, meticulously tracing stroke by stroke while comparing his work to the precious scrolls hanging on the walls. Between copying sessions, he would voluntarily guide the official blacksmiths of Yinshan Castle. With his master craftsman's perspective, just a single piece of advice would make these smiths exclaim how much they had benefited, earning him their utmost respect. When night fell, he would return to the inn in the city and continue his practice under the dim oil lamps. Count Yinshan was quite pleased to learn that Master Tyla was carefully instructing the territory's blacksmiths, so he turned a blind eye to Li Wei's lingering in the collection room. Besides, the Count was busy with official duties and soon forgot about this little baron. Day after day of copying brought his technique close to perfection. Finally, Li Wei, wearing his golden mask and sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, looked at the glowing words, "Copying, Third Order Limit," on his panel and smiled with satisfaction. Special effect indistinguishable from reality. Your copying technique has reached its peak, making your work identical to the original in both lines and content. There's nothing that can't be achieved through grinding. Li Wei flexed his sore fingers. If there is, it just means you haven't ground hard enough. With everything ready, he turned his gaze to the 17 breathing technique inheritance scrolls on the shelf, and the real, manual copy-paste began. First scroll, Stone Dragon Breathing Technique, Crude Quality, Defense-Focused, 16-figure illustrations on the scroll. Li Wei finished in 1 hour. Second scroll, Wind Cat Breathing Technique, Speed-Focused, 20-figure illustrations, completed in an hour and a half. Repeating this process, in just a few days, all 17 breathing techniques were committed to paper. After confirming everything was accurate, he satisfactorily rolled up his scrolls and left Yinshan Castle. Having been busy with copying for a month, his weapon and equipment forging tasks had been delayed. He assured Count Yinshan that he would gradually make up for them over the next few months, and the Count nodded in agreement after some consideration. Having accomplished his mission, Li Wei hurried back to Heishui Valley, dusty from travel. I'm exhausted. He collapsed onto his bed the moment he entered the shelter. Although copying was just a life skill, grinding it to the limit and unlocking special effects in 1 month was no easy feat after all. Copying a painting inherently required considerable time, and for Li Wei, this delicate work was even more tiring than blacksmithing. The breathing technique inheritance diagrams he copied possessed a nearly indistinguishable special effect. At first glance, they were identical to the originals in composition, line work, and annotations, though the materials appeared somewhat crude, making it obvious they were replicas. However, his painstaking efforts weren't aimed at selling them. Nobody would pay for such rudimentary bloodline breathing techniques anyway. If he truly wanted to make money, he could easily craft a few mithril weapons or armor sets and earn a fortune. After storing the scrolls in his chest, Li Wei didn't rush into cultivation. He instructed the demon shark to guard the territory while he enjoyed a full 3 days and nights of sleep, waiting until his physical and mental energy were completely restored before drawing 1 scroll from the stack. The Wind Cat Breathing Technique, focused on ultimate speed. His Siren Breathing Technique was just 1 step away from the 6th tier, and when that time came, he'd need several speed-type breathing techniques to break through the limit. So he decided to stockpile some extreme breathing techniques for future use. A day later, a new line of pale golden text appeared on his proficiency panel. Li Wei Wind Cat Breathing Technique, Tier 1, 11,000. Seeing the new skill light up, he grinned widely. Success. Panel, let's grind. Show me your limits. This operation allowed him to freely acquire 17 crude quality bloodline breathing techniques from Count Silverhill. In terms of actual value, all 17 combined might not even match a single set of mithril armor he'd personally forged, but if he had to collect them himself through exploration, who knows how long that would take. For him, time was money. The only regret was that the Count stubbornly refused to lend him those 4 excellent quality techniques, and that one perfect quality technique for copying. Though Li Wei didn't press the matter-gaining 17 techniques was already a huge profit. The days that followed passed in constant experience grinding. After establishing cooperation with Count Silverhill, Li Wei had long abandoned his original plan to ally with the Wild-Boar Knights. The Wasteland Brotherhood had been suspiciously quiet lately, apparently plotting something. Honestly, if he hadn't promised little Milan he'd avenge her, he wouldn't even be interested in troubling the Wild Boar gang with his current strength. Dealing with those Wild Boar Knights would be like bullying kindergartners, completely lacking in challenge. Besides, Blackwater Valley was developing rapidly, and even without old Toby as their official blacksmith, it wouldn't affect the bigger picture. But vengeance owed must still be claimed. This wasn't about profit, it was about peace of mind. He'd also promised little Toby he'd rescue his father, and he intended to keep his word. Strength wasn't the issue. The key was finding them first. So he sent scouts to investigate the Wild Boar gang's base that Fred had mentioned, only to discover the place had been abandoned long ago, with scorch marks and broken blades still visible on the ground from past battles. The most painful thing in life is raising your blade of vengeance only to find your enemy has vanished without a trace. Li Wei had no choice but to temporarily sheath his blade of revenge. He pulled out a worn piece of parchment from the corner of his desk and added 3 small words after Wild Boar Knights. Wait longer. Besides the Wild Boar Knights, the parchment listed the names of everyone who had crossed him during this period. To prevent the long hours of training and forging from dulling his hatred, he'd specifically created this revenge list to constantly remind himself not to forget past grievances and to keep grinding experience. The first name on the list was none other than the Duke of Black Mountain, with Li Wei's notation beside it. Can't beat him yet. The second and third names were the Blood Count and the Silvervale Count, both marked with same reason as the Duke of Black Mountain. Further down were entries like Song of the Death Bird and Pastor Abraham. Every single person Li Wei had recorded in this little notebook was a formidable adversary. Days passed one by one, and Li Wei continued to grow stronger in silence. In the year 1009 of the sacred calendar, the harvest month quietly arrived, and golden waves of wheat once again spread across the land. The serfs in his territory were busy with the harvest another bountiful year. However, Li Wei knew clearly that such good times wouldn't last much longer. The northern cold front was steadily moving south, and the undead creatures lurking in the frigid winds, the snow demons, could shatter this tranquility at any moment. If these troubles remained unresolved, his Blackwater Valley would ultimately be doomed, and when that time came, he'd have no choice but to pack up and flee. Fortunately, before the real crisis reached Blackwater Valley, it would first have to break through the defensive line formed by the Eternal Night Kingdom and the major northern nobles. At least in the short term, it wouldn't be his turn to face the brunt of it. Over the past few months, he had consecutively mastered 3 speed-type breathing techniques to their limits. Wind Cat Breathing Technique, 4th tier maximum. Moon Rabbit Breathing Technique, 4th tier maximum. Flying Snake Breathing Technique, 5th tier maximum. In his eyes, these rudimentary breathing techniques were like playing a max-level character in a newbie village. Bullying weaklings had lost its appeal. After all the wheat was stored away and before the North Wind month arrived, he pushed both the Siren Breathing Technique and the Giant Rhino Breathing Technique to their 6th tier limits. His current status was as follows. Siren Breathing Technique, 6th tier maximum, breakthrough available, progress 04, special effect, advanced speed. Giant Rhino Breathing Technique, 6th tier maximum. Perfecting the speed breathing technique elevated his overall strength to another level. However, Li Wei wasn't rushing to break through the Siren Breathing Technique's limits. The Black Snake Breathing Technique hadn't reached the 7th tier yet. If he let the Siren Technique break through first and the two conflicted, that would be troublesome. He planned to establish the Black Snake's tier advantage first before considering any breakthroughs. Over the following month, Li Wei continued his secluded training with the Magic Shark's companionship. As the north wind howled and the expected chill arrived, his Black Snake Breathing Technique finally successfully advanced to the 7th tier. Li Wei's status panel updated. Black Snake Breathing Technique, 7th tier 150,000, special effect, Supreme Defense. If the 7th tier is called Supreme Defense, what would the 8th tier be called? Li Wei wondered curiously. Emerging from his cultivation state, he clearly felt the Black Snake seed at his heart growing increasingly powerful, with scale-like patterns faintly appearing on its surface, a sign that his life seed was entering a higher realm. More abundant black energy continuously flowed from the Black Snake seed, and in an instant, his upper body, abdomen, and waist were all tightly wrapped in the black aura. While the quantity and density still fell short of the Magic Shark's black energy, the pure defensive power seemed to surpass if Black Snake Breathing Technique specialized in this area. After all, before he knew it, he had reached the peak knight level, with only 50,000 proficiency points separating him from becoming a Grand Knight. Peak Knight. Throughout the entire kingdom, such beings are extremely rare. While not quite as scarce as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, they are absolutely difficult to encounter. With Li Wei's current strength, he has gathered within himself the supreme defense from the 7th tier Black Serpent breathing technique, the high-speed mobility granted by the 6th tier Siren breathing technique, the overwhelming power provided by the 6th tier Giant Rhino breathing technique, plus the 6th tier sword skill, Golden Cross Slash, and the Frost Giant's armor. In terms of raw stats alone, he is already capable of matching the Demon Shark at its peak. Li Wei certainly understands that any reservation on the battlefield is foolish when, truly facing life and death, he would not hesitate to unleash the Frost Giant's lament. Returning to his training progress. After the Black Serpent breathing technique broke through to the 7th tier, his advancement in swordsmanship has been equally remarkable. The Golden Cross Slash, taught by Knight Fred, has risen to the 6th tier. His intermediate ripple technique has also advanced to high-level ripple. With this skill alone, combined with the mithril sword Frostmourne, he can easily cleave through refined steel. The spiral force beyond this level is extremely difficult, but Li Wei is in no rush. His high-level ripple strikes already cut through iron like mud. Ordinary armor is like paper before him. Only heavy armor mixed with mithril can barely withstand his attacks. By his judgment, even Fred, the Dawn swordsman who once made his name with ripple force, may not possess his current level of mastery. Within the Golden Cross Slash lineage, perhaps only its founder could definitively surpass him. Meanwhile, the Blood Whale breathing technique has smoothly advanced to the 4th tier, developing the special effect, Basic Endurance. For a peak knight, this enhancement is negligible, but what truly excites Li Wei is the whale pouch it brings. With this new organ formed, as long as the whale pouch is full, he can go an entire month without eating, essentially becoming a walking granary. This convenience saves precious time for his intensive training. Every moment he can squeeze out allows him to practice one more basic level breathing technique. Of course, to satisfy his appetite, he still enjoys fine food during his leisure time. The Blood Whale breathing technique is of excellent grade, and Li Wei is confident he can push it to the 7th tier, though whether he can break through to the 8th tier remains unknown. Among all the breathing techniques he has mastered, only the Giant breathing technique and Black Serpent breathing technique have been verified by his father and that Grand Knight from the Melon family as having the potential to reach the 8th tier pinnacle. Beyond that lies the realm of legendary perfect quality breathing techniques. As for the Siren breathing technique, he has completely merged the 3 newly learned speed-type breathing techniques, achieving breakthrough and reopening the growth channel for proficiency. Thus, his speed, strength, defense, and technique have all improved across the board, with clear leaps in power visible each month. Thresholds that might take others years or even decades to cross, Li Wei can surpass in mere months. But with the proficiency panel, all of this comes naturally. Although Fred was gone, Li Wei had Magic Shark as his new sparring partner, giving him a clear sense of how much stronger he had become. At the beginning of their training sessions, the two were evenly matched, but now Li Wei could steadily suppress Magic Shark without even using his trump cards like the Seals or the Frost Giant's Lament. The explosive power of his muscles, the precision of his blade, the rhythm of his breathing, every clash reminded him that his growth was visibly accelerating. With ample reserves of Black Snake Elixir and his current training efficiency, he estimated that reaching the Grand Knight realm by the end of next year before turning 21 was well within reach. In contrast, the Giant breathing technique and Vortex Beast breathing technique were proving to be troublesome companions. With elixirs in short supply, he had barely practiced these 2 excellent quality breathing methods for cost-effectiveness reasons, not even reaching the 3rd tier yet. The commissions at the Shining Tavern had been posted for ages, but there was still no word on Vortex Eggs or Ice Apes, not even a single lead. However, there had been a breakthrough with the Undead Cores. After Li Wei changed the bounty commission name from the academic Undead Core to the more colloquial Frost Heart, he received several more within just a few weeks, finally seeing hope for advancing the Hell Seal to the 2nd tier. According to the records in the Spirit Banishing Notes, upgrading the Hell Seal to the 2nd tier would allow him to resurrect and simultaneously control 2 undead. Constantine's ancestors had achieved a maximum of 5, leading Li Wei to deduce that the skill's limit was likely 5th tier or possibly higher. 5 Grand Knight level undead, even if not at their peak strength from life, could overwhelm any contemporary force through sheer numbers, useful for combat, defense, or manual labor. The mere thought of such a scene filled Li Wei with anticipation. As the Snow Demon disaster continued to worsen, undead cores from the Eternal Night Kingdom would inevitably flow into Icewind City. As long as he could stockpile materials fast enough, a 5th-tier Hell Seal was far from impossible. The other 3 seals each had their own progress. The Flame Flow Seal had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier recently, with its orange-eared flames turning yellow-white in an instant, extending the spray distance from 2 meters to 3 while significantly increasing its power. The Guardian Seal was stuck on the rare, Radiant Stone. Without the right materials, progress had stalled. Li Wei continued collecting, but many things couldn't be solved through effort alone. The Dragon's Might Seal remained his eternal frustration. The evil spirit at the bottom of Blackwater River guarded the spirit dust, and even grand knights like Magic Shark fled at the sight of it, so he naturally dared not act rashly. The childhood trauma still lingered, and with the risks too high, Blackwater River had become a forbidden zone as orders also prohibited residents from approaching. Fortunately, since ordering the river sealed, the evil spirit had shown no trace. Li Wei secretly theorized that this monster didn't attack indiscriminately, but rather targeted specific individuals or could only be seen by certain people. So many fishermen had spent time by Blackwater River before fishing, bathing, all requiring the river's waters. Yet there had never been reports of fishermen being attacked, nor had anyone else ever seen this evil spirit. The original owner had simply gone fishing at Blackwater River, and the demon shark Grand Knight had only stayed there briefly before that evil spirit appeared. Damn it, this was blatant targeting. That evil spirit lurked like a ticking time bomb at the bottom of the river. Sooner or later, it would either be eliminated or force Li Wei to abandon Blackwater Valley entirely. The demon shark had escaped from its grasp before, proving the evil spirit wasn't invincible and likely feared dark energy. If the dark energy level was high enough, perhaps it could be dealt with without relying on the dragon's seal. Though a Grand Knight could at most protect himself, true annihilation would probably require the strength of a top-tier Grand Knight. After finishing his cultivation, his stomach growled loudly as the energy in his whale pouch had been completely drained, meaning it was time for his monthly gluttony session. Li Wei instructed his servants to bring food, and soon a long table was piled high like a small mountain with roasted meat, thick soup, bread, and fruit wine. He dove in ravenously, like a tireless eating machine, while simultaneously reviewing reports on his territory's recent affairs. Since the whale pouch's emergence, this monthly feast had also become his regular window into the outside world. Stack after stack of documents was cleared away along with the plates. The territory was stable with no unwelcome visitors. The only thing worth mentioning was that old dog, Abraham, had come knocking again recently, still wanting to buy Blackwater Valley. Fortunately, Li Wei's previous goodwill had considerably softened the man's attitude, so he couldn't be bothered to investigate further. On this day, after finishing his cultivation in the sanctuary, Li Wei came out for some fresh air. In the sky, the snow eagle Harris circled and cried out sharply and urgently a warning signal. Li Wei climbed the tower and gazed into the distance, seeing two figures gradually approaching along the small road on the horizon, Abraham and the Glimmer Knight. Why are they here again? He frowned. They had paid this year's taxes just 3 days ago, so they obviously had other motives. He signaled for the demon shark to hide in the room next to the council hall while he personally went down to greet the visitors. Pastor Abraham, what wind has blown such a busy man as yourself here? Li Wei wore a warm smile, looking exactly like a sunny 19-year-old. Baron Li Wei, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly. Abraham returned his signature false smile. When I visited a few days ago, you were busy, so I had to take my leave first. Compared to before, the pastor had obviously aged considerably, his spirit much diminished. Li Wei's heart sank. Oh no, don't let this old dog die of old age before I get my revenge. If his enemies died of natural causes one by one before he could act, that would be terrible. Couldn't let waiting become regret. He secretly decided to find a suitable opportunity to don the white wolf mask and personally send Abraham on his way, retrieving the pension fund stored with him as well. Baron Li Wei, thank you for your selfless assistance to the church and myself during this time. By the merciful Heavenly Father above, having such a kind noble as you is the kingdom's pride. However, I've come to discuss something important with you. This matter is of great significance, so let's go inside to talk, Abraham said. Li Wei smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. Of course, Pastor Abraham. The council chamber was softly lit. The Glimmer Knight stood rigidly beside Abraham, the holy emblem on his chest gleaming gold in the candlelight. Since arriving at Icewind Valley years ago, this paladin had advanced from intermediate to high rank. Yet even so, he felt his heart tighten under the dangerous aura Li Wei subtly emanated. That oppressive presence was almost identical to what he felt when facing the 7 Grand Knight commanders of the Radiant Order. The Glimmer Knight could tell Li Wei practiced breathing techniques and was indeed a formal knight, but such imposing presence was far beyond what ordinary knights possessed. Perhaps it was just his imagination, or perhaps he was projecting his old fear of the Black Serpent Grand Knight onto Li Wei. Tried to rationalize it in his mind, but couldn't dispel the lingering doubts. Pastor Abraham, please feel free to make any requests. If it's within my capabilities, I'll certainly help. Li Wei maintained his polite smile. Abraham adjusted his robe sleeves and slowed his speech. Here's the situation. I'll most likely be leaving Icewind Valley next year to return to the kingdom's church headquarters. I'm grateful for Baron Li Wei's support of my work over these years. Abraham's chapel is now thriving, and more souls burdened with original sin are finding redemption through our Heavenly Father's mercy. But once I leave, Pastor Zalafua will replace me. You've probably heard his nickname, the Shameless Pastor. To achieve his goals, he often employs ruthless methods and has a violent temper. When that time comes, as the Lord neighboring him, your days will be difficult. So, I'm offering you a clear path. Sell Blackwater Valley to me. I'm willing to pay twice the previous price. With that money, you can find a peaceful place to live quietly, away from worldly conflicts much easier than your current situation. I've also heard that the Serpent Eagle Knight recently died in an accident. Managing the territory alone must be quite burdensome for you. Abraham's eyes were piercing as he tried to catch any sign of wavering in Li Wei's expression. In truth, he was extremely reluctant to see the fruits of the chapel's years of hard work picked by someone else, but he had no choice but to obey his superior's arrangements. His obsession with Blackwater Valley stemmed from the Mellon family treasure, buried in that land as secret, unknown to anyone else, had been churning in his heart for years. He knew that if he continued to delay and Li Wei still refused to sell, he would have no choice but to resort to unscrupulous means like Zalafuo. Li Wei spoke earnestly. Pastor Abraham, this is a major matter. Please give me 7 more days. I'll provide you with a satisfactory answer. Very well, I hope you'll consider it carefully. Abraham beckoned to the Glimmer Knight and turned to leave. Watching the two depart, Li Wei narrowed his eyes. Why was that old dog so obsessed with Blackwater Valley? Could there be some hidden secret in that territory? No matter, after lying low for so many years, it was time to collect the interest. 3 days later, in Frostwind territory. On a dark and windy night, the icy wind cut like blades. Abraham's chapel stood isolated in the darkness, its stained glass windows casting faint light that was swallowed by the wind and snow. On the dome, a black shadow crouched low, wrapped in darkness, wearing a snow-white mask like a wolf's head. Li Wei had arrived. At that moment, candlelight flickered in the bedroom. Abraham was reviewing the chapel's account books from recent years, sighing. Such a pity, such a pity. If not for headquarters orders, I really wouldn't want to return. After a pause, he murmured to himself. As long as he could find the Mellon family treasure before Zalafuo took office, everything would be worth it. It was precisely this greed that made him obsessed with Blackwater Valley. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Before Abraham could notice, a tall black shadow had appeared behind him. The shadow silently raised its hand, holding the head of the Glimmer Knight, eyes wide open in death, wrapped in bone-chilling cold and a layer of frost. In the next instant, the black shadow's 5 fingers grasped Abraham's skull and gave it a gentle twist, like plucking a ripe melon. The blood was instantly sealed by the freezing air, not a drop spilled. Farewell, old dog. Li Wei silently mourned in his heart. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.